Chapter 688, Rong Sin's Hatred, 4. Hee. Wei Yi slowly returned to her senses and chuckled. If I don't gather the poison in his system into one place, how could I possibly draw it out? Are you asking me to cut through his body 100 times? This meant that Wei Yi had used the silver needles to gather the poison in order to drain it out. After all, she was not Gu Ruoan. With Gu Ruoan's power, she could have simply drawn the poison out with one silver needle or used a detoxifying pill to get rid of the poison in the Palace Lord's system. She was not powerful enough at the moment, so how could she use those methods to detoxify the poison? Elder Da was stunned. He swept his gaze from Wei Yi to the man on the bed. Black blood had trickled down and dyed the entire bed a dark red. The man continued to bleed for quite some time as the black mass in the Palace Lord's belly slowly grew smaller in size. When the blood changed from black to bright red, Wei Yi slowly stepped forward and covered his wound with a bit of fine white powder in order to stop the bleeding. In contrast to how he had looked like after he was poisoned, the Palace Lord's complexion now was only a little bit pale. The putrid smell from his body slowly disappeared as well, and his fingernails returned to a more normal color. Father. The youth pelted towards the man's bed. He wrapped his small hand tightly around the man's large palm as he gently called out to him in an emotional voice, Father, can you hear me? Won't you wake up and look at me? Linsa. A frail voice sounded from in front of the youth. When he heard that voice, the young boy stiffened. He slowly lowered his gaze and met a pair of gentle eyes. Father, you're awake. You're finally awake. The young boy threw himself forward and accidentally pressed onto the man's wound. He groaned in pain and frowned. Nevertheless, he could not bear to push the young boy away from him. Instead, he smiled and said, Linsa, I've made you worry. Father, don't put yourself in danger ever again. Also, it was the ghost doctor who had saved you. Hearing the young boy's words, the Palace Lord turned towards the charming-looking woman in gratitude. Thank you for saving my life, ghost doctor. You don't need to thank me. Wei Yi waved her hand. If you really want to thank someone, thank my little master. She was the one who had asked me to come. As she spoke, she gestured towards Gu Ruoan. Her seductive face was filled with a big smile. Thank you, miss. The Palace Lord's smile was full of warmth and his eyes spoke of a sincere gratitude. As she watched the scene, Rong Sin's fists clenched tighter and tighter as the hatred in her eyes grew thicker and thicker. In the end, she scoffed and, taking advantage of the distraction in the group, turned around to leave. However, once she had turned around, the thick murderous intent in her eyes burst into full force. Wei Yi, it seems that you've appeared this time to oppose me. Since that's the case, I won't give you that chance. Furthermore, I will make you regret your reappearance. In the room, Wei Yi caught sight of Rong Sin slithering away on her own. A cold smile hung on her lips. Rong Sin, since I've shown myself to you, that also means that your life will soon near its end. Palace Lord, Gu Ruoan smiled and looked at the man before her. This time, I've come here with a request. Please speak freely, Lady Gu. If it is within my power, I will do everything I can. The Palace Lord smiled and his voice held a sense of promise. I heard that Amethyst Underworld Palace possesses a 10,000-year-old ice crystal. I was wondering if you could lend it to me. Gu Ruoan smiled as she asked. Chapter 689, Rong Sin's Hatred, 5. The 10,000-year-old ice crystal. The entire room fell silent as they heard these words. Ahem. The Palace Lord cleared his throat and replied in a frail voice, the 10,000-year-old ice crystal is the township treasure of the Amethyst Underworld Palace. I've had it brought over from afar in order to use it to preserve my corpse after I have passed on. If you need it, Lady Gu, I can loan it to you for a while, but I will need it back after you're done. Elder Da's expression changed. He wanted to speak but was suddenly reminded of the debt of gratitude he owed Gu Ruoan for saving the Palace Lord. Hence, he swallowed his words. Then I thank you greatly. A sincere smile slowly brought warmth to her clear and cold eyes. Gu Ruoan had never imagined that this mission would be resolved so easily. The delicate-looking youth did not say a word. He fixed his clear, limpid eyes upon Gu Ruoan with a gaze filled with absolute gratitude. If it wasn't for them, father might already be dead. Also, to the Amethyst Underworld Palace, one 10,000-year-old ice crystal was nothing when compared to father's life. After obtaining the 10,000-year-old ice crystal, Gu Ruoan decided to return to the Dongfang family home. However, just as she stepped out from the gates of the Amethyst Underworld Palace, a figure appeared before her and addressed her respectfully. Lady Gu, our elder has extended an invitation for you to be our guest. Who is your elder? Gu Ruoan frowned and asked. My elder is the Honorable Sir Tianqi of the Strut sect. The Honorable Sir Tianqi. Gu Ruoan was stunned. How had that guy found out that I was at the Amethyst Underworld Palace? Also, why had he come looking for me in such a rush? All right, lead the way, she frowned and replied calmly. Even if the Honorable Sir Tianqi knew about my departure from the Banished Lands, he wouldn't send another person to intercept me at the Amethyst Underworld Palace. Usually, he would visit me at the Dongfang family home. As such, Gu Ruoan had no idea on what was going on in the Strut sect. Could it be that something has happened to Big Brother? Gu Ruoan's heart clenched at the thought. Even her footsteps quickened. In this world, besides Chia Linyu, her only other brother was Gu Shengshao. Hence, she would never allow any harm to come to him no matter what. At a laboratory in the Strut sect, an elder examined the herbs in his hand as he furrowed and relaxed his brows over and over again. This scared the people around him from approaching him, afraid that the old man had gone into another random fit of madness and would unleash his anger upon them. At this moment, a disciple of the Strut sect hurriedly walked in and announced respectfully, Elder Tianqi, Lady Gu has arrived. She's waiting for you outside the Strut sect. What? The Honorable Sir Tianqi's face lit up with glee. Ignoring the herbs in his hands, he immediately threw them behind him before his elderly figure rushed out as swiftly as the wind. In a large courtyard. Her hair fluttered under a refreshing breeze. The woman stood with her hands crossed. Dressed in green, she looked like a slender bamboo tree, unyielding and steadfast. Her eyes, however, were clear and cool, like something straight out of a portrait. This woman did not have looks that could devastate nations, but her features were exquisite and very easy on the eyes. Perhaps having noticed the elder rushing towards her, the woman gently raised her eyes and lightly cocked an eyebrow. She spoke with a smile that did not reach her eyes. Honorable Sir Tianqi, why have you summoned me in such a hurry? You've even sent someone to escort me from the Amethyst Underworld Palace. The Honorable Sir Tianqi chuckled and rubbed his fists. Little girl, I'm your great uncle after all. Your maternal grandmother is my younger sister. Why are you still addressing me as the Honorable Sir Tianqi? Chapter 690, The Martial Spirit Pill, 1. Gu Ruan gently raised her eyebrow and her eyes filled with smiles. Say it, why have you summoned me? The Honorable Sir Tianqi felt a little embarrassed. He scratched his head as he looked at Gu Ruan before asking cautiously, I've heard that you operate a medicine shop called the 100 Herb Hall. I've also heard that your medicine shop is selling some 10-year longevity pills and beautifying skin renewing pills. Gu Ruan smiled gently. That's right. I wonder if you want beauty or to extend your lifespan. Beauty. The Honorable Sir Tianqi's mouth twitched. Little girl, do you still remember the pill formula I had obtained from the Elder of the Immortal Realm back during the Divine Trials? It's like this. I've recently handed the pill formula over to my higher-up. My higher-up has given each elder a task. Whoever manages to refine the pill from this pill formula shall be promoted as the #1 elder in the Spirit sect. To become the #1 elder in the Spirit sect means that this individual would have no one above him but our leader. Even the other elders must listen to his orders. Therefore, how could I not ask you for your help? Gu Ruan shrugged her shoulders and smiled. Let me have a look at that pill formula first. All right. Seeing how Gu Ruan had agreed to his request, the Honorable Sir Tianqi's eyes sparkled. He anxiously pulled Gu Ruan into the laboratory. Little girl, come have a look. How should we refine this pill? I've clearly followed its instructions, so why was I unsuccessful? Gu Ruan did not respond as she allowed the Honorable Sir Tianqi to pull her into the room. Once she had entered the laboratory, the old man began grumbling incessantly and chased every disciple out of the laboratory. This bunch of good-for-nothings. It has almost been a year since they've started the research with me, and yet they have not been of any help at all. It seems that I can only rely on this girl now. Is this the pill formula? Gu Ruan picked up the pill formula on the table, took a look at it and mentally analyzed the entire thing. This is the most basic stage of pill formulas. It's not much of a problem. I can help you refine this. The Honorable Sir Tianqi's breathing tensed once he heard this. He stared with excitement and nervousness at Gu Ruan. Little girl, you mean that you really can refine pills? The sale of pills at the 100 Herb Hall had caused such a huge sensation, but why had the three great authorities not made their move? The reason was simple. To the three great authorities, only medicines that contain spiritual energy can be considered as pills. As the beauty rejuvenation pill and the longevity pill do not contain any spiritual energy, they considered them as average medicines and not really as actual pills. They had never seen Gu Ruan refine pills either, and neither do they have any knowledge about pills. Therefore, they had no way of knowing that pills were divided into different categories. However, this was the opinion of others. The Honorable Sir Tianqi had personally witnessed Gu Ruan gift Lan Yuge with pills during Lan Yuge's birthday celebration. Those pills have allowed Lan Yuge to immediately break through to become a high-level martial emperor. How powerful the pill must be to allow a breakthrough even in the rank of a martial emperor. However, the Honorable Sir Tianqi had asked in such a way because he was not sure if Gu Ruan had personally refined the pills in her hands or if she had obtained them from somewhere else. So, now that he knows of Gu Ruan's ability in pill refinement, the shock in his heart was full-blown. Gu Ruan nodded and replied calmly, I can refine this. Give the pill formula to me and I'll refine a string of pills for you. Chapter 691, The Martial Spirit Pill, 2. Why were pills so rare? Not only was this due to the extinction of pill formulas, it was also because people nowadays have no idea how to refine pills. Even if they were given a pill formula, they would never be able to refine a pill even if they had researched it for 40 to 50 years. However, the cauldrons used to refine pills could still be made. The Honorable Sir Tianqi placed the herbs in front of Gu Ruan like valuable treasures. He chuckled, so, little girl, your great-uncle's chance of becoming the #1 elder in the Spirit sect is in your hands. Ah, right, what kind of pill is this and what are its uses? It's a martial spirit pill. Gu Ruan looked at the Honorable Sir Tianqi and replied, this pill is used when a disciple first begins his cultivation journey. It can change a person's talents. While it cannot immediately turn a good-for-nothing into a genius, it could stimulate quite a big change. For example, a person would normally need around 10 years to go from a martial warrior to a martial king. However, if this person consumed a martial spirit pill before beginning their cultivation, it would take 3 years off from that time frame. 3 years may not sound like a particularly long or short amount of time, but to a cultivator, 1 year would already make a tremendous difference. As such, upon hearing Gu Ruan's explanation, the Honorable Sir Tianqi's breathing quickened. His eyes widened as he stared at the pill formula in Gu Ruan's hand. A martial spirit pill. While this cannot be compared with the pill that Gu Ruan had gifted Lan Yuge, to the Spirit sect, this was an extremely valuable treasure. If the Spirit sect was to recruit new disciples from the mainland and give this martial spirit pill to them, then those who were already geniuses would become even more powerful. And this was the benefit of the martial spirit pill to the Spirit sect. Bang! Suddenly, the room's door was violently pushed open and the Honorable Sir Tianqi's face sank immediately. He exclaimed irritably, can't you see that I am with a guest? Who allowed you to come barging in without even knocking first? The person's legs immediately turned to jelly from fright. He fell kneeling on the floor and stammered, Elder, the sect master had asked me to summon you. Sect master? The Honorable Sir Tianqi was shocked. He frowned as he asked, why is the sect master summoning me at a time like this? The disciples say that they've heard that the Honorable Sir Lingshang's disciple seems to have found a way to refine the pill and has asked the other members of the Spirit sect to witness this. Therefore, the sect master has asked you to gather at the plaza. Whoosh. The Honorable Sir Tianqi's expression turned cold and he scoffed. That guy had actually got to it first. Let's go, little girl. We'll see whether that fellow can truly refine pills or if he's just being pretentious. He straightened his sleeves as he spoke and walked quickly out the door. Gu Ruoan shrugged her shoulders and did not reply. She then followed the Honorable Sir Tianqi out the door. The sunset cast a beautiful afterglow across the skies in the color of blood. At this moment, the previously quiet Strud sect was now gathered with countless people. So many people were walking around the plaza that it looked like a bazaar. At the center of the plaza was a pill cauldron. In front of the pill cauldron stood a young man. At this moment, he looked absolutely dazzling and could not help but raise his chin. His face was filled with a complacent smile. It's him. A light flashed in Gu Ruoan's eyes. This man, who had unexpectedly emerged to stop me from killing Shi Yun back in the Divine Trials, had ended up having his powers crippled by Chanbei Yi. He had also spared no expense in causing harm to my brother, Gu Shangshao, in order to claim the precious seat of respect in the Strud sect. Translator's thoughts. Spinny spinny. Brownie points for anyone who can remember this character. Chapter 692, The Martial Spirit Pill, 3. However, this man was now completely healed. I also can't sense the poison I had placed in him anymore. Gu Ruoan frowned. She did not know why, but she could sense something awfully familiar about that man. This sensation reminded her of another person. Looks like his acquaintance with Shi Yun was not a simple one. Unless I'm mistaken, the man who had healed him was the person who had once resided within Shi Yun. No, he was the one who had created Shi Yun. He was also the culprit behind Zixi's transformation into a phoenix egg. Zixi. As she thought of that demonic yet handsome man, a murderous intent began to stir from within Gu Ruoan like a torrential storm. The Honorable Sir Tianqi sensed the murderous intent from her and looked at her with astonishment. However, he did not say a thing. After a long pause, he spoke, I don't know what's going on either. You had clearly crippled this man during the Divine Trials, yet in just one day, all of his wounds had been completely healed. Little girl, I know that there's a vendetta between the two of you, but now is not the time for you to have your revenge. If you wish for revenge, your time will come. This guy and his bullshit master have always wanted to harm your brother, yet they have never prevailed. I don't plan on letting him off either. Gu Ruoan slowly calmed her murderous intent and quietly watched the center of the plaza as if nothing had happened. The Honorable Sir Tianqi obviously had not known that the real reason behind Gu Ruoan's murderous intent was not because of this man but was because of the person who had healed him. By the way, little girl, do you see that person on the seat of honor? That's the sect master of the Strud sect. That guy next to him is the fellow's master, Ling Shang. The Honorable Sir Tianqi looked at Gu Ruoan as he explained. Gu Ruoan did not reply. Her thoughts were unreadable. Just then, the middle-aged man on the seat of honor finally rose to his feet. He looked down at the crowd with clear, sharp eyes and spoke in a stern voice, I'm sure all of you can recall my previous announcement. Anyone who manages to refine the pill from the pill formula shall be promoted to the position of the #1 elder. Now that Ling Shang's disciple, Kun Nan, has managed to obtain the method of refining this pill, this position will be given to Elder Ling Shang if he is truly able to refine the pill. Does anyone have any objections? Hearing this, the crowd looked at each other but no one showed any signs of objection. If Kun Nan was truly able to refine the pill, they would have nothing to say against it. Alright, since none of you have any objections, let the pill refinement process begin. I'll be witnessing this momentous occasion with everyone else. As he spoke, the middle-aged man slowly sat back in his chair with an icy yet severe gaze. He focused his attention completely on the man at the center of the plaza. Kun Nan smiled complacently, his face awash with arrogance. After uncovering the pill cauldron, he gathered the herbs and threw them into the cauldron. Seeing this, Gu Ruoan shook her head with an exasperated look on her face. Lady Gu, is something wrong with his pill refinement process? The Honorable Sir Tianqi noticed Gu Ruoan's reaction and asked in astonishment. Indeed, Gu Ruoan nodded. It's clear to see that Kun Nan is a genius. The steps on that pill formula were quite messy, which caused you to be unsuccessful in your refinement. He has managed to arrange the herbs in a neat order, but. Chapter 693, The Martial Spirit Pill, 4. Gu Ruoan paused before continuing. However, pill refinement is not as easy as mixing ingredients in a pot whereby putting the herbs in one by one would be enough. His ingredients are clearly not pure enough and had not been cleaned thoroughly. Even if he manages to find the correct order of the ingredients, this pill refinement process cannot possibly be successful. I don't know where he got the courage to demonstrate it in public and embarrass himself instead of experimenting with it on his own first. Hearing this, the Honorable Sir Tianqi heaved a sigh of relief. I was really worried that this boy would actually be able to refine a pill. If that happens, the position of the #1 elder will go to that old fart for sure. If Elder Ling Shang was to become the #1 elder, I don't know what will happen to the Strud sect. Hiss. The pill cauldron let out a melancholy noise before becoming silent once more. Kun Nan wiped the sweat from his brow and steadied his rapidly beating heart. He was the only one who knows how many times he had gone over the calculations in such a short period of time. While he appeared fully confident in front of everyone, he was actually extremely nervous and deathly afraid that he would embarrass himself in front of so many people. However, he had to show exceptional talent to the eyes of the world. Otherwise, how could he expect to overthrow Gu Shangshao? Kun Nan grits his teeth fiercely at the thought and placed one of the herbs into the pill cauldron. Huff. Kun Nan heaved a sigh of relief when the pill cauldron did not make any more peculiar noises. His gaze fell on the last herb before him. Ladies and gentlemen, all of you know that the pill formula which the Honorable Sir Tianqi had retrieved had been damaged and incomplete. During this past year, I've been studying the ancient books and have finally discovered the final ingredient. The exploding fruit is the final ingredient for this pill. Soon, I will be successful in refining it. His words were full of confidence and everyone was subconsciously affected. If Kun Nan has truly succeeded in interpreting this pill formula, he would have learned the long-extinct art of pill refinement, and from then on, his name would be etched in history. He would become the first pill master since the ancient times. What a great honor this would be. Even Gu Shangshao, whom the sect master greatly admires, would not have such a great honor. No. That contrast was too far apart. Kun Nan felt more and more excited at the thought as the chance to be remembered in history was within his sight. In the years to come, everyone will remember his name, Kun Nan. At this moment, he had no wish for power or to be the disciple of the number one elder. He no longer wanted that. He only wanted to be honored as the first pill master since the ancient times. This was more important than everything else. Not good. Gu Ruan's expression changed greatly. He's actually thinking of adding the berserk fruit into the martial spirit pill, as this guy no longer wished to live. If he wants to die, that's his business, but he would clearly be dragging everyone down to hell with him. Little girl, what do you mean? The Honorable Sir Tianqi was shocked and turned towards Gu Ruan in astonishment. This is bad, there's no time. Whoosh. Gu Ruan no longer cared about anything else as she charged towards Kun Nan at top speed. If she had been alone, she could still take shelter within the ancient divine pagoda. However, she was not the only one here. There was also the Honorable Sir Tianqi and Gu Shangshao, who was still in the middle of cultivation in the spirit sect. The last ingredient in the martial spirit pill refinement process should have been the spirit moon herb, which would alleviate the force of the explosion. In the end, he had miscalculated and added the more explosive berserk fruit. The berserk fruit already contains explosive properties. If paired with the martial spirit pill, the entire spirit sect would be turned into a wasteland instantly. No one would be spared. Chapter 694, The Martial Spirit Pill, 5. Kun Nan's fingers trembled as he slowly placed the berserk fruit into the pill cauldron. Perhaps no one felt more emotional than he at this very moment. This was because his success or failure lay in this one move. The chance to make a name for himself was in the palm of his hand. The Honorable Sir Lingshang could not contain himself from rising to his feet. His eyes were fixed upon Kun Nan. When it comes to his disciple, he had absolute faith in him. Since he dared to refine the pill in public, that proves that he had absolute certainty in his capabilities. Once he succeeds, the position as the number one elder would become his. The Honorable Sir Lingshang felt the urge to laugh at the thought as his heart was overcome by a secret delight. However, in the very next second, the smile on his face became frozen in place. A green-robed figure suddenly flashed across and a strong force snatched the berserk fruit in Kun Nan's hand. In the blink of an eye, a loud bang was heard. The berserk fruit which had been in Kun Nan's hand was reduced to dust, crumbling before his dumbfounded gaze. The crowd was stunned and only came back to their senses when a loud, angry roar was heard. You again, do you love going against me that much? First, you had killed my beloved Xie, then you had destroyed my power. This time, you want to destroy my achievements too. Give me back my pill. Kun Nan's eyes were bloodshot like a starving brute which had not eaten for days. He stared unflinchingly at Gu Ruan. He gritted his teeth as an abundance of murderous intent burst forth from his chest, twisting his features into a different form as his hatred increased. I know that you've done this on purpose. You're afraid of me, afraid that once my achievements become too great, I would retaliate against you. Let me tell you this, Gu Ruan. I'm a genius, a true genius. I've learned the art of refining pills. Ha ha ha, in this entire mainland, no one else knows how to refine pills but me. Gu Ruan looked quietly back at Kun Nan with a hint of pity in her eyes. Her expression somehow managed to anger Kun Nan even more. He charged straight towards her. I'll kill you. It was you who cost me my chance of becoming the first pill master since the ancient times. You can go to hell. Seeing that his hands were about to reach her neck, Gu Ruan finally made her move, but no one could manage to catch her actions at all. Boom. Before Kun Nan could figure out what was going on, a strong force slammed into his chest, causing his body to be flung out of the way and land violently onto the crowd. Who was Kun Nan? He was the second most powerful member of the spirit sect, second only to Gu Shangshao. Yet now, a young girl has managed to dispatch him in an instant. Nobody even managed to see how she had done it. Fresh blood poured out from his mouth, but the pain on his chest was a far cry from the agony in his heart. He was so close to achieving success where so many others have failed, yet he had been cut off by this woman. How could he possibly accept this? A martial honor. A frosty light flashed in the Honorable Sir Lingshang's eyes. If I remember correctly, this woman had only just reached the rank of a martial emperor during the divine trials. It's only been close to 2 years and yet she has already become a martial honor. This woman cannot be allowed to live on. Each time he thought of her shocking talents, the Honorable Sir Lingshang's chest would fill with murderous intent. His eyes have become extremely gloomy and his elderly features were enveloped in a cold light. This little girl is already a martial honor. In contrast to the Honorable Sir Lingshang, the Honorable Sir Tianqi had raised his brows in surprise. Previously, he had not observed Gu Ruan's powers. He never thought that she would have unwittingly reached the ranks of a martial honor. Chapter 695, Refining the Pill, 1. TSK, this little girl really is a true genius. She's even stronger than her parents. HMPH. The Honorable Sir Lingshang scoffed as a cold light flashed in his eyes. I wonder when the spirit sect has ever opened our doors to outsiders. It seems that anyone can come in these days. Hearing this, the Honorable Sir Tianqi chuckled and stepped out from the crowd, placing himself in front of Gu Ruan. Hehe, this little girl is not just anyone. She's Gu Shangshao's little sister. I'm surprised that you're not aware of this, Honorable Sir Lingshang. The Honorable Sir Lingshang's eyes were turning gloomier by the minute. He clenched his fist so hard that it shook. It's this old man again. Sooner or later, I'm going to have to kill him. What? She's eldest senior brother's little sister. Such a young martial honor, this young lady's talents are near on par with eldest senior brothers. It's no wonder she's here. The Spirit sect does allow relatives to visit, so it's really nothing out of the ordinary for her to be here. The rest of the disciples began to discuss fervently under their breaths. The main cause of fascination was that, amongst the younger the disciples, Guruan has already broken through to the rank of a martial honor at around the age of 20. This was enough to garner respect from everyone. Hearing the Honorable Sir Tianqi's explanation, a glint flashed in the sectmaster's eyes. However, he remained silent and examined Gu Ruoan. Even if she is Gu Shangsha's sister, she has sabotaged my disciple's pill refinement process upon arrival. What kind of evil intentions does she have? As he saw that the position of the number one elder was now further from his grasp, the murderous intent in the Honorable Sir Lingshang's heart ran deeper and deeper. If she does not provide me with an explanation today, I don't care whose sister she is. I won't let her leave. Hearing this, the rest of the disciples began whispering amongst one another. The Honorable Sir Lingshang's anger isn't completely unfounded. Kun Nan has reached this stage with such difficulty, yet his chances were destroyed in an instant. Anyone would be mad at that. The Honorable Sir Tianqi hesitated. He turned towards Gu Ruoan and asked, "Little girl, what's gotten into you?" This little girl certainly knows how to invite trouble. Since Kun Nan was going to fail, then let him fail. Why had she needed to sabotage his pill refinement process? To the extent that now, this pair of master and disciple has an opportunity to extort. If he wants to die, don't drag me down with him. Gu Ruoan smiled icily, adding a berserk fruit into a martial spirit pill. I really don't where he had found the conclusion. A pill like the martial spirit pill is already quite volatile. By combining it with a berserk fruit, does he wish to detonate the entire spirit sect? I have no wish to die just yet. If he's still feeling overly depressed, it's best that he finds a secluded spot with no one else around. What did you say? The Honorable Sir Lingshang's anger began to rise and he retorted with a vicious look in his eyes. Kun Nan has made sufficient preparations for the sake of this pill formula and his refinement was absolute perfection. If it had not been for your sabotage, he would have successfully created a pill. Perfection. Gu Ruoan laughed and her face filled with ridicule. From what I could tell, he wasn't refining pills, he was cooking stew. He didn't even clean off the impurities from the herbs before placing them into the cauldron. If this isn't stew, then what is it? Ha ha ha. Hearing this, the Honorable Sir Lingshang burst into laughter. It was a laughter mixed with malice. So, does this mean that you know how to refine pills? I'm not very well versed, but at least I'm competent. Gu Ruoan smiled calmly and replied humbly. However, her humility was interpreted as arrogance in the eyes of the crowd. After all, Kun Nan's pill refining demonstration was for all to witness. During the past few days, every elder has been trying their hand in pill refinement and all of them had failed. Some have already triggered an explosion in the cauldron during the initial stage of their research. Chapter 696, Refining the Pill, 2. However, Kun Nan had never given up. He persevered until the end and was only one step away from success. His steps in pill refinement were flawless. Yet this woman before him actually claims that she was more capable than him. It's true that her powers aren't too bad and she is a true genius as well. However, strength in power does not mean that her brains are sharper than Kun Nan's, especially since this was based on an ancient pill formula. As such, upon hearing Gu Ruoan's declaration, the Spirit sect disciples who had held her in regard now began to snort disdainfully. It's one thing to feel confident, but to have unfounded confidence is simply arrogance and complacency. He, the Honorable Sir Lingshang raised the corners of his lips. He swept his gaze towards his disciple who was about to blow up into a fit of rage, stopping him from losing his temper. His malicious gaze then fell upon Gu Ruoan. Sectmaster, since this young lady has spoken, how can we not give her a chance? How about we let her give it a try so that she can understand that the lost art of pill refinement is not that simple? As he spoke, the disdain on his face was as clear as day. The Sectmaster paused in silence before nodding and announcing with an authoritative voice, all right. Since Lady Gu has been invited here by the Honorable Sir Tianqi, if Lady Gu is truly able to refine this pill, the position as the number one elder shall be given to Elder Tianqi. Gu Ruoan did not respond and simply walked towards the pill cauldron. Her features were extremely calm. She was so calm that she looked like a still lake where no fluctuations could be seen. By the way, I've forgotten to mention this, but this little girl is the boss of the 100 Herb Hall. The beauty rejuvenation pills and longevity pills have both been produced by her hands. The Honorable Sir Lingshang once again snorted disdainfully. Beauty rejuvenation pills. Longevity pills. I don't know who came up with those names. They probably thought that by simply attaching the word pill to it would magically turn those items into precious pills. I had sent someone to purchase those 2 pills and have brought them back for examination. They're indeed just normal medicinal pills. They can't be considered as actual pills at all, and they didn't have a single bit of spiritual energy at all. The Honorable Sir Tianqi shrugged his shoulders and did not continue the discussion with the old man. He smiled as he watched Gu Ruoan. In front of the pill cauldron, Gu Ruoan carefully raised a few herbs and stared at them for half a beat. No one could tell what she was actually doing. After a long pause, she then threw the herbs into the pill cauldron. Now that the art of refining pills was now extinct, naturally they would not know that reason why Gu Ruoan had stared at the herbs for such a long time. This had been because she was clearing off the impurities. Hey! Suddenly, one person responded in surprise. Lady Gu's pill refining steps are pretty much the same as Kun Nan's. Is that any surprise? She must have sabotaged senior brother Kun Nan's refinement process and learned all his steps so that she could claim everything as her own. I think that her one action in staring at those herbs had been clearly done on purpose in order to show everyone else that she and senior brother Kun Nan are not the same. Overhearing the fervent discussion among the members of the crowd, Kun Nan sneered as he glared in rage at Gu Ruoan. Idiot girl, and I thought that you had some sort of capability. You're merely imitating me by following my actions. Everything that you've taken is the knowledge that you've learned from me. Even if you do manage to refine the pill, in the end, the world will know that you've succeeded only because of me. You would then be known as nothing but a shameless SLT. The entire plaza began buzzing with discussions. Only the sect master stared unblinkingly at Gu Ruan with a glint flashing in his eyes. Chapter 697, Refining the Pill, 3. The others may not have been able to sense Gu Ruan's actions, but he, as a high-level martial honor, was able to clearly sense the mental strength Gu Ruan was emitting. She was using her mental strength to clean the impurities in the herbs. The herbs have now been purified. Gu Shangshao's little sister. A peculiar light flashed in the sect master's eyes as he mumbled to himself, "Why have I never heard Shangshao mention that he had a little sister like this?" Kun Nan was very nervous when he was refining the pill a while ago. He clearly did not have a lot of confidence in himself. However, her movements have been leisurely and natural, as if she had a 100% guarantee for success. Besides, in the eyes of others, the steps used between the two of them may look the same, but the sect master could sense very clearly the difference in medicinal powers in the pill cauldron. Could it be that this little girl could actually refine pills? If that's true, I must ask Shangshao to bring her into the Spirit sect. We cannot allow the courts of hell or the immortal realm to have her. Otherwise, it would be too dangerous. The sect master fell silent at the thought, but his eyes never left Gu Ruan. Quick, look, that young lady has just brought out the final ingredient. The crowd was astonished as they saw Gu Ruan take out a small, grass-like plant from her robes. They had thought that she would follow in Kun Nan's footsteps and use the berserk fruit. They never would have thought that she would use a completely opposite herb from the berserk fruit instead. It was a green-colored herb with leaves in the shape of a crescent moon. That was correct. Even a person with no medical knowledge could sense the gentleness from the spirit moon herb. This power was far too gentle and was at a completely different category from the berserk fruit. Is she looking for her own death? Kun Nan sneered. I had used an entire year to discover that the final missing ingredient was the berserk fruit. Only the power of the berserk fruit can create this pill. Such a gentle power could never accomplish such an importation task. There's no need to even think about it. Her pill refinement method would be a complete failure. The noisy discussions between the members of the crowd seemed to melt away as Gu Ruan placed all her focus on the pill cauldron in front of her. As the crowd watched, she gently placed the spirit moon herb into the pill cauldron. Puff. A soft noise was heard. Then, all was silent again. At the same time, a thick medicinal fragrance followed by a thick spiritual energy began to overflow from within the cauldron, dispersing throughout the entire plaza. Silence. The entire plaza was as silent as the grave. Kun Nan charged towards Gu Ruan like a madman. His totally unattractive face was completely pale. He murmured in disbelief, "How is this possible? It's not possible. According to my research, only the berserk fruit can be powerful enough to be the final ingredient in forming the pill. That gentle spirit moon herb can't possibly do the trick." He shook his head and staggered back. His expression was an extremely ugly sight to behold. It was as if he could not re-emerge from this attack. Gu Ruan's actions had been like a violent slap. He could not bear it. Ha ha ha. The Honorable Sir Tianchi could finally lay down the nervousness in his heart. He burst into wanton and unrestrained laughter as he stared mockingly at the Honorable Sir Lingshang, whose elderly face was completely ashen. I told you, this little girl is the boss of the 100 Herb Hall. The 100 Herb Hall has always been selling pills, yet all of you had not believed me and had insisted that those were only regular medicinal pills. So, now what? A violent slap across the face isn't a very good feeling, is it? Chapter 698, Refining the Pill, 4. The Honorable Sir Lingshang clenched his fist and felt the urge to punch the Honorable Sir Tianchi's infuriating face. In the end, he quelled his furious impulses and fiercely straightened his robes. Kun Nan, let's go. This was far too embarrassing. I simply can't stay on in a place like this. As for the Honorable Sir Tianchi, sooner or later, I'll bring him to a downfall. Great Uncle, Gu Ruan clapped her hands and smiled as she walked towards the Honorable Sir Tianchi. I can give you the method to refine the martial spirit pill after this. The Honorable Sir Tianchi's eyes moved slightly and he chuckled. All right, little girl. Let's head to my laboratory right now. Go, go, go. He ignored the stares from the rest of the crowd and dragged Gu Ruan away. Once they had left, the plaza burst into a crazy sensation. Pills. Heavens, is that really a pill? I never thought that I, Li Ming, would have the opportunity to see a long-extinct pill before my very eyes in this lifetime. That's a long-extinct pill. How many powerful cultivators before me have been unable to obtain it? If I could only consume one pill in this lifetime, I can die with no regrets. Of course, aside from the shock which had come with the pill, most of it was respect towards Gu Ruan. This young lady only looks to be around 20 years of age. Not only was she a martial honor at such a young age, she could even refine the legendary pills. Besides, this person is also Gu Shangshao's sister. The sect master did not speak, but his eyes were fixated upon Gu Ruan's shadow as she left. His thoughts were unreadable. At the laboratory, the Honorable Sir Tianchi pulled Gu Ruan inside and smiled bitterly. Little girl, this time you've held the limelight for quite too long. Are you not afraid of drawing the attention of others? Wasn't this what you wanted? Gu Ruan shrugged her shoulders. The Honorable Sir Tianchi immediately sputtered and his face looked thoroughly exasperated. I had initially wanted to ask you to give the martial spirit pill refining method to me, then I would be the one to refine the pill in front of the sect master. I didn't think that something like this would happen. While I am very proud of you, you must carefully consider the consequences after this. I know that you've already reached the rank of a martial honor, but the leaders of the three great authorities are all high-level martial honors and they have many martial honors as subordinates as well. You are one person after all. Even with me, there are only the two of us. Gu Ruan smiled. Between the three great authorities, I'm already wildly incompatible with the immortal realm. Even without my demonstration today, they would still want to kill me. Besides, on this mainland, I no longer need to fear anyone else. Not to mention Chanbei, whose powers have long surpassed those of a martial honor, or the few martial honors stored within Xiaohei. Even if I was to stand alone, it would be enough for me to go up against a martial honor and not be defeated. This was why she dared to refine pills in front of so many people. The Honorable Sir Tianqi sighed and said, "By the way, little girl, your older brother should have about a few more months left before he emerges from his closed-door cultivation. Would you like to wait for him here?" "My big brother." Gu Ruoyan's heart clenched and a hint of emotion flashed through her eyes. She nodded and said, "All right, I have nothing pressing at the moment anyway." He. The Honorable Sir Tianqi chuckled. "One more thing. Little girl, where's that silver-haired man who had always followed you around? How is he?" "You mean Xiao Yi?" Gu Ruoyan raised her eyebrows. "I'm afraid it's a little inconvenient at the moment. Furthermore, his body has just been healed not too long ago, so I've found a place for him to recuperate. Once he has returned to health, he'll reappear." The reason she had asked Chanbei to stay in the ancient divine pagoda was that his wounds have not completely healed though he has awoken. By staying inside the ancient divine pagoda, it would help him recuperate. Chapter 699, Refining the Pill, 5. At the Strud sect. In a spacious and bright room, the Honorable Sir Lingshang was seated next to a coffee table. He looked as if he had to restrain himself over and over again in order to avoid slamming his fist onto the innocent table. Gu Ruoyan. His eyes darkened as a cold light flashed across his pupils. "I didn't think that she would still be alive. I thought that the Immortal Realm would have killed her off by now." The Immortal Realm had been searching for her whereabouts during the past 1 to 2 years. He initially thought that this woman would have certainly been killed off by the members of the Immortal Realm. In the end, she was unexpectedly still alive and has even broken through to the rank of a martial honor. Martial honor. That was a rank which I have spent over 60 years to reach. This woman is only about 20 years of age, yet she already has achievements of this level. No, one Gu Shangshao is dangerous enough. If this Gu Ruoyan is allowed to continue her growth, no one on this mainland will ever be able to defeat her. The Honorable Sir Lingshang fiercely exhaled and his eyes flashed with malice. "Kun Nan, let's make a trip to the Immortal Realm." Kun Nan looked at the Honorable Sir Lingshang with shock and grew silent. "Master, we've never had any relations with the Immortal Realm. If we go and visit them like this, I'm afraid." The Honorable Sir Lingshang laughed icily and his eyes were eerie and terrifying. A powerful murderous intent burst from his body as he spat. "That woman has already broken through to the rank of a martial honor. Even I do not have absolute certainty that I would be able to kill her. If we let her escape, it would bring a great disaster in the future. So, under these circumstances, we have to secretly tip off the Immortal Realm. Only with the full might of the powerful cultivators from the Immortal Realm can we truly defeat her." The Honorable Sir Lingshang paused before turning towards the far-off skies as he smiled scornfully. "Besides, I reckon that the Immortal Realm is still unaware of her breakthrough to the rank of a martial honor. Once they find out, they would definitely send out countless powerful martial honors. How can she defend herself against so many on her own? In order to make sure that the sect master does not find out about this, we don't need to show ourselves. We only need to stay in the shadows and watch the show." While many have witnessed Chanbei killing countless powerful cultivators from the Immortal Realm, it wasn't Gu Ruoyan who had actually done the killing. Besides, after having killed off so many martial honors, no one knows whether that man was now dead or ailing. Without that man by her side, Gu Ruoyan was simply no match for so many martial honors. The only thing they need to do now was to inform the Immortal Realm of Gu Ruoyan's appearance in the Strud sect. A wave of vicious light flashed in the Honorable Sir Lingshang's eyes. His face grew more eerie and horrifying. The murderous look in his eyes was absolutely terrifying. Kun Nan did not speak. He understood the reason behind his master's words. Now, the only way to kill her was by utilizing the Immortal Realm. "Gu Ruoyan, I have yet to revenge Shisa's death. You've also embarrassed me in front of so many people. A new hatred and an old vengeance. I'll ensure that you won't even know how your own death happened." In the laboratory, the Honorable Sir Tianqi was sweating as he refined his pills. He stared anxiously at the pill cauldron before him. "I've failed 100 times. That's right, it has indeed been 100 times. Before coming in contact with the pill, I thought that I only needed the pill formula to refine pills. Yet, now I understand how difficult it really is. Even with an instructor me, I've been failing incessantly." Gu Ruoyan shook her head and her face looked thoroughly exasperated. This old fellow has been refining for a good few days and nights now and has wasted a big pile of herbs, yet he still hasn't had any success. "Elder Tianqi, Lady Gu." Suddenly, the room's door was pushed open and a man dressed in green entered the room. He joined his fists and spoke with reverence. "The Lord Secmaster requests an audience." Translator's thoughts. Spinny spinny. Poor Honorable Sir Tianqi. Carrot carrot. My reaction would probably have been similar to Gu Ruoyan's. All those good herbs, gone to waste. Chapter 700, Depart, Kill, 1. Sect Master. The Honorable Sir Tianqi was stunned as he stopped whatever he was doing and wiped the sweat from his brow. He frowned and mumbled to himself, "What does the Sect Master want with us? Forget it, we'll stop the pill refining for now. Let's go and find out what he wants, little girl." Gu Ruoyan nodded and followed the Honorable Sir Tianqi out the door. The meeting room was filled with people. Once Gu Ruoyan and the Honorable Sir Tianqi entered the meeting room, the elders present began to discuss amongst themselves fervently as they looked at Gu Ruoyan with eyes full of curiosity and excitement. If the sect master had not been in attendance as well, some elders would probably have rushed forward to strike up a friendship with her. "I've called you both here to discuss one thing." The aloof and remote sect master lowered his head and stared down at Gu Ruoyan. He spoke coolly. "Lady Gu, are you willing to join the Strud sect? As long as you agree, I will give you the position of the chief pill master. I can also make your position higher than everyone else. You can be second only to me." While the sect master's words were structured as if he was merely asking Gu Ruan's opinion, his tone of voice was extremely uncomfortable. Hence, the Honorable Sir Tianqi immediately looked very nervous. He knew this little girl's temperament better than anyone else, making her second only to one person. That was definitely impossible. She would never agree to serve anyone. Sorry, but I'll have to refuse. The woman in green calmly replied. Her tone of voice was like a calm breeze and was as still as the water in a lake. Instantly, the entire meeting room was silenced. Every elder stared at Gu Ruan in shock. She had just been offered a position higher than everyone else, second only to the sect master. This was a position of great honor and yet she has refused. The sect master was clearly unhappy. He furrowed his brows and exclaimed, Lady Gu, I know that you're extremely talented. With your achievements, breaking through to a high-level martial honor is something that will come sooner or later. Perhaps you'll even break through to the rank above a martial honor. What was the rank above a martial honor? It was a martial supreme, of course. In the West Strip mainland, such an individual has yet to appear. After so many years, the sect master has met a lot of geniuses but he has not been able to determine whether any of them could break through to become a martial supreme. She was the only exception. Nevertheless, the sect master's tone of voice changed momentarily before he continued to speak. You should know very well that the immortal realm harbors a deep, passionate hatred towards you. The immortal master of the immortal realm is a high-level martial honor just like me. I know that you're currently a low-level martial honor but your power is not just a small step away from a high-level martial honor. If you join the Spirit sect, he would never dare to lay a single finger on you. Gu Ruan smiled. While her smile was casual and breezy, her eyes were clear and cold. My apologies, I can take care of my grudge against the immortal realm on my own. There's no need for you to trouble yourself, sect master. You. Seeing that Gu Ruan still rejected him despite his words, the sect master could not help but feel angry as well. His handsome face was now frosted with an icy chill. On account of the fact that you are Shangxiao's little sister, I won't be calculative over your lack of courtesy. Gu Ruan, are you truly rejecting my offer in joining the Spirit sect? Sect master. The Honorable Sir Tianqi's expression changed as well and he retorted resentfully. This little girl is only a 20-year-old kid, there's no need for you to force her to choose. Everyone has the right to choose. Since the Gu girl has chosen not to join the Spirit sect, then we cannot force her. Isn't that right? The sect master's face gradually sank. He never anticipated that the Honorable Sir Tianqi would dare to speak to him in this way. He was just about to fly into a rage when a serene and clear voice brushed towards him like the wind. It landed on his heart like a heavy fist. Sect master, I've told you that I'm not willing to join the Spirit sect. Neither am I willing to commit myself in any way. However, don't forget, Gu Shangxiao is my older brother and the Honorable Sir Tianqi is my great uncle. I won't do anything to harm the Spirit sect. Furthermore, trust me, if I wish to leave, no one can stop me. Chapter 701, Depart, Kill, 2. Her voice was fresh and calm like the wind. It was hard to not believe her every word. The sect master narrowed his eyes slightly and fell silent. Actually, he had other reasons for asking Gu Ruan to join the Spirit sect. Three great authorities may seem to be bound together for good or ill on the surface but not many people know of their internal disputes. While the immortal realm is at loggerheads with Gu Ruan which means that this woman would never join him, he still had to fear the courts of hell. If she were to join the courts of hell, from then on, the Spirit sect's power would become weaker than the courts of hell. This was why he had decided to do this today. However, he had forgotten that Gu Shangxiao was her older brother. As long as Gu Shangxiao was around, Gu Ruan would never agree to help the courts of hell to threaten the Spirit sect. Furthermore, he believed her when she said that if she truly wishes to leave, no one here could stop her. As such, would that be provoking an unstoppable future enemy of the Spirit sect or keeping another ally? I wonder if there's anything else, sect master. If not, then I'll take my leave. Gu Ruan knew that her words have entered his head when she observed the sect master deep in his thoughts. Actually, if it wasn't for the Honorable Sir Tianqi and my older brother, I would never have bothered to spout such rubbish. With my current level of power, I no longer need to fear the three great authorities. Sect master. Realizing that Gu Ruan was about to leave, a few elders grew nervous and tried to say something. However, the sect master simply raised his hand and stopped them. His cold voice rang aloud, let her go. Gu Ruan said nothing more and turned to leave the meeting room. Initially, the Honorable Sir Tianqi was about to follow suit but after a bit of thought, he decided to stay. Sect master, you've crossed the line today. The Honorable Sir Tianqi was usually very respectful towards the sect master but now, he could not help but react with anger. He spoke with a furious look on his face. The Gu girl has been a big help to the Spirit sect and yet she has never asked for any remuneration. Now, you had tried to force her to join the Spirit sect. It's a good thing you had decided against it. Otherwise, Gu Shangxiao and I will no longer stay with the Spirit sect. It probably wouldn't matter so much if Gu Ruan was somebody else but this girl is my little sister's only maternal granddaughter and she looks so much like her mother. If my sister finds out that something has happened to this girl, she would storm the Spirit sect immediately and take her revenge. When that time comes, I will certainly stand with my sister. There's no need to even mention Gu Shangxiao. That guy had been raising his power with the ambition to take over the Spirit sect all for the sake of this little girl. If the family whom he had dedicated himself to protect ended up getting hurt in his own organization, knowing the kid, he would definitely fly off the handle. The Honorable Sir Tianqi, are you threatening me? The sect master was already angry enough, yet this damned old man can't seem to make sense of the situation and has dared to threaten me. Does he really think that I won't punish him? The Honorable Sir Tianqi rolled his eyes. Suddenly, he laughed. I forgot to tell you that the girl said that she wants to pass on all her knowledge in pill refinement to me. I now know how to refine pills. You. The sect master was so incensed that his face turned ashen. What does this mainland lack most of all? Pill masters. Because right now, on this mainland, not a single pill master had remained in existence. If he were to anger this old man, perhaps he might run to the courts of hell immediately. The Spirit sect would then lose more than an elder. Chapter 702, Depart, Kill, 3. Perhaps this old man knows his own worth as well, that's why he dares to threaten me. The sect master forced himself to calm the rage within his heart and rose to his feet. He then straightened his sleeves and walked away. He did not bother giving the Honorable Sir Tianchi a second look as he left. The Honorable Sir Tianchi, you've learned how to refine pills. Congratulations. Seeing that the sect master has finally left, the elders who could no longer contain themselves immediately rose from their seats and hurriedly surrounded the Honorable Sir Tianchi. Their faces were filled with smiles of adoration. Hee hee. The Honorable Sir Tianchi chuckled dryly and felt a little guilty. After all, he has only just scratched the surface of pill refinement and was still unable to refine pills completely. He excused himself and broke away from the circle with his entire body drenched in cold sweat. Damn it, humans really shouldn't brag. It seems that I'm going to have to shut myself in from now on, never to emerge until I've successfully refined a pill. Those old farts might start latching onto me. If the cat gets out of the bag, I would be finished. As he spoke, he wiped the sweat off his brow guiltily and hurriedly walked towards Guruan. He saw her delicate and pretty figure from afar. The Honorable Sir Tianchi's eyes shone as he picked up the pace and approached her. What, you're out so soon? Guruan clearly noticed the Honorable Sir Tianchi approaching and raised her eyebrow. Did the sect master cause trouble for you? I'm now the only person aside from you who knows the art of pill refinement. How would he dare to cause trouble for me? The Honorable Sir Tianchi looked as if he was rejoicing in the misfortune of others. By the way, little girl, is there any way for me to quickly pick up on pill refinement? No. Guruan mercilessly rejected him. I've given you all the tools you need. You only need to practice a little more and control the fire level. Besides, if you happen to pick up any other pill formulas, you can try refining those pills as well. I can be on my way now. The Honorable Sir Tianchi was stunned as he asked, you won't wait for Gu Shangsha to come out? No, Guruan shook her head. I have another matter to attend to, so I must be on my way. Great uncle, when my big brother comes out, have him look for me at the Dongfang family home. I'll be waiting for him there. Just a while ago, a Dongfang family member had sent a message stating that something had happened to the Chia family and asked her to pay them a visit. Regardless, the Chia family are Yu's only family in this lifetime. I cannot sit idly by. All right. The Honorable Sir Tianchi smiled. Little girl, if there's something you need to take care of, I will give the message to Shangsha. I'll escort you down the mountain now. There's no need. Guruan looked at the Honorable Sir Tianchi and shook her head. I can leave on my own. Take care, great uncle. I hope that when we meet again, you'll be refining pills successfully. She then turned into a flash of green light and charged down the mountain. At this moment, she did not notice a malicious figure hiding in the corner. A pair of vicious eyes filled with murderous light stared at the departing figure. Guruan, you've finally left the Spirit sect. It's certainly no loss for the members of the Immortal Realm who've been waiting for you outside the Spirit sect for such a long time. Now, I can finally have my revenge. Don't worry, Xie, I'm going to watch how she dies. This is the price she'll pay for killing you. My Xie was so kind and perfect, like a fairy. This woman viciously had her murdered. She clearly deserves to die. Anyone who kills a fairy is a demon. If one wishes to head back to the world after leaving the Spirit sect, one must first pass through a mountain peak fraught with peril. Chapter 703, Depart, Kill, 4. At this moment, at the peak of a mountain, the young woman who was soaring through the air immediately stopped in her tracks. Her clear, cold gaze swept towards the brushing trees. You've been following me for such a long time, isn't it about time for you to come out? Whoosh. Instantly, over 10 figures appeared from thin air before Guruan's eyes. As she stared at the dignified-looking elders dressed in white, Guruan crossed her hands over her chest as her lips curled into a shallow smile. The Immortal Realm certainly has a lot of martial honors on hand. After killing so many of them, there's still quite a few more of you. I wonder how your underlings were nurtured. I'm afraid that not even the other two great authorities know how many martial honors the Immortal Realm actually has. Previously, during the Divine Trials, Chanbei had killed off countless martial honors. Guruan never expected that there would still be so many martial honors left in the Immortal Sect. Guruan was suddenly very curious. What has the Immortal Realm been using to nurture so many martial honors? Besides, the aura of these people feels quite unstable. It almost seems like they had utilized some external factor in order to break through. HMPH, that's none of your business. The leading white-robed elder seems like a mid-level martial honor. He scoffed coldly and stared emotionlessly down at Guruan. Damn girl, your vicious acts are hated by both man and god. Today, the Immortal Realm shall enforce justice in the name of the heavens and wipe you, this disaster of a human, off the face of this earth. It looks to me that the Immortal Realm is still hanging on to this sanctimonious facade. Guruan's lips lifted into a shallow smile as she gazing at the members of the Immortal Realm. If you want my life for the sake of your own private ends, you should just say it straight away. Why make so many excuses? Immortal Realm. Hee hee. I reckon that the people I have killed are only a small scrap of the Immortal Realm. Impudence. The elder's face sank and he retorted with sharp righteousness. Demon woman, do not insult me. The Immortal Realm holds an upright existence on this mainland. The sins you've committed have angered the heavens as well, so the heavens have permitted the Immortal Realm to destroy you. Boom. In that instant, every member of the Immortal Realm emitted a strong aura from their bodies and directed all of it towards Guruan. To them, it does not matter if this demon woman was now at the rank of a martial honor. There were so many of them that the combined coercion should crush her alive. How could one tiny ant go up against so many elephants? That was simply too outrageous. In their hearts, Gu Ruoan was a tiny, weak ant. She could not possibly be a match for them. Gu Ruoan smiled gently. Her clear, cold eyes were still and calm. Then, she gently moved her lips and said, Mei Zhu, Mo Liu, He Bao, and Master Murong, I'll leave the rest to you. Once she spoke, she moved to the side in a flash and simply found a tree to sit herself down so she could watch the scene before her contentedly. The members of the immortal realm were stunned, unsure of what was going on. In the face of so many powerful people before her, she still has the mood to relax and watch the show. Boom. However, at that moment, a few people suddenly appeared from thin air and stood before the members of the immortal realm. Due to the fact that Xiaohe contains an extremely dense amount of spiritual energy which was highly suitable for cultivation and the fact that time moved quicker inside Xiaohe, in contrast to the world outside, everyone has managed to make significant breakthroughs. Especially Master Murong, who had pretty much charged towards the rank of a low-level martial honor. Gu Ruoan did not wish to fight for two reasons. 1. She wanted to let them flex their muscles and 2. These people have used external means to break through to the rank of a martial honor. They were a far cry from the true martial honors like Mei Zhu and the others. Lord Governor, don't worry. Leave these guys to us. Chapter 704, Depart, Kill, 5. Mei Zhu smiled seductively. Even though she had been unable to reach the rank of a mid-level martial honor during her cultivation in Xiaohe, she has risen in battle prowess considerably. Now, these low-level martial honors were no match for her. She was already a formidable adversary for a mid-level martial honor, able to hold her own for about 10 techniques or more. Of course, if the opposition has an unstable aura like the ones before her, she could definitely defeat a mid-level martial honor. You're looking for death. The elder who had projected the aura of a mid-level martial honor changed his expression greatly and charged towards Mei Zhu, ready to attack. However, he was soon in for a shock because the woman before him was simply too fast. She was so fast that he could not even see her. Was this the speed of a low-level martial honor? Impossible. This is impossible. Behind a large tree not too far away, Kun Nan witnessed the scene and staggered back in shock. His face has turned pale and he looked overwhelmed as if he dared not believe what he had just seen. Why does she have so many martial honors under her thumb? Furthermore, how could they hold their own against 10 of the most powerful cultivators in the immortal realm? This can't be real. Gu Ruoan has no background and even with her strong abilities, she was only a low-level martial honor. What capabilities does she have to be able to recruit 4 powerful low-level martial honors? Especially the beautiful yet sickly wheelchair-bound man. Without even standing up, every enemy who comes near him would be hit by an unknown attack and immediately fall to the ground. It was abnormal. These guys are totally abnormal. In his shock and panic, Kun Nan exposed his aura. The wheelchair-bound man sensed his presence and turned towards his hiding spot. He covered his nose in shock and tried to run away. At this very moment, he only had one thought, that was to leave this place. Forget about vengeance, I don't need it anymore. I only want to run away and never see these abnormal weirdos again. Whoosh. As he realized that Kun Nan was trying to run away, Mo Liu shot a silver light from the palm of his hand which landed, of all things, on his thigh. Kun Nan fell stiffly onto the ground and when he tried to get up, he realized that his limbs would not cooperate with him at all. Slowly, the fear in his eyes increased. He was now truly regretting his actions in going against Gu Ruoan. Of course, Gu Ruoan did not seem to notice any of this. She continued to lounge contentedly on the tree. There was a smile in her clear, cold eyes as she witnessed the ongoing battle. Mei Zhu, the 4 of you, I want you to resolve this battle quickly. Suddenly, Mei Zhu and the rest heard Gu Ruoan's voice mid-fight and turned around. 4 weapons were then flung towards them. Next came the woman's clear and serene voice, contract. This. The 4 of them were stunned as they stared in astonishment at the weapons in their hands. The clear spiritual energy rushed into their hearts, clearing their minds. Spiritual weapons. These are actually spiritual weapons. Furthermore, her words mean that she has decided to gift these to us. Mei Zhu and the rest hurriedly suppressed their excitement and shock. They swiftly drew a contract with the spiritual weapons before rejoining the battle once again. Even though the members of the immortal realm had forcibly raised their level of strength, due to the great numbers, fighting them still required quite a bit of stamina. Now, with the spiritual weapons on hand, they moved like fish in water as they cut down one enemy after another. Gu Ruoan had her reasons for gifting those spiritual weapons as well. In the past, she would never have shown them these spiritual weapons. However, once a human enters Xiaohe, they would become restricted by Xiaohe. Those restrictions would not appear to be very obvious except when a person has a traitorous heart. Xiaohe would be able to detect that immediately. Chapter 705, Ling Xiao's Return, 1. As such, with restrictions like these in place, she felt safe in granting him these spiritual gifts. Except. Gu Ruoan gently narrowed her eyes as her gaze fell upon the wheelchair-bound Mo Liu. A pondering look appeared in her eyes. If what I've sensed from Xiaohe is true, then Mo Liu is actually. However, regardless of his identity, he can't harm me now so it has nothing to do with me. Soon, the entire grassland was drenched in blood. The members of the immortal realm who had been hooting and hollering now lay on the ground, silenced. Once all the strong cultivators of the immortal realm has been killed, Gu Ruoan finally turned her gaze towards the panicking Kun Nan. Her expression looked as serene as always, but it was this particular calm from within her which terrified Kun Nan to the bone. He tried to get up but lacked the strength. He could only stare with eyes wide open at the woman who was approaching him. Kun Nan, when we met last time, I had left you with your life. I never expected you to serve yourself up on a plate. Do you remember what I had said back then? You once dared to lay your hands on my elder brother, so I am going to make you pay. Chia Linyu is my kin. Gu Shangshao is my big brother in this lifetime and is someone who would protect me with his life. I won't allow anyone to scheme against him. If anybody dares to do so, they shall be destroyed. What do you want to do? Gu Ruan, you already have the immortal realm as your enemy. If you dare to harm me, my master and the entire Spirit sect would never let you get away with it. Kun Nan screamed as his face completely distorted out of fear. He looked extremely malevolent. Gu Ruan smiled calmly and her eyes were clear, cold and calm. So what? Yes, so what? I was not just about Kun Nan. If the entire Spirit sect were to harbor ill intentions towards Gu Shangshao, she would not mind destroying the entire Spirit sect. Lady Gu, let's talk about this, alright. Kun Nan had wet himself in his extreme fear as his entire being trembled. Just because he had been boasting about taking revenge for Shi Yun does not mean that he was willing to give up his life for it. Now that it has come to a life-threatening point, all thoughts of hatred and vengeance have now been thrown to the back of his mind. He only wants to live. See how young you are. Why would you take things so hard and go against the Spirit sect? If you let me go, I'll never hold a grudge against you nor would I cause you any more trouble. I beg you, let me go. These words were not false. Kun Nan was now so scared out of his wits that if someone was to ask him to send more people after Gu Ruan, he would not dare to do so even if he had been given 100 glasses of liquid courage. Gu Ruan folded her arms across her chest as she stared at Kun Nan's increasing panic attack with a smile that did not reach her eyes. It's all my master's fault. It was my master, the Honorable Sir Lingshang, who had asked me to do it. If you want vengeance, look for him instead. I'm innocent, he had forced me into this. Lady Gu, please let me off, I really don't want to die. Kun Nan threw himself to the ground and shuffled 2 steps forward on his knees. His hands clutched the corner of Gu Ruan's robe as he tugged on it with teary eyes, begging for mercy. Boom. Suddenly, a powerful flame erupted from Gu Ruan's body and threw Kun Nan out of the way. A suffocating aura then enveloped the skies. At that moment, Kun Nan felt as if a large hand had wrapped itself around his neck, making it hard for him to breathe. Get your filthy hands away, don't touch her. The man's eerie voice slammed into Kun Nan's chest, causing his throat to close up. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Gu Ruan's expression slowly softened at the sound of that voice. She turned around and saw the silver-haired man. She smiled at him as she asked, Xiao Yi, why have you come out? Chapter 706, Ling Xiao's Return, 2. If I had not come out, that guy would have just held onto your robe and not let go. Chan Bei Yi frowned and swept his gaze towards the corner of her robe. He said pitifully, get rid of this robe. Alright, Gu Ruan smiled gently, I'll go and change later. Hearing this, Chan Bei Yi's expression softened and his lips curled into a devastating smile. However, his smile disappeared as soon as he turned to the pale-looking Kun Nan on the floor. A powerful aura would burst forth and smashed against Kun Nan once again. So powerful. Kun Nan was shocked and he stared in surprise at the man before him. I felt the Sect Master's coercion before, but this man's aura is much more powerful than the Sect Master's. The Sect Master is also a high-level martial honor. If he's stronger than the Sect Master, could it be that he's a Martial Supreme? When the 2 words appeared in his mind's eye, Kun Nan began to tremble all over. It's all Master's fault. If it wasn't for his schemes, I would never have fallen into such a dangerous situation. It's all his fault. Kun Nan gnashed his teeth hatefully, completely forgetting that it was he who had dragged his master down with him because of Shi Yun. He was also the one who had embarrassed himself in public and wanted to use every possible means to exact revenge. His poor master, the Honorable Sir Lingshang, had always put his disciple's best interest at heart. It was also because of his disciple that he now carries a grudge against Gu Ruan. Nevertheless, even after doing so much for him, he had become the most hated person in Kun Nan's heart. If he ever finds out about this, he would probably be angered to death. Boom. Chan Bei Yi increased the intensity of his aura. At that moment, Kun Nan could clearly hear cracking sounds coming from the bones in his body. Then, he felt the weight of a great mountain pressing on him, making it hard for him to breathe. An extremely powerful cultivator's coercion could even kill his target outright. This was something his master had mentioned to him before, but he had never believed it. Now he knows that there was such a person in the world who could crush someone to death simply with their aura alone. Slowly, Kun Nan's body became numb and blood began to shoot out from within, drenching his entire body. If some unknowing soul were to pass by, they would certainly feel extremely shaken. There was nothing pressed against Kun Nan, yet he was slowly being squashed into a hamburger patty. It was a particularly nauseating sight. Yun sir, let's go. Chan Bei Yi turned away and no longer bothered to look at hamburger patty Kun Nan. His eyes, which had been drenched with murderous intent, immediately softened when they landed on Gu Ruan. He smiled as beautifully as a flower and looked so mesmerizing that he seemed out of this world. Yun sir, are you angry? When he noticed that Gu Ruan had not responded, the smile on Chan Bei Yi's face gradually disappeared. He spoke pitifully, who asked him to pull on your robe? Mei Zhu and the others who were shocked by Chan Bei Yi's quick change in demeanor could not help but twitch their lips when they heard this. This man had killed Kun Nan just because he had pulled on her robe. When it comes to Chan Bei Yi's temper, Gu Ruan knew him like the back of her hand. After knowing him for so many years, as soon as someone lay their hands on a single hair on her head, this man would immediately go on a killing spree without another word. Of course, he would only retaliate in this manner if those people were her enemies. Fathers such as Zhao Shangchen, Zixi, and that child Yi Nuo, regardless of how much Chan Bei Yi hated having them by her side, he would not really hurt them. Xiao Yi, Gu Ruan recomposed her thoughts and asked, has your body fully recovered? Chapter 707, Ling Xiao's Return, 3. Actually, my body is not much of a hindrance to me. When he saw that Gu Ruan was not angry with him, Chanbei heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Ah, right. Didn't you want to visit the Chia family in Heaven City? I'll accompany you there." Gu Ruan had only just put Mei Zhu and the others back into Xiao Hei when she heard the man's voice from above. She was stunned, but before she could react, a hand had reached out and wrapped itself around her waist. Before she knew it, they were flying into the air. Then, when Gu Ruan regained her senses, she realized that she was now right in front of the Chia family home. That's correct. In the blink of an eye, she was already in Heaven City, at the Chia family home. Gu Ruan was shocked. She blinked and stared at the man's peerless face in complete surprise. "Xiao Yi, what's your level of strength now?" "Yun sir," Chanbei Yi smiled. "I have just learned a special technique. I can now carry you for 1,000 kilometers very quickly. I was not able to do it in the past, but ever since my recent awakening, I've been able to fly so much faster now. Next time, no matter where you want to go, I can reach you immediately. This way, if you're ever in any danger, I can save you in the fastest way possible." Whenever he recalled the events which had happened during the divine trials, Chanbei Yi's heart would clench. If I had only been a little faster, she would not have had to suffer such heavy injuries. An eerie light flashed in Chanbei Yi's eyes and his peerless expression was filled with resolve. Nevertheless, whenever he looks at the woman in his arms, the icy chill would melt away, replaced by a sense of warmth. "Yun sir, I've finally found you again after searching for so long. Hence, in this lifetime, I will protect you with my life. Gu girl, you're finally here." Just then, an elderly figure appeared in the doorway. A pained look appeared in Gu Ruan's eyes when she saw the elder, "Master Chia, long time no see. I wonder, do you have any news of Chia Linyu?" Master Chia shook his head bitterly and sighed. "A while ago, I heard someone mention that they had seen someone who looked just like him. However, that person then killed a lot of strong cultivators from the immortal realm. How could you have that level of power? It must have been a mistake." Gu Ruan fell silent before she spoke again. "Master Xiao, if there's no news, then it's also good news. If Yue is still alive, he'll definitely return." "That's true." Master Chia sighed and smiled bitterly. These past years have clearly aged him. His grey hair was vast and hazy. It was a heartbreaking sight. "By the way, Master Chia, why had you summoned me?" Gu Ruan asked puzzledly. "From my observation, the Chia family does not seem to be in danger. Why had Master Chia summoned me?" "Gu girl, something has happened to Lord Ling Xiao." "Ling Xiao?" Gu Ruan's expression changed immediately and her eyes sank. "What has happened to the Black Tortoise?" Ling Xiao was an important friend of the Azure Dragon and the White Tiger. Furthermore, she had agreed to help Ling Xiao. She had not anticipated that something would have happened to him. If something bad has happened to him, I would never forgive myself. "Lord Ling Xiao, it seems that he can't go on any longer." Master Chia's entire face was filled with sorrow and bitterness, so I sent word to the Dongfang family to ask you to come here. Perhaps you might have a way to release Lord Ling Xiao. Gu Ruan pondered for a moment before raising her head to face Master Chia. "Take me to Ling Xiao." Chapter 708, Ling Xiao's Return, 4. "All right, Gu girl, follow me." Master Chia glanced at Gu Ruan and sighed again. He then turned around and led the way to the underground chamber. At this moment in the underground chamber, a pale-looking old man was lying curled up on the ground. He looked as if he was suffering immensely and was under some form of torture. The old man opened his tired eyes. He seemed to have sensed their footsteps from far away. He turned towards the figure in green approaching him and tried to speak but could only whisper weakly, "You're here. Ling Xiao, what on earth happened? The longevity pill should have helped to support you for another 10 years. Why have you become this way so suddenly? Furthermore, in order to prevent Ling Xiao from enduring any more torture, I had placed a stand-in as well. What's happened to him?" Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. "It seems that I can't go on any longer. It's a good thing that you're here so that I can see my friends one last time. Will you let me see the White Tiger and the Azure Dragon? Unfortunately, I still haven't seen the Vermilion Bird. Between the four of us, the Vermilion Bird is the one with the purest mind and would easily fall for the lies of others. I really can't stop worrying." Just as he was speaking, two figures rushed out from Gu Ruan's body. "Ling Xiao, what has happened to you?" Yunya's entire face was filled with anxiety. Her eyes were full of concern and worry as she asked, "You were alright not too long ago, how had this happened all of a sudden?" The Azure Dragon, Tianqing, did not speak. His handsome face was lost in deep thought as his profound eyes observed Ling Xiao. His thoughts were unreadable. "Please step aside," Gu Ruan calmly requested. Hearing this, Yunyao and Tianqing made a pathway, allowing the woman to approach Ling Xiao's side. "I initially intended to wait for Zixi to come back to life before helping you break the seal. Now, it seems that I have no other way. I can only try." Yunya's eyes shone as she asked, "Master, can you save Ling Xiao?" Gu Ruan shook her head. "I'm not 100% certain. Truthfully speaking, I'm not even 50% certain." It's true, this was the least certain Gu Ruan has ever been, yet it was also something that she absolutely must do. Yunyao felt anxious. She knew that since Gu Ruan has said it, that proves that she was completely uncertain of whether she could break Ling Xiao out of this formation. "I want all of you to wait outside first. I need to be here alone. Master Chia, remember, before Ling Xiao and I emerge, you mustn't let anyone inside. Otherwise, not only would I fail in breaking this formation, both Ling Xiao and I will lose our lives." The woman slowly raised her head. Her clear and cold eyes looked extremely grave. Having followed Gu Ruan for such a long time, this was the first time Yunyao had ever seen Gu Ruan look like that. Even when faced with countless life-threatening dangers, she has never looked this grim. Could it be that saving Ling Xiao is really that difficult? Her heart clenched at the thought of this. She wanted to speak but was stopped by Tianqing. Yunyao, let's go. Tianqiong frowned and turned to the woman in green before them. His lips moved a little. You must watch out for your own safety. If you're faced with something you can't do, don't force it. The 4 divine beasts owe you quite enough. He then held Yunyao's hand and walked out the door. I'll stay with you. Chanbeiyi's eyes fell upon the girl's lucid and elegant face. An unknown light flashed in his peerless features. I'm worried about you. Hearing this, Guruan nodded and smiled gently. All right. Chapter 709, Ling Xiao's Return, 5. Very soon, aside from Chanbeiyi, the rest of them had left the stone chamber. Everything was now silent. Ling Xiao laughed bitterly. If you really can't do it, just give up on me, my death won't be regretted. You are the Azure Dragon and White Dragon's savior. I won't drag you down with me. Guruan did not speak, but her clear, cold eyes flashed with determination. She slowly walked towards Ling Xiao. At that moment, she let out all of the coercion from her body, turning it into a hurricane which spiraled around her surroundings. Her hair danced in the wild winds, setting off her increasingly elegant and moving features. With every step she took, Ling Xiao's heart grew heavier and heavier. The bitter smile on his elderly face became more obvious than ever. Boom. The woman's fist landed fiercely on the stone wall of the formation. A strong crack sounded and the wall shook so much that her body was shaken as well. A gash appeared on her arm and fresh blood began to trickle down from the wound. Yunsa. Chanbeiyi felt an ache in his heart and quickly stepped forward to support Guruan's trembling body. He wrinkled his brows and said, I'll do it. No. Guruan shook her head and her eyes were resolute. Xiaoyi, your powers are indeed great, but this formation can't be broken by brute force. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would not have been locked in here for so many years. At that time, Zixi had informed me that there was only one way to break the formation. Only the power of the soul can do it. I have 2 souls within me, so only I can break this formation. She knew that Chanbeiyi was now very powerful, but this was something that only she who has experienced a rebirth can do. For anyone else, even a martial saint was here, they would never be able to break this formation. This was why Guruan had not asked Chanbeiyi for help. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Each time Guruan's fist slammed on the shapeless formation, a ray of light would flash and strike back fiercely at her. Her arm was now drenched in blood, but she never even furrowed her brow. Xiaoyi, help me retrieve a few rocks. Guruan staggered back and turned around to speak to Chanbeiyi. Chanbeiyi gently nodded as his eyes swept towards Guruan's wounded arm. Aside from a clear heartache in his eyes, most of it was an infinite amount of murderous intent. Clearly, he wanted to kill the person who had created this formation. Boom. Guruan's arm did not stop. After countless blows, the light from the formation began to grow weaker. A loud clacking sound could be heard as a transparent crack appeared in thin air. As this formation could not be seen with the naked eye, the unknowing passerby who has seen the crack would have thought that a rip had formed in the air. Very soon, Chanbeiyi returned with the stones and walked towards Guruan. Guruan had no time to say anything to him. She took one of the stones and threw it at the mid-sized crack in the formation. Then, she placed the other outside of the formation to create another formation. Now, I'm going to use my formation to smash through the formation that the other person had created. This way, Ling Xiao would be able to leave this place. That being said, this was also the most difficult part. If the opposition was too powerful, both she and Ling Xiao will lose their lives. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Guruan finished arranging the formation, the ground began to shake. A ray of white light charged into the skies, enveloping the entire stone chamber. Chapter 710, Ling Xiao's Return, 6. On the East Peak mainland. A man was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed on the holy altar suddenly opened his eyes. His expression slowly turned ugly and an eerie sneer formed on the corners of his lips. Someone has touched my formation. He laughed icily as ridicule spread throughout his face. The Black Tortoise, Ling Xiao. You once rejected the offer to become this Holy One's mount. As a result, you had been left to waste your life away in the formation created by this Holy One. Nobody would be able to help you. Anyone who tries will die. Boom. In the middle of the white light, Guruan could feel a powerful force smashing into her chest. She staggered back and a trickle of blood began to flow from the corner of her lips. At this moment, she cared about nothing else and hurriedly used all of her willpower to resist the attack from the opposition's formation. Aarrgghh. Suddenly, a heart-rending scream pierced through the walls and out of the stone chamber. Everyone from the entire Chia family could hear it clearly. Ling Xiao began writhing on the floor in agony. He did not know what was going on either. He felt as if his entire body was wrapped in burning flames and he would turn into ashes in the very next second. Ling Xiao, your life is at an end. This Holy One has permitted you to stay alive for so long, yet you've shown no gratitude for my generosity. Instead, you would dare to try and escape. Last time, you had used a body double as a substitute for my punishment and I have yet to collect that debt. Now, you've even brought these people. Ling Xiao, since this is your choice, this Holy One shall turn your body into a toy for fire and burn you alive. The voice was grave and stern. The person sounded like a noble supreme ruler who was above all and looked down with disdain upon all living things. However, upon hearing that man's voice, a powerful, raging flame erupted within Guruan and burst forth. Her voice dripped with an intense bloodlust. It's you. You're the one who has brought harm to the Azure Dragon and the others. You're the one behind all of this. She would never forget the person's voice no matter how many tens of thousands of years may pass. If it had not been for him, Zixi would never have been reduced to a phoenix egg. If it had not been for him, Shiyun would never have come into existence. Ha ha ha. That voice laughed wildly. Following that, Gu Ruoan felt a heaviness within her body, almost paralyzing her. However, at the most critical moment, an arm reached out from behind and pulled her into a tight embrace. At the same time, the coercion disappeared and the white light dispersed. The stone chamber had returned to silence once more. However, when her eyes fell upon Chanbei, Gu Ruoan jumped with fright. Regardless of how much anger the man had displayed in the past, he has never looked as if he had just crawled out from the depths of hell and was drenched in an eerie aura. His already terrifying crimson eyes had turned a deep blood red. His peerless features were completely shrouded in a cold, terrifying light. His red robes fluttered despite there being no wind. His silver hair danced around his face and a thick murderous intent erupted, enough to cause anyone to shudder with fear. Gu Ruoan had a feeling that if that man had been here, Chanbei would have immediately sliced him into pieces. No. Perhaps slicing him up would not be enough. The aura reeking from his body was far too thick, but she could not tell what grudge Chanbei held against that man. Chanbei, it seems that you remember who I am now. Ha ha ha. I really didn't think that from that past turmoil, the number one man in all of the heavens would have turned into the world's first demon. Have you forgotten why your hair had turned into that particular color? TSK, you look so different from how you had looked like in the past. That man who addressed himself as, this Holy One, burst into laughter. His voice carried a palpable sense of mockery. Chapter 711, Ling Xiao's Return, 7. How unfortunate, you now have your memories back but she knows nothing. However, Chanbei, once she regains all her memories, she would leave you because she'll never forgive you for everything you've done. Ha 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 ha. Chanbei tightened his grip around Gu Ruoan and his peerless face was now an extremely terrifying sight to behold. He gently pursed his blooded lips, his thoughts unreadable. Alright, that's enough chit-chat for today. Ling Xiao will die right here, right now. I won't let you have him. Boom. Ling Xiao's already pale face grew even paler under the intense power. Now, the formation was like a large mountain which crushed his body and suffocated him. There was clearly no fire on his body, yet his entire being felt as if he was engulfed in flames. Ling Xiao believes that if this continues on, his vital organs would be turned to ash. You want to kill Ling Xiao? Gu Ruoan sneered, not if I can do something about it. She no longer allowed herself to be distracted and hurriedly used the formation she had constructed to fight back. However, even though the opposition was now heavily wounded because of Zixi, a formation built by a martial saint was not at a level where she could hold her own. As such, this was why she had said that she was not even 50% certain about her success. Yunsa. Chanbei turned towards Gu Ruoan. When his blood-red eyes gazed upon the woman next to him, all traces of murderous intent vanished and was replaced by an endless warmth. Do you trust me? Gu Ruoan nodded, I trust you. No matter what anyone says, I will always trust Chanbei. I believe that this man would never ever harm me. Since you trust me, you must do as I say. Chanbei spoke through gritted teeth, let go of all your mental strength, stop trying to control this formation. Gu Ruoan was stunned. Relinquish control over this formation. Doesn't this mean that I would give up on Ling Xiao's and my own life? Because that man is not here and has only been projecting his voice through the formation, his resistance is through this formation as well. If I stop resisting, everyone is going to die inside the formation. Why would Chanbei ask me to do such a thing? All right. Gu Ruoan smiled gently. She trusts Chanbei, this man who loved her more than life itself. He would never do anything to harm her. Since he has asked me to relinquish control over the formation, I will do exactly as he says. At that moment, Gu Ruoan withdrew all of her strength and lost her control. The rocks placed on the floor instantly became gloomy and useless. Chanbei. Just as Gu Ruoan grasped what Chanbei was about to do, an angered howl sounded through the void, you vile, treacherous thing. The feeling is mutual. Chanbei smiled and that smile was different from the rest. It hinted at someone who was about to get his way. How does it feel to be attacked by your own power? You. The voice grew increasingly angry. The man gritted his teeth and said, Chanbei, just you wait until I leave this place. I will give you a taste of a fate worse than death. The voice then grew softer and softer before fading away altogether. Alright, Chanbei turned towards Gu Ruoan, you can start smashing the formation. That guy can't control it anymore. Chapter 712, Ling Xiao's Return, 8. Xiao Yi, what's the meaning of this? Gu Ruoan was completely dumbstruck as she stared in astonishment at Chanbei. Why had he suddenly? This. Chanbei blinked and smiled. It's actually very simple. I only redirected the power he sent out through the formation back to him. Gu Ruoan blinked and looked slightly suspicious. By the way, what kind of memories was he talking about? Chanbei's chest tightened and he subconsciously tightened his grip on Gu Ruoan. Yunsa, that's a matter that I can't reveal to you just yet. When the time is right, I'll tell you everything, alright. Gu Ruoan gently nodded, alright, I'll wait until you're willing to tell me everything. For now, let's get Ling Xiao out of here. Without that man standing in the way, Gu Ruoan easily released Ling Xiao from the formation. The moment he stepped out of the formation, Ling Xiao looked as if he had been reborn and burst into such joyous laughter. After all these years, it has been such a long time since he has been able to laugh out loud without any inhibition. Upon hearing that laughter, the people waiting outside the door immediately rushed right back in. When she saw Ling Xiao emerge from the formation, Yunya's lips trembled, momentarily unable to speak. An uncontrollable bout of tears began to stream down her face. She hurriedly covered her lips to stop herself from crying out. Ling Xiao, congratulations. Tiancheng stepped forward and patted Ling Xiao on the shoulder. His handsome face lit up with a smile, we're finally reunited. Ling Xiao smiled and sighed. Unfortunately, the vermilion bird's whereabouts are still unknown. I don't know where that fellow has gone to or whether that fellow had suffered any abuse. That one is far too naive, the kind who would continuously fall for deceit and still help that person out. Don't worry, we'll find the vermilion bird. Tiancheng smiled broadly, but there was a complex look in his eyes. However, I don't think that the vermilion bird is on this mainland. Not on this mainland. Ling Xiao was in a daze. You're saying that the vermilion bird is still at the East Peak mainland? That should be it. Over the past year or two, Yun Yao and I have traveled across the entire West Spread mainland. Forget about the tracks, we couldn't even detect any trace of the vermilion bird's aura. We'll need to leave this mainland in order to find the vermilion bird. Hearing Tiancheng's explanation, everyone fell silent. East Peak mainland. That was a mainland far more superior in power than the West Spread mainland. There were countless powerful cultivators at every corner and even a few martial saints. We should leave as well. Guruan returned to her senses and a light flashed in her eyes. Let's go back to the Dongfang family home first. Then, without any further hesitation, she walked out of the stone chamber. At the Dongfang family home. Guruan had only just set foot in her home when she collided head-on with a man. Standing before her was a man dressed in richly embroidered robes with a face as smooth as jade. His features were handsome and refined with a kindly smile upon his lips. His voice was like clear fresh water, but when his eyes fell upon the woman before him, they became filled with uncontrollable emotion. Yunsa, you're back. Uncle. Guruan stared into space before nodding. I had arrived here earlier on, but I had to go out on an errand. Uncle, why didn't I see you when I was back last time? Well, you, young lady, had dumped a terrible mess on us and left. Dongfang Xiao's laughed bitterly. His gentle, jade-like face smiled weakly as he continued. I had to make a trip to Azure Dragon Country to help you manage the 100 Herb Hall. Over the past few years, the 100 Herb Hall has expanded in power. It was certainly no loss for me when I had given it to you all those years ago. Chapter 713, Ling Xiao's Return, 9. Whenever she thought of what he had done for her in the past, Guruan's heart would soften. It goes without saying that in the initial stages of her breakthrough, Dongfang Xiao's has been a great help. It was likely that at the time, Dongfang Xiao's had no idea that the frail and weak young girl would have transformed herself so quickly. In just a short span of 6 to 7 years, she has grown to a point where even the 3 great authorities had to be wary of her presence. He was lucky enough to have noticed the light within her, back when she was still a weakling. By the way, Yunsa, a while ago I heard someone mentioning that a young man had come to see you. A young man. Guruan frowned with a puzzled look in her eyes. Did he mention his name? No, he left once he learned that you were not around. According to the description from the guards, this young man had delicate and pretty features. His eyes were particularly clear and he wore green robes which looked similar to yours. He should be about 16 to 17 years of age. Guruan's heart clenched and her clear eyes were overcome with emotion. Could it be? Was that young man Yue? That's right, it must have been Yue. It can't be anyone else but Yue. Yue is still alive. Uncle, it seems that our maternal grandmother's birthday is just 1 month away. A light flashed in Guruan's eyes. I'd like to ask you to send out invites to as many organizations as you can. Those organizations must be the best of the best in the mainland, including 3 great authorities as well. All right. Dongfang Xiao's nodded. 2 of the 3 great authorities shouldn't be a problem, but the Immortal Realm has a grudge against you. I'm afraid that they won't come. Guruan smiled. They'll come. Dongfang Xiao's eyes flashed with surprise when he saw the resolve on her face, but he did not comment on it. He smiled warmly. Then I'll make the arrangements. You must be tired from your journey. Go get some rest. Your previous room is waiting for you. Before he left, Dongfang Xiao's glanced at Chanbei, who was by Guruan's side. However, from the very beginning, the man's eyes seemed to follow only Guruan. No matter what anyone said, he did not seem to hear a thing. It was as if nothing interested him except for matters concerning Guruan. Dongfang Xiao smiled with delight. With a man like that by Yun's side, I can rest assured. Just as Dongfang Xiao's made the announcement, the entire mainland dove into a hurricane of speculation. Someone, somewhere, had spread the word that the maternal granddaughter of the Dongfang family, Guruan, had reached the rank of a martial honor. What does being at the rank of a martial honor mean? It was the most powerful rank on this mainland. How had a 20-year-old woman managed to achieve such a feat? As such, many were skeptical at the news. Some flatly refused to believe it, considering it some sort of diversion from the Dongfang family. Still, Chanbei's massacre of the Immortal Realm cultivators during the divine trials was deeply etched in the minds of every single person. No one could forget it. Regardless of whether they believed Guruan's rise to the rank of a martial honor or not, many powerful cultivators rushed to attend the party due to Lan Yushi's influence in the mainland. Even the spirit sect of the 3 great authorities stepped out and gave the Dongfang family a reply. They would definitely send representatives on the day of Lan Yushi's birthday celebration. When they saw that the spirit sect had made a decision, the courts of hell could not fall behind. Furthermore, Guruan had once saved Elder Ju and their palace lord. Hence, they did not hesitate to send their reply either. Chapter 714, Ling Xiao's Return, 10. The organization which had really set tongues wagging was the Immortal Realm. After all, the Immortal Realm held a grudge against Guruan, so why would they attend Lan Yushi's birthday celebration? It was hard to say, but if they do decide to come, it would surely be because they wanted to cause trouble. Knowing the Immortal Realm's petty nature, how could they possibly spare anyone in the Dongfang family? Under the fervent discussions of many, the day of Lan Yushi's birthday celebration finally arrived. Nightfall. The Dongfang family home was illuminated with many lanterns. The banquet hall was filled with many wonderful-smelling delicacies. Lan Yuge, supported by Master Dongfang, slowly approached the seat of the master. A graceful smile played on her lips from the very beginning. It goes without saying that due to proper body maintenance, Lan Yuge still looked as young as a 20-year-old and was stunningly beautiful. Due to this, she immediately attracted a lot of attention. Ahem. Master Dongfang was not happy at all. He placed his fist on the side of his belt buckle and cleared his throat. He glared at anyone who even dares to look at his wife and scoffed coldly. His elderly face was filled with jealousy. It seems that I should probably request for a, what do you call it, beauty rejuvenation pill from my maternal granddaughter. To prevent people from staring at my wife every time we go out. They don't even care that I'm standing right next to her. That's just intolerable bullying. If it were not for his wife's intervention, he would have torn out their eyes long ago. The medicine order is here to congratulate Mistress Dongfang on her birthday. Just then, a voice rang out from outside the door. Gu Ruoan raised an eyebrow and swept her gaze towards that voice with a smile which did not reach her eyes. When she saw Rongxin leading a group of girls as she entered the room, a hint of amusement appeared in her eyes. Rongxin clearly noticed Gu Ruoan as well, but she did not comment on it. She continued to walk forward before joining her fists and saying, "Congratulations, Madame Dongfang. Servants, present Mistress Dongfang's gift." During this period of time, she had gathered information on Gu Ruoan's identity. As it turns out, she was the master of the 100 Herb Hall and had the support of the Dongfang family. It seems that if she really planned on killing this woman, it would not be easy. She could not show any sign of murderous intent, especially in front of Lan Yuge. After all, the medicine order was no match for the Dongfang family at the moment. "Thank you, Order Master Rongxin." Lan Yuge smiled serenely and waved her hand. "Servants, take Order Master Rongxin's gift away. Order Master Rongxin, please have a seat." Then, she turned towards Gu Ruoan who was seated next to her. "Little girl, where is Xiao Yi? I don't see him." "I don't know." Gu Ruoan shook her head. "He mentioned that he had something to take care of and that he'll be here once he's done." Gu Ruoan frowned. "I haven't even seen Xiao Yi's shadow over these past few days. I don't know what he's up to." "Master, mistress." Lan Yuge was just about to speak when she was abruptly cut off. She gravely knit her beautiful brows and asked, "What's the matter?" "Reporting to the mistress, the Strud sect has arrived to congratulate you." "Oh." Lan Yuge raised an eyebrow. "Who is the representative of the Strud sect?" "The young master of the Strud sect. Gu Shangshao." "Russell." Gu Ruoan immediately rose to her feet when she heard this. Her clear, cold eyes were overcome with a never-before-seen emotion. Her eyes fixed squarely upon the night sky outside the banquet hall as her entire being shook with excitement. Shangshao. Master Dongfang and Lan Yuge went into shock at the very same time. Then, their faces broke into pure joy as they excitedly directed their attention to the door. Chapter 715, A Shocking Birthday. 1. The crowd watched as a stern figure appeared before their eyes. They saw a man walking in the moonlight. He looked extremely handsome with chiseled features. His cold, dark eyes became gentle at the sight of the woman in green before him, Yunse. Gu Ruoan quickly stepped out from Lan Yuge's side and appeared in front of Gu Shangshao in a flash. Her eyes were shining with emotion. "Big brother, you've come out." Gu Shangshao nodded as his calloused hand stroked Gu Ruoan's hair. The amount of tenderness in his gaze was as deep as the sea, enough to drown a person alive. "I heard about the events which had transpired since I was away. I never thought that you would have to endure so much during that time. From now on, Big Brother will protect you, all right." Gu Ruoan's eyes flashed with surprise as she stared at the man before her. She could sense very clearly that this man was now a high-level martial honor. Where on earth had he gone in order to raise his level of power so quickly? Shangshao. Lan Yuge's expression was filled with immense joy. She gazed at the stern face before her and her eyes filled with pain. "You look just like your father, so very much alike. When I look at the both of you, it's almost like you and Gu Qian have reappeared once again." Gu Shangshao gently pursed his lips. There was a cold firmness in the set of his mouth. After a long pause, he made his way to Lan Yuge and Master Dongfang. He then threw himself down and knelt on the floor, exclaiming, "Maternal grandfather, maternal grandmother, your grandson has arrived to pay you a visit. Good child, please stand up." Lan Yuge hurriedly stooped down and pulled Gu Shangshao up from the ground. She discreetly wiped a tear from the corner of her eyes as she gazed at the man in front of her, looking absolutely pleased. "Even thought Yue is no longer here, she's left the two of you for me. I'm now content." Master Dongfang tried to say something but kept it to himself in the end. He patted Lan Yuge's shoulder in a comforting manner. "Don't worry, didn't Yunse say that Gu Qian and Yue are still alive? Someday, our family will be reunited. If that truly happens, it would be wonderful." Lan Yuge laughed bitterly and sighed helplessly. She held onto Gu Ruoan with one hand and Gu Shangshao with the other and walked towards the seat of the master, seating them beside her. "Ladies and gentlemen, you already know my maternal granddaughter, Gu Ruoan. This is my maternal grandson, Gu Shangshao." Boom. The crowd immediately went into a sensation. Unless we've heard this wrong, this grim-faced man seems to the young sect master of the Strut sect. The young sect master of the Strut sect is Lan Yuge's maternal grandson. It seems that the Dongfang family has increased their prestige. No one can provoke them now. Rongxin clenched her fair, white fist as a malicious glint flashed in her eyes like a dagger. "When I first found out that Gu Ruoan is a member of the Dongfang family, I knew that killing her would be extremely difficult. Now, the Strut sect has become involved as well. This will make it even more difficult to go against her. If I can't kill this woman, I will never be able to kill that SLT, Wei Yi. No. This won't do. I must find a way to kill them both." Suddenly, she felt a pair of eyes watching her. Rong Sin hurriedly withdrew the murderous intent in her eyes and turned to face Gu Ruoan as she broke into a smile. Gu Ruoan glanced at Rong Sin with a smile that did not reach her eyes. She soon withdrew her gaze after that. Chapter 716, A Shocking Birthday. 2. Honestly speaking, there was no need for her to pay any attention to someone like Rong Sin. Reporting to the master, mistress. The palace lord and the young master of the courts of hell have arrived to give the congratulations. Before the crowd could calm down, another announcement was made. When they heard this announcement, the crowd immediately burst into another frenzy. Gu Shangshao's attendance was considered to be within expectations. After all, he was a member of the Dongfang family as well. However, to have the palace lord and the young master of the courts of hell personally make an appearance, with the prestigious titles, sending out a random disciple would have been more than enough. A flash of purple robes appeared from outside the door and the crowd watched as a handsome man slowly entered with a 10-year-old youth in hand. A group of chamberlains followed closely behind them. Lan Yush hurriedly rose to her feet and was just about to go down and welcome them when the palace lord waved his hand and stopped her in her tracks. Mistress Dongfang, there's no need for ceremony. This is your birthday celebration and I'm here to give you my wishes. The palace lord smiled and said, furthermore, I want to thank Lady Gu for saving my life. Even though it was actually the ghost doctor who had cleared the poison from him, the ghost doctor belonged under Gu Ruoan as well. If it had not been for Gu Ruoan, he could not possibly have hired the ghost doctor no matter how much he had been willing to pay. Unwittingly, his words caused the few ignorant parties to direct their attention to Gu Ruoan. Their eyes flashed with deep astonishment and shock. Palace lord, you are too kind. Lan Yush smiled and exclaimed. This is just something that I ought to do. If it wasn't for Lady Gu, I would have been dead by now. The palace lord turned towards Gu Ruoan and smiled. Lady Gu has not only helped Elder Ju in curing his ailing body, allowing him to break through to become a martial honor, she had even pulled me from the clutches of death. So, naturally, I must pay my respects to you, Mistress Dongfang. Boom. It almost seems like a strong hurricane had just crashed through the room. Everyone present was gaping in shock. Elder Ju's ailment was common knowledge to everyone in this room. It was an illness which every doctor on the mainland had declared to be incurable. Yet she had somehow managed to cure him and in the process helped him to break through to the rank of a martial honor. This woman, what kind of abnormality is she? Lan Yush was in shock as well but she kept her cool and smiled. You must have had a very long and tiring journey, Palace Lord. Servants, please hurry up and add more seats. Yes. The Palace Lord smiled and walked hand in hand with the young master to their seats which were specially provided by Lan Yush. Whenever his eyes fell upon Gu Ruoan, his gaze would become filled with gratitude. He will remember her kindness for the rest of his life. I didn't think that the Palace Lord of the Amethyst Underworld Palace would personally make an appearance. Rong Sin clenched her fist tighter and tighter. Her nails dug into her skin but she did not seem to feel it at all. Her eyes were filled with hatred and anger. I can't accept this. I can't accept the fact that SLT, Wei Yi, has won. One day, I will have them completely defeated and fallen from grace. I'll ensure that they meet a tragic end. Actually, Gu Ruoan and Rong Sin had nothing personal against one another. However, Rong Sin hated Wei Yi so deeply that even Gu Ruoan had ended up being dragged into her vendetta. Hehe, I wonder if this honorable one has arrived too late. Suddenly, a maniacal laughter rang out from thin air. Before anyone could regain their senses, they saw a group of men in white descending from the skies and walking into the grand hall. Standing in front of the white-robed group was a middle-aged man. His expression was cold and haughty. The powerful aura emitting from his body immediately made everyone in the room feel suffocated. Chapter 717, A Shocking Birthday. 3. This, high-level martial honor, is he. The immortal master of the immortal realm. Unexpectedly, someone other than the Palace Lord of the Courts of Hell had made a personal appearance. The immortal master of the immortal realm has arrived as well. Heavens, the Dongfang family garners too much respect. Not only did they manage to invite the three great authorities, even the most important figures have gathered here tonight. Whoosh. Gu Shangshao fiercely rose to his feet. His grim eyes shot towards the conceited-looking man as he said, Immortal Master of the Immortal Realm, I didn't think that you'd actually grace the Dongfang family with your presence. Unfortunately, if you plan on causing trouble here, don't blame me for my lack of courtesy. Hehe, the Immortal Master chuckled softly. His eyes swept below him before finally landing on Gu Shangshao's handsome face. He sneered, if the Strud Sect's master was here, he would have the authority to speak to me. Unfortunately, you don't. Boom. The Immortal Master released his high-level martial honor aura and aimed it all at Gu Shangshao like a hurricane. However, Gu Shangshao's expression did not change as he stood beneath the torrential winds. His handsome face was as grim as ever. The Immortal Master was slightly taken aback. He withdrew his aura and fixed his gaze upon Gu Shangshao. A high-level martial honor. I didn't think that you'd actually break through to a high-level martial honor. Now, you have some semblance of authority to speak to me. What? A high-level martial honor. The crowd went into shock. The initially silent crowd now began to whisper amongst one another under their breaths. Every one of them was aware of what being a high-level martial honor meant. This young sect master of the Strud Sect has actually reached the rank of a high-level martial honor. This means that he was on the same level as the Immortal Master of the Immortal Realm. However, it seems that Gu Shangshao does not place any importance on the Immortal Master's words. Gu Shangshao's grim eyes stared coldly at the Immortal Master's arrogant visage. A cold light flashed in his handsome, chiseled face. If you're here as a guest, the Dongfang family welcomes you. If you're here to cause trouble, then the Strud Sect will not stand idly by. The same goes for me. The Lord of the Amethyst Underworld Palace slowly rose to his feet. A smile appeared on his handsome visage, but his words sounded more like a warning. The Dongfang family can be considered as my savior. If you even think of touching him, the Amethyst Underworld Palace will never condone it. They have all heard of the feud between Gu Ruan and the Immortal Realm. So, no one believed that the Immortal Master of the Immortal Realm had simply come here just to pay his respects to Lan Yuge. Clearly, one should beware of suspicious folk bearing gifts. They are sure to be ill-intentioned. Ha, ha, ha. Suddenly, the Immortal Master laughed maniacally. His laughter pierced through the night sky and was filled with unbridled arrogance. His inky black hair danced in the wild winds. When paired with that over-the-top laugh, it was an extremely terrifying sight. You've both gotten it wrong. I've come here today to send my regards to the mistress of the Dongfang family. And another thing, he paused, directing his sharp gaze towards Gu Ruan, who had remained silent the entire time. He then spoke in a compelling manner. Lady Gu, your powers and talents are indeed astounding. I've come here in regards to another matter. All of you know that the battle between this mainland and the demons will be arriving very soon. As such, I'm here to invite Lady Gu to join the Immortal Realm so that we can stand together and win the next battle. Actually, since Gu Ruan has killed so many members of the Immortal Realm, the Immortal Master dearly wished that he could take this woman's life. However, at the same time, to lose a genius of her caliber would be very unfortunate. Chapter 718, A Shocking Birthday. 4. Hence, he had decided to give her one last chance. If Gu Ruan agrees to join the Immortal Realm, he would let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, this woman would not be spared. You. Lan Yuge's face was ashen. She clenched her fist so tightly that it trembled. If Master Dongfang had not attempted to calm her down, she would probably have ended up playing right into the Immortal Master's hands. Maternal grandmother, Gu Shangshao, shot Lan Yuge a meaningful look and shook his head. He then turned towards the Immortal Master again and spoke to him in a rather grim voice. My younger sister will never join the Immortal Realm. That one reply sent the Immortal Master's thoughts flying right back. Gu Shangshao. The Immortal Master's expression was an extremely ugly sight to behold, and a cold light flashed in his haughty eyes. I've mentioned this before, you only have the right to speak to me now, but you don't have the right to criticize or issue orders to me. Even if your master was here, he would not be worthy either. The Immortal Realm is certainly awe-inspiring. Not only do they threaten the younger generation, they place no importance upon the other two great authorities. Everyone else may fear the Immortal Realm, but I, the Honorable Poison Master, have never been afraid of you. Suddenly, a cold and eerie laugh pierced through the night sky, falling into every ear of everyone present. Under the cold glow of the moon, a figure dressed in black robes appeared. The elder, who was enveloped in darkness, descended from the skies. His face was dark and eerie, yet despite the smile on his face, it was difficult to change the rigidness of his expression. The Honorable Poison Master. What was this guy doing here? This time, even Master Dongfang and Lan Yuge were in shock. While the Honorable Poison Master's powers could not be compared with the powerful cultivators of the three great authorities, he was still quite famous on the mainland, especially for his perfect expertise in the art of poison, which was absolutely terrifying. However, this time, the Dongfang family had not invited him to the banquet, so what is he doing here? Furthermore, he seems to be protecting the Dongfang family. Your Excellency, the Honorable Poison Master, Lan Yuge rose to her feet and asked in a courteous manner, may I ask what business you have with us today? The Honorable Poison Master waved his hand and walked towards Gu Ruan before the eyes of the crowd. Little girl, you've certainly made an old man like me search high and low during this time. It's been a few years, I wonder if you've built an organization yet. The Honorable Poison Master smiled eerily. I've mentioned this to you before, that if you do manage to build your own organization, I will certainly join you. The Honorable Poison Master had mentioned this to Gu Ruan before. He has engraved it in his memories. Lan Yuge looked extremely shocked. She widened her beautiful eyes at the woman who was seated next to her. Yunsa, what's the meaning of this? Without having to mention the fact that the Honorable Poison Master was already a martial honor, simply based on his strange personality, he would normally refuse to accept any disciples, what more agree to join someone's organization. Yet he himself had made such a promise. Also, it had been to a woman who was much weaker than he was. Regardless of how many rumors were circulating concerning Gu Ruan's breakthrough to the rank of a martial honor, what one hears might be hearsay, but seeing is believing. They had not believed in those rumors at all and still thought of Gu Ruan as a martial emperor from 2 years back. Besides, her breakthrough to martial emperor was not too long ago. How could she have broken through to martial honor in such a short period of time? Rong Sin's expression was growing uglier by the second. She fixated her malicious glare towards that elegant face as she clenched her fists tightly next to her body. She took a deep breath to suppress the raging fire within her soul. Gu Ruan smiled calmly but made no remark. She turned her head towards the Immortal Master and spoke in a clear, cold voice, my apologies. I had once rejected an offer from the Immortal Realm, and now, more than ever, I won't agree to your terms. I, Gu Ruan, have never willingly served anyone. Most importantly, even if the Immortal Realm can forget everything which I'd done to you, I can't forget the harm you had brought to the people around me during those years. From the very moment Xiao Yi had fallen into his coma, I have vowed to the Immortal Realm and I will remain mortal enemies for life. Chapter 719, A Shocking Birthday. 5. Mortal Enemies. The words echoed through the crowd and only dissipated after a long period of time. Some families who on good terms with the Dongfang family began to show anxiety as they constantly looked over at Lan Yuge, wishing that they could convince her to placate Gu Ruan. After all, the Immortal Realm was simply too terrifying. Even if Gu Ruan was a genius, there was still a chance that she could come to a premature end. Even if her brother was now a high-level martial honor and the young sect master of the Spirit sect, he was only the young sect master. How could the Spirit Sect possibly want to become enemies with the Immortal Realm at a time like this? By then, the person who ends up being left behind would be her. This girl really has no concept of what's good for her. The crowd sighed at the thought as they shook their heads exasperatedly. Those who have longed for the Dongfang family's downfall, however, were clearly rejoicing in their misfortune, especially Rong Xin. She held on to the highest of hopes that Gu Ruoan would seriously anger the Immortal Master. Once that happens, she could utilize the Immortal Realm's hand in helping her to get rid of this calamity. Just then, a wave of uniform footsteps sounded from outside the hall, immediately drawing the crowd's attention. What's going on? What's that sound? Why does it feel like a large crowd has arrived? Once they saw what was going on outside, everyone in the crowd was stunned. Countless people walked into the banquet hall all clothed in uniforms. Their bodies emitted strong auras, and furthermore, the lowest ranked among them seems to be martial kings. Who are those people? How have I not met them before? Their robes look rather strange, yet they don't seem to belong to any of the top-ranking forces. Furthermore, I can't sense the ranks of the 4 leaders at the front. They're far too powerful. I could sense a suffocating feeling amongst them at first glance. Martial honors. There's no mistake about it, those 4 are martial honors. What other organization could possibly contain 4 martial honors aside from the 3 great authorities? Everyone gasped as they stared in shock at the group of people who had just entered the room. Lan Yuge blinked and looked dazedly at Dongfang Xiao's. There, who are these people? Had you invited them? Dongfang Xiao's was in shock as well. He swept his gaze across every face in the group before suddenly coming to a realization. A heavy shockwave spread throughout his gentle, jade-like features. Aren't those Yunce's followers? I've seen him at the 100 Herb Hall before. I think that the names are Zunfeng and Miyu. What? Lan Yu shook and looked dazedly at Gu Ruoan. Yunce, are these your people? Gu Ruoan smiled and turned her gaze towards the people beneath her. Zunfeng and Miyu were 2 of the first people that she had taken under her wing. They were also the left and right protectors of the Devil Sect. As for the 4 martial honors before her, she had brought them over from the banished lands. She has now merged Black Rock City with the Devil Sect. As such, the 4 of them were now elders of the Devil Sect. She had moved the entire Devil Sect from that mountain into Xiaohei. It goes without saying that a month's worth of cultivation inside Xiaohei was highly effective. Now, everyone had broken through to the rank of a martial king. That also means that the lowest rank in the Devil Sect was a martial king. Little girl, is it true that all these people belong to you? Chapter 720, A Shocking Birthday. 6. Master Dongfang's entire being was in shock. His beard was in disarray and the stupefaction on his face was extremely obvious. He nearly scooped Gu Ruoan into his arms and kissed her. There are 4 martial honors here. Even people of my rank would need to show them respect whenever I meet them. However, these powerful people are actually serving my maternal granddaughter willingly. That's right, Gu Ruoan nodded and said, they're all mine. Today, I've asked them here to show my power to the world. Boom. In the beginning, the crowd had still been making wild guesses. Now that they had received Gu Ruoan's confirmation, their expressions all turned exceptionally marvelous. Ha ha ha. Master Dongfang burst into a clear and bright laugh that pierced through the night skies. He never thought that his very own maternal daughter would have been able to transform herself to such a degree. If that old man from the Gu family were here, he might even kill himself out of regret. After all, Gu Ruoan was his kin as well, yet she had been chased away by his insatiable greed. At that time, he probably would never have imagined that the young girl who had constantly received the Gu family's abuse and humiliation would end up with these achievements. Tears began to roll down the old man's eyes as he laughed. This was the first time he has ever cried in years. Yue, do you see this? Both your son and daughter have turned out to be so outstanding, yet you can't see this. Lan Yuge looked a little sad too as she gazed at the slightly familiar features on the face of the woman next to her. Most of it, however, came from a sense of longing. If Yue were here to see how outstanding her children have become, she would be so proud. Devil Sect, did she just mention the Devil Sect? I know about this Devil Sect. They say that it's an organization which had suddenly emerged 5 years ago. At the time, they had utilized 1 short year to build their reputation. Many have tried to find the location of the Devil Sect's headquarters but all have failed. Still, how old was she 5 years ago? She should only be about 15 years old or so, and she has already managed to achieve this much. Hearing this, the crowd began to sigh continuously. A 15-year-old girl has actually managed to reach such a level. By comparison, they should all be considered good-for-nothings at that age. Gu Ruoan calmly raised the corners of her lips, but her dark eyes remained clear and cold. I will join the battle against the demons as the sect master of the Devil Sect. However, I will never join the Immortal Realm. The Immortal Master's expression sank once more and his thoughts were unreadable. Suddenly, a loud bang sounded and an immeasurably powerful force came rushing in from outside the hall, causing his heart to tremble violently. His handsome face filled with shock. The movement was so fast that no one else could see what it was. This time, even Gu Ruoan was surprised. She knitted her brows and directed her gaze along the dimness of the night towards the courtyard outside the banquet hall. Howl. Roar. The sounds of countless spiritual animals could be heard from outside the door, especially the sounds of their movements on the ground. It felt like an earthquake and caused everyone in the hall to rise to their feet as panic and fear crept into their eyes. All sorts of spiritual beasts covered the skies, forming a dense mass and blocking out the cold glow of the moon. There were wolves, leopards, tigers. They ran wildly towards the hall from all directions, trampling the trees to the ground. The main gate was completely knocked down by a gale wolf, then trampled into smithereens by whatever spiritual beasts which were following it. Chapter 721, A Shocking Birthday. 7. It was not just the members of the Dongfang family, even the citizens of Dongfang City were scared out of their wits. Everyone locked the doors, deathly afraid that the spiritual beasts would enter their homes. It felt like the end of the world. At this very moment, everyone felt as if the world had descended into Armageddon. There was such a great number of spiritual beasts that it looked like almost all the spiritual beasts on West Spirit Mainland has turned up. Little girl, was this your doing as well? Master Dongfang has obviously received a great shock. His eyes hurriedly turned towards Gu Ruan as he asked nervously. Gu Ruan shook her head. No, I don't have the ability to gather all the spiritual beasts on West Spirit Mainland. What? If this wasn't your doing, then who? The master looked like he was in a panic as his elderly features turned very pale. We're finished. Someone must have a score to settle with the Dongfang family and is going to use the spiritual beasts to trample us to the ground. There's so many of them, not even a high-level martial warrior can go up against them all. Gu Shangshao frowned and pulled Gu Ruan into his arms. His grim eyes glared vigilantly at the spiritual beasts charging towards them as he released the powerful aura within him. His aura erupted into a torrential hurricane which caused his black robes to dance wildly in the winds. Gu Ruan, Rongxin's expression had turned into an extremely ugly shade as she glared fiercely at the woman's serene features. I can't understand this. How could this woman still be so calm in a situation like this? Does she not feel fear at all? Speak. Have you provoked someone who should not have been provoked and dragged all of us innocents down with you? Rongxin's entire face was burning with rage. We had come here to congratulate Madame Dongfang, not to die. If you want to die, go die on your own. There's no need to drag us down with you. Rustle. Instantly, all eyes turned to face Gu Ruan. Those who already hold a grudge against the Dongfang family would never let such an opportunity slip by as they all began to criticize. I knew that the Dongfang family would not live in harmony for long. Especially since this Gu Ruan seems to love stirring up trouble. Hasn't she provoked enough enemies? Someone clearly hates her to the bone and now they want to drench Madame Dongfang's birthday celebration with blood. That's right. If I had known about this, I would never have attended this bullshitty birthday celebration. I'm about to throw my own life away here. Master Dongfang, we still have some other matters to attend to, so we'll be leaving now. You can take care of these spiritual beasts yourselves. This has nothing to do with us. A group of people made a move to leave as they spoke. However, they clearly did not have the chance to leave now. Numerous spiritual beasts have surrounded the entire Dongfang city from the skies to the ground. They were clustered together in large groups, but the spiritual beasts stopped advancing once they reached the Dongfang family home. The spiritual beasts eyed the people before them like a tiger watching its prey. Just as the crowd began to fill with hopelessness, a crimson light enveloped the skies. The flaming ray of light shone so brightly that it seemed to illuminate the entire mainland. A great fire dragon charged past the spiritual beasts and appeared before all of them. Its body burned with raging flames, making it look as if its entire body had been constructed from living fire. It let out a fearsome roar and the sky shone with a bright and beautiful shade of blood red. However, when her eyes fell upon the person standing on the fire dragon, Gu Ruan's lucid yet elegant face turned astonished. The man's silvery hair danced in the night wind as the light from the flames set off a mesmerizing glow against his blood-red robes. Chapter 722, A Shocking Birthday. 8. The man stood silently on the fire dragon's back. His peerless features carried a dark yet cloudy light. His face was devoid of any expression, yet he looked so magnificent that no one could tear their eyes away. He noticed the astonishment in the woman's eyes below him and gently lowered his clear, cold eyes. His initially cold and bloodthirsty gaze then softened. Xiao Yi, what are you doing? Gu Ruan was in a daze. What is this guy doing? Why has he brought so many spiritual beasts here? The man finally showed a reaction when he heard her question. He stepped forward and descended towards the courtyard. 1 step, 2 steps. With every step he took, Gu Ruan felt as if the peerlessly beautiful man was only half the distance away from her. Upon his 3rd step, the man who had been in midair was now right in front of her. Yunsa, I'd like to ask for your hand in marriage. The man smiled and everything under the heavens seemed to lose their color. That smile was unimaginably beautiful. These are my betrothal gift to you. Do you like it? Ha! Gu Ruan was in a daze. Betrothal gift? Is he using all the spiritual beasts from the entire mainland as a betrothal gift? He was probably the only one in this entire world who has the capability of achieving such a monumental task. As such, once the man had spoken, the crowd went into a sensation once again. This sensation surpassed any other sensation of the night. As they looked at the spiritual beasts before them, they could see that there were more than just a handful of them. In fact, there must be tens of thousands of spiritual beasts here. These were probably all the spiritual beasts which lived on this mainland, yet he had been able to order them to come here. Just what kind of evil thing is this silver-haired man with the red robes? And most importantly, with so many powerful spiritual beasts in his hands, he had given them all away without even blinking. There were many unmarried women on the scene as well. When they saw the large gesture displayed by Chanbei Yi, their hearts filled with jealousy. Of course, jealousy breeds jealousy. They also know that in the entire West Spirit mainland, only a genius like Gu Ruan could possibly receive the favor in this man's eyes. Everyone else was not even worth a single bit of his attention. Master Dongfang was totally in shock now. After the wave of shock, he was overcome with emotion. His eyes shone as he stared at the powerful spiritual beasts before him. However, he soon remembered his dignified position in the Dongfang family. Master Dongfang cleared his throat and forced himself to look away from the great number of spiritual beasts before him. Even so, he could not help but want to steal a peek at them for just one more time. Gu Shangshao frowned lightly as he glanced at the man standing before his little sister. His expression was as grim as ever. Aside from Gu Ruan, no one could ever make him change his expression in any way. especially since this man was trying to snatch his sister away from him. Rongxin's expression was exceptionally ugly at this point as her eyes filled with envy and jealousy. However, any woman would draw comparisons between such an outstanding man and her own husband. Obviously, her own husband could not be compared with Chan Beiyi. More accurately speaking, he far from this level. Hence, she was jealous of Gu Ruan who had a man like this by her side. Chan Beiyi turned around towards the spiritual beasts clustered behind him and the smile on his face disappeared. He spoke in a gloomy voice, "From now onwards, she is your master." Roar. Instantly, the dense mass before him knelt in a uniform manner. All the spiritual beasts displayed great reverence on their faces and replied altogether, "Your wish is our command, great sovereign king. From now on, we will follow you, master, and serve you for all eternity." Chapter 723, A Shocking Birthday. 9. Yunsa, Chan Beiyi turned back to face Gu Ruan after making his announcement. His peerless features softened again as he smiled gently and said, "There are many spiritual beasts here for you to choose from. Whoever you choose will be your subordinate from now on. They will protect you with their life." Gu Ruan fell silent. After a long pause, she turned towards the silver-haired man and said, "Xiao Yi, were you away from the Dongfang family for so many days because you had been putting this together?" Chan Beiyi nodded sincerely. "During the past few days, I've been journeying to the four corners of the lands to gather these spiritual beasts here. This has taken up quite a few days of my time. Yunsa, will you accept them?" "I will." Gu Ruan smiled and felt very moved. Chan Beiyi had known that she lacks influence most of all at this point. As such, he had taken the time to gather the spiritual beasts together and showed them off flamboyantly in front of the eyes of the world. "How have I been so fortunate to meet a man like this? Yunsa, your acceptance of my betrothal gift means that you're willing to marry me." Chan Beiyi smiled like a happy child. "Since you've agreed, you can't back out now." "This." Gu Ruan rubbed her nose and smiled gently. "Wait until we've found my parents. If they agree, then I'll agree as well. Yunsa, don't worry, I will find father-in-law and mother-in-law. When that time comes, I will make you my wife and let every man know that you're mine. In case anyone tries to steal a peep at you." Each time he thought of Yi Nuo who loved to hang around Gu Ruan, Chan Beiyi would feel very unhappy. He would even speak in a sulky tone of voice. Cough, cough. Lan Yuge let out a dry cough and her beautiful eyes filled with a smile. "Since Xiao Yi has arrived, let's take our seats, the banquet is about to begin." "Hold on." Gu Ruan smiled and cut Lan Yuge off. "Didn't some of you want to leave? I'm giving you the permission to leave now." This. Upon hearing this, the group of people who had initially made a huge fuss suddenly became absolutely silent. They had said those things because they were worried that the spiritual beasts would devour them whole. However, who would have thought that these spiritual beasts were a betrothal gift for Gu Ruan from that silver-haired man? At this rate, the Dongfang family's power will only grow stronger and they had not even started to curry favor with them. How could they bear to leave now? "What? Weren't you all making huge fuss not so long ago? Now, you're all keeping quiet." Gu Ruan smiled icily. "Those who have expressed their intentions to leave better leave right now. Otherwise, I'll make sure that you'll never be able to leave at all." As they heard the woman's clear and cold voice, the group of people looked at one another, unsure of what to do. "I'll give you all one last chance. Leave immediately. Otherwise, well, I'm sure that these spiritual beasts must be tired from their long journey. They're probably aching to have you all for dinner." Gu Ruan's voice grew increasingly clear and cold. "The Dongfang family will only entertain friends. We do not wish to have anyone who schemes against us." Roar. Hearing this, the spiritual beasts began to make their move. Their eyes stared greedily and cruelly at the group of people who had previously drummed up a monumental fuss. HMPH. Rongxin straightened her robes and took one final look at Gu Ruan before turning to leave without another word. When they saw that someone had made the first move, the others sheepishly walked away as well without saying another word to Lan Yuge. Chapter 724, A Shocking Birthday. 10. Seeing as I have made an appearance, I should take my leave as well. The Immortal Master smiled icily and even though he was speaking to Lan Yuge, his eyes had remained on Gu Ruan. "Furthermore, Gu Ruan, I'll leave you with this warning, the heavens are watching over us. Having committed so many murderous acts, you will definitely be cast into eternal hell one day, never to be reincarnated. The best way out is to join the immortal realm and repent. Otherwise, when you die, you will endure an endless torment. You'd better shape up." After delivering this, the Immortal Master too turned around and left. Just as he was turning to leave, Chan Beiyi directed his gaze towards him. His red eyes were filled with a crimson and terrifying murderous intent. The Immortal Master did not sense the murderous eyes staring right at him. Of course, even if he did, he would not have cared. In his point of view, not even the Spirit Sect's Master or the Lord of the Courts of Hell would be a match for him. On this mainland, who else could possibly defeat him? Ladies and gentlemen, let the feast begin. Without the presence of that particular group of people, Lan Yuge's mood improved greatly. She greeted the rest of the guests and said, "There's one more thing, the Dongfang family has prepared gifts for you and will be giving them to you before you depart." The remaining guests finally regained their senses from the shock. They believed that after this banquet, Gu Ruan's name would resonate throughout the entire mainland and the Devil Sect will soon become an unstoppable force. With so many spiritual beasts, even the three great authorities would be in a dilemma. Furthermore, her fiancé happens to be the kind of person who was able to command this group of spiritual beasts. It was obvious that their predictions were accurate. At the end of the banquet, news of everything which had transpired in the Dongfang family spread throughout the mainland. Though Gu Ruan's actual rank in power still remains unclear, she was still the Devil Sect's master and has 4 martial honors as her subordinates. Even the powerful Honorable Poison Master has personally requested to join her. However, the most shocking thing of all was that every spiritual beast on the mainland was now in the palm of her hand. This also means that Gu Ruan can now be considered on equal terms with the 3 great authorities. Her powers may not be at the rank of a high-level martial honor, but because she can rely on so many spiritual beasts, she has now become an invincible force, one that not even the 3 great authorities could defeat. Unless they combine their forces, they would not even stand a chance. But how could that be possible? Even if one were to put aside the fact that she was the savior of the Palace Lord of the Courts of Hell, her biological brother was the young master of the Strat sect. These 2 authorities would obviously ally themselves with her. The immortal realm alone was no match for her. As such, over the past few days, with the absence of the immortal realm's troublemaking, Gu Ruan led a rather peaceful life. At the Dongfang family home. Gu Ruan was in the middle of a discussion with Master Dongfang in the study when a footboy rushed in suddenly and announced, reporting to the master, "There's someone here to see the eldest lady." "Oh," Master Dongfang wrinkled his brows, "who is it?" "That person calls himself Jialinyu," he even said. Whoosh. Before he could finish his sentence, a ray of light had charged out of the study. When Master Dongfang regained his senses, Gu Ruan had disappeared from the room. "This idiot girl," Master Dongfang shook his head in exasperation. "I wonder who this Jialinyu is to her to cause such a great reaction. She certainly didn't act like this when she returned to the Dongfang family home." Master Dongfang could not help but feel a twinge of jealousy at the thought. Translator's thoughts. Spinny spinny. Ah. I think it's pretty cute how Master Dongfang loves his granddaughter so much. Cheeky smiley face. Chapter 725, Shifting the Blame, 1. A figure stood in the courtyard under a willow tree. A flash of green robes gently fluttered under the breeze. The young man was tall and slim with a lean build. He sensed footsteps behind him and turned around. His limpid eyes lit up with a smile. "Big sister, I'm here to see you." When Gu Ruan heard the young man's voice, she slowed her pace and gazed upon the youth's delicate features. An indescribable emotion was bubbling up within her. "Yue, you're back." Suddenly, she smiled. It was a smile unlike her usual cold and elegant demeanor. Under the sunlight, this smile seemed to hold a warm light. She did not ask where the youth had been. All she cares about was that he was back, and that was enough. "Sister," Jialinyu smiled delicately and his black eyes were like pools of clear water. "I've heard much news about you over the past few days. I never imagined that my sister would turn out so magnificently. I've been working hard in my cultivation to catch up to your level so I can protect you, but no matter how hard I try, I still can't catch up to you. However." The youth raised his delicate features and his eyes were filled with smiles. "Big sister, you are my heroine and my pride." "Yue," Gu Ruan smiled as she ruffled the youth's hair. Her lucid features were filled with joy. "In our past life, I had caused your death through my ignorance. In this life, I'll never let any danger come to you. Sister." Jialinyu gently pursed his lips. His eyes were fixated on the face before him. "In the past, it was I who had dragged you down. It won't ever happen again. If it had not been for me, you would never have ended up like this either. Back then, I had been a good-for-nothing who was unable to cultivate. If I had the ability to protect myself at that time, perhaps my sister would not have ended up dying as well." His heart throbbed fiercely at the thought. It was an agonizing feeling. "Yue, have you returned to the Chia family home yet?" Gu Ruan seems to remember something and asked. She clearly meant the Chia family in Heaven City and not the one at the East Peak mainland. "I had returned to the Chia family home a few days ago and found out that you had gone back to the Dongfang family home, so I immediately rushed here to see you. Along the way, I heard many stories about your glorious achievements. I feel very proud." Jialinyu smiled. "Sister, when are we going back to East Peak mainland? I can't wait to find that bastard Chia Ming and have our revenge." "Chia Ming." Gu Ruan gently stroked her chin and laughed silently. "Soon. We'll be going back very soon. Once everything settles down over here, we'll set out to the East Peak mainland. By then, we'll avenge ourselves for everything which has happened in our past lives. I don't know if Chia Ming and Lu Chen will be able to recognize me. I still have a few unfinished businesses here. Once I've settled it all, I can leave and head towards the East Peak mainland." "Order Master, you've returned." At the medicine order. Rong Xin had only just stepped in through the door when she was greeted by many figures. They knelt in front of her and spoke with reverence. "Your subordinates welcome your return, Order Master." Hearing this, Rong Xin nodded. Her eyes shot a look and she smiled icily. "Wu Xin, gather all the elders. I have instructions." "Yes, Order Master." The woman named Wu Xin, who was dressed in white, left in a respectful manner. Rong Xin fell silent for a moment before heading towards the direction of the elders' meeting room without another thought. "Gu Ruan, I don't care what powers you possess. As long as you're helping that SLT, Wei Yi, I'll find ways to kill you." Rong Xin sneered as she thought of her pact with the immortal realm. Chapter 688, Rong Xin's Hatred, 4. Hee. Wei Yi slowly returned to her senses and chuckled. "If I don't gather the poison in his system into one place, how could I possibly draw it out? Are you asking me to cut through his body 100 times? This meant that Wei Yi had used the silver needles to gather the poison in order to drain it out. After all, she was not Gu Ruan. With Gu Ruan's power, she could have simply drawn the poison out with one silver needle or used a detoxifying pill to get rid of the poison in the Palace Lord's system. She was not powerful enough at the moment, so how could she use those methods to detoxify the poison? Elder Da was stunned. He swept his gaze from Wei Yi to the man on the bed. Black blood had trickled down and dyed the entire bed a dark red. The man continued to bleed for quite some time as the black mass in the palace lord's belly slowly grew smaller in size. When the blood changed from black to bright red, Wei Yi slowly stepped forward and covered his wound with a bit of fine white powder in order to stop the bleeding. In contrast to how he had looked like after he was poisoned, the palace lord's complexion now was only a little bit pale. The putrid smell from his body slowly disappeared as well and his fingernails returned to a more normal color. Father. The youth pelted towards the man's bed. He wrapped his small hand tightly around the man's large palm as he gently called out to him in an emotional voice, Father, can you hear me? Won't you wake up and look at me? Linsa. A frail voice sounded from in front of the youth. When he heard that voice, the young boy stiffened. He slowly lowered his gaze and met a pair of gentle eyes. Father, you're awake. You're finally awake. The young boy threw himself forward and accidentally pressed onto the man's wound. He groaned in pain and frowned. Nevertheless, he could not bear to push the young boy away from him. Instead, he smiled and said, Linsa, I've made you worry. Father, don't put yourself in danger ever again. Also, it was the ghost doctor who had saved you. Hearing the young boy's words, the palace lord turned towards the charming-looking woman in gratitude. Thank you for saving my life, ghost doctor. You don't need to thank me. Wei Yi waved her hand. If you really want to thank someone, thank my little master. She was the one who had asked me to come. As she spoke, she gestured towards Gu Ruoan. Her seductive face was filled with a big smile. Thank you, miss. The palace lord's smile was full of warmth and his eyes spoke of a sincere gratitude. As she watched the scene, Rong Sin's fists clenched tighter and tighter as the hatred in her eyes grew thicker and thicker. In the end, she scoffed and, taking advantage of the distraction in the group, turned around to leave. However, once she had turned around, the thick murderous intent in her eyes burst into full force. Wei Yi, it seems that you've appeared this time to oppose me. Since that's the case, I won't give you that chance. Furthermore, I will make you regret your reappearance. In the room, Wei Yi caught sight of Rong Sin slithering away on her own. A cold smile hung on her lips. Rong Sin, since I've shown myself to you, that also means that your life will soon near its end. Palace Lord, Gu Ruoan smiled and looked at the man before her. This time, I've come here with a request. Please speak freely, Lady Gu. If it is within my power, I will do everything I can. The Palace Lord smiled and his voice held a sense of promise. I heard that Amethyst Underworld Palace possesses a 10,000-year-old ice crystal. I was wondering if you could lend it to me. Gu Ruoan smiled as she asked. Chapter 688, Rong Sin's Hatred 4. Hee hee. Wei Yi slowly returned to her senses and chuckled. If I don't gather the poison in his system into one place, how could I possibly draw it out? Are you asking me to cut through his body 100 times? This meant that Wei Yi had used the silver needles to gather the poison in order. Chapter 724, A Shocking Birthday. 10. Seeing as I have made an appearance, I should take my leave as well. The Immortal Master smiled icily, and even though he was speaking to Lan Yuge, his eyes had remained on Gu Ruoan. Furthermore, Gu Ruoan, I'll leave you with this warning: the heavens are watching over us. Having committed so many murderous acts, you will definitely be cast into eternal hell one day, never to be reincarnated. The best way out is to join the immortal realm and repent. Otherwise, when you die, you will endure an endless torment. You'd better shape up. After delivering this, the Immortal Master too turned around and left. Just as he was turning to leave, Chanbei Yi directed his gaze towards him. His red eyes were filled with a crimson and terrifying murderous intent. The Immortal Master did not sense the murderous eyes staring right at him. Of course, even if he did, he would not have cared. In his point of view, not even the Spirit Sect's Master or the Lord of the Courts of Hell would be a match for him. On this mainland, who else could possibly defeat him? Ladies and gentlemen, let the feast begin. Without the presence of that particular group of people, Lan Yuge's mood improved greatly. She greeted the rest of the guests and said, "There's one more thing, the Dongfang family has prepared gifts for you and will be giving them to you before you depart." The remaining guests finally regained their senses from the shock. They believed that after this banquet, Gu Ruoan's name would resonate throughout the entire mainland and the Devil Sect will soon become an unstoppable force. With so many spiritual beasts, even the three great authorities would be in a dilemma. Furthermore, her fiancé happens to be the kind of person who was able to command this group of spiritual beasts. It was obvious that their predictions were accurate. At the end of the banquet, news of everything which had transpired in the Dongfang family spread throughout the mainland. Though Gu Ruoan's actual rank in power still remains unclear, she was still the Devil Sect's master and has 4 martial honors as her subordinates. Even the powerful Honorable Poison Master has personally requested to join her. However, the most shocking thing of all was that every spiritual beast on the mainland was now in the palm of her hand. This also means that Guru Owen can now be considered on equal terms with the three great authorities. Her powers may not be at the rank of a high-level martial honor, but because she can rely on so many spiritual beasts, she has now become an invincible force, one that not even the three great authorities could defeat. Unless they combine their forces, they would not even stand a chance. But how could that be possible? Even if one were to put aside the fact that she was the savior of the Palace Lord of the Courts of Hell, her biological brother was the young master of the Strat sect. These two authorities would obviously ally themselves with her. The immortal realm alone was no match for her. As such, over the past few days, with the absence of the immortal realm's troublemaking, Guru Owen led a rather peaceful life. At the Dongfang family home. Guru Owen was in the middle of a discussion with Master Dongfang in the study when a footboy rushed in suddenly and announced, reporting to the master, "There's someone here to see the eldest lady." "Oh," Master Dongfang wrinkled his brows, "who is it?" "That person calls himself Jialinyu," he even said. Whoosh. Before he could finish his sentence, a ray of light had charged out of the study. When Master Dongfang regained his senses, Guru Owen had disappeared from the room. "This idiot girl," Master Dongfang shook his head in exasperation. "I wonder who this Jialinyu is to her to cause such a great reaction. She certainly didn't act like this when she returned to the Dongfang family home." Master Dongfang could not help but feel a twinge of jealousy at the thought. Translator's thoughts. Spinny spinny. Ah, I think it's pretty cute how Master Dongfang loves his granddaughter so much. Cheeky smiley face. Chapter 725, Shifting the Blame, 1. A figure stood in the courtyard under a willow tree. A flash of green robes gently fluttered under the breeze. The young man was tall and slim with a lean build. He sensed footsteps behind him and turned around. His limpid eyes lit up with a smile. "Big sister, I'm here to see you." When Guru Owen heard the young man's voice, she slowed her pace and gazed upon the youth's delicate features. An indescribable emotion was bubbling up within her. You're back." Suddenly, she smiled. It was a smile unlike her usual cold and elegant demeanor. Under the sunlight, this smile seemed to hold a warm light. She did not ask where the youth had been. All she cares about was that he was back, and that was enough. "Sister," Jialinyu smiled delicately and his black eyes were like pools of clear water. "I've heard much news about you over the past few days. I never imagined that my sister would turn out so magnificently. I've been working hard in my cultivation to catch up to your level so I can protect you, but no matter how hard I try, I still can't catch up to you." However, the youth raised his delicate features and his eyes were filled with smiles. "Big sister, you are my heroine and my pride." Guru Owen smiled as she ruffled the youth's hair. Her lucid features were filled with joy. "In our past life, I had caused your death through my ignorance. In this life, I'll never let any danger come to you. Sister." Jialinyu gently pursed his lips. His eyes were fixated on the face before him. "In the past, it was I who had dragged you down. It won't ever happen again. If it had not been for me, you would never have ended up like this either. Back then, I had been a good-for-nothing who was unable to cultivate. If I had the ability to protect myself at that time, perhaps my sister would not have ended up dying as well." His heart throbbed fiercely at the thought. It was an agonizing feeling. Have you returned to the Chia family home yet?" Guru Owen seems to remember something and asked. She clearly meant the Chia family in Heaven City and not the one at the East Peak mainland. "I had returned to the Chia family home a few days ago and found out that you had gone back to the Dongfang family home, so I immediately rushed here to see you. Along the way, I heard many stories about your glorious achievements. I feel very proud." Jialinyu smiled. "Sister, when are we going back to East Peak mainland? I can't wait to find that bastard Chia Ming and have our revenge." "Chia Ming." Guru Owen gently stroked her chin and laughed silently. "Soon. We'll be going back very soon. Once everything settles down over here, we'll set out to the East Peak mainland. By then, we'll avenge ourselves for everything which has happened in our past lives. I don't know if Chia Ming and Lu Chen will be able to recognize me. I still have a few unfinished businesses here. Once I've settled it all, I can leave and head towards the East Peak mainland." "Order Master, you've returned." At the medicine order. Rong Xin had only just stepped in through the door when she was greeted by many figures. They knelt in front of her and spoke with reverence. "Your subordinates welcome your return, Order Master." Hearing this, Rong Xin nodded. Her eyes shot a look and she smiled icily. "Wu Xin, gather all the elders. I have instructions." "Yes, Order Master." The woman named Wu Xin, who was dressed in white, left in a respectful manner. Rong Xin fell silent for a moment before heading towards the direction of the elders' meeting room without another thought. "Guru Owen, I don't care what powers you possess. As long as you're helping that SLT, Wei Yi, I'll find ways to kill you." Rong Xin sneered as she thought of her pact with the immortal realm. Chapter 688, Rong Xin's Hatred, 4. Wei Yi slowly returned to her senses and chuckled. "If I don't gather the poison in his system into one place, how could I possibly draw it out? Are you asking me to cut through his body 100 times? This meant that Wei Yi had used the silver needles to gather the poison in order to drain it out. After all, she was not Guru Owen. With Guru Owen's power, she could have simply drawn the poison out with one silver needle or used a detoxifying pill to get rid of the poison in the Palace Lord's system. She was not powerful enough at the moment, so how could she use those methods to detoxify the poison? Elder Da was stunned. He swept his gaze from Wei Yi to the man on the bed. Black blood had trickled down and dyed the entire bed a dark red. The man continued to bleed for quite some time as the black mass in the Palace Lord's belly slowly grew smaller in size. When the blood changed from black to bright red, Wei Yi slowly stepped forward and covered his wound with a bit of fine white powder in order to stop the bleeding. In contrast to how he had looked like after he was poisoned, the palace lord's complexion now was only a little bit pale. The putrid smell from his body slowly disappeared as well, and his fingernails returned to a more normal color. Father. The youth pelted towards the man's bed. He wrapped his small hand tightly around the man's large palm as he gently called out to him in an emotional voice, Father, can you hear me? Won't you wake up and... Chapter 726, Shifting the Blame, 2. Just as she was rushing towards the meeting room, a handsome figure appeared in front of her. She frowned when she saw him and stopped. What are you doing here? I heard that you've returned, so I came here to see you. By the way, did you manage to meet that SLT, Wei Yi? The handsome man was smiling, but when Wei Yi's name crossed his lips, his eyes filled with endless loathing. Years ago, if it had not been for the fact that Wei Yi was the old medicine order master's favorite disciple, I would never have schemed to make her fall for me. Who would have thought that this Wei Yi would turn out to be such a jealous woman and forbade me from interacting with other women? So, I can't be blamed for betraying her. No, Rong Xin shook her head. I'm going to convene with the elders to go up against Wei Yi. I never imagined that Wei Yi would have such a high survival ability to stay alive even after so many years. Not only is she still alive, she has even managed to get rid of the poison in her system and her powers have returned. The man sneered and spat hatefully. However, that Wei Yi sure is capable to gain the Dongfang family's favor. But so what? The Dongfang family may be growing more powerful in strength, but they can't possibly shield one subordinate. Just have the Dongfang family hand her over. Why waste your time? Rong Xin's lips curled into a disdainful smile and her beautiful eyes filled with mockery. Lin Jun, I didn't think that you'll be so stupid even after all these years. If I had been able to persuade the Dongfang family to hand her over, would I still be waiting now? However, I have another idea of how we can get rid of her. She then ignored the embarrassed-looking man and headed towards the elders' meeting room. Lin Jun stood behind Rong Xin and clenched his fist as a cold light flashed maliciously from the corners of his eyes. Rong Xin, do you think that you can humiliate me just because you're the master of the medicine order? Don't forget that we are both ants on the same rope. If you continue to do this, don't blame me for exposing everything that you've done. In the elders' meeting room, everyone was whispering to each other and were deep in fervent discussion. Suddenly, the door was pushed open and the chattering elders grew silent when they saw the couple entering the room. Rong Xin's eyes looked calm and distant. Her white robes made her resemble a fairy who floated in the mist. The crowd watched as she walked in and her proud eyes scanned the entire room. She then stepped towards the seat at the front of the room, straightened her robes and sat down. The handsome man who had walked in with her sat down right next to her. I'm sure that every elder here is aware of what I'm about to say. Rong Xin's expression was cold and distant with a hint of malice. You're all aware of the event which had happened 10 years ago. Over 10 years ago, the old order master's favorite disciple, Wei Yi, had murdered him for the sake of the treasury and escaped from punishment. However, not too long ago, I met her. Russell. Instantly, the elders dove into a sensation. Wei Yi had escaped into the world outside and has been evading her punishment for so many years. Despite their best efforts, the medicine order had been unable to locate her whereabouts. They never expected her to show herself at this point in time. Of course, as Rong Xin spoke, a few elders from the older generation furrowed their brows with dissatisfaction. Order Master, during the old Order Master's death, there was no proof to say that Wei Yi was actually behind the murder. The Order Master had always loved her so dearly, why would she have done such a thing? Elder Tianli is right, Wei Yi had no reason to murder the old Order Master. She was already going to inherit the treasury of medicine, so why would she want to kill him? Chapter 727, Shifting the Blame, 3. The ones who had spoken up were elders who had followed the old Order Master many years before and were also the people whom the old Order Master had trusted the most. As such, they refused to believe that Wei Yi would kill the old Order Master. She simply did not have a reason to have done so. Rong Xin smiled coldly and a chilly glint flashed in the corner of her eyes. Lin Jun had witnessed all of this himself. At that time, Lin Jun was Wei Yi's fiancé. He has no reason to frame Wei Yi. Since he had seen it happen with his own eyes, it's definitely verified. That's right. Hearing this, the handsome man next to Rong Xin nodded. A vicious light flashed in his eyes. I had witnessed it with my own eyes. Wei Yi had taken advantage of the old Order Master's trust in her and poisoned him. At that time, I myself found it hard to believe that Wei Yi would do such a thing. The reality of it all was that looks are deceiving. She was actually a vicious and merciless woman. Not even death can wipe out the crimes of a woman like her. She had murdered the old Order Master who once loved her so much. Can she even be considered human? Wei Yi, don't blame me for being cruel. I'm a man and men have needs. I was unable to resist the seduction of another female disciple and had relations with her. However, you had wanted to report the incident to the old Order Master and threatened to cancel our engagement. The old Order Master loved you so much that if he had found out about it, he would have chased me out of the medicine order. So, during that year, I did everything I could to attract Rong Xin's attention and managed to form an alliance with the wildly ambitious woman. Not only did we manage to poison the old Order Master, we also framed you for it. It's your fault for being so naive about men and wanting to be the only woman for me for the rest of my life. That's simply an idiot's dream. What man wouldn't want to have 3 wives and 4 concubines? So what if you're the master of the medicine order's favorite disciple? You're a woman and at the end of the day, as a woman, you should turn a blind eye to a man's relationships with other women. The malice in Lin Jun's eyes deepened as he recalled the past events. He never considered himself to be in the wrong. To him, Wei Yi was the only one at fault. Bang! At the seat of the elders, an elder dressed in white slammed the table and stood up as he glared angrily at Lin Jun. Lin Jun, don't think that we're all ignorant of what you've been doing over the past few years. How many impure acts have you committed with the many female disciples of the medicine order? When some female disciples had been unwilling, you forced them and had your way with them. We chose not to hold it against you for the order master's sake, but you've not been satisfied with small gains. Honestly, all these years, I've never believed a word you've said. Now, I'm going to find Wei Yi. I want to hear her personal explanation before I decide what to believe in. Rustle, rustle, rustle. As the elder walked out the door, a few elders from the older generation also rose from their seats. They joined their fists and bowed at Rong Xin before making their way out. The order master and Wei Yi had shared a sisterhood in the medicine order, yet, in the end, she had become skeptical of her senior sister who had been as close to her as her own true-born sister since childhood, all because of a man. This was simply too disappointing. They had remained in the medicine order all these years because they had wanted to find justice for the death of their previous order master. At this rate, Wei Yi was their only hope. She would definitely know the true story behind the old order master's death. Only then could they expose Lin Jun's true agenda to the eyes of the order master. Men, stop them. Lin Jun's expression darkened as he issued the order icily. Instantly, the rest of the elders rose to their feet and ran after the old men who had been heading towards the door of the elders' meeting room. They reached the doorway instantly and blocked their way out. Chapter 728, Shifting the Blame, 4. Something terrible has happened. Order Master, something terrible has happened. Suddenly, an anxious voice sounded from further up front. Before anyone could regain their senses, a figure ran in and spoke as they huffed and puffed for breath. Order Master, elders, please save my master. It was a young girl with pure and delicate features. She looks to be around 15 to 16 years of age. However, her entire head was drenched with sweat, her face was pale and large beads of sweat were rolling down from her forehead. Her eyes were filled with terror and an undeniable anxiety. The elders' hearts sank. They knew the young girl before them. This young girl was Nanxio's disciple. Based on her report, this means that something has happened to Nanxio. However, Nanxio was the old order master's only daughter. Who would have had the gall to harm the old order master's only daughter? What happened? A light flashed in Rong Xin's eyes as she asked. Elders, my master has been kidnapped. Please save her. The young girl was weeping bitterly. It was hard not to feel pity for her, and everyone present felt a tug at their heartstrings. After hearing her words, they also began to feel extremely worried. Who would have the audacity to even dare touch junior sister Nanxio? Rong Xin hid the emotions on her face and rose to her feet fiercely. She spoke with a cold look in her eyes. Tell me, who was the culprit? Who would completely ignore the medicine order this way? At this moment, the young girl lowered her head, and as such, no one noticed the brief flash of guilt and remorse in her eyes. It was Wei Yi. I had previously crossed paths with her when I had followed the Order Master to the Amethyst Underworld Palace. She has taken my master away and wants to force the Order Master to give her the medicine order. Otherwise, she's going to kill my master. A wave of complicated emotions flashed in the young girl's eyes. When she raised her gaze, her eyes were once again filled with tears and anxiety. Elders, Lord Order Master, you must save my master. Master, I'm so sorry. Please forgive me this one time because I have no other choice. If you were ever in danger, Master, I would definitely offer up my life, but the Lord Order Master has kidnapped my parents, so I have no choice but to listen to her. Even though my parents had abandoned me when I was a child, and it was you, Master, who had raised me, they were the ones who had given birth to me. In my heart, my parents are the most important of all. Even my master who had raised me can't be compared to them. The young girl bit her lip as tears blurred her vision. When she looked at Rong Xin, a clear sense of terror was displayed on her face, but it slowly dissipated. For her parents' sake, she had to violate her conscience just this once. This Wei Yi is simply an ingrate. Lin Jun's face turned ashen in anger. The old Order Master had treated her like his own daughter, and not only had she murdered him, for the sake of obtaining the seat of the Master of the Medicine Order, she would not even spare the old Order Master's daughter. Junior sister Nanxio had always treated her well in the past, and this is how she repays her. She's worse than an animal. Why would Wei Yi possibly want to harm Nanxio? The elders from the older generation still refused to believe it. Knowing Wei Yi, she would never do such a thing. You don't believe it, Lin Jun sneered. Do you not understand the logic behind the phrase? One may know a person for a long time without understanding the true nature. Elder Tianli, I know that Wei Yi had been in the medicine order since a very young age, and you had raised her to adulthood. This matter has been reported by junior sister Nanxio's own disciple. This has nothing to do with me. This little disciple was once saved by junior sister herself. Why would she tell a lie? Chapter 729, Shifting the Blame, 5. Lin Jun was right. Once, Nanxio had run into danger, and if it had not been for this little girl who had taken a knife for her, Nanxio would have ended up with a pretty heavy wound. It was for this very reason that Nanxio favored her even more. If Lin Jun had been the one to make these claims, no one would ever have believed it. Nanxio could also be considered as this little girl's surrogate mother, so why would she discard her own master's life for someone who had done nothing wrong to her? This was impossible. As such, the elders who had been demanding to see Wei Yi were silenced, unsure of what to think. Rong Xin laughed coldly. Now you should all know that my husband had been right. Wei Yi is truly a malicious villain. However, Wei Yi is currently under the Dongfang family's protection. We can't defeat her with our current level of power. As such, I have decided to merge the medicine order with the immortal realm. Only the immortal realm can aid us in our revenge. What? Hearing this, the elders were shocked. Ever since Rong Xin had taken over the medicine order, she had been trying to curry favor from the immortal realm. However, if the medicine order was to merge with the immortal realm, they would no longer have their freedom from then on. This was not an outcome they wished to have at all. No, I reject this. The old order master had taken great pains to develop the medicine order independently. How can we now join another organization? I don't agree with this. Elder Tianli, do you not want to save Nancio? A light flashed in Rongxin's eyes. She knew that if she proposed for them to join the immortal realm straight away, she would be stopped by these old fellows. Hence, she plotted against Nancio and shifted the blame to Wei Yi. Only then would she be able to convince them. Junior sister Nancio is master's only remaining blood relation. Even if you don't want to save her, I won't give up. Do you think I actually want to demote myself from an order master to the subordinate of another? All of this is for junior sister Nancio's sake. Master has shown me such great kindness, how could I kick my benefactor in the teeth like Wei Yi? I'll bring Nancio back alive even if I have to give up my own life. The elders fell silent once again when they heard this. Indeed, nothing else matters more than Nancio's life right now, even if it means giving up the entire medicine order. So, in the end, Elder Tianli lowered his head and muttered begrudgingly, all shall be left to your decision, Order Master. Rongxin slowly raised the corners of her lips as a sneer pierced through her eyes swiftly. See, Wei Yi, no matter how much these old fellows refuse to believe that you would commit such a sin, I have ways to make them believe me. As for Nancio, she had been operating against me in the dark all these years, so it's about time for her to disappear. Don't worry, once you're dead, I'll have Nancio keep you company in hell. It's her fault for having the audacity to let you off. Meeting adjourned. Rongxin spat, saying nothing more at the thought of this. She then exited the meeting room with a grin on her splendid features. Clearly, she was in a pretty good mood today. Lin Jun also remained silent. His eyes shifted from Rongxin's disappearing figure to the trembling young girl kneeling on the ground. His eyes darkened. Rongxin is truly cruel. She would not even spare her own master and junior sister from her violent acts of treachery. I can't guarantee that she won't turn around and bite me viciously in the back one day. It looks like I'll need to be wary of this woman. Otherwise, I'll end up like the old order master, unaware of how I have ended up dead. Chapter 730, The War of Gods and Demons 1. The sun was setting in the west and the afterglow of twilight illuminated the whole of Dongfang City. At this moment, outside the Dongfang household's gate, a figure drenched in blood fell to the ground with a loud thud. A white muslin had been draped over her face, but now, even the white muslin has been stained red with blood. She pleaded in a frail and weak voice, please report to Lady Gu, tell her. Wu Yue of the Medicine Order requests for an audience. The two guards at the door jumped in fright. They looked at each other before one of them hurried off to inform Gu Ruan. In the blink of an eye, a figure dressed in green was led by the guard towards them, reaching Wu Yue in about 3 steps. Wu Yue. Gu Ruan was stunned and she furrowed her brows as she helped the woman on the ground to her feet. She then quickly gave her a pill. What happened? What happened to you? Has something happened in the medicine order? She asked. Cough, cough. After swallowing the pill, Wu Yue's wounds healed rapidly. She coughed dryly and raised her head towards Gu Ruan. Lady Gu, something's happened to my master. Is Senior Aunt Wei here? Your master, Nancio. In truth, Gu Ruan had never met Nancio in person. She only knew that she was Wei Yi's junior sister and was responsible for saving her life. Hence, she could not sit idly by and watch. It's not convenient here, let's talk inside. Gu Ruan supported Wu Yue and walked towards the rear courtyard. Normally, no one would disturb Gu Ruan in her quarters. As such, she released Wei Yi, who had been in the middle of cultivation, from Xiao Hei after closing her room's door. At the sight of Wu Yue, Wei Yi hurriedly stepped forward. Her features were filled with anxiety as she asked, Wu Yue, what on earth has happened? Senior Aunt Wei. Once she laid eyes on Wei Yi, Wu Yue could no longer contain herself. Tears streamed down her face as she sobbed, it's Rongxin. Rongxin has wounded master and taken her away. I risked my life to escape from under master's protection. Senior Aunt, you must save my master. Rongxin has long harbored a deep hatred for master, she's certainly going to torture her to death. Thud. Wu Yue fell to her knees on the ground as she pled and cried incessantly. Get up, quickly. Wei Yi swiftly helped Wu Yue to her feet as rage flashed across her charming face. I had initially intended to make my way to the medicine order a few days after, but I didn't think that Rongxin would be so quick to act against junior sister Nancio. Wu Yue, don't worry, I won't desert your master. Wei Yi quickly turned around to look at Gu Ruan. My powers are nearly at the ideal level, so I'd like to make a trip to the medicine order. This trip is not only to make Rongxin pay, but I have to help Nancio as well. Nancio is my master's daughter and she had saved me once before. I can't remain idle while her life hangs in the balance. Gu Ruan gently nodded. Let's go, I'll come with you to the medicine order. Master. Wei Yi was mildly stunned. She had mentioned to Gu Ruan before that she would have her revenge on Rongxin one day. However, she never expected Gu Ruan to personally accompany her when she returned to the medicine order. Wei Yi's heart filled with gratitude at the thought of this. This woman is the one who has changed my life. A few days ago, my elder brother sent a letter from the Spread sect. The war between the demons and the mainland will begin in a few days' time. They will be meeting at the battlefield of gods and demons and has asked me to begin my journey there as soon as possible. In order to reach the battlefield of gods and demons, I'll have to journey past the medicine order. We should get this over and done with as soon as possible. This is the reason why I have decided to come along with you. Chapter 731, The War of Gods and Demons 2. All right. Wei Yi nodded. Should we leave now? I'll say goodbye to my maternal grandfather and grandmother first before meeting you at the medicine order. Gu Ruan gently stroked her chin. Once these two matters are resolved, I should head to the East Peak mainland after. She did not delay at the thought of this, and after saying goodbye to Master Dongfang and the others, she too headed towards the medicine order. Unfortunately, Gu Ruan and her party members had been one step too late. When they arrived in the Medicine Order, they found out that all the powerful figures of the Medicine Order had been transferred to the Immortal Realm. In her rage, Wei Yi felt the urge to burn down the entire Medicine Order. In the end, however, she could not bear to let her old Order master's hard work go to waste. Hence, she only destroyed the villainous Rong Xin and Lin Jun's room. They then headed towards the battlefield of gods and demons. Since Rong Xin has joined the Immortal Realm, she would definitely make an appearance in the Demon War. Just as they were rushing towards the battlefield of gods and demons, the Immortal Realm suddenly issued a summons. It raised a powerful sensation on this mainland. In order to defeat the demons, the Immortal Realm has called for a widespread meeting with the cultivators of the world. Regardless of whether one was weak or strong, as long as one joins the Immortal Realm, they can help push one to their strongest potential immediately. As such, countless people had flocked to the Immortal Realm all for the sake of obtaining that strong power. Some of them held a grudge against the Dongfang family's power, so they had joined the Immortal Realm without hesitation, hoping to use the Immortal Realm's power to help them stand up against the Dongfang family. Meanwhile, in a dark room within the Immortal Realm, a voice sounded from the communications talisman in the Immortal Master's hands. The normally haughty Immortal Master's head was now bowed. Anybody's jaws would have dropped at his uncommon display of reverence. I'll give you an extension once again. Bring that kid Gu Shangsha to me. As for that little sister of his, she seems to be pretty talented, so bring her to me as well. I don't have any desire for you to end up like the Gu family, useless to the core. If Second Master Gu, who was also Gu Ruan's uncle, had still been alive, he would definitely recognize that voice, for it belonged to the person he had once helped to get rid of Gu Chan. My lord, please, give me a little more time. Gu Shangshao has already broken through to the rank of a high-level martial honor. It would be difficult to capture him now. The Immortal Master's tone of voice remained respectful and also carried a hint of flattery. It was hard to believe that this was the #1 cultivator in the mainland, the master of the Immortal Realm. HMPH, stop giving me so many excuses. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm temporarily unable to make the journey here from the East Peak mainland, Gu Shangsha would have long become a part of my organs. The voice was filled with anger. That spineless wimp from the Gu family had caused me a lot of harm and brought me into this wretched state. Gu Chan was still alive and he had dared to lie to me by telling me Gu Chan had been murdered. However, not only is Gu Chan still alive, he has built a great organization and has been opposing me ever since. You'd better give me the Gu siblings soon. Otherwise, I will take your life away immediately. The Immortal Master's body trembled. He bowed and replied with a low voice, please don't worry, my lord, I won't let you down. I'm now utilizing your method to help many people increase their powers. Now, the Gu siblings are no match for me. HMPH, that person scoffed and spoke coldly, I hope it turns out that way. You'd better not be like Gu Chan's spineless little brother who had the audacity to lie to me. Fortunately, he's dead. Otherwise, I would grant him a fate worse than death. This is the price for deceiving me. Chapter 732, The War of Gods and Demons 3. Once he finished speaking, the man cut off the connection. The Immortal Master wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and heaved a sigh of relief. It seems that I must absolutely capture the Gu siblings. Otherwise, if I provoke this lord, my life would be forfeit. However, the Gu siblings are cunning, so I can only attack them during the Demon War. A cold light flashed across his eyes and the Immortal Master regained his usual haughty and cold demeanor. He then left the room. The War of Gods and Demons was an event which recurs every 10 years. It was said that the demons occupy a small area on the mainland with an impassable cliff. Not even martial emperors could fly across it. As such, under normal circumstances, the demons would also be unable to leave the area. However, every 10 years, a movement would occur once at that section. Because of that movement, the cliff which prevented them from crossing the land would disappear and they would be connected to the world outside. Each time that happens, the demons would attack the citizens of the mainland in an attempt to take over. One should not underestimate the demons just because their numbers seem small. In actual fact, the demons' reproduction rate was extremely shocking. However, if a demon wishes to increase their powers, they would need to feed on their own kind. Hence, those who managed to survive under these natural laws of elimination were the best of the best. At this moment, on a mountain peak not too far away from the battlefield of gods and demons, countless tents had been set up overnight. From a distance, one could see a densely packed clump. Little girl, you've arrived. The Honorable Sir Tianchi recognized Gu Ruan who had been approaching them from a distance away. His eyes shone as he hurriedly stepped forward. Ah, right. Where are the forces you command? I've heard the sensation that you've caused. TSK. I don't know how you've managed to make so many martial honors submit to you. Gu Ruan shrugged her shoulders and smiled. Just then, she clearly noticed a sneaky figure amongst the team from the Spirit sect and her eyes flashed with a cold light. The Honorable Sir Lingshang clearly felt her gaze and trembled. He quickly hid in the crowd and disappeared from view. Previously, he had tipped the Immortal Realm off on Gu Ruan's movements in an attempt to secretly get rid of her. At that time, he had run into something at the last minute and was unable to follow the members of the Immortal Realm to the front. When he had finished with whatever he had on hand and rushed over, all he saw was a ground littered with dead bodies. Of course, Gu Ruan was not amongst the dead. They were all the bodies of the disciples of the Immortal Realm with his own disciple amongst them as well. Instantly, the Honorable Sir Lingshang was dazed with shock. There were many strong cultivators in the Immortal Realm, so how could it be possible that they had been unable to defeat one woman? Nevertheless, the reality of it all has proven this point. When he heard of what had happened at Lan Yuzhi's birthday celebration, he was completely dumbfounded. He could never have imagined that Gu Ruan would have such powerful forces under her command. Regardless of the shock, the Honorable Sir Lingshang's hatred towards Gu Ruan had not diminished. On the contrary, it deepened. His hatred had grown for no other reason than the fact that this woman had killed his disciple. Kun Nan was his favorite disciple, and regardless of whether he had committed 100 crimes, he should never have been punished with death. This cruel woman had given him such a horrifying end. So, whenever the chance comes, I must kill this woman and destroy any chance of a proper burial for her corpse. A malicious light flitted across his eyes as the Honorable Sir Lingshang clenched his fist. He took a deep breath in order to contain himself from the urge to cause trouble for Gu Ruoan. His disciple had ended up dead due to his brashness. He would not make the same mistake. Chapter 733, The War of Gods and Demons 4. I won't attack her unless I'm absolutely sure of my success. Otherwise, forget about revenge, I will end up dead as well. Gu Ruoan, I've never met anyone as cruel as you in my entire life. Just you wait, soon I'll send you to hell to keep my disciple company and say your apologies to him. The Honorable Sir Lingshang turned back from within the crowd and took another look at Gu Ruoan before disappearing under the rays of the setting sun. The Honorable Sir Tianqi sensed Gu Ruoan's gaze and trailed her line of sight towards the Honorable Sir Lingshang's disappearing figure. Don't bother yourself with that old fart. Wait for me to find some information to use against him. I'll definitely have him kicked out of the Strud sect. Furthermore, I'm now the #1 elder in the Strud sect, so he can't control me. By the way, little girl, did you know that the old fart's disciple is dead? Ha ha ha, this is such joyous news. That kid has always tried to harm Shangshao. He should have been killed long ago. The Honorable Sir Tianqi felt a great urge to laugh out loud at the thought of this. Gu Ruoan rubbed her nose. She dearly wished to tell this old man that it was Chanbei who was responsible for Kun Nan's death. Oh, right, when will the battle begin? Very soon, the Honorable Sir Tianqi smiled. If my calculation on the timing is accurate, it should take place within the next few days. The demons will make their way here within a few days and our responsibility is to stop them from entering the mainland. Otherwise, knowing the demons' mercilessness, the entire mainland will suffer a calamity. By the way, where is the silver-haired man who's always following you around? Why is he not with you this time? As he spoke, the Honorable Sir Tianqi glanced towards the space behind Gu Ruoan but did not see the red-robed and silver-haired figure. Gu Ruoan smiled serenely and replied, Xiao Yi has more pressing matters to attend to. Besides, he does not need to make an appearance in this battle. Once this battle ends, she would need to make her way to the East Peak mainland. Chanbei has gone to the East Peak mainland first for her sake. This was to ensure that once she enters the East Peak mainland, there would be a powerful force there to protect her. As such, he has left to build an organization before her arrival. If Gu Ruoan was to say that she did not feel touched by this gesture, that would be a lie. This man has already done everything in his power for her, yet he has never once complained. Little girl, let's go. Shangshao has been waiting for you for a very long time. The Honorable Sir Tianqi recollected his thoughts and spoke to Gu Ruoan. Gu Ruoan nodded. Let's go meet my brother now. She said nothing more and followed the Honorable Sir Tianqi towards a tent. Gu Shangshao, who was in the middle of a discussion with the Spirit Sect's master in the tent, noticed Gu Ruoan walking in with the Honorable Sir Tianqi from the corner of his eye. His grim features lit up with joy and he quickly rose to his feet, reaching her side in just a few steps. His originally cold and grim features softened. His eyes, which were as dark as the night, looked as if they could drown a person. Yunsa, you're here. At this moment, his eyes only saw this woman in green before him and completely ignored the Honorable Sir Tianqi who was walking right in front of him. Ahem. The Stegmaster cleared his throat and a small smile appeared on his cold and stern face. Lady Gu, why have you come here on your own? Where are your subordinates? Prior to this, the Stegmaster had received news of the events which had happened during Lan Yuzhi's birthday celebration. This young woman had built such a large organization all on her own. Even the spiritual beasts of the entire mainland have surrendered to her. Chapter 734, The War of Gods and Demons 5. Just a large number of spiritual beasts alone would be enough to crush the humans to death. Even the master of the Spirit Sect, a member of the three great authorities, has no choice but to pay heed to the power in her hand. Furthermore, this woman was truly extraordinary. Luckily, he does not have any disagreements with this extraordinary person. Otherwise, his loss would not be limited to his highly favored Gu Shangshao. Even he would be trampled and flattened to the ground by the countless spiritual beasts. At this point in time, no matter how powerful he has become, he was only a general without an army. How could he stand on the same level as the immortal realm and the courts of hell? Hearing the Sect Master's words, Gu Ruoan smiled calmly. Her clear and cold eyes remained serene and steady. I have merely arrived early, the Dongfang family will be here very soon. She did not elaborate further on the other forces under her command. After all, she does not have a good impression of the Spirit Sect's master. If it had not been for the sake of Gu Shangshao and the Honorable Sir Tianqi, she would not have bothered to even speak with him. The Sect Master was about to say something else but he could tell that Gu Ruoan has no interest in chatting with him so he swallowed his words, anxious at the uncomfortable feeling. Yunsa, you must be tired. I've prepared a tent for you so go and get some rest. It's best to conserve your energy right now because the demons won't be so easily defeated. Don't you worry, I'll protect you. The man's cold features displayed a sense of resolution as he spoke. Mother and father have passed on, my sister is the only hope I have left in this world. At the foot of the mountain, a group of people were making their way up the mountain. The leader of the group was a delicately handsome youth whose green robes fluttered in the wind. His eyes were clear and limpid, shining like pools of perfect and pure water. Sir Chia, how much longer will our journey be? Lin Lang wiped the sweat from her brow and turned towards the handsome youth in front of her. After a bit of hesitation, she had opened her mouth to ask the question. Previously, Gu Ruoan had decided to head towards the battlefield on her own first after receiving the sudden news. She had then asked Chia Linyu to lead the members of the Dongfang family towards the battlefield. The fight against the demons was also a rare opportunity for them to level up. Hence, any young martial king disciples had the opportunity to make their way towards the battlefield of gods and demons. Whenever Gu Ruoan's name was mentioned, Lin Lang's heart would fill with gratitude. She could still remember the woman's words to her during the divine trials. Gu Ruoan had said that one day, she would make the Gu family personally return her parents back to the Dongfang family. The Gu family has actually done that. Of course, if it had not been for Gu Ruan's words, she might never have been reunited with her parents in this lifetime. Watch out. Suddenly, Chia Linyu's delicate features sank and his clear eyes flashed with vigilance. He knit his attractive brows tightly and his voice, as clear as spring water, rang throughout the silent mountain range. Who's there? Ha ha. The sound of loud laughter appeared from thin air. The Dongfang family disciples' faces grew nervous. They anxiously clutched their swords and stared fully alert at the place where that voice had come from. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, countless figures appeared. They charged down from thin air and shot towards them like piercing rays of light. These figures crashed down before their very eyes, completely surrounding the members of the Dongfang family. Chapter 735, Gu Ruan's Wrath 1. It's the Lin family, the Chai family, the Green Mountain faction, and the members of the Medicine Order. Ling Lang's expression changed greatly. How can this be? How is it possible for these people to have leveled up so much in such a short time? They're mostly at the rank of high-level martial emperors. One of them is even a martial honor. As I recall, they were never as strong as this. What on earth had happened for them to become so powerful? Members of the Dongfang family, you have no right to enter this place. A figure appeared from within the group. He was an elder dressed in grey robes with a sneer on his face and he looked insufferably arrogant. No one is allowed to enter without the Immortal Realm's permission. You could join the Immortal Realm like us, but this is obviously not possible. Furthermore, it's the Dongfang family's fault for producing someone like Gu Ruan. We serve the Immortal Realm's commands, and that is to kill everyone in the Dongfang family. You have only yourself to blame for not adapting to the circumstances. The grey-robed elder paused before continuing. I'm sure you must all be wondering how we've become so powerful. Haha, our opportunity was bestowed upon us by the Dongfang family. During Lan Yuzhe's birthday celebration, we, the guests, had been kicked out by you, the Dongfang family who were the hosts. After that, we formed an alliance and joined the Immortal Realm together. It was because of the Immortal Realm that we have managed to become so powerful. Today marks the day of destruction for the Dongfang family. As he spoke, everyone took a few steps forward towards them, allowing their strong aura to erupt. The grey-robed elder, who was their leader, let out the full force of his powers as a martial honor, instantly raising a hurricane from around him. Chia Linyu did not hesitate as he retaliated immediately. He unsheathed the green sword that hung from his waist. The light within the green sword flashed, bursting forth with such brilliance that everyone could not help but raise their hands to shield their eyes. Just as they were attempting to shade their eyes from the sword's brilliance, Chia Linyu was already in front of them. Whoosh! The sharp end of the sword pierced towards the grey-robed elder. In that instant, the grey-robed elder moved swiftly and quickly drew his weapon to block the attack. Crash! Their weapons clashed with a sharp noise. Chia Linyu immediately felt a numbness on the web between his thumb and forefinger. He nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, but he forcibly swallowed it all when it reached his lips. He stumbled back and his delicate features looked very serious. A spiritual weapon. The grey-robed elder was mildly shocked. He waved his numb hand and suddenly laughed. How interesting, this little fellow has a spiritual weapon in his possession. However, this spiritual weapon would only be tainted by your hands. Why not give it to us? Ha ha ha. Boom. Suddenly, Chia Linyu swung his long sword and a wave of light from the sword immediately pierced through the ground. Instantly, a dust storm formed and covered everyone's vision. Go, hurry up and leave. Lin Lang and the rest were astonished. Sir Chia, what about you? I'll hold them off. The rest of you, go. Big Sister had entrusted these people to me before she left, so no matter what, I must protect their lives. I may be able to deal with them on my own. You'll only drag me down if you stay, so hurry, go and find my sister. Lin Lang bit her lips and hardened her heart before turning around and running as fast as she could. Upon seeing this, the rest hurriedly ran off as well. They turned back to glance at Chia Linyu before they left. Even though they had been unwilling to leave, they knew very well that based on their powers as martial kings, they would only be a burden if they had remained. They would end up dragging Sir Chia if he has to protect them. The only thing they could do now was to find Lady Gu. Chapter 736, Gu Ruan's Wrath 2. HMPH, you're overestimating yourself. The elder in grey sneered before he disregarded the dust-filled air and charged forward. However, just as he took 2 steps forward, a green figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Amidst the smoke and dust, it was difficult to make out the youth's features. Nevertheless, his voice was soft and pure yet filled with courage all the same. Do you not have something against the Dongfang family? What's the use in going up against a few powerless disciples? I, Chia Linyu, am Gu Ruan's little brother and her most important relative. Why don't you forget about chasing after them and use all of your powers to defeat me? How about that? As the smoke and dust slowly cleared, the youth's features became clearer, but he did not look raggedy at all. His delicate features were very clean while his eyes were clear, limpid and moving. The elder in grey burst into laughter. Kid, you're giving yourself up out of stupidity. That's right, those people were clearly the Dongfang family disciples. Killing them, however, doesn't seem to change anything. The powers of the Dongfang family are at this stage because of that SLT Gu Ruan. As her little brother, you're certainly more useful than the rest. I'm going to kill you first so that you would suffer an extreme amount of grief. Only after that would I go after the remaining Dongfang family disciples. Ha ha ha. The elder laughed and charged towards Chia Linyu. At the same time, everyone else also reacted and moved to attack the delicate-looking youth. The sun was setting in the west. The stench of blood filled the entire mountain range. Chia Linyu had lost track of time. His entire body felt drained of energy and he was close to collapsing from exhaustion. This time, the attackers were not only powerful, they had come in a large number as well. While he has had a substantial upgrade in his ability, it was still extremely difficult to hold his own against all of them even with the help of his spiritual weapon and pills. At this point in time, the youth's green robes had been dyed red with blood. The space between his brows had lost its initial clarity. His face was extremely pale and his body was riddled with wounds which dripped with blood continuously. No. This won't do. I must not fall. I have to kill them all, so I can't give up just yet. Chia Linyu forced himself to crawl to his feet. However, just as he tried to stand up, his knees gave way and he nearly fell to the ground once again. Damned brat, I didn't think that you'd end up being so powerful despite your young age. You've managed to survive our combined attacks and you've even killed so many of us. The grey-robed elder's expression was extremely horrifying. He sneered as he continued, but to what end? You've sustained so many heavy injuries. I reckon that you won't be able to live past the day, so let me send you off now. Brat, your powers really aren't bad and you had the help of a spiritual weapon. Unfortunately, I'm a martial honor. Your powers are still pretty far off when compared to mine. Nevertheless, this brat has not only retaliated so stubbornly, he's even managed to kill so many of us. Now, he has pretty much killed everyone else except for me. This is too humiliating. I won't let him die so easily. I won't go easy on this damned brat. Cough, cough. Chia Linyu coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. He then took out a pill and swallowed it. In the beginning, the effects from his pill usage were obvious as his injuries were healed almost instantaneously. Otherwise, he would not have been able to withstand so many attacks for such a long time. However, pill benefits have their limit and one can only take 10 curing pills in a day. With 10 of these, one could heal very quickly. Chapter 737, Guruan's Wrath 3. After 10 pills, the effects of the pill would become slower. Chia Linyu had lost track of the number of pills he had consumed. You're still trying to fight back. The elder in grey laughed mockingly as he saw the young man grabbing his sword. Chia Linyu the charged towards him once again. The elder raised his hand and gripped Chia Linyu's arm with ease as he spoke with disdain. Kid, I advise you to give up. You are no match for me. However, don't you worry, I won't let you die so soon. Did you not mention that Guruan is your older sister? This means that you must be very important to her. That woman had previously destroyed our organization. How could I ever let her off so easily? So, I'm going to use you to threaten her. She must love you so much that she would disregard everything for your sake. When that time comes, I'll make her tear off her clothes and suffer unbearable humiliation so that she would no longer be able to continue living. Ha ha. Chia Linyu's eyes darkened as rage flashed in his eyes. Say that one more time. I said, I want Guruan to die of the humiliation in front of the world. As long as you're in my hands, I need not fear her retaliation. Besides, the Lord Immortal Master already harbors a deep hatred towards her. How could he possibly let her off so easily? Ha ha ha. By then, she will surely suffer a horrifying death. As he spoke, the elder in grey gritted his teeth hatefully. It was all Guruan's fault. The Dongfang family, who had been previously bullied by us, had managed to rise up because of this woman. If it had not been for her, the hierarchy of power on this mainland would not have turned out this way. Also, I would never forget how this woman had coldly chased all of us out during Lan Yuzhi's birthday celebration. If you dare to lay a hand on my sister, I will never forgive you. Chia Linyu's entire body trembled and his delicate features were now filled with rage. He looked as if he could swallow a person whole as he glared at the grey-robed elder. Never forgive me. TSK, TSK. You're now a fallen general in my hands. How do you plan to get your revenge? Kill me if you can, but do you have the ability? Try to pull your arm out of my grasp. Can you even do that? The grey-robed elder burst into laughter as he drove the grip of his fingers deeper into Chia Linyu's arm. His fingernails left obvious indents on the youth's arm. Fresh blood began to trickle down and soon, his entire arm was drenched with blood. However, the grey-robed elder's smile suddenly froze in place. Before he could react, the youth had pulled a sword out from the air and chopped off the arm in the elder's grip. Blood began spewing out, drenching the elder's hand in a red stream. The elder was stunned. He stared in astonishment at the young man's pale yet delicate features as his heart filled with horror. He was thoroughly terrified by the youth's mercilessness. In order to escape his shackles, he was willing to sacrifice his arm. Why? I hate it most of all when others use me to threaten my sister. If you want that arm, I'll give it to you. I'll never fall into your hands and be used by you to threaten her. The young man spoke slowly. His voice no longer held his previous youthful tenderness, it was now filled with terrifying ferocity. The elder was still holding on to the amputated arm. At this moment, he was still rather dumbfounded and has yet to return to his senses. Therefore, he failed to notice the green light glowing from the sword in the grip of the amputated arm. Suddenly, the sword flew up in the air and pierced into the elder's chest, driving its blade straight through his back. Chapter 738, Guruan's Wrath 4. Splatter. The elder shook and made a muffled sound as he stared in shock at the youth's delicate and pure features. He simply could not understand it. For the sake of defeating his enemy, this young man would even resort to such cruel measures against himself. Thud. Chia Linyu's body could no longer take it and he crumpled heavily to the ground. Just as his body hit the ground, he noticed a familiar figure speeding towards him. Sister. The youth slowly closed his eyes. His lips were raised into a smile and he looked at ease and a little joyful. Sister, I can finally help you to protect others. At last, I'm no longer your burden. You are. A heart-wrenching scream pierced through the skies and echoed through the entire mountain range. Guruan flew to Chia Linyu's side. When her eyes fell upon the bloodied youth, a raging flame burst from within her. That anger was enough to destroy the world. A mortal realm. I, Guruan, hereby swear that if I do not destroy you today, I can't be considered human. At this very moment, her heart was in severe agony. Scenes of her past life flashed in her mind's eye. At that time, she had been unable to exact revenge and just as she wanted to use her soul to do it, Zixi had stopped her. However, in this life, if anyone dares to lay a hand on her little brother, she would destroy their entire family. Not a single person would be left alive. Yue, don't worry, I won't let you die. I also won't allow anyone who has harmed you to continue to live. Gu Ruoan slowly rose to her feet and held the blood-drenched youth closely to her chest. Her green robes were also stained red with his blood, but she did not seem to notice it at all. She gently carried the youth and headed towards the battlefield. When Gu Ruoan stepped onto the field with the blood-drenched Xie Linyu, the entire battlefield went into a sensation. She placed the youth on a bed and a cold light flashed in her eyes. Big brother, I want the immortal realm to be annihilated. Gu Shangshao shuddered before he patted Gu Ruoan's shoulder comfortingly and said, Yunse, no matter what you do, you have my support. Thank you. Gu Ruoan's lips trembled softly. I've given him a pill and that helped stop the bleeding. However, Yuse's wounds are far too severe and can't be healed in such a short time. So, brother, may I trouble you to send someone to take care of him and help me make arrangements for the Dongfang family as well? At that time, she had been in the middle of cultivation in her room when Lin Lang and the rest had rushed in. She then found out about the Immortal Realm's scheme to kill the Dongfang family members at the foot of the mountain, and she had rushed down the mountain at top speed. At this moment, aside from an immeasurable rage, her heart was also filled with self-blame. She blamed herself for her inability to protect Xie Linyu. In truth, no one would have thought that the Immortal Realm, as a team joining the war of gods and demons, would have sent their underlings to commit murder. Not even Gu Ruoan, who has long been aware of the Immortal Realm's shamelessness, had expected them to make their move at a time like this. Yunse, you shouldn't blame yourself too much. Gu Shangshao saw through Gu Ruoan's remorse and gently stroked her shoulder. His wounds are indeed heavy, and if you had not been here, he would not have survived. The fact that you're able to save his life is a miracle. However, this arm. Gu Ruoan's heart sank as she raised her head and looked out at the sky. Her clear and cold gaze was filled with murderous intent. Gu Shangshao said nothing more and walked out of the room. Little girl. The Honorable Sir Tianqi entered and frowned. Are you really planning to make the Immortal Realm pay now? The war of gods and demons is close at hand. I've heard that the demons this year are more powerful than before. At the end of the day, the Immortal Realm is still one of the most powerful forces on this mainland. Without them, our stakes in the battle would go down substantially. Why not wait until the end of the fight to get rid of them? After this battle, we would have another 10 years to prepare for the next one. Chapter 739, Gu Ruoan's Wrath 5. 10 years. He believes that within 10 years, Gu Ruoan's power would have expanded into unimaginable realms. By then, they would no longer need to worry about the demons. I've made my decision. Gu Ruoan shook her head. It's an insult to Yue if I allow anyone who had harmed him to remain alive for another second. I will no longer tolerate the existence of the Immortal Realm. She then said nothing more and stepped out. She soon disappeared from the Honorable Sir Tianqi's view. The Honorable Sir Tianqi smiled bitterly in exasperation. This little girl truly has a stubborn personality, but regardless of her talents, the Immortal Master is a high-level martial honor. What's going to happen if she was unable to fight back? The Honorable Sir Tianqi threw the safety of the mainland to the back of his mind at the thought of this. Anxiety and nervousness began to fill his heart. No, I must follow her. This little girl's brashness might actually put her at the short end of the stick. The Honorable Sir Tianqi deliberated for half a second before he rushed out to chase after her. Boom. Outside the Immortal Realm's assembly tent, a powerful force suddenly erupted towards them and destroyed the mansion-like tents. Countless Immortal Realm disciples scrambled out from the wreckage and looked at the culprit. Gu Ruoan, what do you think you're doing? Rongxin ran out, looking completely disheveled as she glared angrily at Gu Ruoan. Gu Ruoan merely glanced at her unfeelingly and smiled icily. Rongxin, I've yet to make you pay for everything you've done to Wei Yi. I didn't think that you would join forces with other organizations and try to harm the Dongfang family members. Also, Yue was seriously injured because of this. What did you say? Anxiety flashed in Rongxin's eyes as she calmed her emotions and said, Gu Ruoan, you're far too impudent. This is the Immortal Realm's territory, not a place for you to display your atrocious behavior. In the past, Rongxin would never have dared to speak to Gu Ruoan in this manner. However, now that I have the Immortal Realm's support, why should I continue to fear this woman? What a joke. I've come to exact revenge from the Immortal Realm. Of course, this also includes all the organizations who have joined them as well. Gu Ruoan's face was enveloped in a cold light. Her clear, cold gaze was filled with murderous intent. Now, bring the master of the Immortal Realm to me. As Gu Ruoan had stormed the Immortal Realm so suddenly, she has attracted quite a bit of an audience. In addition to the fact that she was just seen carrying a blood-drenched youth back to the army camp, many could already guess what was going on. However, none of them expected her to have the audacity to demand the Immortal Master to show himself. Gu Ruoan, who do you think you are? What right do you have to demand the Immortal Master to see you? Dream on, we'll forget about you standing here all alone. Even if you had displayed that organization under your command for all to see, you are still no match for the Immortal Master. As a human, you should know your place. Seeing how Gu Ruoan had arrived on her own, Rongxin felt no fear. I'll say this once more, bring the master of the Immortal Realm to me. Gu Ruoan's voice echoed through the clouds and resounded through the heavens, otherwise, I will kill every single member of the Immortal Realm. Rongxin wanted to laugh. Is this woman incapable of comprehending my words? She thinks she's a god. She dares to hurl insults at the Immortal Master and threaten him with killing everyone in the Immortal Realm. Who does she think she is? She has the audacity to talk a load of rubbish while she stands there alone. She's far too arrogant. Chapter 740, Exterminating the Immortal Realm, 1. Just as Rongxin was about to curse out loud, her smile suddenly froze in place and she widened her eyes as if she had just seen a monster. Shock enveloped her eyes. Gu Ruoan, who had initially been on her own, was suddenly accompanied by numerous people and spiritual beasts who had appeared out of thin air. They surrounded the entire battlefield in a dense mass and each of them exuded a valiant stance. What is this? Where had all these people come from? However, the most shocking of them all loomed from behind them. The large azure dragon had appeared in the sky. He resembled the supreme ruler as he looked down imposingly on both the tiny humans and the spiritual beasts. The elegant white tiger walked beneath him, her clear blue eyes filled with smiles. Next to the white tiger was the black tortoise with a long, snake-like tail. His eyes were extremely beautiful as well and his hard shell shone in the sunlight. These, aren't they 3 of the 4 divine spiritual beasts, the black tortoise, the white tiger and the azure dragon? Rong Xin was thoroughly shocked. She has long heard the rumors of how Gu Ruan has both the azure dragon and the white tiger on her side. Nevertheless, rumors were unsubstantiated, so how could it be possible for the legendary spiritual beasts to appear beside her now? She never thought that those rumors could be true. These 3 divine spiritual beasts look exactly as they had appeared in the ancient paintings. If the vermilion bird was in their midst, she would have had all 4 divine spiritual beasts. It's been a while since I've come out. I can finally loosen up a little. Yan yawned and blinked his eyes sleepily. A great invisible force then erupted, causing everyone's face to change. This is a martial honor. Rong Xin bit her lip. This spiritual beast can turn into a human and is also at the rank of a martial honor with formidable powers. However, she could not sense his exact rank. Kill all the members of the immortal realm. Gu Ruan slowly raised her head and murderous intent flashed in her eyes, and hang the dead bodies for all to see. She was not satisfied with simply exterminating the immortal realm, she wanted to hang their corpses up for everyone to see. She was not just exacting revenge on behalf of Chia Linyu, she was also ensuring that once she has left the West Sprit mainland, no one on earth would dare to lay a hand on the people closest to her. So what if I have to be vicious? So what if I have to be merciless? If this was the only way for me to love ones, I don't mind turning into a demon. You, what are you doing? Rong Xin finally felt fear. She stumbled back as she gritted her teeth and her face was drained of color. Gu Ruan, I'm now a member of the immortal realm. So what if you have this many cultivators on your side? You're no match for the immortal realm. Gu Ruan did not seem to hear her words. After she had given her orders, she did not even look at Rong Xin. Instead, she calmly instructed, aside from the members of the medicine order, kill everyone else. She has no intentions of sparing the medicine order. Instead, they would be given to Wei Yi who would then handle them, personally. As you command. Her subordinates replied in unison. Their crisp and clear voices echoed throughout the battlefield. The Honorable Sir Tianqi stood behind the crowd as he observed Gu Ruan's actions. He smiled bitterly and sighed. It seems that this time, the little girl has finally made her decision. Since that's the case, I can only follow her wishes. The immortal realm's idiocy is to blame for this. They clearly knew that the battle with the demons would be launched soon, yet they still resorted to resolve their private grievances in public by trying to murder the members of the Dongfang family. Because of that, even if they are exterminated, one might say that they're stewing in their own juice. Chapter 741, Exterminating the Immortal Realm, 2. Gu Ruan has a natural disposition to not tolerate troublemakers. This was not something the Immortal Realm was aware of, yet still, they had insisted on doing something like this. So, you can't really blame this little girl for her brashness in charging towards the Immortal Realm. At the land around the battlefield, the countless organizations in the vicinity were discussing the situation in lowered voices as they focused on the battle between the 2 sides which has blown up before them. However, they all had the opinion that things would end miserably for Gu Ruan. Regardless of how much her powers have grown, the master of the Immortal Realm was still a high-level martial honor after all. How could she even be a match for him? Stop. Boom. Just as the battle was becoming more intense, an enraged voice burst through space. A figure in white slowly came into view. The man's icy features held an irrepressible anger. Gu Ruan, what do you think you're doing? The Immortal Master grit his teeth as he glared angrily at the young woman beneath him. I had just left for a minute only to witness this woman killing my own disciples when I had returned. She's simply an intolerable bully. Even when hitting a dog, one should look at its master. She has massacred so many of my people in front of everyone's eyes, did she not place any significance on my position at all? This was clearly an insult meant for me. Ignore him. Gu Ruan glanced at the Immortal Master and continued to issue her orders, continue to kill them all. Impudence. A murderous intent flashed in the Immortal Master's eyes. He charged towards her in anger as he gathered all the energy in his body onto the palm of his hand and aimed it at Gu Ruan's head. To a lot of witnesses, that one blow from the Immortal Master would certainly split Gu Ruan's head in half and she would die tragically. However, just as the Immortal Master's hand was about to land on Gu Ruan's head, she backed away as if she had grown eyes on top of her head. She then raised her hand and retaliated against his attack. Boom. A powerful fluctuation burst between the two. Their robes were destroyed by the sheer force of it all, rendering them torn and tattered. Gu Ruan felt a numbness in the palm of her hand. She was in a dangerous situation, but she retracted her hand which had no trace of a wound. She gently swung it around as she glared icily at the Immortal Master. Gu Ruan, you have far too much audacity. You would even dare to cross the Immortal Realm. Could it be that you're completely deluded on thinking that it would be easy to abuse the Immortal Master? The Immortal Master's chest burned with a fiery rage. He dearly wished that he could tear the woman in front of him to pieces. The Immortal Realm had sent their underlings to kill the Dongfang family disciples and severely wounded my close relative. So, from this day forth, the Immortal Realm must cease to exist. The woman's voice was cool and calm, yet it felt like a heavy weight as it slammed into the hearts of many. Ha ha ha. The Immortal Master roared with laughter. He spat angrily as he replied ferociously, so what if you kill them all? Gu Ruan, do you really think that you could consider everyone to be beneath you just because you have great talent? Forget about killing them, even your life will soon be taken away by me. If they actually die, it'll be their fault for being inferior. What does that have to do with me? Those who are lacking in power should die. Gu Ruan nodded, showing agreement. Your statement isn't wrong. If you're unable to defeat me, then you must die here as well. The crowd was stunned upon hearing this egotistical statement. Gu Ruoan was indeed a genius, but that does not mean that she, who was still at a very young age, would have the ability to defeat a high-level martial honor. A speck of dust dares to squabble with the sun and the moon. The immortal master sneered, "What abilities do you have to be able to defeat me on your own? You're no match for me." Chapter 742, Exterminating the Immortal Realm, 3. The immortal master was right. On this mainland, the higher the rank, the stronger their coercion. If someone was a high-level martial honor, not even 100 low-level martial honors could defeat that person. Unless they had a spiritual weapon. However, as the master of the immortal realm, the immortal master has had many years of inside information from the immortal realm. Therefore, how could he not have at least 1 or 2 spiritual weapons in his possession? Hence, Gu Ruoan was simply no match for him. Stop. The Honorable Sir Tianqi could no longer ignore this and immediately rushed towards them. His elderly body turned into a hurricane as he aimed his attack towards the immortal master. The immortal master glared coldly at him and produced a strong ray of light with a wave of his hand. It slammed fiercely into the Honorable Sir Tianqi's chest, causing him to stumble back. Even the members of the Spirit sect wants to poke their noses in the businesses of others. The immortal master stared at the Honorable Sir Tianqi's pale, elderly features. Don't forget, the 3 great authorities are considered as one body. Regardless of our internal squabbles, when faced with other enemies, we must all be on the same page. Yet, you had wanted to help an outsider to defeat the immortal master. The Honorable Sir Tianqi spoke with disdain. As the immortal master and a high-level martial honor, isn't it a little inexcusable for you to cause trouble for a person from the younger generation? Furthermore, it was the immortal realm who had acted unreasonably first. Ha ha. The immortal master laughed as if he had just heard a funny joke. His laughter was filled with arrogance and madness. His lips had curled into a sarcastic angle. Acted unreasonably first. Hee. The immortal realm has never committed such rude acts. Also, if I wish to kill anyone, they definitely deserve to die. Gu Ruoan has killed countless people. Many have died unjustly in her hands. I, as the master of the immortal realm, must act in place of the Heaves and get rid of this disaster. What sin is there in this? I'm only killing the Dongfang family as a way to deal with this woman. So, I simply don't believe that I'm wrong in any way. The immortal master sneered as he swept his gaze towards Gu Ruoan's expressionless face. He stared commandingly down at her, looking at her as if she was some sort of insignificant ant and he was a god who controlled that ant's life. That's right. In the immortal master's heart, he was the god of the West Strid mainland. Everyone else must only listen to his commands alone, and if anyone tries to oppose him, they would become the enemy of the mainland as well. You. The Honorable Sir Tianqi trembled with rage. He was about to say something again when the woman's clear and calm voice slowly drifted into his ears. Honorable Sir Tianqi, this matter has nothing to do with you. The Spirit sect does not need to step in. The woman gently raised her delicate features amidst the night winds and her dark hair danced in the breeze. Immortal realm, I can tolerate whatever you've done in the past to the end of days. However, the only thing that I can't tolerate is the harm your organization had caused towards the people I've sworn to protect. Hence. She paused and her features did not display any trace of emotion from the very beginning. The immortal realm shall be exterminated from the face of this earth. Ha, then I'd really like to see if you can do that. The immortal master burst into laughter. It was a laughter filled with an icy chill, causing everyone there to back away with unconscious understanding. They left a large space in the middle, terrified that they would end up wounded from the effects of the oncoming battle. Boom. An endless amount of aura erupted from the immortal master's very being. From a distance, he looked absolutely merciless as he stood tall amidst the white fog. Then, a white sword appeared in his hand. It emitted such an icy chill that it could freeze a person into ice. He brandished it towards Gu Ruoan in one swift move. His tall figure began to circle around Gu Ruoan's slender body. The sword in the man's hand followed his sneer and slowly aimed downwards. Chapter 743, Exterminating the Immortal Realm, 4. A wild wind rose, surrounding the two. Soon, the crowd watched as the immortal master's sword fell, piercing through Gu Ruoan's chest. Zing! The sword had pierced through the woman's chest, but the strange thing was, when the blade had gone through, there was no blood. Instantly, the immortal master narrowed his eyes and furrowed his brows at the slowly dissolving figure. An afterimage. The crowd was in shock. They never thought that this woman, whose chest had just been pierced by the immortal master's sword, could create an afterimage. HMPH. Feeling a gust of wind behind him, the immortal master scoffed coldly before hurriedly turning around to raise his sword and block the attack. The woman behind him was instantly sent stumbling back and a trail of fresh blood trickled down from the corner of her lips. HMPH. The immortal master scoffed again as a disdainful smile appeared on the corners of his lips. He stared condescendingly down at the woman before him. You've overestimated yourself. Boom. A powerful wave energy emerged from his body and turned into a large fist before him. It was aimed towards Gu Ruoan and seemed to contain the power to topple mountains and overturn seas. Everything on earth seemed to pale in view of such power. Bang! Gu Ruoan hurriedly raised her hand to catch the fist, but the high-pressure depression quickly drained her face of color. Her clear, cold gaze pierced through the thick layers of obstruction and fell upon the man's arrogant face. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Wave after wave of energy came cutting down from the void. They were aimed mercilessly towards her delicate and slender figure, but Gu Ruoan did not retreat. Her green robes have now become torn and haggard as it fluttered gently against the night winds. The immortal master felt a hint of shock as if he never expected the woman before him to successfully oppose his powerful attacks. Are you done? Gu Ruoan wiped the blood from the corner of her lips and stared emotionlessly at the immortal master's shocked face. She spoke in a clear and cold voice. Since you're done, it's now my turn. Whoosh. After she spoke, the woman raised her own sword in a horizontal direction. The sword emitted a white light that could take away one's soul as if it were a glaringly bright light that shone in the hearts of men. Roar. A loud roar sounded from the longsword in the woman's hand. At that moment, the entire mountain range shivered. A large, pale white dragon flew out from the sword. It spat an entire mouthful of dragon's breath towards the immortal master who was only a few feet away. A high-level spiritual weapon. The immortal master's face finally displayed a hint of change. The expression in his eyes sank as he watched the pale dragon's breath hurling towards him. He quickly stepped back and blocked the attack. A high-level spiritual weapon. This woman actually has a high-level spiritual weapon in her hands. Only a high-level spiritual weapon can contain a weapon spirit. I never thought that she would actually have such a powerful thing in her hands. Also, if I'm not sensing this wrongly, Guruan's powers seem to be at the rank of a low-level martial honor. A 20-year-old low-level martial honor. How many people on this mainland would actually have the ability to achieve this? The crowd's hearts were shaken, but collectively, they all felt pity instead. If she could have waited another few years, perhaps no one on this mainland would be a match for her. Unfortunately, she was far too brash. Regardless of the situation, the immortal master, a high-level martial honor, was not someone that she could easily defeat. Chapter 744, Exterminating the Immortal Realm, 5. Her chances of success were slim even if she has a high-level spiritual weapon in her hands. Aside from Guruan's fight, the other battles were also still ongoing. The members of the Devil Sect and the many spiritual beasts had bloodlust in their eyes. As long as a member of the Immortal Realm was nearby, they would all die by the devilish claws. As such, under a sky smudged by the sunset's afterglow, one could smell the thick stench of blood in the air. The crimson color set off against the night sky brilliantly. It was absolutely shocking. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. The pale dragon burst from the longsword over and over again as it charged mercilessly towards the Immortal Master. The Immortal Master used his sleeve to block the former's attacks and his handsome features grew increasingly icy. Too fast. This pale dragon's movements were extremely fast. If he wants to attack Guruan by going around it, the pale dragon would still block him over and over again. Even if he lost track of the number of times he has killed the pale dragon, it would always be reborn from the longsword. As a weapon spirit, the pale dragon could not be killed unless one destroys the weapon itself. Guruan. The Immortal Master's heart sank heavily to the depths of his being. He looked at the emotionless woman and said, "Fight me on your own if you're all that skilled. You're using your spiritual weapon to block me. What kind of ability is that?" Guruan calmly stared back at the Immortal Master and did not respond. Under the crowd's watchful eye, a powerful force suddenly erupted from her body. Instantly, an endless spiritual energy circled around the top of her head, forming a strong hurricane. A breakthrough to a mid-level martial honor. Everyone was stunned and stared in shock at Guruan. They never expected that she would have a breakthrough. I did not expect to rush here just in time to watch just a good show. At a short distance away, amongst the crowd, a villainous-looking man was seated on a lounge chair as he observed the proceedings. His lips curled into an indolent smile as his finger gently stroked his chin. He was flanked by a group of irresistibly beautiful handmaidens with an austere look on each of their faces. They stood next to him like tree stumps rooted to the ground. However, Xiao Yunsa is truly Gu Shangsha's little sister. The power she holds in her hand is truly shocking. The man's alluring eyes curved into such a beautiful smile that it was indescribable. Also, the bigger the spiritual ocean, the faster the breakthroughs in the future. She has proved this today. The man continued to watch Guruan as the smile in his eyes grew increasingly pronounced. It's been over 2 years since we've last met and this woman has become so powerful. However, an unknown thought crossed his mind and an obscure light briefly flashed across his eyes. It was too fast for anyone to notice and the man soon reverted to his mischievous smile. Boom. Once Guruan's breakthrough has concluded, she raised her longsword once again and the pale dragon charged out with a loud roar. Its enormous body then slammed fiercely into the Immortal Master. Following Guruan's breakthrough, the power of her spiritual weapon had grown as well. The Immortal Master hurriedly picked up his sword to block the attack, but his arm seemed to shake violently as if his skin was about to be torn off. He stumbled back and the cold smile on his face became increasingly grave. Guruan. The Immortal Master's eyes looked cold and his face was like ice. He still looked at Guruan as if she was an ant. His gaze was full of arrogance. "Now, you've indeed reached the level where you have the right to fight with me. As such, I'm not going to go easy on you." He clutched the sword in his hand and reappeared behind Guruan in a flash. Chapter 745, Exterminating the Immortal Realm, 6. The Immortal Master stood tall on thin air and raised his sword high before slashing it mercilessly down at Guruan's skull. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Bang! Guruan seemed to have eyes at the back of her head as she blocked the attack with a wave of her longsword. A fiery light erupted along with a great wave of spiritual energy, destroying everything around the two opponents. HMPH. The Immortal Master scoffed coldly. His arm flexed as he pushed violently at Guruan's sword. Guruan's feet dug furrows in the ground under the sheer force of his power, but she never loosened her grip and continued to clutch her sword tightly in her hand. She then gathered all her power and directed it towards her sword. A violent wind blew and her green robes danced in the air. The wind immediately destroyed the remainder of her robes, but she did not seem to notice and persisted in sending all her power into the longsword. Suddenly, the sword was engulfed in a red hurricane with a scorching heat that promises Armageddon. I could care less about what the Immortal Realm has done, but this time, you've done something that you should never have even considered. What? The Immortal Master was shaken, but before he could regain his senses, the red hurricane in Guruan's sword hurled towards him, instantly surrounding his body. However, despite the time-consuming technique, a ray of light soon shot out from the red hurricane and divided it into half, causing it to disperse into the void. However, the crowd was stunned when they saw the person who had emerged from the hurricane. The previously elegant and saintly-looking man now looked torn and tattered. His hair was a complete mess, as if he had just crawled out from a rubbish heap. His entire being no longer carried the originally dignified stature of the immortal master. He was now thoroughly enraged, and his cold, hard features had become utterly furious. If anyone ignorant of the situation were to see his face now, they would immediately assume that Gu Ruoan had just killed his entire family. Gu Ruoan. He gritted his teeth as he spat. Ever since I have become the immortal master, I have always been treated with reverence and respect. However, not only is this woman before me threatening to destroy the immortal realm, she has humiliated me in front of so many people. She has crossed the line. He. Suddenly, he smiled. This smile did not contain any of his previous arrogance. It was instead filled with anger and hatred. If you're truly skilled, you should have no problems in laying down your spiritual weapon and fighting properly with me. If it wasn't for that spiritual weapon in your hand, you'd have no chance of defeating me. Gu Ruoan shot him a cold glare and spat icily. Idiot. Idiot. This woman has the audacity to humiliate me by calling me an idiot. The immortal master was completely insulted. He no longer cared about his elegant public image as he charged towards Gu Ruoan like a madman. I'm going to kill you. I'll make you understand that anyone who opposes the immortal realm will be rewarded with a bad end. An infinite amount of power erupted, carrying an aura so powerful that it could bring about the Armageddon. The immortal master gathered all his power to the front of his body and threw it all down mercilessly towards Gu Ruoan. Boom. The white dragon charged out of the sword once again. It rose up in one leap and directed its dragon's breath towards the immortal master. Previously, the white dragon may not have been able to defeat the immortal master. However, with Gu Ruoan's upgrade in power, the powers of the spiritual weapon were also increased by another level as well. As such, after coming into contact with this scorching heat, the immortal master's body suddenly became sluggish and fell from the sky, crashing heavily into the ground. Chapter 746, Exterminating the Immortal Realm, 7. A large quantity of blood gushed from his mouth, painting the ground red. The immortal master's eyes had turned red. He glared fixedly at the calm and serene girl before gritting out, Gu Ruoan, you'll regret this. Yes, for everything that she has done to me today, this woman will regret it. Her outcome, a horrible death. Regret. Gu Ruoan smiled icily. I'll definitely regret it if I don't kill you today. The immortal realm holds a bright and sacred existence. We represent the entire West Spread mainland. If you make me your enemy, you will be cast into hell, never to be reincarnated. The immortal master once again displayed that cold, arrogant look on his face as he stared at Gu Ruoan and spat. Besides, if you exterminate the immortal realm today, no one else would be able to stop the demons when they attack the mainland. You, Gu Ruoan, would become the greatest criminal on the mainland. My apologies, just me alone is enough to deal with the demons. There's no need for the immortal realm to help. Gu Ruoan shrugged her shoulders. Her voice sounded like a refreshing breeze on a clear day. Ha ha ha. The immortal master burst into laughter as if he had just heard a ludicrous joke. Gu Ruoan, your mind is far too simple. Do you really think that the demons can be so easily defeated? The leader of the demons' power may be on the same level as mine. That means he's a high-level martial honor as well. Still, do you know how we've been battling those demons all these years? Even after the high-level martial honors of the three great authorities had joined forces, we could not defeat him. We were only able to resist him for half a month. When I see how much you're relying on this spiritual weapon to defeat me, you're definitely no match for the leader of the demons. Gu Ruoan raised her eyebrows and stared at the immortal master with her clear and cold eyes. Lady Gu, there are some things that I'm not sure if I should mention. Just then, a voice spoke up from the crowd. The lord of the Amethyst Underworld Palace stepped out from the crowd. He glanced at the immortal master who was lying on the ground and furrowed his brow. A cold light flashed in his eyes before his gaze then fell upon Gu Ruoan. Lady Gu, please listen to me, the palace lord smiled bitterly. The courts of hell has never got along with the immortal realm. However, there's a reason why we've avoided getting into large confrontations after so many years. This was all for the sake of the demon war. The three great authorities can't exist without one another, so regardless of how much I've disliked the immortal realm, I've never acted upon it. If you truly wish to destroy the immortal realm, Lady Gu, then you should wait until the end of the battle. Otherwise, when the demons enter the mainland, the consequences would be unimaginable. Based on the previous circumstances, they would be able to stop the demons even if they did not have the immortal realm's support, but with the addition of Gu Ruoan. However, he had just received word that the demons' powers have grown by leaps and bounds this year. This was especially true about the leader of the demons. The palace lord was worried that even with the combined powers, they might not be able to stop him. This was why he has decided to placate Gu Ruoan. After all, under these circumstances, they would still need the immortal realm's power. The immortal master sneered. He felt no gratitude towards the palace lord for standing up for him. To him, everything the palace lord had said was expected. It was the mainland's fault for being unable to sustain itself without the immortal realm's power. Gu Ruoan laughed icily as she turned her head towards the arrogant-looking immortal master and spoke frostily. What does the safety of the mainland have anything to do with me? If I'm not even able to protect those who I wish to protect, what's the use of having this mainland around? I'm not going to spare anyone from the immortal realm today. Otherwise, after this, there would be even more people who will find any excuse to harm those who are closest to me. Chapter 747, Exterminating the Immortal Realm, 8. I don't care whether it's the Immortal Realm or the Ghost Realm. I don't care about the demons either. All I know is that those who harm the people closest to me will pay for everything they've done. I want to kill all of them as well. None shall be spared. The woman's voice was clear and cold as ever, but the ferocity of her words struck violently into the hearts of everyone present. Just as they were staring at her in fear, a flash of green robes slowly started making its way towards the immortal master. In the past, you had hunted and tried to kill me. Was it fun? Now, because of you, Yue has been severely injured. Today, no matter who steps in to beg for mercy for you, I won't spare a single person from the immortal realm. Gu Ruoan slowly closed her eyes. She would never forget the sight of that slim and delicate figure lying in a pool of blood. The thought of that crippled arm especially caused her heart to ache. Boom. Just as she opened her eyes, an infinite flame accompanied the woman's fiery anger. It welled out from within and was directed solely at the immortal master. It was the flames of world devastation, also known as the flames of Nirvana. The flames of Nirvana could bring a dead man back to life. At the same time, they could also bring such pain upon one's enemies that though they wish to die, they cannot die. Only when their soul was burned away could they finally disappear from the face of the earth. They would then never be able to reincarnate. Hence, accompanied by the immortal master's heart-rending shrieks, everyone there witnessed a scene which they would never forget. They watched as the flames engulfed the immortal master. His flesh fell from his body bit by bit and was burned into ashes until his bones could be clearly seen. Not long after, his bones were consumed by the flames as well. However, in the next moment, the immortal master who had been turned into ashes was brought back to life. That's right. He had been revived, but he no longer had any powers. He had been revived as a completely normal person. Still, he was unable to escape the flames and he screamed continuously amidst the burning fire. It was a repeated cycle of endless torment until the complete annihilation of his soul. Only then would he be able to escape this agony. Of course, why should Gu Ruoan grant him a quick death? As such, his soul could only be destroyed after going through tens of thousands of repetitive torture. Forget about everyone else, even the Honorable Sir Tianchi was shocked. His elderly eyes were opened as wide as they could as he stared in astonishment at Gu Ruoan's clear and cold features. He could not help but feel a shiver down his spine. This is too cruel. This little girl is absolutely merciless. She has resorted to such a brutal method to ensure that the immortal master would suffer a fate worse than death. However, that old man had brought it upon himself. If he had not instigated the Gu girl, she would probably not have become so enraged. Tiancheng, Yunyao, Lingshao. Gu Ruoan raised her head and turned towards the humans and beasts who were nearly finished with the immortal realm. She coldly raised her lips. After you're done killing them, hang their bodies on the walls of the city and whip them for all to see as a warning to everyone else. Whip their bodies for all to see. Generally speaking, not many would whip the dead bodies of their enemies in public after killing them, but Gu Ruoan had chosen to do this so that everyone would remember this day. This was to ensure that they would never dare to lay a hand on those closest to her. Otherwise, they would end up just like the immortal realm. Everyone backed away in terror. They looked as if they had just encountered an evil demon. Gu Ruoan ignored their fearful stares and turned her gaze instead towards the completely ashen Rong Xin. She raised her clear and cold eyes. What? There's only a few of you left in the medicine order here. How about we wait until this battle ends, then you'll escort me to the medicine order for a visit. What do you think? Chapter 748, Exterminating the Immortal Realm, 9. Rong Xin stumbled back and shook her head vigorously. You're a demon, an evil demon. That's right. This woman is an evil demon. Her heart could actually harbor such cruelty. Rong Xin had originally thought that her own heart was malicious enough, but when compared with this woman, it was like a small witch meeting a bigger witch. Gu Ruoan slowly lowered her eyelids and a cold smile hung on the corners of her lips. I originally had plans to leave the medicine order alone all this while. Only Wei Yi is allowed to destroy you. Unfortunately, you've done something you should never have done. Wei Yi, Yan, I want you two to lock her up. Once the demon war has ended, we'll make a trip to the Immortal Realm's headquarters. After all, the participants in the battle were the best of the best in their organization, but there were still many others who were not present. Gu Ruoan had gone to the medicine order before this and was unable to find Rong Xin and the others. Now that they had been allied with the Immortal Realm, it was easy to imagine where the rest of the medicine order was at this moment. No. Rong Xin screamed as she stumbled back slowly. Her trembling body displayed how truly afraid she felt for all to see. Wei Yi walked towards Rong Xin and curled her lips into a smile. Her gorgeous face displayed an obvious charm. Rong Xin, did you ever think you would live to see a day like this? However, I've waited for this day for far too long. I've been waiting ever since you had murdered our master and put the blame on me. Senior sister Yi, I've done wrong. I beg you, spare me on account of our past friendship. Rong Xin, completely stupefied with fear, fell kneeling to the ground as she sobbed profusely and begged incessantly. Unfortunately, Wei Yi had hardened her heart long ago. Furthermore, Rong Xin had murdered their master. Because of this, she would never forgive her. The heavens watch over the actions of humans. You will face retribution for committing so many sins. Rong Xin, when you had killed the master, did you not think that this day would ever come? The smile on Wei Yi's face slowly disappeared. At this moment, the old Order Master's kindly face appeared once again in her mind's eye. Master, after so many years, I can finally avenge you. You can rest in peace in heaven now. As for little junior sister, don't worry, Master. I'll save her and I'll never let anyone harm her again. Gu Ruoan said nothing else. She took one last look at the Immortal Master who was still struggling within the flames before leaving without even a backward glance. The woman had just stepped into the tent when she heard a gentle and loving voice. Yunsa, you're back. Gu Shangshao smiled gently and gazed indulgently at Gu Ruoan. Honestly, while he had given Gu Ruoan permission to clear her grudge against the Immortal Realm, he had not stopped worrying about her. However, she had asked him to take care of Qie Linyu, so he had not stepped forward. Still, after she had left, he had dispatched his mentor and former Spirit Sex Master and the Lord of the Amethyst Underworld Palace. With 2 high-level martial honors around, he could let go of his worries that Gu Ruoan could get hurt by the Immortal Master. Of course, because Gu Shangshao had not followed her, he was completely unaware of the events which had transpired on the battlefield. Big sister. Just then, a frail voice sounded from the bed. Gu Ruoan hurriedly walked towards the bed upon hearing the youth's sweet voice. Her clear and cold eyes were filled with anxiety. Are you all right? Chia Linyu smiled. His delicate features looked extremely pale. My body is fine but my arm. Chapter 749, Exterminating the Immortal Realm, 10. The youth's distressed and bitter smile caused Gu Ruoan's heart to ache. She raised her arm and pulled the slim and delicate youth into a tight embrace. She placed her head on his shoulders and did not say a word. When he felt a cold sensation on his shoulder, Chia Linyu's heart shook. He gently murmured, "Sister, are you crying?" "I'm sorry." Gu Ruoan held onto the youth tightly. "I wasn't able to protect you." "Sister," Chia Linyu smiled and looked joyful, setting off the emotions he felt in his heart. "It's only an arm. I may have lost an arm but I can still fight for you. Besides, now, I'm finally no longer a burden to you. I'm truly happy. Happier than I've ever felt when I discovered that I've come back to life." Gu Shangshao stood behind the two and frowned as he overheard their conversation. However, he assumed that the youth was referring to his narrow escape from death as coming back to life, so he did not think too much of it. Don't worry, I'll find a way to help heal your arm." Gu Ruoan let go of the youth in her arms and her delicate features were full of resolve. "This is my promise to you." "Sister." Chia Linyu's heart trembled. He smiled as he said, "You don't need to give yourself too much pressure. To me, as long as you're by my side, it's more than enough. If that's the case, forget about losing an arm. I'd gladly give my leg away too." In his past life, she was his big sister and they had both depended on each other to survive. She was also the person whom he wanted to protect for the rest of his life. At the time, he had become a burden to his sister because his body was weak and unable to cultivate. With great difficulty, he had been granted the opportunity to reincarnate, so how could he give up so easily? Even if he were left with only an arm and a leg, he would continue to work hard. "Big brother." Gu Ruoan fell silent before she turned towards Gu Shangshao and said, "I'll have to trouble you to help take care of Yue for the next few days." Gu Shangshao nodded and caressed Gu Ruoan's hair lovingly. "Don't worry, I'll take good care of him." Gu Ruoan then hurriedly walked out without another word and went straight back to her own tent. Upon entering the tent, she reached into the ancient divine pagoda and took out the phoenix egg. "Zixi." Gu Ruoan stroked the phoenix egg in her hand and muttered, "When are you coming out? If you were here, perhaps you'd know of a way for us to help Yue. He's already gone through so much. How can I bear to let him live on without an arm for the rest of his life? I must help him no matter what, even if I have to give my own arm in exchange." Crack. Suddenly, a small crack appeared on the shell of the phoenix egg and Gu Ruoan's fingers suddenly froze in place. A wave of surprise appeared in her eyes. Zixi. Crack, crack. The cracks started to grow as she watched excitedly, finally covering the entire phoenix egg. After that, the eggshell shattered with a crisp sound and the pieces slowly fell to the ground. Gu Ruoan felt as if his heart had stopped as she stared dazedly at the tiny purple phoenix lying in the palm of her hand. A great feeling of elation then bloomed in her heart. It was the kind of joy she has not felt since Zixi had left. Even Gu Ruoan herself could not describe the kind of emotion she was now feeling. Chapter 750, Zixi Returns, 1. The thing wasn't this phoenix a little too small? The tiny phoenix rubbed his eyes sleepily and opened them, displaying a pair of beautiful eyes which shone like amethysts as he looked bewilderedly at Gu Ruoan. He then leaped off the woman's hand and fell to the ground. His body was then engulfed in a purple light as it grew longer and longer. Not too long after that, the purple light disappeared and a little boy of around 5 to 6 years of age stood before Gu Ruoan's eyes. The little boy was dressed in purple robes and has a purple flame between his brows which set off his already mesmerizing features, making him look absolutely stunning. His skin was fair, tender and looked as soft as a baby's. His initially innocent-looking eyes looked demonic thanks to the purple color of his irises. His eyes were so beautiful that they tugged at one's heartstrings. Zixi. Gu Ruoan stared at the little boy in purple robes in astonishment. Her eyes filled with hesitation. Are you Zixi? That's right, I'm currently a child. The little boy nodded as he narrowed his beautiful amethyst eyes smilingly at Gu Ruoan. Based on my observation, there's no mistake. You're indeed Zixi. However, do you still remember who I am? Gu Ruoan wrinkled her brows as her eyes fell upon the little boy. I'm not sure if spiritual beasts do retain their past memories after death. A demonic smile flashed across Zixi's eyes. Before Gu Ruoan could react, he suddenly appeared right in front of her and without any warning, a pair of warm, thin lips touched the woman's face. What a sweet fragrance. Zixi smiled, looking like a sinister demon before he then blinked and stared at Gu Ruoan. Bang! Gu Ruoan's brain instantly froze. When she finally came to her senses, she immediately yanked Zixi by his robes and dangled him in the air before throwing him out the door. His little body coincidentally ended up crashing into Ling Xiao, who was on his way to give Gu Ruoan a report. Ah! Zixi had smashed into Ling Xiao and caused him to fall to the ground. He rubbed his numb head as his face filled with suspicion. What's going on? Hey, why is this scent so familiar? Are you Lord Zixi? Ling Xiao's expression changed greatly as he sensed the aura from the person in front of him. He then quickly backed away while staring fearfully at the tiny figure before him. Lord Zixi, you've hatched. Zixi furrowed his brows and a glint flashed in his purple eyes, but he did not say much. His gaze fell upon Gu Ruoan once again. Ling Xiao, you've come just in time. Gu Ruoan rubbed her forehead as she tried to stave off a headache. What on earth is going on with Zixi? He has been reborn, but I feel as if his personality has changed. Why is that? Ling Xiao carefully glanced over at Zixi. Master, Lord Zixi has only just hatched, so he's still a child. His personality would be similar to a human child, so it's quite different from his personality as an adult. Even though powerful spiritual beasts are able to retain memories of their past life, since he has kind of shrunk, his reactions would definitely be very different from his adult form. Gu Ruoan's face turned dark. In other words, Zixi is now pretty much like a human child. When would he reach adulthood? Gu Ruoan stroked her chin. She never expected that a newly hatched Zixi would have powers at the rank of a martial supreme. No wonder the ancient divine phoenix Zixi was addressed as the king of spiritual beasts. He truly was a king amongst spiritual beasts. Even in his childhood, he already possesses such great power. How powerful will he become once he reaches adulthood? Chapter 751, Zixi returns 2. Furthermore, before Zixi's death, he had already reached adulthood. Despite the fact that his powers had decreased substantially due to some unknown reasons, that had not changed the fact that he was an adult. How powerful was his foe to have caused Zixi such severe injuries and the regression of his powers? I'm now a kid, so you shouldn't bully me. The little boy smiled innocently, but his purple eyes displayed an unmasked demonic air. I feel a little awkward with this smaller version of Zixi. Gu Ruoan shrugged. Suddenly, she smiled. Why don't I call you CO Zixi from now on? Now, can you tell me how we can recover Yusi's arm? Zixi has come back to life. He must have a way. Wait until you've reached the rank of a martial supreme. Once you've broken through to become a martial supreme, you'll be able to bring a dead man back to life and regrow flesh and bones. A martial supreme. Gu Ruoan fell silent. My powers have reached their limit on the West Strid mainland. It seems that I can only progress more when I go to the East Peak mainland. Therefore, once this matter has been settled, I will rush to the East Peak mainland. Ever since the immortal realm had been destroyed, every organization on the battlefield has grown quiet. They understood and feared that after today, the structure of the mainland would no longer be dominated by the three great authorities. Instead, it would be monopolized by the rising power known as the Devil Sect. As such, everyone seemed to wish that they could communicate via telepathy and quickly send the news back to their families. Even more so, they urged themselves over and over again never to provoke anyone from the Dongfang family. Otherwise, they would end up just like the immortal realm. Even a powerful organization like the immortal realm could be destroyed at her command, what more everyone else. Just as this sensation had broken out, the war of gods and demons finally began. At this moment, on the battlefield, the organizations led by the Strud sect and the Amethyst Underworld Palace had gathered to one side. Facing them were a group of extremely tall figures which were charging towards their position. This group of figures looked like humans except that they were abnormally tall. The shortest amongst them was about 2 meters in height. They carried an exceptionally savage air. Not even killing tens of thousands of people could make up for a tiny fraction of their ruthlessness. Little girl, these are demons. The Honorable Sir Tianqi took a deep breath and spoke with a serious look in his eyes. The demons' military strategy was to send out their weakest before gradually sending out their stronger soldiers. Finally, the leader of the demons will appear. He can also be considered as the #1 cultivator on the mainland. Gu Ruoan gently nodded and observed the demons charging towards them. Her voice remained clear and calm. These demons are only at the rank of Martial Kings. I can send the Martial Kings of the Dongfang family to meet with them in battle. Martial King was the lowest rank amongst the demon race. As they watched the demons charging toward them, the humans finally made their move as well. Every Martial King was sent out into the battlefield to meet with the opposition at the center of the battlefield in hand-to-hand combat. War is cruel. Countless people fell, their lives ended as they lay in a pool of blood. However, each time the Dongfang family members and members of the Strud sect became wounded, they would swallow a pill and their wounds would be healed instantly. This way, many of them were able to survive the first assault. After all, Gu Ruoan's agreement in letting them participate also included ensuring their safety. She would not allow the Dongfang family disciples to put their lives at risk. Everyone else watched as the Dongfang family disciples swallowed the pills and their eyes burned. Their hearts were filled with unbearable jealousy. Throughout their entire lives, they never even had the opportunity to smell the fragrance of pills, yet these Dongfang family disciples were consuming them like candy. They could not help but feel their hearts shake tremendously. Chapter 752, Zixi Returns 3. Very soon, the number of demons had diminished greatly. Once they realized that they could not win this battle, the group of demons retreated from the battlefield. The demons may harbor a desire to take over the mainland, but they do not fight blindly. The Honorable Sir Tianqi looked at Gu Ruoan and explained, in order to protect their powers, they would not go all out every time. If there was no hope of victory, they will retreat to prepare for the next battle. Gu Ruoan gently nodded and raised her gaze towards the battlefield. Just then, a loud voice cried out and numerous figures charged towards them with a roar. The ferocity in their shouts caused everyone's heart to tremble. Kill. The master of the Strud sect raised his hand and issued the order. Scores of martial emperors then charged towards them, once again meeting the demons in battle. You guys go as well. Gu Ruoan lifted her gaze as her clear, cold voice rang out under the sky, briefly muffling the sounds of bloodshed on the battlefield. Upon receiving their master's order, the cultivators of the Devil Sect raised their weapons and charged into battle with a roar. Similarly, the spiritual beasts, which had been waiting for their orders, also galloped into battle. They had one goal, that was to destroy the demons. Under the bright sunlight, the battlefield was soon littered with bodies. However, each time a demon was killed, their bodies would rot and immediately turn into a pile of bones. It was an utterly ghastly sight. After a long period of time, the number of demons began to dwindle once again and they were losing the battle. This time, the ones on Gu Ruoan's side did not let them off and chased after them to exterminate every last one of them. It was only when the last demon has had his head chopped off that they finally pulled back. We've lost many of our own in this battle once again. The Honorable Sir Tianqi sighed as he laughed bitterly and helplessly. Even though Gu Ruoan has previously given the Strud sect a large number of pills, not even the pills were enough to resist the demon's power. While they had won in the end, many had lost their lives as well. Kill. Kill them all. A few seconds later, a loud yell sounded from the demon's faction, followed by a powerful force. This time, the number of demons was not as great as before, but they were still not to be underestimated. Martial honors. The Honorable Sir Tianqi's expression changed again. I never thought that after 10 years, the demons would end up producing so many martial honors. Their numbers are even more than the ones we have combined. It seems that this time, the Sectmaster and the Lord of the Amethyst Underworld Palace have to personally make an appearance. Otherwise, we won't be able to defeat this many martial honors. Just as he spoke, the Honorable Sir Tianqi noticed over 10 figures charging into the battlefield. These figures included the high-level martial honors from the two great authorities. He then no longer said another word to Gu Ruan and headed towards the battle. Gu Ruan gently stroked her chin and observed the battle. A sense of consideration flashed in her eyes, but she did not make a move to follow the Honorable Poison Master and the rest to enter this round of battle. Everyone's eyes were bloodshot from killing everything in sight. They have lost track of how many demons' blood now stained their swords. All they knew was that they had to kill the enemy before them, even if they had to give up everything they had. Time passed slowly and the initially scorching afternoon sun was now setting. Darkness soon filled the sky. The Honorable Sir Tianqi began to feel fatigued and was somewhat unable to face off against the powerful enemy before him. He wiped the cold sweat off his forehead before discarding everything else and charging back into battle. Chapter 753, Zixi Returns, 4. Just then, a sword suddenly appeared behind him. The demon's merciless eyes were filled with malice as he swung his sword at him. Clash! Just as the demon swung his sword, a figure in grey flashed past behind the Honorable Sir Tianqi and blocked the sword. The Honorable Sir Tianqi stared blankly into space. He never thought that the person who had just saved his life would turn out to be the one who wanted him dead most of all, the Honorable Poison Master. HMPH. The Honorable Poison Master pushed forcefully, causing the enemy to stumble back. He then spoke in an eerie voice without turning his head. I'm saving your life just this once for that little girl's sake. You'll still have to pay for peeping on something you shouldn't have sooner or later. The Honorable Sir Tianqi's mouth twitched. Could it be that I no longer have to worry about this old fart's relentless threats and pursuit as long as the Gu girl is around? Nevertheless, the Honorable Sir Tianqi does not have the time to squabble with the Honorable Poison Master during the battle. He quickly concealed his emotions and once again devoted himself to the fight. Chehehe. Suddenly, a wave of monstrous laughter sounded from the void and filled the entire battlefield. Everyone who heard this laughter could not help but feel their hearts tremble. Even breathing felt like a difficult thing to do. How many years has it been? How many years has it been since the Celestial Spirit clan had been locked away in this place? It has been so many years since we've tried to enter this mainland, but of all things, it has been you, idiotic humans, who keep standing in our way. An elderly figure suddenly appeared from the void. He was extremely tall and his face was riddled with wrinkles like an old tree bark. Those who saw that face immediately felt extremely uncomfortable. Demon was the nickname given by humans to these cruel abnormalities. The true name of their race was the Celestial Spirit clan. The Celestial Spirit clan were originally one of the inhabitants of the mainland. They were exceptionally cruel and had provoked a powerful cultivator before being imprisoned in this land by that powerful cultivator. The soil in this land was so poor that many members of the Celestial Spirit clan were unable to stave off their hunger. Therefore, they constantly wished to return to the mainland once again. No. This time, they want to proclaim themselves as the sovereign ruler over the mainland and make the humans serve them. That's the leader of the demons. Gu Shangshao took a few steps back to stand next to Gu Ruan. He furrowed his brows and turned towards the elderly man standing in the void. He's very powerful. His powers are a few times more powerful than most high-level martial honors. Unless you're a martial supreme, no one would be able to match him. Not even if 100 martial honors were to join forces. Really? Gu Ruan raised an eyebrow. So, is he a high-level martial honor or a martial supreme? He is a high-level martial honor. Gu Shangshao replied with certainty. This leader of the demon's cultivation techniques are unorthodox and that's why he is unmatched amongst those in the rank of a high-level martial honor. However, I can confirm that he hasn't broken through to the rank of a martial supreme yet. Then I can relax. Gu Ruan heaved a sigh of relief before walking towards the elderly man standing in the void. Gu Ruan heaved a sigh of relief before walking towards the elderly man standing in the void. Yunsa, what are you planning? Gu Shangshao's heart suddenly clenched and he quickly chased after her. He held tightly onto Gu Ruan's shoulder as he implored with furrowed brows, Yunsa, don't be brash. I know you've defeated the immortal master, but the leader of the demons is not like him at all. It's safer if you stick with me. Gu Ruan put her hand on the back of Gu Shangshao's hand and slowly pushed it away from her shoulder. As long as he hasn't broken through to the rank of a martial supreme, dealing with him shouldn't be much of a problem. Chapter 754, Zixi Returns, 5. One should not underestimate the difference between a martial supreme and a high-level martial honor. As long as he has not grown out of this rank, there was no need for her to worry despite how invincible he was amongst other high-level martial honors. Yunsa. Gu Shangshao was stunned and he could only watch as the woman left. He did not know why, but at this very moment, he suddenly believed that she could do it. He trusts her abilities and judgment. Perhaps they really have a shot at defeating this old man this time. Everyone, fall back. The woman's clear and cold voice rang out on the battlefield. Leave these people to me. What? Everyone was in shock and were momentarily unable to come to terms with the situation. Does she mean that she is going to challenge every martial honor enemy on her own? Especially with the one who was considered invincible amongst martial honors. Let's fall back. The Spirit Sect's master glanced over at Gu Ruan and ordered everyone in the Spirit Sect to back away. Everyone else fell silent for a moment, but ultimately, they chose to listen to Gu Ruan's words. Soon, only Gu Ruan and the demons were left on the noisy battlefield. Chehehe. The old man cackled once again and stared creepily at Gu Ruan. Little girl, do you want to challenge all of us? When had the human race produced such a brainless person? It seems that it would be best if the mainland is taken over by the Celestial Spirit clan. As he spoke, the woman underneath him retained her calm expression. Her clear, cold features did not change. Then, the crowd watched as a purple cauldron suddenly appeared in the sky above her. What's that? Everyone stared in confusion at Gu Ruan, unable to comprehend what she was doing. A cauldron? Did she think that this cauldron could solve everything? Just as everyone was beginning to doubt Gu Ruan's behavior, the floating cauldron suddenly grew bigger and bigger extremely quickly. Everyone widened their eyes in shock. Even the demons were in a daze. Then, boom. The cauldron suddenly rose to the highest point in the sky before smashing fiercely into the ground. The smash carved a deep chasm in the ground and the battlefield shook as if an earthquake had just occurred. Some of them even lost their balance and fell sitting on the ground. Soon, everything was peaceful once again. Gu Ruan put the ancient divine pagoda back into storage and slowly rose to her feet. She then spoke with a calm look in her eyes. It's finished, let's go. Finished. As they heard her words, everyone's hearts trembled fiercely. It was a long time before they could return to their senses. Had the cauldron crushed all the enemies to death? The crowd gulped intensely, completely unable to believe what they had just seen. Those headache-inducing demons, archenemies of all mankind, had been wiped out just like that. If she had used the cauldron during her battle with the immortal realm, would there be any opportunity for the immortal master to even speak? No one knew who had said this, but the silent crowd immediately exploded into a cacophony of discussion, chattering over what they had just witnessed. However, they knew that Gu Ruan probably would not have used the cauldron to smash the immortal master to the ground. Based on what the immortal master had done to her, she would not have possibly granted him such an easy death. Smashing them to the ground with the cauldron would have been too easy. No wonder she paid no heed to the immortal realm and had discarded all else to destroy the immortal realm. That's because she had such a powerful trump card. She has destroyed the demons in one day. Chapter 755. The End 1. If it wasn't for the fact that the demons had attacked in waves, the battle might have ended even sooner. Perhaps she was waiting for their leader to show up. Let's kill the remaining demons and forever end any future disasters. After everyone had regained their senses, they waved their weapons and charged towards the demons' lair. Since the demons' leader has been killed, in order to prevent another leader from rising up, they must exterminate all of them. None will be spared. Gu Shangshao slowly turned around and stared at the woman's figure from far away. His cool, dark eyes sank. Yunsa, how many more secrets are you keeping from me? Why do I keep having this feeling that you've become another person? In the tent. Xiao Zixi cocked his head and stared at Gu Ruan, who was packing her things. Yunsa, why didn't you let me fight? Gu Ruan's fingers paused in the middle of packing and she turned around to look at the little boy's beautiful face. She raised an eyebrow and replied, I wanted to test the might of the ancient divine pagoda. You had once told me that when my powers are strong enough, I can control it completely and have it come out and fight for me. I wanted to see whether I could control it with my current level of power. This was her true reason. Now that she could control the powers of the ancient divine pagoda, even if she meets with a martial supreme ranked enemy, she could kill them no matter how many of them had attacked her. Xiao Zixi was just about to speak when the doorway to the tent suddenly opened. A tall and grim man appeared. Big brother. Gu Ruan was surprised and stared at the man in confusion. Yunsa, a complicated look flashed in Gu Shangshao's eyes. Are you leaving? Gu Ruan nodded. Since the battle has ended, it's time for me to leave. This time, I'm heading to another mainland. Big brother, please take care of yourself. Yunsa. Gu Shangshao stepped forward. His big and tall figure filled Gu Ruan's view. There was something he wished to say, but in the end, he simply sighed. You, stay sharp and take good care of yourself. Big brother, Gu Ruan lifted her head and looked at the man's grim face. There are some things that I can't tell you, but I want you to know that I will no longer allow myself to be bullied by others. This is why I want to grow stronger, to become so strong that no one else can bully me ever again. Gu Shangshao's body shook. He then lowered his head and looked at the woman before him with a complicated expression on his face. I know. He had always known. Over those many years, how much abuse had she suffered under the thumb of the Gu family. Each time his attention lapsed, they would take the opportunity to bully her. Because of this, it was understandable why she wants to grow stronger. I'm sorry, Yunsa, Big brother was not capable enough to protect you. Gu Shangshao pulled Gu Ruan into his arms and hugged her tightly. His large hand stroked her hair indulgently. I know you're planning to go to the East Peak mainland. With your current level of power, you're completely invincible on the West Spread mainland now. You go on ahead, I'll come for you later. She has grown so strong because she no longer wanted to be abused by others. However, no matter how powerful she becomes, she would always be his little sister. His little sister who had once clung to him and needed his protection. Gu Ruan smiled. Once I deal with the medicine order, I'll head to the East Peak mainland immediately after. Please help me, inform our maternal grandmother and grandfather. And, please help me protect Yue. Chapter 756. The End 2. She was still unsure of the dangers which lay ahead on the East Peak mainland, so she could not bring Chia Linyu along. Only when she was powerful enough would she return to take him with her. All right. Gu Shangshao nodded. His eyes were filled with gentleness and love. Leave everything to me. You can rest assured and go on ahead. I'll meet you again soon enough. Big brother. Gu Ruan released herself from Gu Shangshao's embrace. She was about to say something, but in the end, she condensed it all to 2 words. Take care. Take care. She took one last look at Gu Shangshao, scooped Xiao Zixi up and headed out of the tent. She did take another look back. She was afraid that if she ever turned back, she could not have endured leaving him. Previously, when the medicine order had chosen to join the immortal realm, they had set up their living quarters in a city near the immortal realm's headquarters. Obviously, one of the reasons behind this was to avoid being found by Gu Ruan. At this moment, because the battle had just ended, the rest have yet to return. So, the medicine order was not aware of what had transpired on the battlefield. Therefore, when Wei Yi and Rong Xin had appeared, the members of the medicine order were shocked and someone immediately informed the elders. Hence, not too long after, countless figures flew towards them before landing in the middle of the courtyard. Wei Yi, what's the meaning of this? Lin Jun recognized Wei Yi, who was restraining Rong Xin, with one glance. His expression did not change and his handsome face darkened as he questioned her. What's the meaning of this? Wei Yi smiled mockingly. Can't you see? I've restrained a criminal and brought her here to pay for her crimes against the old order master. What on earth are you talking about? Lin Jun's expression became darker and he retorted icily, let go of our order master. You've already murdered the old order master, kidnapped junior sister Nan Xiao, and treated our present order master with utter disrespect. Wei Yi, has your conscience been consumed by dogs? He he. Wei Yi lifted her lips into a mocking smile. Lin Jun, do you not feel guilty about the words you're spewing? I'll say this once more, the reason I've come here is to save Nan Xiao and to expose Rong Xin's true nature for everyone in the medicine order to see. Boom. Upon arriving in the courtyard, every elder who had overheard Wei Yi's words immediately burst into sensation out of shock. Elder Tianli hurriedly stepped forward. His elderly eyes measured Wei Yi and his voice carried a slew of emotions. Wei Yi, is it really you? Also, what do you mean when you said those words? Elder Tianli. Wei Yi displayed some measure of respect in her voice as she addressed Elder Tianli. I'm here today to provide an explanation for everything which had happened all those years ago. I'm also here to avenge my master. Wei Yi then threw Rong Xin to the ground and sneered. This woman, in order to obtain the treasury of medicine given to me by our master, had conspired with Lin Jun to kill our master. She then pushed all the blame on me and not only destroyed my looks, she also destroyed my powers as well. At that time, I was barely able to escape with my life thanks to junior sister Nan Xiao. Elder Tianli was filled with emotion, his eyes were spitting fire. Order master, is Wei Yi speaking the truth? Elder Tianli, I. Rong Xin tried to explain but was unsure of what to say. Even though Gu Ruan had not come along and was waiting for them outside the city, she had sent the Azure Dragon, one of the 4 divine spiritual beasts, to follow after them in secret and protect Wei Yi. As such, her plan to conspire with the members of the medicine order to get rid of Wei Yi would be to no avail. Chapter 757. The End. 3. Wei Yi, you're spitting venomous slander. Lin Jun glared at Wei Yi hatefully and his eyes were filled with an irrepressible hatred. Don't think of trying to push your past sins onto someone else. The old order master had died by your hand and you have now taken Nan Xiao away. Yet, you're still trying to frame others. Let me tell you this, Wei Yi, your actions are useless. No one is going to believe you. As they heard this, the elders on Rong Xin's side began to fling accusations. Wei Yi, your sins are great and many yet still you want to drag others down with you. Aside from you, who else would be so vicious as to kill the old order master? You're simply too disgusting. Our order master is kind and just, why would she commit such bloody atrocities? Now, you have the audacity to step into the medicine order. Are you not aware that the medicine order now belongs to the immortal realm? Your actions are equivalent to slapping the immortal realm in the face. I'll give you one last chance, let the order master go then bow down and apologize for your wrongdoings. Who knows, our order master might be feeling extra generous and grant you a less terrible death. They spoke one after another as they stared at Wei Yi with arrogance and chilly expressions. They looked at her as if she was an idiot. Could it be that Wei Yi was completely unaware of whose territory this is? If she attracts the attention of the immortal realms, her death will be assured. Wei Yi smiled. You accuse me of kidnapping junior sister Nan Xiao, but where's your proof? Proof? Lin Jun sneered. Guards, bring Nan Xiao's little disciple to me. Someone responded immediately as soon as he gave the order. Not too long after, a delicate young girl was pushed in front of the crowd. The young girl looked pale and her eyes were filled with terror. However, when she remembered Rong Xin's threats, she hardened her heart and threw herself at Wei Yi. It was you. You were the one who took my master away. Give my master back to me. Give my master back to me. Boom. Before she could even go near Wei Yi, she was pushed away by the aura in Wei Yi's body. Her body fell to the ground as her fine hair fell onto her shoulders. She immediately presented a sorry figure indeed. Wei Yi, is there anything more you wish to say? Lin Jun lifted his chin and sneered. She is Nan Xiao's favorite disciple, her words can't be fake. Also, she had personally witnessed you taking Nan Xiao away. Do you still plan on blaming others? He he. Wei Yi giggled coquettishly. She stared smilingly at the young girl on the ground and asked with a smile, you're certain that it was I who had taken Nan Xiao away? The young girl felt even more terrified but she did not show it on her face. Instead, she gritted her teeth and said, it was you, I saw you taking my master away with my own eyes. Linge, you're such a disappointment. Suddenly, a furious voice rang out from outside the courtyard. The crowd then watched as Wu Yue hurriedly walked in. She shot a disappointed look at the pale young girl. How has master been treating you? And this is how you chose to treat her in return. You would listen to Rong Xin's orders and slander your senior Aunt Wei. Wu Yue, you're still alive. Elder Tianli was shocked. Then, astonishment flashed in his eyes. Also, what do you mean? Has this little girl been bribed? You're lying. The young girl instantly grew nervous. She gritted her teeth and said, Senior sister Wu Yue, you're the one who has been bribed. You're only interested in saving your own neck and offered your services to Wei Yi. But I'm not like you, I owe master a great debt of gratitude. I will have justice for her even if it means my own death. Chapter 758. The End. 4. Really? Just then, a calm voice sounded from further up ahead, causing the young girl's body to freeze on the spot. She lifted her little face which was about the size of a hand in astonishment, staring in disbelief at the woman who was walking into the courtyard. Master. No. That's impossible. Didn't Rong Xin take master away? What is she doing here? Nan Xiao. When those who were loyal to the old order master saw the woman appear in the courtyard, their hearts immediately leaped with joy. They could finally lay down their worries. Senior Aunt Wei, I found the master. Wu Yue blinked. As Wei Yi was dragging Rongxin back to the medicine order, she had managed to get the information from Rongxin to find Nan Xiao. It was a good thing that when Rongxin had moved the medicine order's headquarters, she had also secretly brought Nan Xiao along as well. Hence, she was able to find her and bring her back in such a short time. What on earth is going on? Elder Tianli's elderly face sank. His eyes swept across Lin Jun's face, which was filled with disbelief, and landed upon Rongxin's ashen face. Order Master, can you tell us what's the meaning of this? Rongxin bit her lips. That's right, I had killed the old Order Master and I also kidnapped Nan Xiao. It has now come to this, she had no other choice but to confess. After she had spoken, the courtyard fell into silence. The elders who were loyal to Rongxin could not believe their ears. They had assumed that the old Order Master's death had something to do with Lin Jun, and the Order Master was simply unwilling to implicate her husband. They would never have thought that it was actually the Order Master herself who had conspired with Lin Jun and murdered the old Order Master in cold blood. Also, for the sake of plotting against Wei Yi, she would not even spare the old Order Master's only daughter. Order Master, you are far too much of a disappointment to us. Elder Tianli sighed disappointedly. Perhaps even he had not expected for it all to come to this. After all, in the past, he had really believed in Rongxin. Ling'er, Nan Xiao turned towards Ling'er and spoke expressionlessly. When you were a child, your parents had rejected you. It was I who had taken you in. Now, for them, you would go against senior sister Yi. Master. Thud. The young girl suddenly crawled to her feet and clambered towards Nan Xiao. She then fiercely knocked her head on the ground. Please forgive your disciple, I had no other choice. If you're willing, I will give my life to you. Rongxin had captured my parents and was forcing me to frame Senior Aunt Wei. I had no other choice. Her head continued to collide forcefully with the ground and soon became bruised. However, she did not seem to notice this. Ling'er, don't forget, if it wasn't for the master, you would have died long ago. Wu Yue spoke furiously. Yet you betrayed master for the sake of the parents who had abandoned you. Can you even face up to your conscience? Hearing this, the young girl stopped knocking her head against the ground and rose to her feet. I don't think I've done anything wrong. Even if my parents had 1,000 faults, they're still my parents. They are the closest to me in this world. Forget about betraying master for their sake, I would do anything. I admit that I have sinned against master, but I don't believe that I have done anything wrong. Ling'er, they abandoned you. Wu Yue simply could not understand the thoughts running through the girl's mind. Even if the master was not the one who had given birth to her, she had taken her in as an orphan and brought her up with the best education in cultivation. She, however, would betray the master for the sake of the ones who had abandoned her. Chapter 759, The End, 5. If Wu Yue herself was in this situation, she would never have done it. In her entire life, her master was most the important person to her and a benefactor who had given her a second chance at life. Senior sister Wu Yue, you won't understand. The young girl shook her head. Blood is granted by the heavens, no one can replace that. If I could ignore my own parents, what kind of a person am I? Suddenly, Wu Yue was unsure of what to say. She knew that if she was to say anything else, this little girl would infuriate her to death. Ling'er, there's something I need you to know. Nan Xiao lifted her head and looked at the young girl's delicate features. Your parents are already dead. What? The young girl was shaken and her eyes widened in disbelief. Master, what did you just say? Rongxin had murdered your parents. They were dead long ago. There's one more thing that you don't know about. Nan Xiao spoke slowly as she continued to stare at the young girl's face. Your parents had come to see me last year. They told me that something has happened to your younger brother's health and that they wanted to use your heart as a transplant for him. This also means that they wanted to use your life in exchange for your brother's. I rejected their request. With this in mind, do you still think that they're worth betraying me? That's impossible. The young girl shook her head as her body stumbled back involuntarily. Her small figure trembled continuously in the gentle wind. How would they be dead? And why would father and mother choose for me to die in my younger brother's place? This is simply impossible. Besides, they had abandoned me years ago because our family was too poor, not because they truly did not love me. Do you think that your master has any reason to lie to you? Wu Yue smiled curtly. On one hand, there are your parents who want you dead. On the other is your master who loves you dearly. In the end, you had chosen someone who wanted you dead. Ling'er, you really should search your soul properly. Finally, the young girl could no longer hold it in and burst into tears. Her hand covered her lips tightly as her body trembled incessantly. I'm sorry, master, I'm so sorry. Nan Xiao sighed with disappointment. If you had only betrayed me, I could still forgive you. However, your betrayal has caused senior sister Yi a lot of trouble. Ling'er, choose to take your own life. This is the last honor I will provide you with. Master. The young girl put her hand down and stared at Nan Xiao dazedly. When she saw that Nan Xiao had looked away, her heart slowly sank. She lowered her lashes and said, Master, I understand. I've wronged you greatly and I should, indeed, give my life back to you. She took one last look at Nan Xiao before slamming herself fiercely against a nearby pillar. Bang! A muffled thud sounded and blood trickled down her forehead. The young girl's body slowly crumpled to the ground. Soon, blood stained the entire ground where her body lay. Nan Xiao shut her eyes and felt heartbroken. Regardless, this little girl was her disciple whom she had raised from a young age and was no different from a foster daughter. Now, how could her heart not ache after forcing her to take her own life? However, this time, she had crossed the line. If Senior Sister Yi had not found such a good master, perhaps it would have been Senior Sister Yi who would end up dead. It's your turn now. Wei Yi looked away and smiled coldly. Rongxin, Lin Jun, do you know how long I've waited for this day to come? For days and nights on end, I would dream of everything you've done to me. Chapter 760, The Man in Red, 1. You. Lin Jun was so shocked that he stumbled back. Stay away. He turned around and tried to escape but was caught by the eagle-eyed elder Tianli who appeared behind him in a flash and blocked his only way out. Wei Yi curled her lips and smiled as she slowly walked towards Lin Jun. Don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. If you were to die so easily, how could I ever face our late Order Master? I'll make sure that you lose all your powers, cripple your arms and legs, and make you kneel before the old Order Master's grave to apologize to him repeatedly every day. Considering the amount of hatred that she feels towards them, how could she grant them an easy way out? I will turn them into good-for-nothings. They will suffer humiliation and torture before meeting an awful end. Ah. Stab. Wei Yi pierced her sword into a vein in Lin Jun's arm. Crimson blood spewed out, dyeing her eyes red. However, she did not stop there. The sword in her hand moved quickly and soon, all the veins in his arms and legs had been severed. He fell to the ground and was unable to move. All he could do was stare up at Wei Yi's smiling face in horror. Let me go, I'm begging you to let me go. He no longer held his previous arrogance as his voice pleaded with her. Hey, Wei Yi rubbed her chin and smiled, I almost forgot that you can still talk. She then placed her hand into Lin Jun's mouth and pulled out his tongue before slicing it off with a flash of her blade. This time, despite his extreme agony, he was unable to even scream. His throat could only make mild squeaking noises. After that, Wei Yi's eyes turned towards Rong Xin. Unsurprisingly, Rong Xin suffered the same fate as Lin Jun. Her hands and legs were crippled and she was turned dumb. She lay in a pool of blood where she had fallen on the ground, unable to move. My great vengeance has been fulfilled, it's now time for me to leave. Wei Yi placed her sword back in its sheath and glanced at the two people lying on the ground. Her lips curled into a smile. Rong Xin, Lin Jun, you'd better confess your sins before the old Order Master's grave for the rest of your lives. Yi. As he realized that Wei Yi was about to leave, Elder Tianli hurriedly cried after her. Previously, the old Order Master had plans on handing the medicine order to you. Since Rong Xin is now as good as dead, we'd like you to become the Order Master of the medicine order. Wei Yi paused before shaking her head. I still have some important matters to attend to and I can't take up this position now. But, Elder Tianli, this position should be given to Junior Sister Nan Xiao. Wei Yi said as she turned towards the crowd behind her and smiled. Junior Sister Nan Xiao is the daughter of the old Order Master. No one would raise any opposition to having her at the reins, but I'd still want you to assist her, Elder Tianli. One last thing, clean up the survivors who were loyal to Rong Xin. After leaving these instructions, she then turned towards Nan Xiao and slowly walked towards her before taking her hand. A smile hung on her charming face. Nan Xiao, thank you so much for saving my life and helping me to escape. I believe that with the medicine order in your hands, you definitely won't disappoint the old Order Master. Also, she paused and produced the Book of Treasured Wisdom before placing it in front of Nan Xiao. This is the treasury of medicine. It's no longer of any use to me now, so I'm giving it to you. I hope that you'll return the medicine order to its former glory. Nan Xiao held onto the book with a tight grip and nodded gently. Senior Sister Yi, don't worry. I won't let yours or father's hopes down. Leave the medicine order to me, you can rest assured and follow after Lady Gu. Chapter 761, The Man in Red, 2. Wei Yi smiled. Back then, she had followed Gu Ruan for the sake of having her revenge and also to snatch the medicine order from Rong Xin's hands. But now, she felt that fighting alongside her was truly the one thing she had wanted to do all along. Take care. She joined her fists and bowed before turning around without another word and slowly disappearing from view. East Peak Mainland. The land near the border was covered in a layer of brilliant white snow. At this time, a team was trudging forward with great difficulty through the snow-covered field when a surprised voice suddenly rang out, echoing through the silent field. Grand Lord, someone's here. The one addressed as the Grand Lord was a handsome man dressed in red robes. He had deep facial features and his eyes were very pronounced. His inky black hair was like a black flame which danced in the cold, wintry wind. He raised an eyebrow upon hearing his subordinate's report and stepped out of the crowd to approach the young woman who was lying on the ground. However, when he laid his eyes upon the woman's face, the man in red robes felt as if someone had just punched him hard in the stomach, causing him to tighten the space between his proud eyebrows. In that instant, his expression froze like ice. You are. His breathing tensed. After a long pause, he slowly calmed the turmoil in his heart and smiled bitterly. She looks very much like her, too much alike. This little girl looks too much like you are in her youth. Grand Lord. The person behind him joined his fist and bowed before asking with reverence, should we continue on? The man in red nodded before adding, bring her along as well. She has fainted here all alone. It would be hard for her to survive if no one saves her. Hearing this, the group behind the man in red could not help but look at one another. The Grand Lord has always been known as the grim-faced god of death. Why on earth would he show mercy to a stranger? Typically, he would not have even bothered to look twice. Of course, the man in red knew what the group behind him was thinking, but he did not give them any explanation. His eyes gazed upon the woman's pale face as a hint of nostalgia flashed in his eyes. Yue, if our daughter was still by our side, she would probably be around this age. Gu Ruan could remember entering the portal from the West Spread Mainland to the East Peak Mainland. However, she did not expect to encounter a portal storm while in transit. In the end, she had lost consciousness. What is this place? Gu Ruan felt a jolt and opened her eyes. Her eyes were filled with confusion as she felt the unsteady jolts. Xiao Zixi, what happened? Where am I? Just as she spoke, Xiao Zixi's childish voice echoed from the depths of her soul. You lost consciousness after encountering a storm in the portal. I was just about to come out and take you away, but a group of people had suddenly appeared, so I didn't show myself. They're the ones who saved you. Just as Xiao Zixi had finished his explanation, the carriage immediately shook and stopped. You're awake. The curtain of the carriage was pulled aside and a woman in white stepped out from the carriage. She glanced curtly at Gu Ruan. If you're awake, then it's time for you to leave. Gu Ruan could feel the iciness from the woman's demeanor but did not comment on it. She gently nodded. There's no need to worry, I don't plan on staying here. Chapter 762, The Man in Red, 3. Very well, the woman in white swept her cold gaze towards Gu Ruan once again and icily remarked, it was our Grand Lord who had saved you. If he happens to ask, you will tell him that you left on your own accord. Understood. Her bossy tone made Gu Ruan furrow her brows. She quickly relaxed them and said, I'll say this once more, even if you refuse to let me leave, I won't possibly stay. Just as the woman in white was about to retort, an inquiring voice was heard outside the carriage. Bai Yin, is that young lady awake? If she's awake, take her to meet the Grand Lord. Bai Yin relaxed her features before shooting Gu Ruan a look and warned, remember your words. Now, follow me to go see the Grand Lord. You should know the difference between what you should and shouldn't say. She then turned around and stepped out of the carriage. A group of people was seated around a campfire outside the carriage. The most eye-catching amongst them all was the man in red. He was strikingly handsome and looked amiable and approachable. However, his eyes held a haughty and unruly air in them. He seemed like the kind of person who would not even consider the gods at his level. If my guess is right, this man in red must be their aforementioned Grand Lord. You're awake. The man in red looked at Gu Ruan as he cocked his sharp brows and waved her over. Come, sit. Gu Ruan fell silent. She walked towards the man in red and sat down next to him. Your name? The man in red turned towards Gu Ruan and asked as he handed her a roasted rabbit's leg. Gu Ruan accepted the roasted rabbit's leg, thanked him and replied, Gu Ruan. Gu Ruan. The man in red stroked his chin. Suddenly, he smiled. His smile was beautiful and looked like a light which had shone out in a dark night, illuminating the entire sky. That's a very good name indeed. And yours? Gu Ruan looked at the man in red and raised an eyebrow. She did not know why, but this man somehow feels very familiar and dear to her, even though this was the first time she has ever met him. It was a kind of feeling that made her yearn to be close to him. My name, it's been so many years. Even I've forgotten my own name. Everyone calls me the Grand Lord Hong Lian. If you don't mind, you may call me Hong Lian. How about it? All right. Gu Ruan nodded and smiled in reply. Bai Yin's face turned an ugly shade as she noticed the two chatting and laughing away. When the man in red was not paying attention, she took advantage of the situation and sent Gu Ruan a few hard looks. Her eyes clearly displayed a sense of urgency. Gu Ruan acknowledged her looks and turned towards the man's perfect features. She paused before saying, Grand Lord Hong Lian, thank you for saving my life. However, I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. Phew. When she saw that Gu Ruan had finally asked to leave, Bai Yin heaved a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that this woman would shamelessly insist on staying after meeting the Grand Lord. The Grand Lord was also giving her so much special treatment too. With her around, I'm afraid that it might be even more difficult to enter the Grand Lord's heart in the future. You're leaving. The man in red was shaken and he knit his brows tightly. This snowfield is extremely dangerous. Spiritual beasts breed like flies here. Besides, it's night time. Where are you going? How about this, let me finish my business, and I'll send you off. All right. Chapter 763, The Man in Red, 4. Swish. Bai Yin's expression changed drastically and her eyes showed greater urgency. She sent a few other looks in succession towards Gu Ruan, hoping that she would catch her meaning to hurry up and leave. If she feels that she was not welcomed, Gu Ruan would naturally reject the offer to stay. She stood up and said, there's no need, I can leave on my own and I won't trouble you any further. Also, you've helped me, so I'll owe you one. If you need anything in the future, I'll pay you back in kind. The scariest thing in the world was not a debt of gratitude but owing a debt of gratitude. Debts of gratitude were usually the most difficult to return. Even though Gu Ruan had a really good impression of this man in red, she was not willing to owe him a debt of gratitude. No, the man in red frowned. Allow me to finish my business and I'll send you on your way. Besides, in saving you, I never had any desire for you to return your debt to me. I help you because you look a lot like an old friend of mine. An old friend. Gu Ruan was mildly stunned as she stared in confusion at the man in red. That's correct. Upon mentioning his old friend, the man in red's expression softened. His initially haughty and unruly eyes filled with gentleness. One need not overanalyze to know that this old friend was his lover. She was my wife and the love of my life. All these years, I've risked life and limb to find her as quickly as I could. In order to complete my goal, I've journeyed for almost 20 years. During these 20 years, I've never even returned to see my son and daughter. My poor daughter was left alone by her parents from the moment she had been born. I didn't even get to name her. Now, looking at you, I feel as if I'm looking at my own daughter. If she were by my side, she would be about your age. Hearing this, Gu Ruan could not help but be reminded of Gu Qian and his wife. Her lips curled into an agonized grimace. By the way, little girl, I haven't asked you what you were doing out here all alone. Where are your parents? The man in red snapped out of his reminiscence and asked with a warm smile on his handsome face. My parents, Gu Ruan spoke calmly, they've passed on. To her, her father in her past life, Chia Ming, was indeed no different from a dead man. As for Gu Qian and his wife, their whereabouts were still unknown and no one knows if they were dead or alive. So what if she believes that they were still alive? After so many years, there has not been a single piece of news. Hence, she had been unable to confirm anything. The man in red's eyes moved and he placed his large hand on Gu Ruan's shoulder. My apologies, I should not have brought this up. It's fine, Gu Ruan shook her head, you've never gone back to see your son and daughter in the last 20 years. Not even once. Hearing this, the man in red laughed bitterly and shook his head. His face looked utterly helpless as he spoke. I've lived for the sake of vengeance over the past 20 years but my enemies are too powerful. How could I bear to drag my children down with me? Once I've had my vengeance and found my wife, I'll go back and look for them. Every day that I don't kill my powerful enemies is another day that I cannot return to my family. These were his absolute convictions for those many years. Who could have ever imagined the cruel life he has had to suffer for the past 20 years? However, he has been rather fortunate to finally reach this stage after having been hunted like an ant. All this time, these convictions were the only thing which had continued to motivate him. Little girl, it's a rare opportunity for me today to have met a little girl near my daughter's age, so I can't help but want to say a few more words. The man in red smiled and lowered his eyelids to gaze upon the young woman's delicate features. A hint of absent-mindedness flashed in his eyes. If you don't mind, would you like to become my goddaughter? Chapter 764, The Man in Red, 5. Grand Lord. Bai Yin's face immediately changed just as the man in red spoke. She threw Gu Ruoan a particularly ugly look, then turned back to the man in red. This woman's origins are unknown to us. Who knows which organization she had come from? Please, Grand Lord, I implore you to think carefully so that we won't invite a wolf into our den. I've made my decision. The man in red waved his hand and said, as long as the little girl is willing, she will be my goddaughter from now on and the Lady of the Red Lotus territory. None shall be allowed to treat her with discourtesy. At this moment, Bai Yin looked as if she had just swallowed a fly. Her expression was a terrible sight to behold. She clenched her fist tightly and shot Gu Ruoan a warning look. Gu Ruoan did not respond. No one could tell what lay behind her clear and cold gaze. After a long pause, she lifted her head and turned towards the man's handsome visage before slowly replying, I accept. Ha ha ha. The man in red burst into laughter. His laughter was so abrupt that it destroyed the silence of the night. Wonderful, this is simply wonderful. Little girl, from now on, you are my daughter. If anyone dares to lay their hand on you, just mention my name. As long as I'm around, you can go anywhere you please. This little girl really looks a lot like you. Please forgive me for making her a goddaughter on my own accord, but every time I look at her, I can't help but think of our own daughter. Perhaps because our daughter is on a completely different mainland from us that the heavens took pity on my yearning for her, so they had placed this little girl before me. Bai Yin clenched her fists tightly. Her eyes, which had been initially cautious, now reflected her anger. She looked as if Gu Ruoan had just snatched her personal possession from her. All these years, his subordinates had taken note of the Great Lord's deep feelings for the madam. She herself knew that she would never be able to come between the Great Lord and the madam, nor did she harbor any hopes of becoming his wife. To her, as long as she could remain by his side, that would be enough. However, even though she had accompanied the Great Lord for almost 20 years, she has never ever received a smile from him. How could this woman, whom he's only just met, able to make the grim-faced god of death, the Great Lord Honglian, laugh so happily? What does she have that I don't? Was it simply because she looks a lot like the madam? Even if she looks like her, they are not the same person. Jealousy gnawed at Bai Yin's heart like a worm. She took a deep breath and slowly suppressed the spitting rage in her heart. From the start of it all, Gu Ruoan had never given Bai Yin a second glance. She had previously agreed to leave not because she was afraid of Bai Yin, she simply had not wished to trouble others. Now, she has chosen to stay not for any other reason but the close and dear feelings that she had received from the man. To Gu Ruoan, who had never received a father's love since birth, this was a deadly feeling. Great Lord, Bai Yin bit her lip, the road ahead is too dangerous. If we bring her along, she might drag us down, so. The man in red stared at Bai Yin emotionlessly. His look was like a sharp sword pulling everything that Bai Yin was about to say into an abrupt stop in her throat. Her face instantly turned pale. She had forgotten that when the Great Lord has made a decision, he does not like anyone to butt their way in. Bai Yin, you've overstepped yourself. The man spoke calmly as a cold light flashed in his haughty and unruly eyes. On account of the fact that you've followed me for over 20 years, I'll give you one chance. There will not be another. If you disobey my orders one more time, you will return to the territory and accept your punishment. Chapter 765, The Rage of the Snow-Spread Wolves, 1. Thud. Bai Yin immediately knelt on the ground fearfully. Her pale white face was filled with restraint as she lowered her gaze to better mask the raging flame in her eyes. Please forgive me, Grand Lord. What does receiving the Grand Lord's punishment really mean? Bai Yin knows it well. Aside from the agonizing pain of the flesh, she would also be stripped of all her responsibilities and would no longer be allowed to stay by the Grand Lord's side. This also means that once she has been sent back to the territory, she would never be allowed to follow this man around again. To Bai Yin, who was in love with the man in red, this was a fate more agonizing than death. The man in red swept a stern gaze across the faces surrounding him. His proud voice pierced through the night air and drummed into every ear. Take note, all of you. From now on, Gu Ruoan is my adopted daughter, so her position in the Red Lotus territory is second only to mine. If anyone dares to treat her with disrespect, they will be disrespecting me as well. I'm sure all of you understand the consequences. Russell. Instantly, the men and women around the campfire rose to their feet and knelt down. Their voices rang with reverence. Your subordinates greet you, my lady. The man in red nodded in satisfaction before speaking coldly. You may all rise. Bai Yin, remember, next time you treat her with disrespect, you will accept the punishment on your own. Yes, Grand Lord. After this, everyone got back to their feet and sat around the campfire again. Bai Yin felt absolutely insulted, but she kept her face calm. Instead, she stood aside respectfully. The night was silent. As a night breeze blew, one could not help but feel a chill in this northern snowfield. Something's on the move. Suddenly, the man in red's expression changed and a cold light flashed in his proud and unruly eyes. A woo. Just then, something howled from not too far away. The sound pierced through the night sky and caused everyone's hair to stand on end. It's the snow-strip wolves of the snowfields. Bai Yin's expression changed. The snow-strip wolves will not be the most ferocious spiritual beasts in the snowfields, but they usually run in packs to terrorize humans. Also, the weakest amongst them would usually be at the rank of a martial emperor. There could be numerous martial honors in a pack. The man in red sighed and put down the roasted rabbit's leg in his hand. His lips then curled into a magnificent and unmatched smile. I didn't think that we would end up without a moment's peace on our first night here in the snowfields. Since that's the case, let's fight. Snow stridwolves are not intelligent spiritual beasts, so it's no use reasoning with them, not even threats would deter them. He was not worried about himself. After all, this pack of snow stridwolves do not have the right to claim his attention. However, he was worried about Guruoan. He did not know why, but he could not detect the spiritual fluctuations from this little girl's body. She did not seem to be any different from the average person. However, the man in red knew that this little girl was not an average person with zero cultivation skills. Otherwise, she would not have had the courage to venture into the treacherous snowfield. As such, when faced with so many snow stridwolves, she would still be in great danger. The man in red furrowed his brows at the thought before slowly relaxing and smiling. Little girl, stay with me. Don't leave my side, not even for half a step. Understood. Guruoan nodded. I understand. Good. The man in red then noticed a snow stridwolf charging towards him. Suddenly, a hurricane arose and the space between his brows grew domineering and unyielding. His voice was sharp and aggressive as it boomed through the night sky. You're merely a pack of beastards, yet you dare to oppose me. Since that's the case, we're going to have a change on the menu tonight. Chapter 766, The Rage of the Snow Stridwolves, 2. The snow stridwolves did not seem to hear the man in red's words as they howled and charged forward. As they began their attack, the snowfield instantly filled with a layer of thick, white fog which lowered the temperature by a few degrees. Bai Yin clutched the sword in her hand and stared nervously at the oncoming snow stridwolves. The space between her brows was on full alert. Kill. The man in red raised and lowered his hand slowly under the clear and cold moonlit sky. After hearing his order, everyone there drew their weapons and charged towards the snow stridwolves, completely disregarding their large numbers. Such was the way of the people of Red Lotus territory. In this territory, they would only listen to the man in red's every order. Even if the Grand Lord had asked them to die, they would end their life without hesitation. Amidst the snowfield, the flash of red robes was particularly striking to the eye. It illuminated the black night like a red, scorching sun. The man in red did not make any move. Instead, he silently watched the battle on the snowfield as the deep space between his brows filled with absolute confidence and haughtiness. He did not seem the least bit worried about his subordinates losing to these beastards on the snowfield. Are you not going to help? As she stared at the people who were fighting with great difficulty, Guruoan turned towards the man in red and asked. If I have to do everything, what's the point in having them? The man in red raised his brows and his voice was full of confidence. Do you know how to make your forces terrifying, so much so that others dread you? Guruoan raised an eyebrow but did not say anything else. She seemed as if she was waiting for the man in red's next words. It's insanity. The man in red sniggered and turned to Guruoan. There's no use in me going insane on my own. If I want others to dread me, I needed a group of madmen. Thus, my subordinates are all madmen who do not wish to live. On this mainland, the fights are cruel. Only the winners are kings and the losers are enemies. As long as we win, it doesn't matter what tactics we use, we would still be king. And only with persistence can one survive on this merciless mainland. This is the conclusion of my experiences over the years. If it wasn't for the fact that I dared to persist against others, I would not have reached this stage. This was what he had taught his subordinates as well. They would only experience growth if he let go and let them fight. They would no longer feel scared about getting hurt. If they had never experienced pain, how could they then grow stronger? No one's journey can be smooth sailing all the time, and everyone would have to experience the hurt from childhood to adulthood before they could end up standing at the peak of humanity. Guruoan was quiet for a moment. The man in red is not like me after all. CO Hayes has infinite space to allow my subordinates to grow, and I also have countless pills to nurture them. Even so, the members of the Devil Sect have emerged from many battles. Otherwise, the Devil Sect would not have experienced such a rapid growth. A powerful cultivator who has never experienced danger cannot be considered as a truly powerful cultivator. The battle on the field grew more intense. Countless snow stridwolves howled and fell into a pool of blood as they died. Even so, the defenders were not much better off either. Some have even lost their strength to fight back. The initially clean-looking white snow was now covered with blood. Bai Yin's face grew increasingly pale. Under the piercing winter winds, her every exhale brought a hazy white fog. She clutched the blood-drenched longsword in her hand and charged towards the pack of snow stridwolves once again. Chapter 767, The Rage of the Snow Stridwolves, 3. A woo. Just then, an angry howl rang out from a snowfield next to them. When they heard the extreme anger in the howl, some of the defenders of a lower rank immediately felt a little unsteady and nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. A high-level martial honor snow stridwold. The man in red raised an eyebrow. It seems that this time, I'll have to deal with this spiritual beast personally. Bai Yin, I want you and the other to protect Yunsa. Whoosh. As soon as he had finished speaking, the flash of red robes ran towards the nearby snowy ground like a bolt of flame. Soon, he had appeared in front of the snow stridwolf. The man's red robes were like fire as he floated in the air. His pronounced brows were gently raised upwards, making him look a cold god of the inferno. He chided coolly, long-mouthed beastard. You dare to oppose me, the Grand Lord Hong Lian. You're looking for death. Bang. All everyone could see was the man in red's heavily calloused hand slamming against the snow stridwolf's head. Without any warning, the snow stridwolf's head split open and it howled as it fell to the ground. The man placed his hand behind him, then stood with his hands clasped behind his back amidst the wild winds. His long, inky black hair danced in the wind and he stood with his back towards the crowd. Under the night sky, the man in red's robes was an extremely striking sight. He shot a pitiless look at the snow stridwolf's body on the ground. He then slowly turned around and headed back towards Guruoan. Suddenly, a howl sounded and a powerful force emanated from the trees next to Guruan. It then charged towards the woman fiercely. There's still one more snow-spread wolf. This isn't good. The man in red's usually steady expression suddenly changed. He hurriedly cried out and rushed forward, long-mouthed beast-starred. Stop right there, little girl, hurry and get out of the way. But it was clearly too late. The snow-spread wolf had come out so suddenly and was only a few steps away from Guruan. Boom. A burst of anger erupted from the man in red's body as if he was attempting to ignite the entire snowfield. His entire being was like a flaming ball of fire as he charged towards the snow-spread wolf. At that moment, Guruan finally made her move and allowed her martial honor coercion to erupt from her body. A long sword also appeared from thin air and floated in front of her. The sword was glowing with a sharp white light that shot up into the sky. A dragon's roar then rang out from the blade. It turned into a sharp blade of bright, white light and sliced towards the snow-spread wolf's face. Splatter. Fresh blood spewed from the snow-spread wolf's head in a torrent and dyed the sky red. The originally fearsome snow-spread wolf trembled before falling in front of Guruan into a pool of its own blood. It probably was not aware of how it had died. How had this woman, who looked frail and weak, managed to kill it? The man in red was stunned and his body was suspended in midair. He stared in surprise at the woman's clear and cold features. A mid-level martial honor. That's right, when the woman had made her move, I had clearly sensed her power. A 20-year-old mid-level martial honor. This little girl is completely abnormal. However, when he saw that Guruan was safe and unscathed after killing a snow-spread wolf, the man in red felt the rage in his heart calm down. He laughed bitterly. Sigh, it seems that I've been worrying about nothing. You, little girl, are full of deep secrets. I actually didn't manage to see through your powers. However, I'm now your godfather after all, yet you would still keep your powers from me. Chapter 768, The Rage of the Snow-Spread Wolves, 4. Guruan detected the resentment in the man's voice, but she merely shrugged her shoulders. It's not that I'm keeping it from you on purpose, you never asked me. Hearing this, the man in red instantly fell silent. Was that not the case? I had not been able to see through her capabilities and I never asked her about it either. It's not like she had kept it from me on purpose. The man in red smiled at the thought, then replied indulgently, you really are a little fox. Fine, fine. It was indeed my fault for not asking you and you had not kept it from me on purpose. It's getting late now. You go and get some rest. I still have some matters to attend to. Then, the man in red turned around to an obviously scared silly Bai Yin. His initial indulgence and gentleness towards Guruan instantly reverted to his cool and proud visage. His handsome face was carved in icy lines. He stared down emotionlessly at the woman in white before him. Bai Yin, do you know your crime? Thud. Bai Yin hurriedly knelt to the ground with cold sweat dripping from her brow. Grand Lord, this subordinate had been inadequate in protecting her. Please, Grand Lord, hold me accountable. As she spoke, she bit her lip fiercely. This woman certainly has a long life. At that moment when the snow-spread wolf had appeared before Guruan, Bai Yin's heart had not been filled with fear but with joy. If Guruan was to die, then she will be the only one to remain by the Grand Lord's side. She would never let any other woman aside from the madam to hold the Grand Lord's attention. So, she had not saved Guruan on purpose. Inadequate in protecting her, the man in red sneered, you think that by admitting your inadequacy, I would absolve you for neglecting your duties. I had asked you to protect her and that means that even if you had been faced with fearsome spiritual beasts, you would give your life to protect her. Instead, you've tried to wriggle away from your responsibility by admitting your inadequacy when in fact you've neglected your duties. Bai Yin's expression turned extremely pale and cold sweat rolled down from her brow. Grand Lord, this subordinate has made a mistake. Please, Grand Lord, spare me this once on account of the fact that I have fought by your side for 20 years. She kowtowed fiercely and her forehead was soon red and bruised. However, she did not seem to notice the pain and continued to kowtow. After this job is done, you can go back to the territory and accept your punishment. There's also no need for you to follow me around anymore. The man in red lowered his gaze and stared at the woman who was kneeling on the ground. His voice was cold and merciless. I'll say this again, I'm only giving you one more chance. If you cross me a second time, you will immediately return to the territory and accept your punishment. Bai Yin's expression was now 10,000 shades uglier. Her heart now pushed all her past wrongs towards Guruan. If she had not agreed to stay, the Grand Lord would not be treating me this way now. This was all because of this vicious woman. Grand Lord, you've only met her once. You don't even know who she is or if she's an undercover agent from that particular organization. Why do you trust her so much? Bai Yin pointed at Guruan and cried out angrily, I've followed you for the past 20 years and I've always been loyal to you. Now, because of this woman, you would want to punish me like this. I don't understand why. Smack. A red light flashed and hit her squarely on the chest. Bai Yin's body instantly flew out of the way before landing harshly on the ground. She raised her pretty eyes in astonishment. In that instant, the man's knife-like glare shot into her eyes and cut through her heart at the same time. The pain was agonizing. She has never left his side, not even for a day for the past 20 years. At the end of everything else, this man, whom she would never be able to forget for the rest of her life, was treating her in this manner for the sake of a woman he had only just met. Chapter 769, The Rage of the Snow-Spread Wolves, 5. Bai Yin took a deep breath before she crawled towards the man. At that moment, no one noticed the anger and unwillingness in her eyes as well as an indistinct murderous intent. Your wish is my command. Once I'm finished with this job, I will return to the territory and accept my punishment. The man in red said nothing. Similarly, he showed no sign of mercy. If Guruan's powers had not been so formidable, she would have ended up dead instead of the snow-spread wolf. Thus, he would never forgive Bai Yin. It's getting late now, let's all get some rest. One more thing, Yun King, Zhu Kuang, I want you two to take care of the bodies. These will become our next meal. Yes, Grand Lord. The two men addressed as Yun King and Zhu Quang stepped out and replied respectfully. All right, everyone else, go get some rest. At the same time, put Yun's tent next to mine. The man in red took a last look at everyone else before entering his tent. When everyone was going about the duties, Bai Yin took a deep breath and walked towards Gu Ruan. She lowered her eyelids and asked, I had allowed you to leave, so why won't you leave? Gu Ruan looked at Bai Yin and calmly replied, I previously had agreed to leave not because you asked me to, but because I wanted to leave. No one in this entire world can order me to do anything. I don't care what you say, you had promised me to leave but you're still here. You've broken your promise. Bai Yin spoke with some measure of emotion and her pretty eyes glared angrily at Gu Ruan. Besides, do you think that the Grand Lord is taking you in because he likes you? It's because you look too much like the madam and he has asked you to stay because he yearns for the madam too much. Otherwise, why would he take you in as his goddaughter? So, don't you start dreaming about flying above the branches and turning into a phoenix. In the Grand Lord's heart, you are only a shadow of the madam. If you have any sense of tact, leave as soon as you can. You'll only hurt yourself in the end. Bai Yin had purposely lowered her voice so no one else around could hear her words aside from Gu Ruan. Gu Ruan did not speak. Regardless of whatever reason I previously had for leaving, I've already agreed to stay. This time, I may have gone back on my word, but if I was to get another chance, I would still have made the same choice. It's all because this man stirs a very close and familiar feeling in me, he makes my heart feel very warm. Are you done? After a long pause, she lifted her head and stared at Bai Yin who was about to continue jabbering incessantly. If you're done, I'm going to go and get some rest. Gu Ruan. Bai Yin's eyes darkened and she spat icily. Why would you degrade yourself and become the shadow of another? Are there no men on this earth anymore? Why must you cling to the Grand Lord? The Grand Lord is head over heels in love with the madam, he will never hold you. I've been by his side for 20 whole years and I've never been able to enter that man's heart. This woman, however, has only just appeared and she wants to take the madam's place in the Grand Lord's heart. Dream on. Even with the fact that she looks like the madam, this was impossible. Gu Ruan slowly turned around. Her clear and cold eyes fell upon Bai Yin as she calmly raised the corners of her lips and said, Since I've accepted him as my godfather, in my heart, he is like a father to me. Are you fighting for the justice of the madam you've been talking about, or for yourself? Chapter 770, The Mysterious Cloud Fruit 1. Bai Yin froze. She looked absolutely full of rage and hatred, almost as if Gu Ruan had seen right through her. For 20 years, she had always remained quietly by the Grand Lord's side and has carefully concealed her feelings and conflicts from him because she understood that the Grand Lord loves the madam deeply. If he ever found out about her feelings for him, he would have chased her out of the Red Lotus territory. As such, she had buried her feelings into the deepest recesses of her heart and used the madam's name to fight for justice and get rid of women who harbored any intentions towards the Grand Lord. True enough, not only did the Grand Lord not only not punish her, but he praised her as well. Now, this woman has actually pierced through my true intentions. That's right. I had got rid of those women not for the madam's sake but for my own. The madam has been missing for so many years. No one knows if she's even alive and perhaps she's not even on this earth anymore. If this was the case, he will forget about that woman sooner or later. By then, my efforts in staying by his side for such a long time and silently giving so much to him for so many years, well, any man would be moved by my actions. Besides, the Grand Lord was not a person with a heart of steel. He was simply too devoted to the madam. If the madam was no longer alive, how could a man who only puts up a cold, hard-hearted front but is soft-hearted deep down bear to leave a woman feeling dejected over him? When that time comes, I can tell the Grand Lord of my love for him as well as offer my company and devotion to him. Gu Ruan glanced at Bai Yin who was now immersed in her own imagination and said nothing more. She turned around and headed towards her tent, slowly disappearing under the clear and cold moonlit sky. In the wide tent, a young boy dressed in purple robes was sitting on the side of the bed. He swung his legs back and forth and smiled as he watched Gu Ruan undress. What are you doing out here? Gu Ruan raised an eyebrow. I want to rest so you better go back into the ancient divine pagoda. Xiao Zixi blinked as an evil and impish smile flashed on his adorable face. I want to sleep with you. Gu Ruan's expression immediately turned black. She rejected him without any courtesy. No. Xiao Zixi jumped from the bed and threw his soft, cotton candy-like body into Gu Ruan's arms. He lifted his large eyes which were glistening with tears and stared pitifully up at Gu Ruan. I don't want to stay in the ancient divine pagoda, I want to sleep with you. Zixi. Gu Ruan gritted her teeth and called out the little boy's name. I'm not Zixi now, I'm Xiao Zixi. The little man cocked his head to one side and stared evilly at Gu Ruan. He then added, I'm a childhood stage so I'm still a child. Gu Ruan's expression grew increasingly ugly. She did not care if this phoenix was now at the adult stage or childhood stage. After all, Zixi in the past had left a deep impression on her. Even with this smooth and immature little face, she could not help but remember that handsome and demonic man. No. Gu Ruan yanked the little boy up in the air with one hand and spoke threateningly. I'm giving you a choice. Do you want to return to the ancient divine pagoda on your own or do you want me to throw you back in? Xiao Zixi pouted and replied pitifully, I'll go. Geez, why are you so fierce? He then struggled for a bit and broke free from Gu Ruan's hand. He glanced pitifully at Gu Ruan again before turned into a wave of purple light and disappearing before her very eyes. Chapter 771, The Mysterious Cloud Fruit 2. Gu Ruan heaved a sigh of relief. Ever since Zixi had been reborn, he had changed in every aspect imaginable. However, his fondness for teasing her was something which has never changed. Little girl, are you asleep? Suddenly, the man's warm voice sounded from outside the tent. Gu Ruan shook. No. I'm coming in. The man in red stepped in from outside the tent. He frowned as he observed Gu Ruan's living quarters seriously. A glint flashed in his proud eyes. I heard voices in here, so I came by to have a look. What's going on? Is someone causing trouble for you? Gu Ruan paused and shook her head. No, perhaps you had been hearing things. Really? The man in red looked suspicious. Suddenly, he smiled gently. Perhaps I had been mistaken. However, if anyone dares to bully you, come find me immediately, no matter who it is. Do you understand? Clearly, the man in red could not stop worrying about Gu Ruan. A sense of warmth enveloped Gu Ruan's heart. She understood that her godfather was afraid that Bai Yin would trouble her out of her dissatisfaction for being punished. He had specifically come to reassure her. Still, she has never cared for people like Bai Yin, so why would she rat her out to her godfather? Gu Ruan replied, Godfather, don't you worry, I'll let you know if anyone bullies me. All right, the man in red heaved a sigh of relief. His pronounced eyes and brows were filled with joy. Then, I can relax. Have a good rest. We still have to push forward on our journey tomorrow. There's one more thing, remember that you are the Lady of the Red Lotus territory. You are a goddaughter to me, the Grand Lord Hong Lian. If anyone bullies you and you find yourself in a situation where you can fight for yourself, you take care of it on your own. However, if you are unable to take the fight, come and look for me. As my daughter, you need not act with fear. You have my full support behind you, so you can rest assured and boldly do as you wish. Understood. Gu Ruan nodded. I understand. It's good that you do. The man in red smiled and said, I'm going to get some rest, remember to sleep early as well. He then turned and left without waiting for Gu Ruan's reply. Gu Ruan's pupils narrowed as she watched him leave. She spoke through her soul and asked, Xiao Zixi, tell me, is this man more powerful than Supreme Jin? He's indeed more powerful. From within her soul, Xiao Zixi's childish voice rang out after a long pause. Even though Zixi had just been reborn, his memories from his past life had remained intact. Naturally, he would still have an impression of Supreme Jin. Of course, that impression was sensed through his place in the ancient divine pagoda. Even so, Xiao Zixi could still sense that this man's power was much stronger than Supreme Jin's. How about when compared to you? Gu Ruan raised an eyebrow and asked. Xiao Zixi had nothing to say. Just as Gu Ruan had assumed that he was not going to answer the question, his childlike voice spoke up once again. I've just been born, I'm still at the childhood stage. I've only been in this world for less than a year. This means that he could not possibly defeat the man in red. However, Xiao Zixi paused and continued, in another 3 to 5 years, he would never be able to catch up to me no matter how hard he tries. You can't compare a newborn baby to a man who has lived for over 10 years, but that friend of yours, Supreme Jin, is certainly no match for me. Chapter 772, The Mysterious Cloud Fruit 3. This was the reality of the situation. Even though Zixi was strong and powerful with unlimited potential, he had only just hatched from his egg and still needed time for his powers to grow fully. He could not possibly be invincible from the moment he hatched. Fine, I won't overanalyze it, I'll get some rest first. Gu Ruan smiled serenely as she lay down and said, this is my first day on the East Peak mainland. I don't know what's coming for me next, so I better take care of my mental capabilities. I'll need to be ready for whatever lies ahead. Actually, for someone at Gu Ruan's rank, one can actually keep going without sleep. However, a good sleep can increase one's mental capacity. As such, to most cultivators, as long as they don't need to increase their power in a short time, they would use sleep to raise their alertness. The next day, the morning sun shone over the entire snowfield. Gu Ruan has just emerged from her tent when she found the man in red standing under the sunlight. The man noticed Gu Ruan and turned to smile gently at her. Yunsa, you're awake. We will be continuing our journey now. Gu Ruan nodded and asked, by the way, I haven't asked you this, but what are we doing in this snowfield? We are here for the mysterious cloud fruit. The man in red calmly responded. The mysterious cloud fruit. Gu Ruan felt shaken. The mysterious cloud fruit is considered to be one of the best medicinal herbs on the East Peak mainland. It was said that one could only find one stump in over 10,000 years. In addition, it only exists in the deeper recesses of the snowfield. Many have narrowly escaped death and still have not been able to retrieve it. The mysterious cloud fruit can give a high-level martial supreme 1/10 of a chance to break through to the rank of a martial saint. Even though it was only 1/10 of a chance, it has attracted countless cultivators to fight over it. After all, on this mainland, martial saints were as rare as the feathers of a phoenix and horn of a unicorn. In order to break through to the rank of a martial saint, even 1/10 of a chance was enough for them to give up their lives for a fight. No wonder. No wonder this man in red had journeyed to this snowfield. It had all been for the sake of finding the mysterious cloud fruit. However, the mysterious cloud fruit is extremely rare. There was still about 1/10 of hope in finding it, but many have lost their lives in this snowfield without even getting an inkling of where the mysterious cloud fruit could be found. Bai Yin scoffed coldly as her cold glare swept across Gu Ruan's thoughtful expression. She simply could not understand it. The journey to find the mysterious cloud fruit was such a crucial matter. Why had the Grand Lord revealed it to this woman so casually? Also, he has decided to bring her along. Little girl, this snowfield is extremely dangerous. The snow-strut wolves we encountered last night were at the lowest rung of the food chain. There will be far more powerful spiritual beasts on the road ahead. By then, you must stay by my side. You aren't allowed to take even half a step away from me. This is the only way for me to protect you. This time, I won't be leaving her with anyone else. The events from last night were already carved deeply into his mind's eye. If he had left her with another incompetent bodyguard, he would not be able to bear the consequences. He would only feel more assured when he was protecting her personally. Grand Lord. Bai Yin gritted her teeth and approached the Grand Lord. She joined her fists and bowed. Please, Grand Lord, give me a chance to redeem myself. I will definitely protect her ladyship well on the road ahead. She certainly was not lying. In matters of vital importance, harming Gu Ruan was not at the top of the list. Instead, she needed the chance to pursue the Grand Lord once again. If I lose the right to pursue him, what chance do I stand in entering his heart? Chapter 773, The Mysterious Cloud Fruit, 4. There's no need, the man in red glanced over at Bai Yin as he replied coldly, once this job is done, you will return to the territory and accept your punishment. I won't give you a second chance. Bai Yin's body trembled and her face drained of color. She knew that this time, she had run out of chances. Let's go. The man in red no longer bothered to look at Bai Yin as he waved his hand and gave the order. Yes, Grand Lord. Everyone joined the fists and replied in unison. While they all felt sympathy for Bai Yin, she had brought it upon herself. No one else could take the blame. How could she be unaware of the Grand Lord's temperament after following the Grand Lord for so many years? The Grand Lord has always been the kind of person who would stand by his decisions. No one can change his mind. The Grand Lord had already let her off the first time she opposed him. Instead, she then vented her anger upon her ladyship and paid no heed to the Grand Lord's orders, neglecting in her duties to protect the lady. As the person in charge of the Red Lotus territory, the Grand Lord would not spare her so easily. If it was not for the fact that this job was slightly more dangerous, he probably would have already sent her back to the territory. Bai Yin clutched her longsword tightly as she stared hatefully at the person following the man in red. No one saw the way she had glared at Gu Ruoan. Her eyes were as sharp as the blade of a sword. If looks could kill, Bai Yin would have already dismembered Gu Ruoan into 10,000 pieces. During the next part of the journey, they encountered numerous ferocious spiritual beasts. In general, most of the spiritual beasts were at the stage of a high-level martial honor. However, because the man in red was a martial supreme, regardless of how many spiritual beasts tried to attack them, it was difficult for them to escape the fate of having their lives cut short. As such, during the journey, Gu Ruoan had not needed to do anything. All she had to do was to relax and stay by that man's side. If I'm not mistaken, the mysterious cloud fruit should be inside. The group had stopped outside a snow-covered forest. The man in red gazed fixedly at the dense forest in front of them and spoke slowly. This is the deepest end of the snowfield and is also the most dangerous place. You must all be more cautious. This will not be like the outside of the forest where the highest rank we had encountered were high-level martial honors. In the snow-covered forest, one could barely sense a fairly discernible power. This power was so strong that it sent tremors through the hearts of many. When he sensed this powerful force, the man in red's heart slowly sank. We'll continue on. The man in red slowly relaxed his sharp, furrowed brows as he ordered in a deep voice. Be it man or dragon who is residing at the deep end of this snowfield, I won't let them stop me from finding the mysterious cloud fruit. Gu Ruoan had initially thought that in such a well-known harsh area like this snowfield that there would not be a lot of people around, but she realized that she had been mistaken. Once they stepped into the deep end of the snowfield, she found out that many others have also arrived in the area. Some of them were even at the rank of a martial supreme. What's going on? The man in red was astounded as well. He frowned gently. This shouldn't be happening. These people are forces that are near invincible and now, they've all gathered in this snowy forest. This situation was extremely suspicious. Godfather, Gu Ruoan smiled mildly and turned towards the man in red. Has news of your search for the mysterious cloud fruit been leaked out? The man in red shook his head. The mysterious cloud fruit grows inside the forests of the snowfield. This was something which many are aware of. Normally, there will be others who would risk their lives for the sake of the mysterious cloud fruit. I am simply testing my luck, so I don't think that they're here for the mysterious cloud fruit. If my guess is right, they have another motive. I've been in the snowfields all this time, so I'm not too sure of the happenings in the world outside. Chapter 774, The Mysterious Cloud Fruit, 5. Gu Ruoan fell silent. When she had stepped into the snowfield, she had sensed a faintly discernible aura. Could it that these people have all came to the snowfields for this very object? Can you sense that? The man's eyes froze and his handsome face had a never-before-seen sense of seriousness. He raised his head to look at the sky at the deep end of the forest. A light flashed in his eyes. It seems to be coming from over there. If I'm correct, the thing which had attracted them here is over there. Furthermore, that object seems like it's a spiritual beast egg. Gu Ruoan was slightly surprised. She stared in astonishment at the man in red's handsome visage. Actually, from the beginning, she had already sensed the spiritual beast egg. However, she was only been able to sense it because of her contract with Zixi, but this man was able to discern a spiritual beast and spiritual beast egg through a human senses. It seems that Xiao Zixi was right. This man was the second most powerful person she had encountered since the beginning. The most powerful person she had encountered was that man in white who calls himself the Holy One. A cold light filled with murderous intent flashed across Gu Ruoan's eyes at the thought of that man. He was the one to blame for causing Zixi to transform into a phoenix egg. One day, I will make him pay this debt in full. Hong Lian, what are you doing here? Suddenly, a less than friendly voice called out. Gu Ruoan turned around and found a small and thin old man leading a group of people towards the ground. The old man's face was as wrinkled as an old tree's bark. His tiny eyes were narrowed into small slits. They darted back and forth ceaselessly, but no one could tell what he was plotting. The man in red raised an eyebrow and replied mockingly, "Why would I need anyone's permission to come here?" Hee hee, the thin little man laughed. Suddenly, he noticed Gu Ruoan, who was standing next to the man, and a light flashed in his eyes. He then asked with a smile, "Everyone in the world always talk of your deep devotion to your madam. You've been searching for her whereabouts for 20 years without stop. Yet, I never thought that the deeply devoted Grand Lord Hong Lian would do something like this. I wonder, is this young lady your officially wedded wife or your little concubine?" Boom. No one expected the man in red who had been standing still to suddenly make his move. A loud noise exploded in front of the old man. If he had not managed to quickly evade it, he would have lost his life in that one blow. Even if he did survive the blow, he would have at least lost half a life. Even so, he had been affected by the attack and was rendered battered and exhausted. Madman, you are just like the world says, a madman. The old man gritted his teeth hatefully. If his powers had not been one level short of the man in red's, he would definitely have not allowed him to get away with this. I had only said a few words, but this madman had attacked me without any warning. F***ck, does he have the audacity to be even more insane? So what if I'm insane? If I can make you all fear me, then there's nothing wrong with being a little mad. The man in red smiled icily and swept his gaze across the battered old man. He then continued sharply, "You Xinglong, if I hear you insulting my daughter again, you won't be so lucky the next time." The man, whose name was Yu Xinglong, now had a very ugly look on his face. However, he mostly felt a lingering fear. How was I supposed to know that this person would attack me without any warning? I wasn't even ready. In the past, even if Grand Lord Hong Lian had wanted to pick a fight with me, he would have at least warned me about it. Otherwise, I would not have ended up cutting such a sorry figure. Chapter 775, Supreme Jin 1. The altercation had attracted the attention of quite a number of people. When they heard how the Grand Lord Hong Lian had addressed Gu Ruan, they could not help but stare at her. Their hearts were curious as to where this daughter of the Grand Lord had come from. After all these years, they had never heard him mention that he had a daughter. Also, no one actually knows the Grand Lord Hong Lian's real name, nor did they know where he had come from. All they know was that this man had appeared out of thin air over 10 years ago, and in a few short months, he had committed acts which had stunned countless people. It was because of this that the Grand Lord Hong Lian's name soon resonated through the entire mainland. During her past life, Gu Ruan had once heard of Grand Lord Hong Lian, and he was already at a rank that she yearned to be at that time. Now that she has met him, she realized that this man was enigmatic and unpredictable. His entire being was a mystery which no one could solve. HMPH. Yu Xinglong fiercely straightened his robes and swept his venomous gaze towards the man in red. He was filled with an absolutely malicious aura, but he said nothing else and turned around, heading towards the opposite direction. The man in red smiled icily and soon retracted his gaze. He turned towards Gu Ruan and his handsome face lit up with a warm smile. "Little girl, you don't need to bother about that old fart's words. One day, I will kill him." Gu Ruan shrugged her shoulders. She never had any intention of taking Yu Xinglong's words to heart. She had only just turned around when a familiar-looking figure suddenly appeared before her eyes, causing her expression to freeze in place. The man's golden robes fluttered under the gentle breeze. He seemed to notice her eyes on him, and he turned to look at Gu Ruan. His gorgeous golden eyes flashed with uncertainty, but that expression left as quickly as it came. If the man in red next to Gu Ruan was a domineering and aggressive overlord, this man would be a great, grave and stern sovereign. His entire body was decked in a dazzling shade of gold, and his gilded robes looked utterly resplendent under the sun. "Little girl, are you acquainted with him?" The man in red noticed where Gu Ruan was looking, and he frowned as he asked. "Acquainted? Weren't we more than acquaintances? In my past life, our friendship went deeper than that. Unfortunately, he can't possibly recognize me now." Gu Ruan smiled at the thought and replied, "He's Supreme Jin, someone who had earned the title of Martial Supreme at a young age. Who wouldn't know who he is? However, I'm not all that close to him." "Really?" The man in red raised an eyebrow. He did not know why, but he felt that there was something in the way Gu Ruan had looked at Supreme Jin. Nevertheless, everyone has their own secrets, so he made no attempt to get to the heart of the matter. "Little girl, let's go. I'd like to see the thing hidden in this snow forest which had attracted the attention of so many powerful cultivators." He stared into the far-off sky, his thoughts a mystery from others. Gu Ruan nodded. As she followed the man into the snow forest, she turned around to take one last look at Supreme Jin. So what if I told him about my identity in my past life? Would this man even believe me? Perhaps he would think that I was insane. Forget it. Right now, the most important thing in this forest is that spiritual beast egg. Now is not the time to get reacquainted with Supreme Jin. Gu Ruan turned away at the thought of this and no longer spared him another look. Chapter 776, Supreme Jin 2. Enlin. Supreme Jin stared at the direction where Gu Ruan had left as he tightly knit his attractive brows and spoke coldly. Hearing this, a bodyguard dressed in black behind him joined his fist and bowed respectfully. "What are your orders, Your Majesty?" "When we leave this place, investigate the woman's identity." "Your wish is my command." Enlin responded with reverence. After issuing the order, Supreme Jin said nothing more and watched Gu Ruan, who was following closely behind the Grand Lord Hong Lian. His brow furrowed even more. "I'm not sure if I had been mistaken, but I feel as if that woman's eyes are extremely familiar. However, I'm very certain that I have never met this woman." Suddenly, Supreme Jin seemed to remember something and asked coldly, "Have you managed to find out the holy Dr. Bai Jungshan's whereabouts?" "Reporting to you, Your Majesty." The bodyguard named Enlin joined his fists and bowed. It seems that the holy Dr. Bai Jungshan had recently vanished. This subordinate has sent many others to investigate, but we were unable to find any more information about him. Boom. A powerful force exploded from the man's body, striking Enlin's chest angrily. At that instant, Enlin's body was sent flying before he landed heavily on the ground. A dribble of fresh blood trickled down from the corner of his lips. At this moment, many have already left for the deeper end of the snowy forest. On this empty space at the entrance of the forest, only the man in golden robes and his subordinates had remained. Rustle, rustle. Instantly, every guard knelt down before him. They lowered their heads and did not dare to even look at Supreme Jin. "It has been so many days and you're still unable to find the holy Dr. Bai Jungshan's whereabouts." Supreme Jin slowly raised his head. His cold, sharp gaze was like ice, lowering the temperature in the already freezing snowy forest. Even the air seemed to freeze immediately as he said, "You can't even find one person, so what's the use for me to nurture you? All of you, get out of this Supreme One's side." "Your Majesty," Enlin crawled up from the ground and hurriedly knelt before Supreme Jin. "The snowy forest is particularly dangerous at this time. Please allow this subordinate to stay and protect you." As he spoke, a pair of aggressive eyes fell upon Enlin. Enlin's body broke into cold sweat. He gritted his teeth and did not dare to even raise his head. "This Supreme One can handle this place on my own. You go and find Bai Junction's whereabouts. When you have news of him, report to me again. Scram. Boom. Following that, the aura in Supreme Jin's body burst towards the guards. In that instant, everyone was pushed over by that monstrous wave and their bodies were thrown a few meters away. He then turned around and walked into the snowy forest, refusing to grant them with any more chances. Yunsa, don't you worry. I will find the holy Dr. Bai Junction, kill him, and avenge you. The man gently lowered his eyes as his beautifully handsome features filled with an icy chill. The murderous intent from his being erupted into all four corners around him, making him look like a keen and deadly sword. Gu Ruan, however, had only just arrived on the East Peak mainland and was unaware of everything which was happening on the mainland. She was also unaware that Supreme Jin has considered her master, the holy Dr. Bai Junction, his mortal enemy, as he was under the impression that Bai Junction had murdered her. Otherwise, she would have told him the truth of her identity even if Supreme Jin refused to believe her. He, Grand Lord Hong Lian, allow me to give you a piece of advice on account of our many years of camaraderie. You better send your daughter away. Otherwise, with the many great dangers which lie in this snowy forest, I reckon that she won't stay alive for very much longer. Inside the snowy forest, Yu Xinglong glanced at Gu Ruan and turned his gaze towards the man in red as he spoke scornfully. Chapter 777, Supreme Jin 3. The man in red laughed coldly. I'd advise you to consider your own safety a little better, lest you end up dying in the claws of these spiritual beasts if I don't kill you myself. As for my daughter, you need not trouble yourself. Was your last loss not enough for you? Would you like to have another go? Yu Xinglong's expression changed. He scoffed, turned around, and no longer looked at the man in red. My lady, you're probably not aware of the matters concerning this Yu Xinglong, right? Suddenly, a voice spoke up from the side, interrupting Gu Ruan's thoughts. Gu Ruan jumped and turned around. Her astonished gaze landed on the man standing next to her. If I remember correctly, Godfather had addressed him as Zhu Quang yesterday. Before the Grand Lord had reached the rank of a Marshal Supreme, Yu Xinglong had his eye on the Grand Lord's talents and wanted him to become his son-in-law. Unfortunately, the Grand Lord was deeply devoted to the madam, so how could he possibly accept another woman? He had rejected his offer. Yu Xinglong's daughter found it unacceptable, so she then tried to intertwine herself with the Grand Lord. In the end, the Grand Lord taught her a good lesson. Yu Xinglong felt humiliated and declared that he would force the Grand Lord to become his son-in-law. However, no one expected the Grand Lord to grow in power in such a short time until he was nearly at the same level as him. Because of this, Yu Xinglong did not dare show his impudence and could only shoot arrows at the Grand Lord in secret. Now, the Grand Lord has flung him to the back. If the Grand Lord had not been so busy with fighting against the people of that particular organization, Yu Xinglong would not be alive today. Zhu Quang excitedly described the man in red's heroic deed to Gu Ruan. To them, the Grand Lord is a god in their hearts. No one could surpass him. If it had not been for that organization which was eyeing the Grand Lord covetously, would Yu Xinglong still be alive to stand here and mock the Grand Lord? Even though Yu Xinglong's powers were quite formidable and the Grand Lord's powers have long surpassed his, if the Grand Lord was to publicly start a fight with Yu Xinglong, that organization would definitely step in to meddle or collect influence and power from the collateral damage between the two sides. So, the Grand Lord has decided to let Yu Xinglong be for the time being. However, if he crosses the line and makes the Grand Lord lose his patience entirely, only then would he risk the dangerous meddling from that organization. Gu Ruan listened quietly to Zhu Quang's story and understood the dispute between Yu Xinglong and Grand Lord Hong Lian. So, it was actually due to an affair of the heart, but it was obvious that Yu Xinglong had underestimated the Grand Lord's talents and capabilities. Ah, that organization you've mentioned, what's it called? Gu Ruan raised an eyebrow and asked Zhu Quang. Zhu Quang. Bai Yin, who was next to them, stopped Zhu Quang when she saw that he was about to continue his conversation with Gu Ruan. She then explained, there's no need to inform her ladyship about these matters, is there? Bai Yin did not spit the words, her ladyship, willingly. After all, deep down, she does not acknowledge Gu Ruan's current status. However, at a time like this, she was not willing to oppose Gu Ruan. Otherwise, based on how much the Grand Lord now favors her, she might end up being chased out of the territory because of this woman. Hearing Bai Yin's words, Zhu Quang realized that he had accidentally said too much and laughed in embarrassment. He rubbed his nose awkwardly, momentarily unsure of what to say. The man in red rolled his eyes and turned towards Gu Ruan. His gaze softened, no longer holding the icy domineering gaze that he used whenever he looked at anyone else. Chapter 778, Supreme Jin 4. Do you recall what I had said to you before? I have a powerful enemy and that is the organization Zhu Quang was talking about. However, I can't reveal their name to you for the time being. I don't want you to get mixed up in this matter. Once I have enough power to completely destroy them, I'll tell you everything. Gu Ruan smiled. She knew that her godfather would not tell her the name of the organization for her sake. After all, an enemy who was deemed powerful by the Grand Lord Hong Lian must be extremely powerful. With my current level of power, how could I go up against that organization? Godfather, your enemy is my enemy. Perhaps my powers are not strong enough now, but one day, I will be able to help you in your revenge. Gu Ruan lifted her head and looked up at the man in red's handsome visage. Her clear, cold eyes were resolute. The man in red burst into laughter. You are indeed my good little daughter. All right, then I'll wait until you have the power to help me take my vengeance. If my wife knows what a good daughter I have taken in, she would be delighted. It's just that I don't even know where Yuer is. As soon as he thought of Dongfang Yu again, the man in red smiled bitterly. His handsome face was immediately filled with sorrow. It has been 20 years. For over 20 years, not a day has gone by when I don't miss her. Nevertheless, during these 20 years, I've combed the entire mainland and even searched through countless forbidden places. Still, I have not found her. Could it be that she's no longer in this world? The man in red felt a pang of agony in his heart. He quickly shook his head. No. This is definitely not possible. Yue must still be alive. If I can't find her in one day, I will spend 10 years looking for her. If I can't find her in 10 years, I will spend 100. If I'm still unable to find her in 100 years, I will spend my every reincarnation until I find her again. The man in red unknowingly began to display an unwavering determination on his face. His domineering eyes were filled with purpose. Bai Yin's face turned into an ugly shade. I had just stopped Zhu Kuang from saying more about the matter to Gu Ruo, and yet the Grand Lord revealed it himself. He's clearly doing this on purpose to slap me in the face. I've kept him company for 20 years and given up an infinite amount of time. Why am I no better than a little girl whom he had just met? I won't accept this. One day, I will publicly become the Grand Lord's wife, and that little slut, Gu Ruo, will no longer dare to act so shamelessly in front of me. She would even be required to bow and greet me, for I will then be her godmother. Bai Yin calmed the rage in her heart and slowly followed behind the group. He. Yu Xinglong sneered. His eyes were filled with ridicule as they swept across Gu Ruo's figure. This little girl shows no sign of spiritual fluctuations within her body. She's an absolute good-for-nothing. A good-for-nothing like this would think that she has the ability to help Hong Lian in his vengeance. Also, Hong Lian has even accepted her words. When did Hong Lian become such an idiot? He's even taken in a good-for-nothing like her as his goddaughter. She is his goddaughter only in name, but what person would be blind to the dirty thoughts in this fellow's heart? Initially, I had thought that Hong Lian was truly that devoted, and this was why he had ignored my outstanding daughter. Who would have thought that he would find a good-for-nothing like this? TSK. It seems that the Grand Lord Hong Lian had only been putting on an act. You can't judge a person by their appearance. Scum. The more Yu Xinglong thought of this, the angrier he felt. What was wrong with my daughter to have caused him to humiliate her in front of so many people in the past? He lost his cool and gritted his teeth as he spat angrily. Chapter 779, Supreme Jin, 5. The man in red was deep in thought. His prideful eyes paid no attention to Yu Xinglong, and this made him so angry that he nearly cursed out loud. He shot a fierce glare at the man, and his eyes were filled with malice. Roar. Suddenly, a ferocious roar rang out within the snowy forest and sent tremors through the ground. The loud roar caused the white snow covering the forest to fall. This roar must be from the scarlet electric beast. Also, there seems to be more than one of them. The man in red pulled Gu Ruo behind him as he stared at a thicket close by and ordered darkly, "Get ready." Yes, Grand Lord. Instantly, everyone from the Red Lotus territory drew their weapons and waited in silence as the spiritual beasts charged towards them. As the spiritual beasts approached, the trees were completely destroyed. Trunks and branches fell to the ground and blocked the road ahead. Yu Xinglong sneered, and his face was filled with a mocking smile. Grand Lord Hong Lian, these spiritual beasts are all at the rank of a high-level martial honor. Are you certain that you can protect the little girl? You'll have to stand next to her and not move. Even so, I'm afraid that the members of the Red Lotus territory won't be spared. Don't expect anyone to help you. What he means was that if the man in red wishes to protect Gu Ruo, there was only one way. He would have to stand next to her and not move. However, if this was the case, he could only let the remaining members of the Red Lotus territory fight for him. One should know that these spiritual beasts were all high-level martial honors. How could the members of the Red Lotus territory even stand a chance? Still, there was one crucial point which Yu Xinglong had overlooked. That was Gu Ruo herself. Godfather, there's no need for you to protect me. Gu Ruo shook her head as she stated calmly, you'd better go on and help the other members of the Red Lotus territory. Leaving me along would not be much of a hindrance. The man in red frowned and asked, will you be alright? He even thought Gu Ruo had once taken care of a sneak attack from a snow-stripped wolf. The scarlet electric beast was a high-level martial honor, and there was more than one of them. Regardless of how powerful Gu Ruo might be, she was only a mid-level martial honor. The man in red raised his hand and pulled Gu Ruo into his arms as he said, little girl, come fight with me. I won't feel safe leaving you here. It's safer if you stick with me. Gu Ruo's heart softened as she felt the man's care and concern for her. She smiled, Godfather, trust me. I'll be fine. After she spoke, she paused and a glint flashed in her eyes. Ling Xiao, Yan, come out and fight. Whoosh. Once she had spoken, 2 rays of light instantly shot out from Gu Ruo's chest and landed on the ground. The 2 rays of light then disappeared, revealing 2 men who stepped into view. One of them was dressed in white robes. His hair was long and his beard was white. From afar, he clearly looked like an elderly man. However, upon closer look, one could see that the beard actually conceals an extremely handsome face. He gently raised his snow-white brows before turning towards the charging spiritual beasts. The other man was a distinctively splendid sight to behold. He was undoubtedly a beauty who could cause the downfall of a nation. Especially since none of them had ever seen someone with 1 red and 1 emerald eye. It was strange yet altogether alluring. The man in red was shocked at the sight of those 2 men. He looked at Gu Ruo in confusion as he asked, little girl, these 2 are. Chapter 780, The Semi-Saint Dragon, 1. Gu Ruo did not reply to his question. Her green robes fluttered under the light breeze. Her eyes were calm and quiet as she fixed her gaze upon the charging spiritual beasts. Ling Xiao, Yan, you haven't moved your limbs in a while either. Let's go. Whoosh. In that instant, the 2 spiritual beasts turned into rays of light and attacked the scarlet electric beasts. While Ling Xiao was not the strongest amongst the 4 divine beasts, the formation had not weakened his powers too drastically. Therefore, when he had left the formation, he was already a mid-level martial honor. Not too long ago, he had broken through to the rank of a high-level martial honor. As for Yan, what more was there to say? He had long entered that rank. Coupled with the power he holds in his hand, a few scarlet electric beasts would be no match for him. Yu Xinglong's expression was a particularly ugly shade. He glared coldly at the man in red and said icily, I never thought that you would be so generous, Grand Lord Honglian, to casually give away 2 high-level martial honor spiritual beasts for a daughter whom you had picked up from God knows where. Those were 2 high-level martial honor spiritual beasts. Spiritual beasts like these have particularly stubborn temperaments and are especially difficult to tame. He did not think that Honglian would have indulged his goddaughter so much to gift her such powerful spiritual beasts as protectors. I did not give these spiritual beasts to her. The man in red wrinkled his brows. Even he was shocked by Gu Ruan's display of power. No wonder she had the courage to storm into the snowfields. Not only is she exceedingly talented, she also has 2 high-level martial honor spiritual beasts in her possession. He. Yu Exinglong sneered and his lips curled into a despicable angle. I say, Grand Lord Honglian, won't you stop this charade? If these 2 spiritual beasts had not come from you, how could this little girl have possibly picked them up? Don't tell me that this little girl has some powerful force behind her. No matter how powerful that force is, they can't possibly surpass you. Otherwise, why would she be fawning over you? Besides, what kind of family could tolerate a completely talentless person without even a sliver of spiritual energy? The people in this world are realistic. Aren't you just helping her because her youth and beauty have caught your eye? She's merely a good-for-nothing, so there's no need for you to masquerade her as a genius. Why would you even go to such lengths? Boom. A wave of fiery anger erupted from the man in red. His eyes were like the sharp end of a blade as his gaze cut towards Yu Exinglong. When he sensed the sharp glare, Yu Exinglong could not help but tremble. Still, he quibbled on, was I mistaken? What's wrong with my daughter? She's young as well, though her looks are only just acceptable. If you become my son-in-law, the 2 of us combined would definitely be more powerful than this one woman. Your daughter. The man in red laughed icily. In my heart, your daughter will never even come close to my wife. She does not even have an iota of a chance. Gu Ruan is my daughter and her spiritual beasts were not gifts from me. Believe it or not, that's up to you. Honglian, I'm telling you, you must marry my daughter. Otherwise, I will make you my mortal enemy. Honestly, although Yu Exinglong still harbored hatred towards the Grand Lord Honglian, if the Grand Lord Honglian was willing to become his son-in-law, he would erase all that hatred with one stroke. After all, Honglian's talents were clear for all to see. Very few people could match up to him on this mainland. Ha ha ha. The man in red burst into domineering laughter which pierced through the clouds. Mortal enemies. As you wish, Yu Exinglong. From now on, I, the Grand Lord Honglian, shall be your mortal enemy. Chapter 781, The Semi-Saint Dragon, 2. Yu Exinglong's face turned ashen with rage. He simply could not understand what was going on in the Grand Lord Honglian's mind. Had he actually agreed to become mortal enemies with him for the sake of those 2 women? Was he even aware of what's actually beneficial to him? Out of those 2 women, the whereabouts of one of them was unknown while the other was a good-for-nothing. How could they be worth all this trouble? However, this was clearly not the time for squabbling as the Scarlet Electric Beasts were now right in front of them. Even with Ling Xiao and Yan blocking the way, there were too many of them and they could not contain all the Scarlet Electric Beasts. Yu Exinglong scoffed icily and joined the battle. Because Ling Xiao and Yan were at the front, the man in red did not join in the fight. Instead, he remained by Gu Ruan's side, protecting her. A thick smoke began to build up in the snowy forest. Fresh blood dyed the pure white snow in a stark red hue and the ground was soon littered with the bodies of countless spiritual beasts. However, the remaining spiritual beasts did not relent and continued to charge and attack madly. It was almost as if they did not fear the deaths of their companions. Something isn't right. The man in red wrinkled his brows as he stared up at the white, foggy sky. His cold eyes darkened. Something isn't right with these Scarlet Electric Beasts. It's almost as if someone was controlling them from behind their backs. Gu Ruan trembled but she did not respond. Instead, she furrowed her brows in silence. This fellow is right. Just then, Xiao Zixi's childish voice called out from within her soul, these Scarlet Electric Beasts are definitely under someone's control. They don't feel pain at all nor do they feel any fear. They will never stop attacking. Everyone, come have a look. Just then, a voice filled with surprise rang out from the side. A fully dressed youth was pointing at a dense mass of trees up ahead as he said, I think there's something there, perhaps it's the spiritual beast egg. Everyone's hearts trembled as they heard this. If a human wishes to possess a powerful spiritual beast, what were the ways for them to do that? On this mainland, it was easy to defeat a spiritual beast but it was quite impossible to make one yield to a human. Spiritual beasts who have unlocked their spiritual intelligence were very intelligent and they would rather die than serve a human. Hence, many cultivators wished to obtain a spiritual beast egg. The only way to make a spiritual beast listen to one's orders was by nurturing it from a young age. Hence, once they heard the news of this spiritual beast egg, countless powerful cultivators had immediately rushed to find it. Also, if this spiritual beast egg could be found in the deepest part of the snowfield without it being consumed by other spiritual beasts, one can imagine how powerful it could be. Like suppressed blood vessels, the other spiritual beasts would not dare to touch this spiritual beast egg. As for the maddened herd of spiritual beasts which had attacked the humans, this spiritual beast egg was probably behind all of this. A powerful spiritual beast, even before its birth, could order other spiritual beasts into doing its bidding. The crowd was in awe at the thought of this. No matter what, they were all determined to obtain that spiritual beast egg. After an extended period of time, the Scarlet Electric Beasts have all been finally sorted. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief but before they could react, the youth who had cried out immediately ran quickly into the dense patch of forest. He laughed as he ran, ha ha, the spiritual beast egg is mine now, it finally belongs to me. Roar. Just as the youth was running towards it, a powerful flame shot out from the forest, reducing him to ashes before he even had the chance to react. Chapter 782, The Semi-Saint Dragon, 3. Everyone was shocked as they hurriedly looked at the direction where the youth had vanished. A layer of cold sweat rolled down their backs and they all felt a great chill. That youthful-looking person could not be judged simply by his appearance alone. In fact, he had long passed 100 years of age. The only thing was that no one really knew what methods he had used to maintain his youthful looks. Furthermore, his powers were not exactly weak. He was a low-level martial supreme. To be able to destroy a low-level martial supreme with just one breath, what kind of cultivators live in these parts? Just as the crowd was hesitating, a living creature poked its head through the thicket. A dragon, heavens, it's a dragon. Dragons are at the very top of the food chain, and every dragon is born as a martial emperor at the very least. Highly talented dragon babies can even be born as martial honors. Furthermore, dragons have long lives, so regardless of how we compare it, us humans can never surpass a dragon's power. Guruan gently raised an eyebrow. The most talented dragons are born as martial honors. Zixi was a martial supreme from the moment he had hatched. In that sense, Zixi's power is a few levels above that of dragons. Roar. The dragon roared loudly and destroyed the trees around it with one wave of its tail. Its menacing and sharp eyes were filled with disdain as it swept them across the tiny humans before it. However, that last roar caused everyone to feel sluggish. Many nearly lost control and spat out a mouthful of blood. To be able to achieve such power, could it be that this dragon? A martial saint, it must be at the rank of a martial saint. What on earth does the existence of that spiritual beast egg even mean? How could it receive protection from a martial saint dragon? Regardless, we must get this spiritual beast egg. The man in red fell silent as he heard the crowd's words. After a long pause, he slowly spoke. This dragon is not yet a martial saint. It's between a high-level martial honor and a martial saint, also known as a semi-saint. However, even if the opposition was only a semi-saint, its powers should not be underestimated. That's right, Supreme Jin glanced at the man in red before he turned towards the dragon. His face was grim and his beautiful eyes flashed darkly. It is indeed a semi-saint. If we wish to defeat it, we cannot fight amongst ourselves. We must forces and attack in unison. As for the possession of the spiritual beast egg, let's wait until we've defeated the dragon before discussing it. The crowd looked at one another. After all, they were all enemies despite being here together, and there was only one spiritual beast egg. If they joined forces and defeated the enemy together, what if someone purposely holds back and wait for everyone to be wounded to claim the spiritual beast egg for themselves? Supreme Jin clearly saw right through the hearts of the crowd as he swept his cold and sharp eyes across their hesitant faces. If we don't defeat it, forget about the spiritual beast egg, we might not even come out of here alive. That's right. If that dragon doesn't die, we'll never be able to leave this place. Everyone's hearts began to fill with determination at the thought. We can decide who gets to possess the spiritual beast egg after. The most important thing now is to defeat this dragon. All right, Yu Xinglong gritted his teeth fiercely and said, since that's the case, let's defeat this dragon first. What do you all think? Everyone nodded. If we don't defeat this dragon, we'll never stand a chance to obtain the spiritual beast egg that it's guarding. Roar. The dragon let out a loud roar again. Its roar formed circles of light waves towards the crowd. At that moment, even the ground was destroyed by the dragon's roar, which seems powerful enough to destroy everything in sight. Chapter 783, The Semi-Saint Dragon, 4. Instantly, a few martial emperors who were adept at defense joined forces to raise their defenses, deflecting the light waves away from the crowd. Yu Xinglong hurriedly turned back and barked at the man in red. You're the most powerful person here, the main attack will be left to you. The man in red smiled and lowered his eyes to look at Gu Ruan. Do you want the spiritual beast egg? Gu Ruan blinked and asked, what do you mean? If you want it, Godfather will get it for you. If you don't want it, we can leave now. Hong Lian. Yu Xinglong nearly spat out a mouthful of blood in anger. He had not expected this fellow to indulge the woman to such a degree. If she wanted it, he would take it for her. If she doesn't want it, he would abandon us and leave. The most powerful amongst us here is the Grand Lord Hong Lian. If he were to leave, there's no way we could resist this dragon even if we had all joined forces. Bai Yin's expression turned extremely ugly and she could not help but speak up. Grand Lord, if you can get that spiritual beast egg, our chances of revenge will increase. Whoosh. A pair of sharp eyes swept towards Bai Yin. The man in red's eyes were filled with an icy chill, causing Bai Yin to bite her lower lip as her body trembled violently. This time, the man in red didn't say much. When he looked back at Gu Ruan, his handsome visage lit up with a heart-stopping smile. The rest of the Red Lotus Territory disciples could understand what has gotten into Bai Yin over the past 2 days. After all, in the past, she has never overstepped her position in this manner. However, ever since Gu Ruan's appearance, she has already committed a few conspicuous mistakes. It was also very obvious that the Grand Lord was becoming increasingly dissatisfied with her conduct. It was likely that after this, she would never have the chance to stay by the Grand Lord's side again. Hong Lian, hurry up and give us a hand. Yu Xinlong was barely able to block the dragon's second attack. His elderly face displayed a great sense of urgency as he bellowed loudly at the motionless man in red. The man in red did not bother to look at him, as if he had not even heard his words. Godfather, if you want to find the mysterious cloud fruit, we should go through here, right? Gu Ruan shrugged her shoulders and asked in exasperation. The man in red fell silent as he heard this. He then nodded, you're right. Since that's the case, this spiritual beast egg shall be a secondary spoil of the war and a gift to you. If you don't like it, use it as a tonic for yourself. Did he just suggest to use a spiritual beast egg which could control a semi-saint martial honor dragon as a tonic? Perhaps only a madman would utter such words. Besides, to him, it would seem that a powerful spiritual beast egg was not as important as the mysterious cloud fruit. Was there something wrong with his brain? Nevertheless, at least the man in red was finally willing to act. Yu Xinglong didn't say much and concentrated on deflecting the dragon's attacks. The man in red rose high into the sky and his red lotus spear appeared in his hands out of thin air. At this moment, his red robes fluttered wildly in midair like a red lotus blossom, proud and domineering. His entire being erupted with a sharp, sword-like, aggressive aura. This man is indeed very powerful. When the man in red made his move, Gu Ruan could sense the destructive power from within his being. She fell silent. While he is only a high-level martial supreme at this moment, he's not too far away from becoming a martial saint. I'm definitely anticipating the day when he breaks through to the rank of martial saint. In her past and present life, there were not many people whom Gu Ruan had admired. The Grand Lord Hong Lian can be counted as one of them. However, her great admiration was not because of Hong Lian's talent and power but because of his attitude. Chapter 784, The Semi-Saint Dragon, 5. A madman. This man is indeed as mad they say. He would chop off the arm of a powerful foe even if it meant death. It's also because of his suicidal military strategy that he has become so renowned. You could say that the Grand Lord Hong Lian has stepped out from the mark of blood. The fight in mid-air grew more intense. Gu Ruan gently raised her head. The fight between the man and the dragon was reflected clearly in her clear, cold gaze. Everyone else was clearly battered and exhausted. Only the man in red robes continued to move with elegance and grace. His hand held the red lotus spear and his eyes were incredibly pronounced. When faced with such a powerful dragon, he showed no signs of weakness. His handsome face remained calm and collected. As the two remained embroiled in battle, the fallen trees around them turned into smoke and a raging flame ignited in the forest. Before everyone's eyes, a spiritual egg became visible on an altar behind the dragon. Because the distance was far too great, Gu Ruan could not make out the purple markings on the spiritual beast egg. However, based on its texture, she had a feeling that it was a phoenix egg. Could this really be a phoenix egg as well? Suddenly, a ray of light appeared in the spiritual beast egg. Xiao Zixi, who had been in the ancient divine pagoda, could no longer contain himself. He rushed straight out and charged swiftly towards the spiritual beast egg, taking advantage of everyone's distraction as they looked at the fight between the man and the dragon. The dragon was thoroughly angered when it saw that someone had dared to steal the egg in front of it. This act cannot go unpunished. However, just as it was about to turn angrily towards Zixi's tiny body which was rapidly approaching it, it seemed to become stunned. A wave of astonishment appeared in its eyes and the initial menace in its gaze instantly disappeared. Gu Ruan had initially assumed that Xiao Zixi had taken a liking to the spiritual beast egg and intended to take it for her. However, what she did not expect was for him to open his mouth as soon as he had arrived in front of the egg and to swallow it whole. That's right. Xiao Zixi had swallowed the spiritual beast egg. Not even the crowd could react in time for this. His actions completely stirred the hornet's nest. The cultivators who had initially been engrossed in their battle with the dragon were immediately filled with rage. Their eyes glared murderously at Xiao Zixi. We're here fighting with our lives, but in the end, this kid had taken advantage of the chaos and snatched away the spiritual beast egg. The man in red glanced at Xiao Zixi and returned to Gu Ruan's side in a flash. He then spoke regretfully, I was thinking of making that spiritual beast egg into a tonic for you, but that kid had got to it first. Gu Ruan's mouth twitched. Since when had Xiao Zixi turned into a glutton? He would even consume a spiritual beast egg. Supreme Jin was speechless as he watched the events unfold before him. He furrowed his brows before quickly relaxing them. After all, the spiritual beast egg was not the true goal of his journey here. He has no qualms if it fell into the hands of another. He said nothing more at the thought of this. He then straightened his sleeves and left. Before he left, he instinctively turned to take one more look at Gu Ruan, who was standing next to the man in red. He then disappeared into the sky without another glance. Xiao Zixi wiped his mouth and walked to Gu Ruan's side. He spared no time for the cultivators to react as he licked his lips and disappeared into thin air. Damned girl, speak. Is that kid related to you? When he saw that the dragon was no longer attacking him, Yu Xinglong immediately shifted his attention away from it. He glared at Gu Ruan furiously and gnashed his teeth as he questioned her. Gu Ruan shrugged her shoulders and looked completely innocent. I don't know who he is. Chapter 785. Give me an explanation. 1. You say that you don't know him, but if that's the case, why had he walked up to you and disappeared near you? I advise you to hand over the damned brat. Otherwise, you will not be spared. Yu Xinglong spoke threateningly. The man in red frowned as he stood protectively in front of Gu Ruan, shielding her from Yu Xinglong's venomous gaze as well. Which of your eyes had witnessed the kid talking to my daughter? The man in red smiled coldly. You had concluded that my daughter knows the kid just because he had walked towards my daughter and disappeared. Did you even see him say a single word to her at all? Yu Xinglong was speechless from all the questions. His face turned an ugly shade as if he had just swallowed feces and his face was ashen. However, the man in red's statement was accurate. Yu Xinglong had only witnessed the child vanishing into thin air. He did not see if the child had demonstrated that he knew Gu Ruan at all. Therefore, they could not conclude whether the two were acquainted with each other or not. Yu Xinglong, I know that you have something against my daughter, but you can't just spout venomous slander and have delusions of shifting the blame. As her godfather, I, the Grand Lord Hong Lian, must demand justice for my innocent daughter on account of everything which has happened today. If you don't give me an explanation, I won't take this lying down. The words, won't take this lying down, echoed through the forest. It resounded through the area and caused Yu Xinglong to look even more unhappy. Just a moment ago, this woman had summoned two spiritual beasts in front of everyone's eyes. I suspect that she must have some sort of magical tool of space manipulation to house those spiritual beasts, so it's not too unreasonable to think the child who had just disappeared would be related to her. Humans cannot reside in a magical tool of space manipulation, but spiritual beasts can. However, a multidimensional divine weapon like Xiao Hei can house both human and spiritual beasts, but such multidimensional divine weapons were considered as myths on this mainland. No one had ever seen one before. The man in red smiled. His smile was absolutely magnificent yet also domineering and keen. Yu Xinglong, everyone knows that spiritual beasts with more powerful talents can take human form once they reach a certain stage. However, there's never been a spiritual beast who could take a human form during their childhood stage. Not even the powerful dragons have this ability. They only have the ability to transform when they reach adulthood. If a spiritual beast like that exists in the world, then it must carry the peak of existence on the mainland. Hence, do you really think that a child could be a spiritual beast? Yu Xinglong was so humiliated that he dearly wished to find a hole to bury himself in. After all, when all has been said and done, he also felt that it was impossible for a spiritual beast to transform into a human before reaching adulthood. Only the ancient divine spiritual beasts have this ability, but the ancient divine spiritual beasts were the myth of myths. How could a good-for-nothing possibly control such a powerful existence? This, Yu Xinglong took a deep breath and admitted unwillingly, perhaps I was wrong. Wrong. The man in red laughed frostily, you had framed my daughter. How could the mere confession of a mistake be enough to even the score? I won't let this matter slide so easily if you do not give me an explanation. Yu Xinglong fiercely gritted his teeth, Grand Lord Hong Lian, don't you start reaching out for a yard after taking an inch. What exactly do you want? Kneel and apologize to my daughter. The man clasped his hands behind him as his red robes fluttered gently. His steel-cut eye shot towards Yu Xinglong like blades. His tone of voice left no room for negotiations. Yu Xinglong's entire body trembled. A scholar prefers death to humiliation. Grand Master Hong Lian, you should not cross the line. Chapter 786, Give me an explanation, too. Boom. The man in red threw his sleeves back and a crimson light with a devastating force burst upwards. Yu Xinglong's expression changed greatly and he quickly straightened his sleeves to block the attack. Despite his efforts, a small sliver of that power cut through his defenses and hit him squarely in the chest. A trail of blood slowly trickled down from the corner of his lips. Yu Xinglong's eyes were venomous as they glared dead on at Grand Master Hong Lian. You're really going to make an enemy of me for the sake of a woman? Yu Xinglong, you think too highly of yourself. The man in red coldly replied, I have long disliked the sight of a scoundrel like you. If it hasn't been for some other matters, do you really think that I would have spared your life to this day after everything you've done to me in the past? Yunsa is my daughter, so I will protect her for the rest of my life. If anyone dares to bully her, don't blame me for my lack of courtesy. Now, I'm going to ask you to choose between apologizing or starting a fight. Yu Xinglong gritted his teeth and scoffed icily. He then turned away and refused to even look at Gu Ruoan. Suddenly, a strong power landed on the back of his knee, causing an instant shockwave of pain in his leg. He ended up kneeling in front of Gu Ruoan with a thud. This action without any given leave caused Yu Xinglong to go very red in the face. His eyes were spitting with a raging fire. After all, some of the most virtuous and prestigious cultivators were standing around him. Now, he has been forced to the ground by that beast-eyed Hong Lian. It was especially humiliating since he had been made to kneel before this good-for-nothing woman. This was the biggest insult to him. Hong Lian, I won't let you get away with this. Ha ha ha. The man in red burst into laughter and his lips curled into a smile full of mockery. You won't let me get away with this. That's good, I'll wait for you to come at me then. Yu Xinglong, I won't kill you now, so you should get out of the way. When the time comes for you to die, the Red Lotus Territory's army will trample you to the ground. Yu Xinglong staggered to his feet and glared fiercely at the man in red. When his eyes landed on Gu Ruoan, his pupils became filled with even more venomous hatred. The rest of them then watched as he turned towards the exit of the snowy forest and quickly ran off in an upset manner. Godfather, Gu Ruoan knit her brows sternly as she glanced at the direction of Yu Xinglong's departure and asked, is it really okay for you to do this? After all, Zhu Kuang had previously mentioned that the reason why her godfather had never made a move against Yu Xinglong was because he was worried about the organization which was eyeing him behind his back covetously like a tiger eyeing its prey. Now, for her sake, he had torn his facade off completely. From the way things were unfolding, the two organizations would be like fire and water. Don't worry, the man in red raised his lips into a smile as he raised his hand and patted Gu Ruoan's shoulder. While things may be a bit complicated, it's not completely impossible to manage. You can rest assured in everything that I do. If I can't even protect my own daughter, what use am I as a father? At that point, the man in red's eyes turned pitch black for a moment and he sighed gently. In the past, I had not been able to protect my own wife. I also wasn't able to protect my son and daughter on another mainland. Now, I won't let anyone around me suffer from abuse. For this, I would not even fear a blood-stained battlefield. Gu Ruoan's heart softened. She smiled and said, Godfather, if you trust me, wait for me to pay a visit to the Red Lotus Territory. I'll lend a hand to you against that organization. Ha ha, the man in red burst into laughter. His domineering eyes filled with the brim with an indulgent air. Yunsa, I can take care of this matter so you don't have to worry. Your godfather has yet to find your godmother, so I definitely won't gamble on this with my life. Chapter 787, Give me an explanation, 3. Gu Ruoan said nothing else. She gently stroked her chin and fell silent. It seems that I will need to speed up on improving my powers. My powers on the West Strid mainland could be considered extremely formidable, but this is the East Peak mainland. Not only am I being watched by that man who calls himself this Holy One, I'll have to factor in Godfather's powerful enemy as well. So, my powers are still not strong enough. It was nightfall and the moonlit sky was silent. As the spiritual beast egg has been taken away by someone else, the other organizations began to make their way out. Soon, only the Red Lotus Territory members still remained in the snowy forest. Inside her tent, Gu Ruoan was staring at Zixi, who was standing in front of her. She then asked him a question with a smile that did not reach her eyes. How is it that I'm unaware that you've become such a glutton? Co Zixi rolled his eyes and replied, this spiritual beast egg had originally belonged to me. Belongs to you. Gu Ruoan felt suspicious. Could it be that you've had a little phoenix with another female phoenix? Why would you then eat your own child? Hearing this, Co Zixi's little face flushed red with anger and he pouted with rage. I had placed the egg there before I had met you. That thing stores my power and it's not just an ordinary spiritual beast egg. I'm only taking back my power. I certainly never had any babies with a female phoenix. However, if you're willing, we can make a baby. Gu Ruoan's face was instantly covered with black lines. I'm not interested in spiritual beasts. However, you said that that spiritual beast egg stores you power. Why had you done so? This, Co Zixi's eyes darted back and forth before he smiled impishly. There's no need for you to bother about that. Besides, I've retrieved the power which rightly belongs to me, but I'll need some time to fully digest this. Before the time comes, I'll need you to help me. What? I need the feather of the vermilion bird. Find the vermilion bird and get one feather for me. That feather can help me fuse with my power, and my power level will then increase. At least, it wouldn't be any worse than your cheap father. Guruan fell silent before speaking again. Since that's the case, let's be on our way now. You're not going to stay with that cheap father of yours. There's no need. I'll leave him a letter and we can set off to find the vermilion bird. It's also about time for me to exact my revenge on the Chia family. Once this has been done, I'll go to Red Lotus territory to see my godfather again. Guruan raised her head towards Xiao Zixi as she spoke. Xiao Zixi nodded. All right, let's go right now. Once I've fused with this power, I'll be able to help your cheap father in his revenge at the very least. Even though I won't be able to reach adulthood just yet. After the two had finished the discussion, Guruan immediately found a brush and paper. She wrote her letter and used the cover of night to her advantage, slipping away in the dark. When the next day arrived and the members of the Red Lotus went to summon Guruan, all they found was an empty tent and a piece of paper sitting quietly on the floor under a rock. The members of the Red Lotus wasted no time and handed the paper to the man in red. The man in red took a deep breath and sighed. Since she has other matters to attend to, leave her be. We'll look for the mysterious cloud fruit first, then send someone to find her whereabouts. As he spoke, the space between his brows showed signs of anxiety. However, when he remembered Guruan's display of power, his heart relaxed. This little girl's powers are formidable and she has many trump cards. I'm certain that she'll blend right into this mainland like a fish in the sea. Perhaps in the not-too-distant future, I'll be able to hear news of her even if I'm in the Red Lotus territory. Perhaps the man in red himself did not know that he had predicted the future in that sense and that day would come so quickly. Chapter 788. Give me an explanation. 4. Qinling. If one wants to enter the drifting wind country, one would need to cross the 10,000-mile mountain range, Qinling. The spiritual beasts in Qinling were extremely ferocious and no one below the level of a martial honor could pass through the mountain range successfully. However, Qinling was full of precious medicinal herbs. Guruan had managed to gather many medicinal herbs along her journey. At this moment, a stalk of little red flowers came into view. Guruan's eyes shone. Are those fire feather herbs? These fire feather herbs are extremely valuable. Perhaps I could use them in future pill refinements. Guruan slowly stepped forward at the thought. However, just as her finger was about to touch the fire feather herb, a blast of air rolled towards her. It crashed in front of her and destroyed the fire feather herbs before she could even pull it out from the roots. Guruan's face turned black instantly. She lifted her head and a familiar figure came into view, causing her expression to tremble. A wave of shock flashed in her eyes. Chi Haran, what do you think you're doing? A young woman who was standing nearby looked incensed as she glared furiously at the man in front of her. She bit her lips as she spoke. The man, who was addressed as Chi Haran, was dressed in fine robes and laughed mildly in return. His despicable eyes stared at the young woman standing before him as his lips curled into a smile. Little princess, come back with me. And if I won't? The young woman gritted her teeth. Chi Haran, don't even think of threatening me. I won't listen to your orders nor will I marry a scum like you. Hee. Chi Haran chuckled icily and he glanced eerily at the young man who was holding the young woman's hand. You're merely some lower-class dog yet you dared fight against me, Chi Haran, for a woman. Allow me to advise you, you'd better go back, urinate, and reflect on your morality and conduct. Are you even fit for someone of the little princess status? Besides, my grandfather is the chief imperial physician of the drifting wind country. On this mainland, I only recognize the holy doctor to be more powerful than my grandfather. I have already asked my grandfather to use his resignation from the post as chief imperial physician to force his imperial majesty to marry the princess to me. Think about it, would his imperial majesty be willing to lose my grandfather in order to allow you two to be together? He then paused and sneered. Furthermore, the crown prince's body is only now barely holding on by the day. Therefore, his imperial majesty definitely can't afford to lose my grandfather now. So, the little princess is fated to have no choice but to become my woman. The young man's face grew cold. He tightened his grip on the young woman's hand but kept quiet. His eyes were filled with stubbornness and he stared straight at Chi Haran fearlessly. Big brother Mo, run, now. The young woman gritted her teeth. Go to the Chia family and ask someone to save me. Only the Chia family can help us now. Regardless of how the Chia family is now, they're still elder sister Ruan's family. They will help me for sister Ruan's sake. Besides, my relationship with elder sister Chuxu has always been pretty good. The Chia family. Chi Haran sneered. The Chia family who had relied on Chia Ruan to rise above the ranks. Isn't the Chia family now relying on Supreme Jin's support? That's how they've managed to reign tyrannical abuse, isn't it? Without Supreme Jin, where would the Chia family even be? Mo Shangfei, you should hate Chia Ruan. If it had not been for her provocation towards a powerful cultivator who should not have been provoked in the first place, she would not have caused the annihilation of the entire Mo family, leaving you as a lone remnant. Ha ha ha. Mo Shangfei's expression turned cold but he did not say a single word. When the Mo family had been annihilated that year, he had not been at the Mo family home. When he returned, everyone in the Mo family had already been killed, only he alone was left to drag out an ignoble purpose. Even Chia Ruan and Chia Linyu, the two siblings, were nowhere to be found. If it had not been for the Chia family's assistance and the little princess' constant company by his side, he would never have been able to endure the past 6 years. Chapter 789. Give me an explanation. 5. Hate. Mo Shangfei shook his head. He had never hated Chia Ruan. No matter what, Chia Ruan was his maternal older cousin's sister and had treated him very well. Even though everyone in the secular world accused her of causing the destruction of the Mo family, he has only ever been in pursuit of the truth over the past few years. Hearsay may be deceiving but seeing was believing. He would not believe it unless he saw it with his own eyes. Mo Shangfei, do you still fancy yourself as the direct descendant of the Mo family? Qi Haoran noticed Mo Shangfei's silence and sneered again. The Mo family is finished. Even if the Chia family had kindly taken you in, you're nothing more than Chia Chuxu's bodyguard now. A little bodyguard like you would dare steal my princess away. You've certainly got lofty ambitions and are marked for death. If Chia Ruoan's mother was still around that year, you might still be considered a kindred relative of the Chia family. Now, do you really think that you can establish some sort of connection with the Chia family? Mo Shangfei clenched his fists tightly. The events which had happened that year would forever be a source of agony in his heart. He did not know who was behind the Mo family's destruction, and if he knew, he would gather all his power and avenge his family. Qi Haoran. The little princess was incensed and she glared at Qi Haoran angrily. I'm warning you, you're not allowed to harm big brother Mo. If older sister Ruoan was still here, knowing her talents, she must be even more powerful now. Would you still dare to treat the Mo family members in this manner? That's too bad, that human disaster is dead. Qi Haoran sneered. Even if she's not dead, she was the cause of the annihilation of the Mo family and her own mother's death. She should still be drowned to death by the spit of the world. Are you unaware of what the secular world has been whispering about her? She's a cruel and unscrupulous thing, a thankless wretch. The Mo family favored her so much that year, and she behaved like an ostrich out of fear of the cultivator who was responsible for destroying the Mo family. She didn't even have the guts to attend old Master Mo's funeral. Honestly, at this point, I admire the father and daughter, Chia Ming and Chia Chuxu, even more. 6 years ago, Chia Ming had kept watch beside old Master Mo's coffin for 100 days, and Chia Chuxu had cried so bitterly during the funeral out of sorrow that she fainted. As the direct maternal granddaughter of old Master Mo, what had Chia Ruoan been doing instead? She was so cowardly and afraid. If that's not a thankless wretch, then what is? Qi Haoran, you shut your mouth. The little princess' entire body was trembling. Her shining eyes were now spitting raging flames. Sister Ruoan is not that kind of a person. She must have had hidden troubles that she could not speak of at the time, and now she's no longer here. I won't allow you to slander her. Just as the little princess spoke, Mo Shangfei charged towards Qi Haoran like the sharp blade of a sword. However, though he had substantial talent, he was no match for Qi Haoran, who was 10 years older than he. Qi Haoran laughed disdainfully and placed his fan in front of him, blocking the attack. He then stopped Mo Shangfei's fist as well and sent a wave of energy through his fan. Subsequently, Mo Shangfei's body was sent stumbling back with a loud bang. His arm became a little numb. Big brother Mo, the little princess' heart clenched. She hurried towards Mo Shangfei and spoke with worry in her eyes. Big brother Mo, are you all right? Go to the Chia family and get help. I can deal with him. Mo Shangfei shook his head. No, I can't leave you here. I'm going to take you away today. I won't let you marry this scum. Ha, Mo Shangfei, you're really thinking of taking the little princess away? Have you thought of the consequences? Qi Haoran burst into laughter and swept his contemptuous gaze towards Mo Shangfei's handsome face. So what if the Chia family is backed by Supreme Jin? My grandfather has already broken through to the rank of a Marshal Supreme. With the addition of His Royal Majesty of the Drifting Wind Country, why should we need to fear Supreme Jin? Besides, I don't think the Chia family is going to make an enemy of me for the sake of a puny bodyguard like you. Chapter 790, An Old Friend, 1. The little princess was beginning to feel nervous and she stared worriedly at Mo Shangfei as she bit her lip. Big brother Mo, the Chia family will definitely help us, right? Mo Shangfei smiled bitterly as he gazed at the little princess' sparkling eyes. All these years, the Chia family had willingly taken him in, and he was very thankful for that. After all, the enemy who was responsible for exterminating the Mo family was still at large. If that person was to find out that the Chia family had taken him, a surviving member of the Mo family, under their protection, it would also bring disaster upon the Chia family. Even so, the Chia family had ignored the peril and kept him by their side. It does not matter if his position in the Chia family was only as Chia Chuxu's bodyguard. Besides, the Chia family had already provoked a powerful enemy for his sake, so why should they provoke another? Hence, deep in Mo Shangfei's heart, he knew that there was no use in asking the Chia family's help for this. Mo Shangfei, you've entangled yourself with the little princess. You will not be spared. A wave of cold light shot across Qi Haoran's eyes. With a forceful wave of his fan, numerous rays of swift and fierce light suddenly pierced through the sky before shooting towards Mo Shangfei's chest. Big brother Mo, watch out. The little princess' face immediately drained of color. In a flash, she had thrown her body in front of Mo Shangfei and her eyes were full of stubbornness. Ever since the day she had promised herself to Big brother Mo, he has become the most important person in the world to her. She would willingly give her life up to protect him from harm's way. However, at that moment, Mo Shangfei embraced the little princess tightly before quickly turning around and exposing his back to the silvery rays of light. He firmly protected the young woman in his arms. His eyes were filled with determination and deep love. Boom. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind rushed in from the side and the silvery light was deflected, charging towards Qi Haoran instead. Qi Haoran's expression changed greatly. He quickly hid behind an old tree and the silvery light rushed towards it as well. The originally sturdy old tree suddenly crashed to the ground in a cloud of dust. Cough, cough. Qi Haoran coughed dryly as his eyes glared menacingly at the woman in green who was standing behind Mo Shangfei. He gritted his teeth. Who are you? Are you trying to butt in? The woman in the green robes calmly raised her eyebrows and glared coldly back at Qi Haoran's ashen face. Her voice was as clear and calm like the wind, slowly echoing throughout the dust-filled mountain range. You had destroyed my medicinal herbs, so how do you plan on compensating me? You, Qi Haoran glared at her. When have I ever destroyed your medicinal herbs? You're just trying to blackmail me. Out with it. How much money do you want? Give me a price and scram after I give you the money. Bang. The woman's eyes flickered and a hurricane rose from beneath her feet. A wave of energy whirled towards Qi Haoran and sent him flying out of the way. It threw him away before violently slamming him on the ground. Damn girl, if you won't do this the easy way, then we'll do it the hard way. Do you know who I am? Qi Haoran crawled to his feet and wiped the blood off the corner of his lips. His eyes flashed with ferocity. Provoking me will not end well for you. Gu Ruoan stared at him calmly. She then took a few steps forward. As Chi Haoran watched her approach him, he began to feel absolutely terrified. He completely forgot his bold and grandiose words as he immediately turned around and ran far, far away. Gu Ruoan was mildly stunned. She then rubbed her nose exasperatedly and turned towards the two people behind her. Chapter 791, An Old Friend, 2. These two are my acquaintances. If this had purely been about those medicinal herbs, I would not have bothered to meddle. However, I can't leave them in the lurch. The destroyed medicinal herbs were only an excuse for me to step in. Miss, thank you for saving us. Mo Shangfei released the little princess from his embrace and approached Gu Ruoan. He joined his fists together and bowed. I, Mo Shangfei, will return this debt one day. Mo Shangfei. Gu Ruoan smiled calmly. There's no need to thank me. Come to think of it, I have some connection to the Mo family. She thought that the entire Mo family had been annihilated during that fateful year. She never expected that there would be a survivor. This means that her maternal grandfather was left with one bloodline and that no matter what, she had to protect this last remaining descendant. Mo Shangfei was stunned and he stared in confusion at Gu Ruoan. Miss, may I ask which member of the Mo family are you acquainted with? Chia Ruoan. Gu Ruoan's eyes darkened slightly. I was once acquainted with Chia Ruoan of the Chia family. Perhaps it was because we had the same name despite our different surnames, so we had got along very well at the time. She had also mentioned the both of you before as well. Mo Shangfei's chest tightened instantly. He reached out to hold onto Gu Ruoan's shoulder. Even his breathing has changed. Miss, you knew my cousin. Big brother Mo. The little princess hurriedly stepped forward. She glanced at Mo Shangfei and said, don't get too excited, let's just ask her about older sister Ruoan. Gu Ruoan smiled. The matter regarding her reincarnation was far too inconceivable. Hence, she had no way of explaining her actual identity. If she wanted to get close to these two, the best way was to pose as Chia Ruoan's friend. I'm sorry. Mo Shangfei realized that he had behaved too impulsively. He quickly took his hand off her shoulder and said apologetically, I only wanted to get some information about my cousin and I became too excited. Miss, would you happen to know the truth behind my cousin's demise? Not too long ago, the Xia family discovered that the person who had caused my cousin's death was the holy Dr. Bai Junction. I don't know if this is true, but my cousin was the daughter of the Xia family, so their information must be true. Gu Ruoan was shaken. The Xia family is actually telling the public that my master was the one behind my murder. In my past life, only Supreme Jin and the Xia family knew that the holy doctor was my master. Also, the person responsible for the Mo family's annihilation as well as my mother and my little brother's death is Chia Ming. Now, he wants to frame my master for this as well. Gu Ruoan laughed icily at the thought, but she soon regained her calm. She looked at Mo Shangfei with eyes filled with surprise. Why do you believe that it was the holy Dr. Bai Junction who had killed your cousin? Wasn't the holy doctor her master? Why would he have wanted to harm her? At that time, she had her reasons for not disclosing her actual relationship with the holy doctor. The Chia family had only managed to find out about this after they had eavesdropped on her conversation with the holy Dr. Bai Junction. Thus, the rest of East Peak Mainland should never have found out about the holy Dr. Bai Junction's only disciple. However, since her reincarnation, it no longer mattered if anyone else were to know about it now. What, miss, what did you just say? The holy Dr. Bai Junction was my cousin's master. Mo Shangfei's expression changed as he shook his head in disbelief. That's impossible, how could this be? Chia Ming clearly said that he had made a thorough investigation and found out that the powerful cultivator whom my cousin had provoked was the holy Dr. Bai Junction. How could that guy possibly be her master? Chapter 792, An Old Friend, 3. At this moment, Mo Shangfei suddenly remembered something. His cousin had once mentioned to him that there were two people that she admired the most in this world. One was the Grand Lord of Red Lotus Territory, the other was the holy Dr. Bai Junction. Since that was the case, why would my cousin have provoked him? Gu Ruoan smiled calmly as she saw Mo Shangfei's shifting expression. She knew that Mo Shangfei trusts the Chia family very much, so she could not reveal outright that it was the Chia family who had murdered her. She could only gradually make Mo Shangfei's suspicions grow. Clearly, he has now developed a little bit of doubt towards the Chia family. Little princess, I'd like to return to the Chia family home. Mo Shangfei turned towards the little princess and looked at her remorsefully. I need to find out the truth and avenge my dead relatives. I need to know if it was really Bai Junction who had killed my cousin. If not, why had the Chia family framed him? Please forgive me, I can't leave with you now. I will find a safe place for you and you can wait for me there, alright? Once I find out the truth, I'll go look for you there. The little princess bit her lips and shook her head. Her bright eyes were filled with resolution. Big brother Mo, I'll come with you. If I'm not around, Chi Haoran and his grandfather will certainly cause trouble for you. Besides, older sister Ruoan had treated me so well in the past, I'd like to know who her murderer was as well. Gu Ruoan smiled as she observed the little princess' stubborn little face. It has been 6 years. This little girl who had loved following me around and running wildly in the past has grown up as well. However, that stubborn nature of hers has never changed. Once she has made a decision, no one can sway her from her choice. I'm sorry, little princess. I've gone back on my promise. Mo Shangfei's entire face was riddled with guilt. In this life, the person I've wronged the most is the little princess. It's fine. As long as I refuse, can my imperial father really force me into marriage? As she spoke, the little princess' gaze slowly darkened and she smiled bitterly. If it wasn't for my elder brother, the crown prince's worsening condition, that old fart would not be using the treatment for the imperial crown prince illness as a threat to force me into marrying Chi Haoran. Wait. Gu Ruoan suddenly interrupted the little princess' words. You're saying that the crown prince of Drifting Wind Country is sick? The little princess nodded as her vision slowly clouded over. Imperial father may indulge and shower me with love, but when compared with the crown prince, that love doesn't really count for much. Perhaps I can cure him. Gu Ruoan's eyes darted back and forth as she considered this. She then curled the corners of her lips. What? Mo Shangfei and the little princess were both shocked. They turned their attention towards Gu Ruoan and asked agitatedly, is that true? Gu Ruoan smiled. Did you forget? I was friends with Chia Ruoan, so I've met the holy Dr. Bai Junction before. I've also studied under his tutelage for a period of time. Perhaps I could help you out. The little princess' eyes sparkled. If this young lady is able to successfully cure the crown prince, I won't have to marry Chi Haoran. Miss, when can we go to save the crown prince? Once I go to Drifting Wind Country. Gu Ruoan's eyes flashed. However, I need to make another trip first. You two can follow later. By then, I'll go to the Chia family home to visit Mo Shangfei. All right. The little princess nodded. This is our only chance. No matter what, I won't give up. Gu Ruoan said nothing more and turned around to head towards Drifting Wind Country. After all, the little princess and Mo Shangfei were too slow. She needed to survey the situation in Drifting Wind Country first. Chapter 793, An Old Friend, 4. In a tea house in Drifting Wind Country, a woman in green robes was sitting in a corner, quietly listening in on the conversations around her. Did you hear? Supreme Jin has been searching for the Holy Dr. Bai Junction's whereabouts. I don't know what the Holy Doctor could have possibly done to offend Supreme Jin of Gold Country. TSK. You don't know this, but I've heard about it long ago. It seems that the enemy who was responsible for Chia Ruoan of the Chia family's death was the Holy Dr. Bai Junction. Chia Ruoan's father, Chia Ming, has expended a lot of effort in investigating this. I also heard that Supreme Jin and Chia Ruoan had a pretty good relationship. So, of course, he wouldn't possibly spare her murderer. What, are you saying that the person who had destroyed Chia Ruoan's maternal family was the Holy Dr. Bai Junction? This can't be possible. Why should the Holy Dr. Bai Junction do such a thing? The crowd sighed incessantly. Even so, no one had noticed the girl in the green robes who was sitting in the corner. Gu Ruoan's eyebrows were knitted together tightly as her eyes flashed with deep meaning. After a long pause, she relaxed her brows and a cold smile appeared on the corner of her lips. Chia Ming, Chia Chuxiu. Years ago, you had destroyed my maternal grandfather's entire family for the sake of acquiring the ancient divine pagoda which I had rightfully inherited from grandfather. You two had also murdered my mother and my little brother. Now, you want to use this to frame my old master. Unfortunately, you'll never guess that not only have I been reincarnated, I've also returned. However, she was no longer Chia Ruoan of the Chia family. She was now Gu Ruoan. Just then, a voice boomed through the tea room. What it said caused Gu Ruoan to shudder. Soon after that, a murderous intent erupted from her being, making her lucid and elegant features grow increasingly icy. Hurry, look, it's Chia Chuxiu of the Chia family. TSK. Chia Chuxiu sure is beautiful. No wonder Lu Chen is dead set on her. I've even heard that Supreme Jin of Gold Country also puts her in high regard. I reckon that that's highly possible since it goes without saying that Chia Chuxiu is the #1 beauty in Drifting Wind Country as well as an extremely talented person. She would certainly make a good match for Supreme Jin. However, I've heard that Supreme Jin of Gold Country had taken a liking to Chia Chuxiu but she had rejected him. It makes sense that an unselfish and unconditional woman like Chia Chuxiu would not give herself away despite Supreme Jin's handsome face, incomparable power, and great influence. By the way, you may not know this but the fallen Chia Ruoan of the Chia family was exactly that kind of woman. I heard that she and Supreme Jin had crossed paths once and she had taken a liking to Supreme Jin's looks and power so she had given herself to him. Otherwise, why do you think that Supreme Jin would send the Chia family so much help in the beginning? Now, he wants to avenge Chia Ruoan. However, later on, Supreme Jin had met Chia Chuxiu and he was attracted to her unselfish and unconditional nature and then fell in love with her. Now, his intention of avenging Chia Ruoan was partially due to Chia Chuxiu's request. Chia Chuxiu certainly is the perfect woman. She's so loyal and devoted to her older sister. Also, I've heard that Lu Chen had fallen for Chia Chuxiu first but due to Chia Ruoan's machinations, he had become Chia Ruoan's husband-to-be. Just as the crowd was engrossed in the discussion, Chia Chuxiu, who was dressed in white and looked as simple and elegant as a pure lotus flower, slowly stepped into the tea house. However, when she entered the tea room, she paused in her steps. Her beautiful hair fluttered gently in the light breeze. Her voice then silenced the noisy tea room. Chia Ruoan was my older sister. No matter how many sins she has committed, she was still connected to me by blood. I won't allow anyone to gossip about her. If I hear any more of these absurd remarks, don't blame me for being my lack of courtesy. Chapter 794, An Old Friend, 5. After Chia Chuxiu had spoken, she retracted her gaze and turned towards a group of escorts waiting for her. She then headed to the second floor and her white robe soon disappeared from view. After she had left, the initially silent tea room burst into a discussion once again. This time, they had lowered the voices somewhat. Chia Ruoan sure is lucky to have a little sister like that. Furthermore, this sister is far too loyal. She cried so much during Chia Ruoan's maternal grandfather and mother's funeral that she had passed out. In comparison, that cruel and unscrupulous Chia Ruoan was so cowardly that she never even showed her face at her own relative's funeral. It was a good thing that she had ended up dead. An ungrateful wretch like her does not deserve to be left alive. Gu Ruoan listened to the discussion and her originally tumultuous and raging heart slowly calmed down. In her past life, her inability to attend her relative's funeral was indeed her greatest regret. However, at the time, she was being hunted by Chia Ming, so how could she have given herself up so stupidly? As for Chia Chuxiu, she really was Chia Ming's daughter. She has fully inherited all his traits. She has now become a devoted and loyal woman. Initially, between her birth mother and Chia Ruoan's birth mother, one had the position as a concubine while the other was the matron of the house. She, as the daughter of the concubine, had cried until she had fainted at the matron of the house's funeral. Yet the trueborn daughter, Chia Ruoan, had hidden away like a cowardly ostrich, not even daring to show her face. With such a clear-cut difference, the people in this tea room would have naturally arrived at this conclusion. However, no one knows that Chia Ruoan's mother had not been buried in their ancestral grave. She had instead been tossed into an unmarked grave by Chia Ming and his daughter. Not even her bones could be found now. Gu Ruoan took a deep breath in order to suppress her impulses. Her gaze turned towards the second floor and she happened to notice a familiar figure. Is that him? She was momentarily stunned before she frowned. What was Supreme Jin doing here? Could it be that the holy Dr. Bai Junction is in Drifting Wind Country? Big Brother Jin. Chia Chuxu had just entered the room when she saw the handsome man who had been looking down at the street below from the window. An absent-minded light flashed in her eyes as she said, Big Brother Jin, you're here. Supreme Jin nodded as he furrowed his grave and stern brows. His thoughts were shielded from the world. For a moment, the atmosphere was rather awkward. Chia Chuxu fell silent for a while and was just about to speak as she was cut off by the man's icy tone. I heard what they were saying downstairs. Supreme Jin slowly lifted his head. His golden eyes flashed with a cold light, but he continued to stare out the window. Who was the one who had spread that? What? Chia Chuxu was momentarily dazed as she looked at the man's handsome visage in astonishment. When they said that Chia Ruoan had seduced me and that I'm in love with you. Supreme Jin finally turned to look at Chia Chuxu. She does not know why, but when she looked straight into the man's golden eyes, her heart trembled violently and a splash of endless cold energy leaped from her toes into her chest. I want to know who was it who had started these whispers. Chia Chuxu looked very pitiful as she replied, Big Brother Jin, I don't know who had started those rumors. However, you should also have heard me chastising them and telling them not to believe in these lies. You, Big Brother Jin, and I both know what kind of a person my elder sister really was. Supreme Jin's golden eyes darkened. After a while, under this stifling atmosphere, he steadily replied, Chia Chuxu, I'm helping the Chia family for Yun's sake. If it wasn't for her, whether the Chia family lives or dies is none of my business. Chapter 795, The Second Lady of the Chia Family, 1. Chia Chuxu's heart trembled. She bit her lips hard and raised her head to look at Supreme Jin's handsome face. Big Brother Jin, I'd like to know. Did you have feelings for my sister? Feelings? Supreme Jin smiled. This woman will never understand that there's another kind of feeling that goes beyond that of a man and a woman's romantic affairs. That woman was a person who fully deserved my trust. Even if I were to expose all of my flaws before her, I believe that she would never strike me with her blade. This kind of trust surpasses everything else. In this world, only she could make me feel so calm and only she deserves my trust. You're asking a little too much. Supreme Jin's expression reverted to his originally grave and stern look. His golden eyes retained the domineering air of a sovereign. You only need to remember that the Chia family should stick to carrying out your own duties. If anything happens, I will come to your aid, but don't ask me for anything more. Chia Chuxu smiled bitterly. I understand, Big Brother Jin. I've invited you here because I heard that you've rushed to Drifting Wind Country. Was that because the holy Dr. Bai Junction is here? Supreme Jin looked at Chia Chuxu before nodding. That's right. I've received news of his whereabouts in Drifting Wind Country. Leave this matter to this Supreme One. I won't spare Yun's murderer. Boom. Just as he said the last syllable, a powerful force erupted from the man's being. His golden robes fluttered, setting off the man's handsome features and giving him an even more noble and domineering air. Chia Chuxu held back the glint in her eyes. She looked at the domineering man and spoke in a serious yet honest manner. Big Brother Jin, Big Sister's revenge is mine as well. All these years, I've spared no expense in uncovering her murderer. No matter what, I won't let him get away with it. I don't think Big Sister would be at peace until we've sent him to hell. She had indeed made painstaking efforts. She had made painstaking efforts to convince Supreme Jin that it was the holy Dr. Bai Junction who had murdered Chia Ruoan. The joke of it all was even though Supreme Jin was the head of the state of the country, he had still fallen for her schemes. All right. Seeing the sincerity on Chia Chuxu's face, Supreme Jin's handsome face finally softened. No matter where Bai Junction is hiding, I will find him. I'll be staying in a guest house during this period of time. If you have any news, you may find me at the guest house. I understand. Big Brother Jin, I have some matters to attend to. I'll take my leave now. Chia Chuxu smiled, but when she turned around, the smile on her face disappeared and was replaced by a menacing sneer. Chia Ruoan, I really don't know what abilities you possess to have so many people seeking to revenge you after your death. Unfortunately, no matter how hard the world tries to investigate this, they'll never know that the real people behind your death was the Chia family. After all, the Chia family has always displayed good treatment towards you in public. Father is so loving, so who would even suspect us? Chia Chuxu pushed the door open and walked down to the ground floor. Once she re-entered the lounge, she felt as if she was being watched by a pair of clear and cold eyes. That feeling was all too familiar and caused her heart to shiver continuously. She tried to find out where the line of sight had come from, but she realized that she could not detect its origin at all. Perhaps I have been too tired lately, my senses may be out of commission. She shook her head and walked out of the tea room. The moment she stepped out of the tea room, Gu Ruoan raised her head once again. Her clear and cold gaze fixed resolutely on the direction where that woman had just departed. A wave of murderous intent flashed across her eyes. Chapter 796, The Second Lady of the Chia Family, 2. Gu Ruoan was deep in thought when the door of the compartment on the second floor opened once again. Following that, she saw a man slowly walking down from the second floor. He was dressed in golden robes and had furrowed, stern brows. He seemed to sense a pair of eyes watching him and followed the trail. In an instant, a pair of clear, cold eyes crashed right into his golden eyes. He narrowed his eyes instantly and his heart feels as if it was pounding furiously. It's her. Supreme Jin was shaken. His golden eyes flashed with a dark and gloomy confusion. He then slowly approached the woman in green who was sipping on her tea in the tea room. Can I help you? Gu Ruoan slowly put her teacup down and smiled serenely. She raised her eyes to look at the man in golden robes in front of her. Supreme Jin's eyes tensed and his expression remained grave and stern. His voice remained cool as he asked, back in the snowy forest, this Supreme One had wanted to ask you something. Have we met before? Gu Ruoan smiled gently. Supreme Jin did not know why, but when he saw her smile, he felt as if a heavy weight had pounded into his heart. How alike. Too alike. Her smile looks too much like Yunsa's. If it wasn't for the fact that I don't recognize her face at all, I would have suspected that this woman is actually Yunsa. My apologies, we don't know each other. Gu Ruoan mildly lowered her eyes, concealing her emotions and steadying the excitement in her heart. She then slowly looked up again and smiled lightly. Even so, I would like to advise you that sometimes what you've heard might not be the truth. Perhaps the people you trust might be your true enemy. Supreme Jin faltered for a bit before frowning. What is she trying to say? Is she implying that the people I trust are my true enemies? Is she referring to the Chia family? Supreme Jin intended to question her further, but after making her statement, Gu Ruoan had lowered her head and quietly sipped on her tea, no longer looking at him. Seeing how she does not seem to want to talk anymore, he joined his fists together, bowed and left. When the man in golden robes had left from the tea room, the woman in green who had been sipping on her tea, slowly raised her head again. She drifted into deep thoughts as she watched his exit. Suddenly, a boy in purple robes filled the space in front of Gu Ruoan's seat. The little boy was dressed in reddish-purple robes with a purple flame in the space between his brows. His fair and adorable face held a playful smile. He had no trace of politeness at all as he reached out and grabbed Gu Ruoan's teacup, finishing her tea. You're not going to tell him. Xiao Zixi's pupils darted back and forth. His thoughts were unreadable. I can't do that yet. Gu Ruoan shook her head. Besides, he wouldn't believe me even if I had told him. Xiao Zixi pursed his lips, deep in thought. At that moment, a childish voice rang out from the side. Older brother Lu Chen, this little doll is very pretty. Will you buy it for me? Lu Chen. Gu Ruoan's entire being turned frosty when she heard that name. Her dark, bleak eyes immediately filled with a deep, whirling, murderous intent. Nevertheless, she suppressed it all in the end and betrayed no emotion on her lucid and elegant face. She did not even spare a single look at the two people who had just entered the tea room. The person who had spoken was a little girl next to Lu Chen. She noticed that the little girl was around 5 years old. Her fair and flawless little face was extremely adorable. Her large, sparkling and translucent eyes shone with intelligence and her long lashes were like cattail leaf fans. Chapter 797, The Second Lady of the Chia Family, 3. However, the cute little doll had raised her snow-white chin and was staring arrogantly at the purple-eyed boy who was sitting on the chair. She was looking at Xiao Zixi as if he was not a living and breathing person but a toy which had caught her attention. It's the second lady of the Chia family. The second lady of the Chia family is not like Chia Chuxu. Chia Chuxu is kind and graceful while this second lady is haughty and willful. Still, she's only a child. It's normal for her to be a little willful, but these two are in for it now. I don't know whose family's son the little boy in purple is. He's indeed very beautiful. Regardless of his identity, he's no match for the Chia family who is protected by Supreme Jin. Upon seeing this, everyone in the tea room could not help but shake their head and sigh. However, no one wanted to step in and speak up for Gu Ruoan and her little group. The second lady of the Chia family. Gu Ruoan raised an eyebrow. If I remember correctly, the second lady of the Chia family should be Chia Chuxu. However, based on the current situation, my name should have been taken off the books since I'm dead. Now, Chia Chuxu has become the eldest lady of the Chia family and this girl, if my guess is right, should be Chia Chuxu's biological little sister. This, Lu Chen glanced at Chia Chuling in embarrassment, yet his cold eyes could not mask his indulgence. He thought for a while and turned to the girl in the green robes who had been sitting silently a few tables away from them the entire time. He said, Miss, may I discuss something with you? Gu Ruoan put her teacup down and replied indifferently, what is it? I'd like to ask your younger brother to accompany my younger sister for a few days. What do you think, miss? Lu Chen curled the corners of his lips. His grave and stern face displayed what he thought was a warm smile. To him, no woman could resist his smile. Hearing this, the woman in green finally raised her head. At that instant, Lu Chen felt as if something had landed heavily on his heart. I never knew that someone in this world could have eyes so similar to hers, just as bleak and reserved, carrying a sense of apathy that shows how little she cared about the things of the world. Lu Chen's expression changed twice. He could not help but stumble back. Chia Ruoan is dead. Even if someone else looked like her, it can't possibly be her. If that's the case, what's there for me to be afraid of? Lu Chen took a deep breath at the thought. He calmed himself and awaited Gu Ruoan's reply with a smile. My apologies. Gu Ruoan took note of the change in the man's expression and replied. I refuse. Lu Chen's expression sank slightly. Miss, I'm willing to pay and hire him for his services. You need only name your price. Xiao Zixi did not seem to hear him. He grabbed a pastry on the table and placed in his mouth. His young, tender, and adorable little face was full of smiles. However, if Lu Chen had glanced at him at this very moment, he would certainly notice the fleeting flash of murderous intent in his purple eyes. Hire him. Gu Ruoan smiled. I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to afford the bill. She was speaking the truth. Xiao Zixi may still be at his childhood stage, but as the ancient divine phoenix and the fact that he was already at the rank of a martial supreme, there was probably no one in existence who could actually afford to hire him. Miss, name your price. No matter the amount, I, Lu Chen, will give it to you. Lu Chen's expression was now an ugly shade. He had thought that by using his good looks and charm, this woman would fall for him and gift the little boy to Chia Chuling. He never expected her to spout such conceited nonsense. Chapter 798, The Second Lady of the Chia Family, 4. She said that I won't be able to afford the price of hiring a 5-year-old boy. That's the greatest joke in the world. You're sure that you want to haggle with me? Gu Ruoyan raised an eyebrow with a half smile in her clear and cold eyes. That's right, Lu Chen laughed coldly, as long as you negotiate a price, I can match it. Fine. Gu Ruoyan smiled as she stroked the teacup on the table with one finger. The meaning behind her smile was unreadable. Use your life to exchange for 1 minute of his time. This means that Lu Chen's life was only worth 1 minute of Xiao Zixi's time. What did you just say? Lu Chen's face has turned ashen and a fiery rage welled within his being. He glared at Gu Ruoyan coldly. My life is priceless, yet you humiliate me by saying I can only exchange it for 1 minute of his time. Don't you think you're being a bit rude? Xiao Zixi rolled his eyes and swept a cold smile towards Lu Chen. Forget about exchanging his life for a minute of my time. I won't exchange my time even if he was to give me 10 of his lives. I've changed my mind, Gu Ruoyan smiled serenely. Now I want the lives of every member of the Chia family. If you can give me their lives, I will give in exchange to you 1 minute of his time. The expression on Lu Chen's face had turned increasingly ugly. He clenched his fist to stop the raging fire from within him. Miss, he's a 5-year-old child. He should be worth 20 gold pieces at most. I'm willing to give you 20 gold pieces for you to sell him to me for a month. I'll give him back to you after 1 month. Of course, during the course of this month, he will belong completely to the Chia family. You won't be allowed to see him. Gu Ruoyan smiled icily. Do you not understand me? What? I've told you, only if you trade all the lives of the Chia family members would you receive 1 minute of his time. As for a month, do you really think that you can pay that price? Instantly, the entire tea room became silent. When they saw the extremely ugly look on Lu Chen's face, a few kind souls could not help but advise her, Miss, Lu Chen is the future son-in-law of the Chia family. Also, the Chia family is protected by Supreme Jin. Since Second Lady Chia has taken a liking to your little brother, perhaps you could sell him to her for a month temporarily. Don't worry, Second Lady Chia isn't so bad. She won't do anything to your little brother. Besides, it's only for a month. Why risk offending the Chia family? Xiao Zixi was becoming impatient as the chatter buzzed in his ears. His impish and adorable little face had turned extremely ashen. Suddenly, Chia Chuling, who has yet to understand tact, reached out to grab Xiao Zixi. He immediately exploded. Go away. Bang. Xiao Zixi waved his hand and landed a fierce slap on Chia Chuling's face. That one slap sent her body flying out of the way before she slammed against the door frame. The shape of a palm and 5 fingers was now branded into her fair little face. Chia Chuling was stunned. Everyone else was unable to regain their senses too. When the sting from that scorching slap finally hit her, Chia Chuling burst into tears. I want to go home and tell my daddy and mother. You hit me and I want my daddy to avenge me. Wah. Lu Chen clenched his fist and his expression was ashen. After all, he was the one who had accompanied Chia Chuling out of the house. If she ends up being upset, how was he going to explain this to the Chia family when he returned? Miss, your little brother has raised his hand to harm a person as well. Don't you plan on giving us justification? Justification. Gu Ruoyan smiled icily. What justification? His actions were out of defense. If someone didn't forcefully try to drag him away, he would not have raised his hand. Chapter 799, The Second Lady of the Chia Family, 5. Lu Chen looked very gloomy indeed as he replied frostily, It looks like the children of your family are not properly brought up at all. You would even hit a person without provocation and look so nonchalant about it. I really don't know what kind of parent could have brought up a pair of siblings like you two. Gu Ruoyan laughed scornfully. She swept her clear, cold gaze towards Lu Chen's face and slowly curled the corners of her lips. That's right, we're not well brought up in our family, unlike the Xia family's impressive upbringing. You would even think of snatching a boy in public at such a young age. The master of the Xia family has certainly brought up a good daughter. Isn't that right? Accusing others of being uneducated when they had been acting in defense. In contrast, Second Lady Chia had taken a liking to this little boy, but after being rejected, she had still tried to snatch him away. What a great upbringing she's been given. Lu Chen's expression turned even gloomier as he seemed to sense the mocking stares from the crowd. Miss, I hope you won't regret your actions today. Linga, let's go. As he spoke, Lu Chen stepped in front of Chia Chuling. He then bent down and carried her up. I don't want to go. Chia Chuling began to struggle incessantly in Lu Chen's arms as she wailed sulkily. Brother Lu Chen, I want that boy, I want him to play with me. Snatch him back for me, please. Clever Linga, Lu Chen stroked Chia Chuling's hair as his eyes filled with indulgence and warmth. Don't worry, he will be yours. When the time comes, no one will dare to stop you even if you want to make him your servant. The Chia family now had Supreme Jin's support, who would dare to even oppose them. Linga had simply taken a liking to a little doll, shouldn't that be an easy matter? In Lu Chen's opinion, the Chia family as they were now could have whatever they want and no one else would dare to snatch that away. With a powerful ally like Supreme Jin, no one would dare to make an enemy of them. Besides, the world is still unaware of the vermilion bird hidden in the Chia family. Even if they had tricked the spiritual beast into joining the family, if the Chia family was ever in danger, the powers that be cannot ignore making an enemy of Supreme Jin and the divine spiritual beast. It's all because that stupid vermilion bird wants the Chia family to help him find his companions. Xiao Zixi frowned. His purple eyes glared icily at Lu Chen as he left. A murderous intent flickered in his eyes and he said, I want to kill them. Don't worry, Gu Ruoyan nodded gently and smiled, that day won't be too far off now. Chia Ming, Lu Chen, and Chia Chuxiu. I wonder if you're all prepared. Xiao Zixi, our current top priorities are to find my master and pave the way for Yue to make an entrance. He must be present when we make our plans against the Chia family. In our past life, they had killed my mother and destroyed maternal grandfather's entire family. They had then dismembered Yue alive. Granting him an easy death will be too much of a loss on their end. I want Yue to personally watch those who have harmed him in his past life as they get the just deserts. The reason why she had not brought Yue along was because he had lost an arm. On the East Peak mainland, where treachery crawls in every corner, this was too dangerous. Hence, she had decided to arrive first, and once she has the power to protect him, she would bring him over as well. She would then let him personally exact his revenge. Co Zixi fell silent. He knew that the depth of hatred Gu Ruan held in her heart. If she does not let it all out, it would easily affect her cultivation in the future. This time, he would stand by her in everything she chooses to do. Chapter 800, The First Meeting, 1. So, where are we going to now? After he regained his senses from his deep thought, Co Zixi pursed his lips. Every time he thought of Lu Chen's shameless words, a fiery rage would burn from within his heart. A cold, eerie light flashed across his purple eyes, carrying a thick murderous intent. Gu Ruan raised her brows before slowly rising to her feet and walked out the door. Her lips were curled into a small smile and an undetectable glint flashed in her clear, cold gaze. She did not reply Co Zixi's question as she exited the tea room and headed towards the familiar streets. Grand Lord, Ling Fang has returned. At this moment in the Red Lotus territory, the man in red raised an eyebrow upon hearing his subordinate's report. His fingers remained on his teacup and he replied indifferently, "Let him in." "Yes, Grand Lord." The man withdrew as he spoke. Soon, a man in black robes entered the room. He joined his fists and bowed as he greeted the man in red with reverence, reporting to the Grand Lord, "This subordinate has received some news from the first city." "Speak." The man in red sipped his tea and his tone was as grim as ever. "This subordinate has personally heard from an elder in the first city that the young lady has journeyed from the West Spread mainland and has arrived on the East Peak mainland." The man in red tightened his grip on his teacup and his breathing quickened automatically. "Is this true?" In the entire Red Lotus territory, only a select few know of Grand Lord Hong Lian's true identity. That year, someone had set him up and he had nearly lost his life. Fortunately, he had a few loyal subordinates by his side. There weren't very many of them, only around 10 had remained with him. However, these 10 people have then followed him from the West Spread mainland to the East Peak mainland and have stayed by his side through countless dangers and torment. Ling Fang was one of them. He had expended a tremendous amount of effort in order to receive the assignment to go undercover in the first city. This subordinate had heard the news with his own ears. This can't be false. The man in red's heart trembled. He tightened his grip on his teacup, took a deep breath and laughed bitterly. "All these years, I've offended quite a number of people to avoid the discovery of my identity from the West Spread mainland and also to protect my son and daughter from my hometown. I had concealed my identity so that aside from those beastards in the first city, no one else would know my origins. Ling Fang, I had asked you to go undercover in the first city because I suspect that you might have fallen into their hands. I had thought of finding Yu's whereabouts, but I never thought that you would have discovered news of my daughter. It has been so many years since I've laid eyes on her. I didn't even get to name her." The man in red gently closed his eyes as his heart throbbed with agony. "I wonder if she hates me. By the way, Ling Fang, what did the Gu family name my daughter? I had thought of countless names for her that year, but before I could make a decision, that incident had happened. However, since she has arrived on the East Peak mainland, I must find her no matter what." Hearing this, Ling Fang's mind harkened back to the name mentioned during his discussion with the elder in the first city. He said, "Gu Ruan." "Shatter." The teacup in the man in red's hand slowly slipped from his fingers. It fell to the ground and smashed into pieces. A flash of red robes then swiftly appeared in front of Ling Fang. The man in red grabbed him by the lapels and spoke with a completely different look on his face. "What did you just say?" "My own trueborn daughter, what's her name?" Chapter 801, The First Meeting, 2. Grand Lord, I heard the elders discussing this with my own ears. The young lady's name is Gu Ruan. Ling Fang, unaware of what was going on, trembled in fright. Still, he gave the man in red an honest reply. The man in red loosened his grip and staggered back. Suddenly, he burst into laughter, but no one could tell if he was crying or actually laughing. "Gu Ruan, it's her. It's actually her. How had I not realized this? She looked so much like Yue and her surname is also Gu. How did I not realize that she was actually my trueborn daughter? It's no wonder. It makes sense now why I had ended up making that strange girl my adopted daughter. It makes sense why I kept feeling that sense of familiarity with that girl. As it turns out, it was all predestined in an unseen world. Due to our blood bond, I had wanted to get close to her. The funniest thing was, I never considered that the girl would turn out to be the daughter that I bitterly yearned for. After all, my daughter was supposed to be on the West Spread mainland, so how could she appear in a place like this? Simply because of this, I had not looked too much into it. If it had been not for the fact that both mainlands were far away from each other, perhaps I would have guessed Gu Ruan's true identity. Guards. The man in red raised his gaze and ordered sharply, "Find the eldest lady's whereabouts immediately. Do not return until you have news of her." "Yunsa, I had let you slip away once, so now, it's time for me to use all of my power. I will find you again." At the Chia family home. In the study, Chia Chuxu was in the middle of a discussion with Chia Ming. The sound of loud wailing suddenly interrupted him as a tiny body, resembling a glutinous rice dumpling, staggered into the study and immediately threw itself into Chia Ming's arms. Lu Chen followed closely behind. His face looked extremely gloomy and it was clear to see that he had met with something absolutely upsetting. "Linge, what happened?" Chia Ming's heart throbbed agonizingly at the sight of the burning red palm print on Chia Chuling's face. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes as he asked, "Who hurt you?" Chia Chuling began to sob even harder when she heard this, as if she had suffered a great, divine grievance. Chia Ming's face turned cold. He lifted his head towards Lu Chen and asked, "Lu Chen, can you tell me the meaning of this?" Uncle Chia, Lu Chen laughed bitterly. Linge took a liking to a little boy a while ago and I tried to kindly persuade the little boy to play with Linge for a few days. I even offered to pay him for his time but to no avail. That little boy has a rude older sister. She said that even if we exchanged the lives of every member of the Chia family, it would not be enough for 1 second of her younger brother's rhyme. She then commanded her brother to hit Linge. Bang! Chia Ming's fist landed on the study table as a vein throbbed on the corner of his forehead. His entire face was enraged, a great little girl who does not know the immensity of heaven and earth. She dares to say that the lives of the Chia family members cannot be compared to 1 second of her younger brother's time. She truly has no decency. However, Lu Chen, you have allowed another to bully Linge. Is this how you protect her? Lu Chen's expression changed twice before he answered. There were too many people around and I didn't want the Chia family to end up as a topic for gossip. Regardless of how willful Chia Chuling was, she was still considered young and ignorant. However, it would be unacceptable for him to do anything to that woman in public even if he had wished to do so. He could only take action in the dark, otherwise, the Chia family name would be dragged through the mud. Chapter 802, The First Meeting, 3. HMPH, Chia Ming scoffed coldly. His eyes darted back and forth before he asked, do you know who this woman is? She knows that the Chia family has Supreme Jin's support yet she dares to act with such arrogance. I don't know if she's really that stupid or if another person is backing her. I'm going to send someone to investigate the woman's origins. If she doesn't have much power, we can just kill her off. As for that little boy, if Linge likes him, give him to her. Chia Ming's gaze softened as he turned towards the little girl who was wailing pitifully in his arms. Anyone whom my precious baby daughter has taken a fancy to is very fortunate. Whoever Linge likes, no matter who it is, Daddy will snatch him back for you. All right. Chia Chuling stopped crying and blinked at Chia Ming. At this moment, she remembered Xiao Zixie's beautiful and adorable little face. She nodded, all right Daddy, snatch him back for me. But, will he like me? Don't worry, Chia Ming smiled, my Linge is loved by all. Anyone who sees Linge will like Linge instantly unless they're blind. So I believe the little boy must like Linge too. The only thing is, Linge is already so cute at such a small age. You'll definitely grow into a national beauty who brings the downfall of cities, so his sister must have been jealous of Linge's looks. That's why she had refused to let him come home with Linge. As long as that woman is gone, he will follow Linge for sure. Chia Chuling finally smiled happily. Daddy is right. Ever since I was born, anyone who sees me will like me instantly. That boy will be no different. However, that woman is really vicious. Just because I'm cute, she's jealous of me and she won't let that little boy play with me. Why are there such women like her in the world? She's so evil, she'll definitely have a horrible death. A vicious light flashed in young Chia Chuling's eyes as she secretly cursed Gu Ruan in her heart. If Gu Ruan were here to witness this scene, she would certainly sigh and lament. Indeed, this was a classic situation of how a parent's character can influence the daughter's upbringing. With Chia Chuling following these people around, even though she was still very young, she already has a malicious heart. Master. Just then, a guard rushed right in and reported with reverence, there's a woman named Gu Ruan who requests an audience. Gu Ruan. Chia Ming's heart trembled upon hearing that name. He furrowed his brows before quickly relaxing them. Perhaps this is a coincidence. There are many people in this world who have the same name but with a different surname, so it must be a coincidence. Chia Ming calmed himself at the thought and replied indifferently, have her wait in the hall. Zue, I want you and Lu Chen to come with me. All right. Chia Chuxu nodded and followed Chia Ming into the room. In the hall, the woman in green was seated on a chair, sipping quietly on a cup of tea. She lowered her eyes, hiding the whirling emotions within her clear and cold gaze. However, her emotions became thoroughly energized when she caught sight of the middle-aged man who walked in from the courtyard. I can never forget this face. Gu Ruan took a deep breath and suppressed her growing murderous intent before smiling serenely at Chia Ming. It's you. Lu Chen's eyes darkened at the sight of Gu Ruan. He exclaimed darkly, Uncle Chia, this was the woman I had told you about. The boy that Linge fancies. He's her younger brother. Chapter 803, The First Meeting, 4. Chia Ming narrowed his eyes as a cold light flashed in the corner of his pupils before disappearing as quickly as it came. He smiled and approached Gu Ruan. Miss Gu, previously my daughter did not know any better and had offended you. I've just taught her a lesson. Please, Miss Gu, do not be calculated with a child. Gu Ruan lowered her eyes, concealing her cold smile. It has been 6 years. He still hasn't changed at all. Once, this hypocritical face had not only fooled the world but had also fooled me for many years. Years ago, no matter how much Chia Ming disliked my mother, he was still quite loving to me, his true-born daughter. But all of this changed when grandfather passed away. Gu Ruan contained the murderous intent in her eyes and lifted her head to face Chia Ming's handsome face as if nothing had happened. She smiled and said, I have an appointment with Mo Shangfei and I'm here to see him. I wonder if Mo Shangfei is here today. Oh, a suspicious light flashed in Chia Ming's eyes. He had just got back. I'll send someone to inform him. Miss Gu, may I ask, whose succession of disciples are you from? On the East Peak mainland, there doesn't seem to be a powerful family by the surname of Gu. Since that's the case, her family must not be very powerful. Hence, Chia Ming wanted to find the identity of her master. Gu Ruan laughed coldly. What? Does the Chia family have a habit of investigating the families of others? Hee. Chia Ming chuckled in embarrassment as his eyes flashed with an icy light. I'm just asking. After all, Mo Shangfei is a member of the Chia family, so I must know the friends that he corresponds with. Please be assured, Miss Gu, I harbor no ill intentions. Gu Ruan swept a glance at Chia Ming. Her voice was calm and indifferent. I do not belong to any sect or order. I operate alone. Hearing this, Chia Ming sighed with relief. Since this woman does not have any support behind her, then everything after this would be easy. However, just as he was about to speak, he saw Mo Shangfei escorted by some servants into the room and swallowed his words. These matters can be settled behind the scene, I have no need to put it all out in the open. Otherwise, if we destroy the Chia family's hard-earned reputation for the sake of this woman, it would be too much of a waste. Miss. Mo Shangfei's eyes lit up at the sight of Gu Ruoan. He hurriedly stepped forward and his face was full of excitement. You're really here? Gu Ruoan nodded. I calculated the speed of your journey and estimated that you should reach here by today, so I paid a visit to the Chia family home to see you. I had promised you, after all. Actually, Mo Shangfei was worried that Gu Ruoan would break her promise. He never thought that she would actually show up. This has certainly surpassed his expectations. While this young lady was acquainted with cousin Ruoan, we don't exactly know each other and she was not obligated to help a stranger. Shangfei, do you and Miss Gu know each other? Chia Ming mildly raised an eyebrow and turned his gaze towards Mo Shangfei. Mo Shangfei nodded. Yes, this young lady is an old friend of my cousin. This is how we know each other. Chia Ming shook and analyzed Gu Ruoan once again. This woman was acquainted with my disobedient and unfilial daughter. Since that's the case, it's even more crucial that we do not let her off. Chia Ming took a deep breath at the thought, but his handsome face still lifted into a smile. Ah, is that so? I didn't think that Miss Gu would actually be acquainted with my poor daughter. Sigh, what a pity for my poor daughter, a beauty who passed away at such a young age. Her enemy, the holy Dr. Bai Junction, is still at large. As he spoke, he wiped a tear from the corner of his eye and sighed. His entire face was filled with sorrow and pain. Chapter 804, The First Meeting, 5. Gu Ruoan laughed icily as she thought, here could I not know the reason behind Chia Ming's words. He wants me to think that it was the holy Dr. Bai Junction who had killed Chia Ruoan. He then plans to use him to kill me. Unfortunately, Chia Ming would never have guessed that I'm really Chia Ruoan. So why should I believe his words? Miss Gu, you don't know how cruel the holy doctor is. A powerful cultivator had taken a fancy to my precious daughter and the holy doctor was eager to use this to his advantage. He found my daughter and tried to persuade her to become this cultivator's concubine. My daughter was a proud woman, so how could she agree to become someone's concubine? She had declared that she would only be his primary wife and would never be a concubine. If the cultivator was willing to marry her, she would agree to it. After all, that cultivator was very influential and his powers were rather formidable. Any woman would dream of becoming the wife of a cultivator like him. However, that cultivator already has a strong and solid primary wife and he was only willing to take in a concubine. Hence, my daughter refused him and offended the holy doctor. The holy doctor is the type of person who would seek revenge for the smallest grievances. In retaliation, he had destroyed the entire Mo family and killed my daughter's mother and younger brother. Finally, he forced my daughter off a cliff, where she died tragically. Gu Ruoan clenched her fists as a white-hot rage burned from within her being. Chia Ming is actually using such excuses to frame my master. And, he's even saying that I had clung onto power and wanted to become the primary wife of some cultivator. Because I wasn't willing to be a concubine, I had offended the holy Dr. Bai Junction. In the end, he even said that any woman would have dreams like this. Gu Ruoan really wanted to laugh, so of course, she did. Chia Ming assumed that she was mad with rage, so he thought nothing of it. If this woman was really that idiot Chia Ruoan's friend, she would be enraged when she hears this story. By then, I wouldn't need to do anything. She would end up being killed by the holy Dr. Bai Junction's hand in her quest to avenge Chia Ruoan. This would also prove the holy doctor's crimes instantly. Mo Shangfei frowned. Initially, he had wanted to mention the relationship between the holy doctor and his cousin to Chia Ming, but he could not seem to bring himself to do so. He did not know why he felt this way. Master Chia, there's something here that I don't understand. Gu Ruoan narrowed her eyes slightly and smiled. Since the holy Dr. Bai Junction is the kind of person who seeks revenge for the smallest grievances, why had he spared the Chia family? Chia Ruoan's surname was Chia after all, so naturally, the Chia family would hold a deeper bond for her. However, why had Bai Junction let the Chia family off the hook and destroyed her maternal grandfather's family instead? This simply doesn't seem logical. Chia Ming's expression changed twice. Previously, he had dug out an excuse to frame Bai Junction, so he had not thought through it thoroughly. Yet this woman had seen through my mistake in one glance. Could it be that she knows the truth behind Chia Ruoan's death? No. That's impossible. That year, I had hunted Chia Ruoan and kept a close eye on her. She would never have had the chance to tell anyone about this. Miss Gu, Chia Ming steadied the turmoil in his heart and smiled. The holy Dr. Bai Junction has always been a strange man. How should I know why he had spared the Chia family? After all, I'm not him and I don't understand how he thinks either. Perhaps if you meet the holy Dr. Bai Junction in the future, you would understand. Mo Shangfei, who had been paying attention to this conversation from the beginning, unconsciously stared at Chia Ming and fell silent. Previously, I had completely overlooked this. No. I should say that everyone had overlooked this fact. This fact which states that Chia Ruoan had provoked a powerful enemy and caused the destruction of the Mo family. If that was the case, why had that cultivator not destroyed the Chia family and instead, bypassed and destroyed the maternal side of the family, the Mo family? If Gu Ruoan had not brought up this point, perhaps Mo Shangfei would never have thought of it no matter how hard he tried. Chapter 805, A Duel 1. Master Chia, I have some matters to attend to. I'll take my leave now. Gu Ruoan slowly rose to her feet. She gently curled her lips and concealed the cold light in her eyes as she spoke objectively. Wasn't there a certain saying? If you don't want anyone to know it, then don't do it in the first place. Regardless of who was responsible for Chia Ruoan's death, the culprit will be unmasked one day. Mo Shangfei, let's go and visit the little princess. Instantly, Chia Ming's head shook. He stared at Gu Ruoan with a twitching eye as she left. Does she know the truth behind Chia Ruoan's death? That can't be. As she had just said, she was only an outsider and has nothing to do with the Chia family. Besides, this little girl is only an insignificant individual. Even if she does know the truth, she can't really do much about it. Chia Ming's heart slowly relaxed at the thought. Chuxiu, escort the guest. In the courtyard, Gu Ruoan and Mo Shangfei were just about to leave when a graceful voice cried out. Miss Gu, please wait. Gu Ruoan paused before she turned around to look at Chia Chuxiu, who had just caught up to them. She replied emotionlessly, yes. Chia Chuxiu was not angered by her chilly reception and her beautiful face kept its smile. It's nothing much, but I pretty much know all of my elder sister's friends. Why have I not heard of your name before, Miss Gu? She narrowed her eyes gently and a cold light flashed across her pupils before disappearing swiftly. You've not heard my name before, but that doesn't mean that your older sister and I don't know each other. Gu Ruoan smiled as she replied. She did not know why, but when Chia Chuxiu saw that smile, her heart jumped. It was a very strange feeling, as if Chia Ruoan was standing and smiling right in front of her. Miss Gu, don't misunderstand, I'm merely curious. Chia Chuxiu quickly recomposed herself. My sister and I may be sisters from different mothers, but we have been close ever since our childhood. She wouldn't keep anything from me, and I can say for certain that I've never met you before. Now that you've come here and claim to be her friend all of a sudden, it just seems strange to me. They've been close since childhood. This was merely in the eyes of the world. Perhaps only a few parties involved knew the truth. Gu Ruoan laughed icily. Chia Chuxiu, if I remember correctly, Chia Ruoan once told me that the holy spirit fruit which she had braved treacherous trials to snatch from a spiritual beast had been stolen by you. She even has the proof. However, at that time, Chia Ruoan had only just reached the rank of a martial king and her grandfather was away from the Chia family home. Therefore, no one in the Chia family could help her then. The funniest thing was, Chia Ming had determined that Chia Ruoan was in the wrong and that she didn't know the meaning of respectfully conceding. Hence, he had forced her to apologize to you. Because she refused to obey, Chia Ming had her beaten half to death. While she never informed the old master Chia of this, she had secretly vowed long ago that she would personally avenge herself for whatever you've done to her on that fateful day. You. Chia Chuxiu's expression changed drastically. Nevertheless, when she remembered that Mo Shangfei was also present, she quickly recomposed her steady demeanor and smiled. Miss Gu, my older sister had only been joking with you on this matter. I've respected and loved her ever since I was a child. Why would I want to snatch away the holy spirit fruit which she had prepared for her own breakthrough? I'm just saying. Gu Ruoan smiled and a light flashed across her eyes. Of course, I can overlook this matter. You are related to her, after all. So, for her sake, I'll take good care of the Chia family. I'm definitely going to take good care of the Chia family, but how I'm going to do it is entirely up to me. Chapter 806, A Duel 2. A disdainful glare flashed across Chia Chuxiu's eyes. Even though it disappeared very quickly, Gu Ruoan managed to catch it. Chia Chuxiu did not show any other expression on the surface. She smiled and continued, then I thank you, Miss Gu, very much. Take care. The Chia family has Supreme Jin and the Vermilion Bird now, why would we need one woman to take care of us? However, the fact that this woman was able to say these things obviously means that she had known my elder sister. She's also still unaware that it was really the Chia family who had murdered Chia Ruoan. Otherwise, she would not have been able to sit here calmly and talk to me. She even said that she would like to take care of the Chia family. Of course, Chia Chuxiu did not know that Gu Ruoan meant to take care of them in a different way. When she finally discovers the actual meaning behind these two words, she would then understand the meaning of being too late for regrets. Mo Shangfei, let's go. Gu Ruoan held back the cold light in her eyes as she glanced at Chia Chuxiu. She then turned around and walked out of the courtyard. Mo Shangfei paused for thought before he quickly followed Gu Ruoan out. Outside the Chia family home. The two paused in their footsteps and Mo Shangfei stared at the woman in green. He hesitated for a moment before he finally asked, Lady Gu, was it the truth? Did Master Chia and Chia Chuxiu really treat my cousin in that manner? Chia Ruoan had risked her life to bring the holy spirit fruit back. Why would she then give it to Chia Chuxiu? Was it because sisters must respectfully concede amongst one another? Otherwise, it would be considered treason, a most heinous crime. Having lived for so many years, this was the first time Mo Shangfei has ever heard of such a principle. Most importantly, Chia Chuxiu was the one who had stolen the holy spirit fruit, but it was the victim, Chia Ruoan, who had been forced to apologize to her. Gu Ruoan smiled serenely. She did not look back. Instead, she calmly asked Mo Shangfei with her back towards him, what do you think? What do you think? These words depicted Gu Ruoan's sentiments perfectly. Mo Shangfei laughed bitterly. I never thought that the Chia family would have done such a thing in the past. Chia Ming and Chia Chuxiu have always displayed good mannerisms in front of the world. One was a loving father and the other was a gentle and kind younger sister. Also, during my grandfather's funeral, Chia Ming was in mourning and Chia Chuxiu had wept until she fainted. I really find it hard to believe that such emotional people would do something so malicious. Actually, when he had seen how Chia Chuxiu's expression changed, Mo Shangfei should already know the truth behind the matter. However, he still found it hard to believe that the perfect Chia Chuxiu would steal another's property. Perhaps not even the entire Drifting Wind country would have been able to imagine that. Now, he could no longer not believe it. Mo Shangfei gently closed his eyes and his expression full of hurt. That year, when the Mo family had been destroyed, only I, a child, had managed to escape that fate. Fortunately, Chia Ming took me in so that I would be sheltered. Even though I'm only a bodyguard in the Chia family, I had felt so grateful. At that time, everyone was deathly afraid of provoking the cultivator and did not dare to even be near me. Only the Chia family had dared to do this. Gu Ruoan smiled calmly. The reason why the Chia family had dared to take Mo Shangfei in was because it was the Chia family who had destroyed the Mo family. Besides, Mo Shangfei was discovered to have pretty good talent at a young age. Now, he was already a martial emperor despite the fact that he has yet to reach the age of 20. His powers were on par with her in her past life, so the Chia family had been more than happy to have found a handy replacement. I had promised the little princess to help her in her treatment. It's still early, so let's go and check out the situation. Gu Ruan turned away and sighed. That little girl, she sure knows how to make a person worry. Chapter 807, A Duel 3. Mo Shangfei was astonished. He frowned as he stared at Gu Ruan's shadow. Miss Gu speaks as if she knows the little princess very well, but I can confirm that prior to this, they've never met before. However, as he watched the green figure under the setting sun, Mo Shangfei could not help but feel peculiar. Her shadow feels all too familiar. Once, he wasn't sure when, at the Mo family gate, he would always stand at the main gate and watch that person as she left. Despite the many years which have passed, that person's image has always remained in his mind's eye, never to disappear. Perhaps I'm overthinking. Mo Shangfei shook his head and laughed bitterly. Cousin has passed away. Besides, she doesn't look anything like her, so how could they possibly be the same person? The only thing was, their temperament is kind of similar. Otherwise, my cousin would not have had such a deep friendship with her. To Mo Shangfei, it was this deep friendship which has spurred Gu Ruan to give them so much aid. At the Imperial Palace of Drifting Wind Country. In the study, a man dressed in yellow robes stared resentfully at the young girl in pink before him. He tried to find the words but was unable to say a thing. Chi Haran sneered as he stared down at the young girl who was kneeling before him. His eyes flashed with a cold light. Your Imperial Majesty, you have to grant me justice for this. The person who had spoken was an old man dressed in white next to Chi Haran. The old man looked absolutely arrogant. His elderly face was clearly enraged and he spoke as if he paid no heed to the middle-aged man on the highest seat. The middle-aged man looked embarrassed. He glared at the young girl in pink on the ground and spoke with a hollow voice. Gashiki, over the years, your powers have not shown any substantial improvement, but your audacity certainly has. You've actually tried to elope with another man. However, on the basis of the fact that you actually came back, I will give you a lighter sentence. Guards, take the little princess and shut her away. She will await her marriage in 3 months. The little princess became anxious. Her eyes grew red as she cried out stubbornly, Imperial father, I will never marry Chi Haran. You. Supreme Gao was so enraged that his face turned ashen. He pointed at the little princess and bellowed angrily, Gashiki, you dare to oppose a decree. I don't care, I'm not marrying him. The little princess glared fiercely at Chi Haran. She gritted her teeth as if she wanted to dismember him into 10,000 pieces. Your Imperial Majesty. The old man smiled scornfully. His eyes were filled with anger as he said, the little princess has opposed your imperial decree and should be executed for treason. Hearing this, Supreme Gao's expression changed. Regardless of the situation, he has loved this little princess since birth. If it had not been for the fact that the crown prince's life was at stake, he would never have chosen to sacrifice her. Still, if one asked him to execute the little princess, he could not bear to do it. Imperial Physician Qi, you're exaggerating. Shiki may have acted dishonorably by opposing an imperial decree, but she does not deserve to be executed. How about this? We will advise her. You need not worry. HMPH. The old man scoffed. Still, the little princess had eloped with Mo Shangfei of the Chia family. If this gets out, where will the prestige of my Qi name go? How can my grandchild be any worse than that brat? In family status, he is an orphan. In power, he may have formidable talent, but he is young and is no match for my grandson. However, if you want me to clear the little princess of all responsibility, I can do that. Bring Mo Shangfei's head to me. I'm not willing to take this matter lying down. Supreme Gao's expression became even more unsightly. I'm a Marshal Supreme after all. While I may be placed in the lower ranks amongst the rest of the Marshal Supremes, I still have the title of a Marshal Supreme. This fellow is only a high-level martial honor, yet he dares speak to me in this manner and to order me around. If it wasn't for his substantial skills in medicine which only the holy Dr. Bai Junction can surpass, I would never have lowered my head to beg him in this manner. Chapter 808, A Duel 4. Imperial Physician Qi, we can promise you the little princess hand in marriage to Chi Haran. However, please leave the other matters to us. Mo Shangfei was a member of the Chia family after all, and the Chia family was backed by Supreme Jin. He did not want to offend Supreme Jin over this one thing. Most importantly, Supreme Gao deeply admires Mo Shangfei. This kid has formidable talent. If Mo Shangfei were older, he could even take on several Chi Harans. Nevertheless, admiration could only go so far. Now that the Crown Prince's life was at stake, he still needed this old man's help to save him, so he could only listen to him now. Your Imperial Majesty, if you don't kill Mo Shangfei, then please consider me powerless over the Crown Prince's illness. Imperial Physician Qi smiled coldly. He placed his hands behind his back as he stared arrogantly up at Supreme Gao. Supreme Gao had long cursed at the old man in secret. If it was not for the fact that the holy Dr. Bai Junction was a difficult person to invite and that his whereabouts were always unclear, he would have flipped out against this old man long ago. Imperial Physician Qi. Supreme Gao took a deep breath and was just about to speak when a voice chimed in from outside the study. You want Mo Shangfei's life. He's with me now, but I wonder if you have the ability to kill him. Thud. The doors to the study flew open and the guard was thrown to the ground. He quickly scrambled to his feet, dusted himself off and knelt before Supreme Gao. Your Imperial Majesty, I wasn't able to stop them, please forgive me. Supreme Gao's face sank. He stared at the pair who were walking in and asked darkly, how did you manage to enter the palace? Imperial Father. The little princess rose to her feet and walked towards Mo Shangfei's side. She then smiled prettily. I gave him the token. Gao Shiki, you. Supreme Gao almost went mad with rage. Really, this grown girl can't be kept at home, but she has actually given a token away to an outsider so casually. She was not even bothered about what her Imperial father would think. HMPH. Chi Haran glanced at Mo Shangfei, but when his eyes fell upon Gu Ruan, a menacing light flashed in his pupils. Grandfather, this was the woman who had hurt me. Hearing this, Imperial Physician Qi's eyes turned icy. I never thought that you would be so daring and have the audacity to send yourself here on a silver platter. Are you here to die? Here to die? No. Gu Ruan shook her head. I'm here to present a betrothal gift. Betrothal gift. Everyone around instantly went into a daze as they looked at each other. Even the little princess and Mo Shangfei was stunned. No one knew what Gu Ruan was talking about. You say that you're here to present a betrothal gift. Supreme Gao narrowed his eyes slightly as he observed the woman in green with utmost seriousness. That's right. Gu Ruan nodded. I've brought Mo Shangfei here to present a betrothal gift to request your permission, Supreme Gao, for the little princess to marry him. What? Instantly, a voice filled with shock cried out. Qi Haoran's face was ashen and he bellowed angrily. You say that Mo Shangfei wants to marry the little princess. What status is he going to bring? A little bodyguard from the Xia family. Simply with this, does he have the right to marry the little princess? Gu Ruan calmly looked at him. His status is the second-generation disciple of the Holy Dr. Bai Zhongshan. Is that not enough? The Holy Dr. Bai Zhongshan's grand disciple. Mo Shangfei was stunned. How am I not aware of my own identity as the Holy Dr. Bai Zhongshan's grand disciple? Ha ha ha. Qi Haoran looked as if he had just heard a great joke and burst into laughter. You say that he's the Holy Dr. Bai Zhongshan's grand disciple. Is there no one here who isn't aware of the Holy Doctor's proud nature and that he's never had a disciple? What more to having a grand disciple? Little girl, even when boasting, one should survey the situation. You're simply talking nonsense. Chapter 809, A Duel, 5. In contrast, Supreme Gao's reaction was calmer. Who was the Holy Dr. Bai Zhongshan? No one would dare to use his name lightly to deceive others. If the old man found out about this, he would certainly rush over for a kill. Therefore, since she dared to make such a claim, there must be some truth to it. He. Imperial Physician Qi did not wait for Supreme Gao to speak and sneered instead. A cold light flashed across his eyes and he asked arrogantly, I seem to remember that Mo Shangfei of the Mo family has never accepted any post as anyone's disciple, so how could he be a grand disciple? Gu Ruan smiled. While it's true that he never accepted a post as anyone's disciple in the past, but I've just accepted him as my disciple. Boom. The woman's cold and calm voice was like a heavy thunder which struck into everyone's hearts. Imperial Physician Qi has just mentioned that Mo Shangfei had never accepted a discipleship, so he could not possibly have a teacher. Then that woman had said that she has just taken Mo Shangfei under her wing at this very moment. Does this not imply that she was the Holy Dr. Bai Zhongshan's disciple? Mo Shangfei was suddenly enlightened. No wonder she knew the relationship between my cousin and the Holy Dr. Bai Zhongshan even when the world did not. It was because she's the Holy Doctor's disciple. No wonder she had such a good relationship with my cousin. Supreme Gao took a deep breath as he ignored the ugly look on Imperial Physician Qi's face. His eyes darted back and forth as he asked, Miss, can you then ask the Holy Doctor to treat the Crown Prince's illness? If the Holy Doctor is willing to help, that old fart from the Qi family can screw off wherever he wishes. I'll no longer need to wait on him anymore. I did say that I'm here to give a betrothal gift. Gu Ruan smiled serenely. The first betrothal gift is to cure His Royal Majesty the Crown Prince's illness. Actually, the reason why Gu Ruan had mentioned her relationship with the Holy Doctor was to provide Mo Shangfei with a position suitable enough to match up to the little princess. Besides, there was also another reason. If that old man, my master, finds out that someone has claimed to be his disciple, he would certainly come from afar to look for them. It's simply too difficult to search for anyone amongst the great population in the East Peak mainland, so why don't I make that old man come to me instead? Gu Ruan stroked her chin and smiled. We haven't seen each other in 6 years. I wonder if the old man still holds the same morality and conduct. He was forever immersed in the study of medicine, so immersed that he could go for days without taking care of himself. Each time I met the old man, he would always be dressed in robes that no longer had their original color. His hair would be in a huge mess like he had just been in an explosion. Your Imperial Majesty, do you really believe her? Qi Haoran gnashed his teeth when he saw the sparkle in Supreme Gao's eyes. She's using the Holy Doctor's name to deceive us. If you really believe her, I'm afraid that the Crown Prince's life will end here. After he had spoken, he then turned his gaze towards Gu Ruan. Woman, let me advise you. The Holy Doctor's name is not one for you to slander. My grandfather met him last year and discussed medicine with him. He has never heard him mention anything about having a disciple. With my grandfather's relationship with him, do you think that my grandfather wouldn't be aware of him having a disciple? Of course, the truth of the matter was that during every medicinal discussion, Imperial Physician Qi had always tried very hard to curry favor with the Holy Doctor. While the Holy Doctor found it irritating, he still gave a few casual notes. Hence, Imperial Physician Qi had used this as his right to show off. Even though he was considered to be second only to the Holy Doctor, the distance between his and the Holy Doctor's skills was more than just a small fraction. There were also over 10 doctors who were nearly on par with Imperial Physician Qi's level. Those people were also all skilled doctors second only to the Holy Doctor. This clearly shows how great the difference actually was between the two of them. Chapter 810, Chia Ming's Conspiracy, 1. Gu Ruan swept her gaze towards Qi Haoran and a hint of surprise appeared in the corner of her eye. It's the first time I've heard that my master and the Imperial Physician Qi were acquainted. Qi Haoran somehow interpreted the look of surprise on Gu Ruan's face as a look of terror for having her lies exposed. He lifted his head arrogantly and shot a look with a cold smile at the woman in green. What? Are you scared now that you know of the relationship between my grandfather and the Holy Doctor? It's alright, you only need to kowtow before me and apologize. Perhaps I might even spare your life. Gu Ruan ignored him and instead focused her gaze upon Supreme Gao's stern yet handsome face. She calmly said to him, if you don't mind, please let me take a look at the Crown Prince. You. Qi Haoran's expression changed drastically when he realized that Gu Ruan had completely ignored him. He glared at her fiercely. Damned girl, did you not hear me speaking to you? As the grandson of Imperial Physician Qi, he had always been treated with respect from a young age. Even people who were as noble as emperors and princesses were not on par with him, Qi Haoran. However, this woman had dared to ignore him. This was intolerable. All right. Supreme Gao pondered for a moment before slamming his hand on the table. He then rose to his feet as a severe look flashed in his eyes. Miss, we shall trust in your word this one time and escort you to see our imperial son. Regardless of the situation, Supreme Gao was a supreme king. Naturally, as a supreme king, he would be decisive and knows what would benefit him the most. All these years, he has had to endure oppression from Imperial Physician Qi simply because of Imperial Physician Qi's great proficiency in medicine. Hence, he could not offend him. However, if there was someone who could surpass Imperial Physician Qi, then that old man would no longer be of no use to him and he would not need to listen to Imperial Physician Qi anymore. Therefore, Supreme Gao was determined to make this decision. Your Imperial Majesty, Imperial Physician Qi's expression sank and he swept a cold gaze across Gu Ruan's face as he exclaimed icily, it seems that my body can't take much more. Since you've chosen this little girl, I can only resign from my post as the Imperial Physician. I hope you won't regret this. Supreme Gao was shaken. He knitted his brows and looked as if he was deep in consideration. After a long pause, he relaxed his brows and replied in a clear voice, Imperial Physician Qi, if this is your decision, we shall not stop you. In the past, Supreme Gao would never have taken this lightly. However, Imperial Physician Qi had overstepped his place and used his great skills in medicine to completely disregard him, as Supreme King. He even had the audacity to order him around. If Supreme Gao does not stand his ground now, he would be dangling in the palm of that old man's hand for the rest of his life. For his honor as a Supreme King, he could not let anyone abuse him. The Imperial Physician had forgotten about this. He thought that he had Supreme Gao's life in his hands, so he had behaved as he pleased. Imperial Majesty, since you've made your decision, I will leave the palace immediately. However, Imperial Physician Qi had initially thought of using his resignation to threaten Supreme Gao, but he never anticipated that Supreme Gao would have agreed to it so easily. He was very unhappy with the outcome and layers of fiery anger exploded from within him like waves surging towards the sky. If this young lady is unable to save the Crown Prince, don't think of coming to me to ask for my aid, Your Imperial Majesty. By then, even if you offered me the world, I would never ever help you. Haoran, we're leaving. A vicious glint flashed in his eyes as he walked towards Mo Shangfei. He paused and said scornfully, Mo Shangfei, do you think you can have peace after spewing these lies? Don't forget, Supreme Jin is on a manhunt for the Holy Doctor Bai Junction. If he believes that you are affiliated with him, do you think that Supreme Jin would spare you, knowing his temper? Chapter 811, Chia Ming's Conspiracy 2. Mo Shangfei's eyes danced but he simply smiled gently and turned towards Imperial Physician Qi and his grandson. I believe that Supreme Jin is a reasonable man and would not do anything to Grand Master without concrete proof. He will not do anything out of his own initiative. HMPH. Imperial Physician Qi scoffed as he straightened his robes and left without another look back. Gu Ruan glanced at the Qi grandfather and grandson duo and rubbed her nose. She hoped that the two of them would spread the news of her being the Holy Doctor's disciple. Only when news of this gets out would she be able to find her master. However, this guy, Mo Shangfei, had certainly addressed him as Grand Master very easily. Gu Ruan's mouth twitched. She then turned towards Supreme Gao, shrugged her shoulders and said, let's go, take me to His Royal Majesty the Crown Prince. I can only assess his illness once I've examined him. All right. Supreme Gao nodded, guards, to the Crown Prince's mansion. In her past life, Gu Ruan had met the Crown Prince of Drifting Wind Country before, but they did not really have a deep relationship. According to her impression, that man always had a gentle and refined look about him. However, after seeing him again this time, Gu Ruan was shocked. The man before her looked emaciated. He no longer looked like an excellent son of nobility who had the appearance of polished jade. His flimsy robes covered his body, which was skin and bones. His cheeks were hollow and his eyes bulged. At one glance, you could tell that he was starving. However, this man was the Crown Prince of Drifting Wind Country. There is no one above him but the Emperor. Starving? How could this be? Imperial father, Imperial sister, you've arrived. The Crown Prince put his book down. Under the peach blossom tree, his face displayed a sunny smile. Imperial father, please forgive your Imperial son, for I'm unable to rise and greet you. Sigh. Supreme Gao sighed bitterly as he looked at the man before him. Your health is important, you don't need to greet us. There are no outsiders here, so there's no need for ceremony. No outsiders. Hearing this, the Crown Prince was shocked. I know Mo Shangfei for sure, but I don't know what has happened for my Imperial father to consider him as a non-outsider. As for this young lady in green robes, I've never met her. Imperial brother, how are you? The little princess stepped forward and asked politely. She and the Crown Prince were siblings from different mothers, so they were not close and their interactions had been limited to strictly ceremonial encounters. The Crown Prince smiled at the little princess and turned towards Supreme Gao. Imperial father, may I ask, who is this unfamiliar young lady? Oh, she is our newly hired physician. Let her check your pulse. Supreme Gao had just remembered Gu Ruan's presence and hurriedly introduced her. There's no need. Gu Ruan shook her head. I have already deduced his illness. What? Supreme Gao's chest tightened and he asked anxiously, is it possible for the Crown Prince to be cured? He has been bewitched. Bewitched. The word drummed deep into Supreme Gao's heart and his eyes sank. Miss Gu, what do you mean? Has someone used sorcery to harm our Imperial son? That's right, Gu Ruan nodded. It's a form of ancient witchcraft which can make the victim's body waste away. This witchcraft won't kill the person instantly, but it will control the victim's mind in the end, turning them into an obedient puppet. Chapter 812, Chia Ming's Conspiracy 3. Bang. Supreme Gao was so enraged that he punched at a tree next to him. His eyes were filled with rage as he gritted his teeth. Who would dare harm our Imperial son? However, Imperial Physician Qi was convinced that our Imperial son is ill. How did it turn out to be sorcery? Imperial father, do you really think that Imperial Physician Qi is actually a good person? The little princess laughed icily and exclaimed scornfully, he has been treating Imperial brother for so many days, yet Imperial brother's condition has not improved. He doesn't have any genuine talent. How could he be compared to Big Brother Mo's master? Supreme Gao coughed and looked a little embarrassed. After all, Imperial Physician Chi's skills were second to the Holy Doctor, so even he was unable to cure the illness, perhaps only the Holy Doctor can do so. The only thing was, the Holy Doctor's whereabouts was always unclear. Even if he could be found, he might not necessarily help them. So, Supreme Gao had chosen the only option he had. Miss, you, our Imperial son, he. Don't worry, I've said it before, saving the Crown Prince will be the first betrothal gift that I will grant to the little princess on behalf of my disciple. Since I've said it, I'll do it. A light flashed in Gu Ruan's eyes, but she spoke with a calm voice. After this, please prepare a few medicinal herbs for me. I'll administer the needles. All right, we will immediately send someone to make the preparations. How many days will you need to cure him? 3 days. 3 days, a period of time with the most guarantee that Gu Ruan has given to herself. However, if the preparations for the medicinal herbs were sufficient, she was 100% certain that she would be able to cure him. Supreme Gao was stunned. After all, Imperial Physician Chi had been treating the Crown Prince for the past few months, but the only thing he could do was to stop the Crown Prince's health from worsening. He had still been unable to cure him completely. Somehow, this young woman is saying that she only needs 3 days. Please have the medicinal herbs brought to me, I need to make preparations as well. A light flashed in Gu Ruan's eyes as she instructed steadily. Servants. Supreme Gao's heart shook as he ordered the eunuch and palace maiden who was standing behind him in a stern voice. You will all attend to Miss Gu's errands. As long as she has a command, you may even use the Imperial Treasury without obstruction. The little princess stared at Gu Ruan as her eyes brimmed with emotion. If the Crown Prince could be returned to health, she will never have to marry Chi Haoran. This, to her, was the best news of all. What did you say? In the Chia family study, Chia Ming angrily hit the table and rose to his feet. His expression twinged treacherously as he asked, Gu Ruan is the Holy Doctor Bai Jungshan's disciple. That's right, Lu Chen nodded. Previously, you had asked me to watch Gu Ruan's movements. I sent someone to follow her and they saw her enter the Imperial Palace. I then placed our Chia family spy who was assigned to the palace to make discreet inquiries. We ended up overhearing their conversation at the Imperial study. No wonder. It's no wonder she had tried to defend the Holy Doctor. She's his disciple. Chia Ming sneered and clenched his fist. His expression was now completely unscrupulous. This explains how she had known Chia Ruan. However, I never knew that the Holy Doctor had accepted another disciple aside from Chia Ruan. Uncle Chia, Lu Chen's eyes turned eerily cold as hints of murderous bloodlust glimmered in his pupils. Do you want me to send someone to kill her? Chia Ming felt momentarily silent. After a pause, he shook his head as his eyes glinted. There's no need. While we've planted enough evidence in front of Supreme Jin to frame the Holy Doctor Bai Jungshan, I know that Supreme Jin is still rather dubious about the matter. This was why he has persevered so much to look for the Holy Doctor. We can use that woman to frame the Holy Doctor completely. Chapter 813, Chia Ming's Conspiracy, 4. Lu Chen stared at Chia Ming in surprise. Uncle Chia, what should we do then? It's simple. Lu Chen, I believe that you're the only one who can achieve this in the Chia family. Chia Ming smiled and a malicious light flashed across his pupils. I want you to seduce Gu Ruan. What? Lu Chen was dazed as if he could not believe his ears. He stared at Chia Ming in astonishment. Lu Chen, women in love often behave illogically. As long as that woman falls deeply in love with you, you can make her do anything you want. If you want her to step out as a witness to verify that the Holy Doctor was behind Chia Ruan's murder, she would do it. Also, if she's really the Holy Doctor's disciple, she would make a more convincing witness than anyone else. Supreme Jin will have no choice but to believe her. Chia Ming smiled sinisterly and looked very pleased with his idea. Uncle Chia, what if I fail? Lu Chen frowned and asked in a deep voice. Fail? Chia Ming laughed icily. As long as you're willing to go all the way, that woman will be hooked. Besides, your looks and talent are top-notch in the Drifting Wind country. How many women can resist the tenderness and military prowess of a beautiful man? If you pull this off successfully, I'll have Chia Chuxu marry you immediately. Chia Ming's final sentence gave Lu Chen a whole new sense of resilience. His eyes filled with unwavering determination as he replied slowly, Uncle Chia, there's no need to worry. I won't let you down. To have the owner of the ancient divine pagoda was equivalent to having the world. The prophecy all those years ago was still circulating today. Chia Chuxu was the true owner of the ancient divine pagoda. One day, she will be contracted to the ancient divine pagoda once again and achieve the peak of existence on the mainland. When that time comes, he, as her husband, would naturally rise as a result of this. As for whether Gu Ruan would agree to this or not, it was not within Lu Chen's range of thought. He believed that as long as he carries out an intense pursuit, no woman could resist him. Good. Chia Ming smacked the table and rose to his feet with satisfaction. In his mind, he could almost see the Holy Doctor dying in Supreme Jin's hand. He could not help but burst into laughter. Lu Chen, go and look for her now. Remember, you are not to come to the Chia family home during this time. Don't let her know about you and Zuer. Once you have her completely in the palm of your hand, we'll launch our plan. Holy Doctor, you can't blame me for this. If you wish to blame someone, blame yourself for repeatedly trying to find the truth behind Chia Ruan's death. How could I let this happen? That's why I can only lock you and Supreme Jin in a never-ending battle. And I will reap all the benefits. Chia Ming's smile grew even more vicious at that thought. It was as if Gu Ruan was already in Lu Chen's arms. 3 days. It was not a particularly long or short period of time. Nevertheless, to Supreme Gao, those 3 days felt longer than 3 years. During those 3 days, he had not gone back to the Imperial Palace. Instead, he stayed in the Crown Prince's mansion so he could be readily available to provide Gu Ruan with anything she needed. After 3 days, the tightly closed door to the Crown Prince's room finally opened and the woman dressed in green slowly stepped out. The bright sunlight illuminated her, making the beads of sweat on her forehead look like sparkling and translucent crystals. How is he? When Supreme Gao saw Gu Ruan, he hurriedly stepped forth and asked. Gu Ruan finally smiled, and when he saw the smile on her face, Supreme Gao's heart relaxed. Chapter 814, Chia Ming's Conspiracy, 5. He's alright now. Gu Ruan lifted her head at Supreme Gao and said, after this, you'll need to supplement him with nourishment and he'll soon be back to his usual self. However, if you do not find the person responsible for this sorcery, this might happen again. Supreme Gao frowned. Even if Gu Ruan did not mention this, he knows what to do. These culprits have such audacity, daring to harm the Crown Prince under our very eyes. Miss, you've saved the Crown Prince. If there's anything you want as a reward, we shall give it to you. I've said it before, saving him is a betrothal gift from me to the imperial family on behalf of Mo Shangfei. Gu Ruan shrugged her shoulders. Of course, if you really want to thank me, you can grant me permission to utilize the medicinal herbs in the national treasury whenever I please. Haha, that's easy. Supreme Gao burst into laughter and produced a golden yellow jade token. As long as you hold this piece of jade, you can go in and out of the imperial palace and the national treasury. If any medicinal herbs catch your fancy, take it straight away. Gu Ruan took the jade token unabashedly. She had coveted the national treasury of Drifting Wind Country, and now that she has the chance, she would not let it go so easily. Sister Gu, the little princess grinned as she stepped forwards and linked arms with Gu Ruan. I didn't think that you'd be so amazing. You've really cured Imperial brother. Gu Ruan was stunned when she heard how the little princess had addressed her. She then smiled. That's nothing. In the future, I can teach Mo Shangfei as well. In her past and present lives, she did not have many close relatives. At the moment, she could not reveal her true identity to Mo Shangfei, but she could utilize her status as his master to lend him a hand. Shiki, Supreme Gao's pupils were darting back and forth and he displayed an amiable smile on his handsome face. Miss Gu is a newcomer, you and Shangfei should show her around. Perhaps it was because Gu Ruan had succeeded in curing the Crown Prince, even Supreme Gao's attitude towards Mo Shangfei has changed as well. So what if Qi Haoran was Imperial Physician Qi's grandson? Mo Shangfei was the grand disciple of the Holy Doctor. In the beginning, Supreme Gao may have been suspicious towards Gu Ruan's medical skills. When she announced that the Crown Prince had returned to health, this suspicion was lifted. Aside from the Holy Doctor and his disciples, who else would have been able to accomplish such a feat? If Shiki marries Mo Shangfei, it would mean a rare stroke of luck for the Imperial family. Alright, the little princess inclined her head and her tender little face brightened up with a charming smile. Sister Gu, allow me to introduce my friends to you, alright. Friends. Gu Ruan was stunned and glanced suspiciously at the little princess. I know that you must really wish to meet some people, Sister Gu. I can have them announce a referral for you, Sister Gu. Perhaps if they know that you're a friend of Chia Ruan, they will become very close to you. The little princess was not aware that Gu Ruan had already met Chia Chuxu, Lu Chen and the others. Hence, she had naively thought that they could all be friends. Mo Shangfei wanted to speak but swallowed his words when he saw the look on Gu Ruan's face. Alright. Gu Ruan smiled. He did not know why, but Mo Shangfei felt a sinister note in that smile. His heart could not help but tremble. Sister Gu, you must know of the misunderstanding between the Chia family and Holy Doctor. Perhaps we can use this as an opportunity to clear away this misunderstanding. The little princess rolled her eyes before she continued looking innocently at Gu Ruan. I believe that the Holy Doctor was not the one who had killed Chia Ruan. In the little princess' pure heart, she had always thought that it must have all been a misunderstanding between the Chia family and the Holy Doctor. Once a good explanation could be made, the Chia family would not be unreasonable and would certainly clearly investigate the matter once again. Chapter 815, The Shameless Lu Chen, 1. At the Dragon and Phoenix Restaurant. The Dragon and Phoenix Restaurant was the top restaurant in Drifting Wind Country. The interior decorations have an aristocratic atmosphere, and this was also the gathering place for young aristocratic disciples. At this moment, the door of a compartment in the restaurant was pushed open. Lu Chen frowned as he turned around. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared before his eyes, causing his pupils to contract. You've finally arrived, little princess. Upon seeing the little princess, a group of youths started to approach her. However, they all furrowed their brows when they noticed Mo Shangfei, who had accompanied her. Oh, isn't this Mo Shangfei of the Mo family? No, that's not right. The Mo family has been destroyed. You're merely the bodyguard of the Chia family. Ha ha. Mo Shangfei immediately recognized and glared icily at the young man who had just spoken. That young man was the grandson of General Lin and also one of the little princess suitors from a young age. Therefore, he obviously viewed Mo Shangfei, who always appeared by the little princess' side, with great hostility. Lin Yue, you're being impudent. The little princess' expression changed drastically. You'd better watch your mouth. Bear in mind that a loose tongue may cause a lot of trouble. Lin Yue scoffed and swept a gloomy gaze across Mo Shangfei's face. Mo Shangfei, a man should act like a man. What kind of happiness can a little bodyguard like you give to the little princess? You don't even have the right to give happiness to the woman you love. What privilege do you have to follow the princess around? Smack. The little princess threw a slap right across Lin Yue's face. Her originally naive and innocent little face was like ice. Lin Yue, you have great audacity. If you say one more word, this princess will immediately call for a meeting with General Lin and ask him how he has been educating his grandson. Lin Yue's expression changed a few times. Amongst all his family members, he feared his grandfather, the great general, the most. If his grandfather was to find out about this, he would be punished mercilessly. He took a deep breath at the thought of this and moved closer to Mo Shangfei. He pressed against his ear and spoke a voice so low that only the two of them could hear. Mo Shangfei, if you're a man, don't hide behind a woman. Otherwise, wait until the next time when the little princess isn't around. I'll give you a good show. Mo Shangfei's expression had remained indifferent the entire time. He did not show any sign of anger at Lin Yue's words. In fact, he never even looked at Lin Yue at all since the very beginning. He completely acted like Lin Yue was invisible. Hindered by the little princess' presence, Lin Yue said nothing more as he then scoffed and went back to his seat. However, he continued to glare coldly and maliciously at Mo Shangfei the entire time. His eyes were completely filled with hatred and enmity. Miss Gu, we meet again. Lu Chen smiled and walked slowly towards Gu Ruoan. His handsome features were lit up with a warm smile. Nevertheless, when this warm smile appeared in Gu Ruoan's line of sight, it seemed far too artificial to her and she could not help but frown. Big brother Lu, so you do know each other. The little princess mouth opened in shock. This saves me from having to make introductions. Ah, right, since you both know each other, you should know that she's Chia Ruoan's friend. Chia Ruoan. That name caused a great sensation as it fell into the ears of the crowd. Of course, Chia Ruoan's fame was not related to her talents or power. Instead, years ago, the Mo family had suffered a tragic extermination because of her. However, she then behaved like an ostrich and buried her head in the sand cowardly. Hence, her unfilial reputation for many years had spread far and wide. Chapter 816, The Shameless Lu Chen, 2. A fleeting light flashed quickly across Lu Chen's eyes before he hurriedly reverted to his warm gaze and looked at Gu Ruoan. However, there was an agonized twist to the corners of his lips. Miss Gu does not only share the same name as Yunsa, she looks very much like her. We had clashed previously, but at that time, I was not aware that she was Yunsa's friend. Yunsa and I were once deeply in love, yet she had cruelly cast me aside. So, when I saw how similar you looked to Yunsa, I could not help but want to get close to you, Miss Gu. I wonder if you would give me a chance. When the group heard Lu Chen's statement, they began to analyze Gu Ruoan seriously. Upon their observation, they indeed noticed that she seems to bear some resemblance to Chia Ruoan. While their features did not look alike, her chilly mannerisms were pretty much identical to Chia Ruoan's. However, no matter how they looked at it, they could not help but wonder why Lu Chen's words seemed to sound like a declaration of his feelings. The little princess was also stunned. She blinked in astonishment as she stared at him suspiciously. Big brother Lu, don't you already have older sister Chuxiu? Lu Chen laughed bitterly and shook his head. Chuxiu is Yunsa's younger sister. I had loved her so deeply, how could I fall for her younger sister? I'm only taking care of Chuxiu for Yunsa's sake, so I have no other intentions towards her. I have only ever loved Yunsa alone. Perhaps Yunsa could not bear leaving me to suffer loneliness in this world, so she has sent Miss Gu to appear before me to soothe my yearning. I can't betray Yunsa's painstaking efforts. Besides, I can't help but think of Yunsa each time I see Miss Gu. The agony on Lu Chen's face does not seem to be fake at all. If it were not for Gu Ruoan's experiences in her past life, perhaps she would also have believed that Lu Chen had truly loved her deeply. So Lu, you are indeed infatuated. No one knows who amongst the group seated there had spoken first. Soon, the voices of the others in the group began to chime in. Such a man with deep devotion is certainly a rarity in this world. Chia Ruoan has been dead for many years now, yet he still yearns for her greatly. That's right, the deeply infatuated Lu Chen would never have given this woman a second glance if her aura did not bear such a resemblance to Chia Ruoan's. However, Lu Chen, you better think this through thoroughly. If you take this woman, you will lose your chance in allying with the Chia family through marriage. TSK, TSK. Now that the Chia family is backed by Supreme Jin, not even the Emperor of Drifting Wind Country would dare provoke them as he pleases. Are you sure you want to do this? Lu Chen lifted his handsome face and replied with a completely sincere look on his face, power and status. To me, Lu Chen, they don't even come close to the importance I hold towards the woman I love. Miss Gu, you were sent by Yunsa to me to help me out of my misery. Hence, in this life, I, Lu Chen, will never marry another unless that woman is you. Power and status. To me, Lu Chen, they don't even come close to the importance I hold towards the woman I love. Gu Ruoan really wanted to laugh when she heard those words. In my past life, who was it who had given up on Yuer and I for the sake of power? Furthermore, he had dismembered Yuer alive right before my eyes. Even now, she could still remember that man's words on that fateful day. He had said, my dear Yunsa, I'm sorry, but I'm an ambitious man. Chuxiu is the true master of the ancient divine pagoda, so she will become the strongest of this realm. Whoever marries her would then essentially own the world. Miss Gu, will you promise me? Unwittingly, Gu Ruoan smiled. Lu Chen's heart leaped when he saw her smile, and a look of complacency flashed in the corner of his eyes. He knows that women were just as perverted as men, and no woman can resist the charms of a beautiful man. Furthermore, Lu Chen was still rather confident in his looks. Chapter 817, The Shameless Lu Chen, 3. Look here now, no matter how much this woman had previously pretended to be uninterested, she could not help but smile when she heard that I was willing to make her my wife. How much has she actually fallen for me that she would be so happy once I had said those words? Marry you. Gu Ruoan smiled indifferently as her eyes filled with mockery. She curled her lips and stared at the man before her. You're willing to take me as your wife, so I can't refuse you. Are you even up to par? Lu Chen's initially complacent expression froze in place upon hearing those words. He could not believe his ears as he stared in shock at Gu Ruoan. She has rejected me. Impossible. No one in this world can resist my charms. It's absolutely impossible. I was merely loosening the reins for a better grasp. I've seen a lot of this sort of trickery from other women. Miss Gu, I know what troubles you. There's no need to worry. As long as I'm willing to take you as my wife, I guarantee that no one will dare say that you are not worthy of me. Gu Ruoan grinned. Her clear and cold gaze was filled with scorn. Don't you understand what I'm saying? I'm asking if you are qualified to marry me. Anyone who wishes to marry me must give the heavens and earth as my betrothal gift, as well as all the realms as a go-between. Yet you, I'm afraid, will never fulfill these criteria in an entire lifetime. Lu Chen's face changed drastically and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Heavens and earth as a betrothal gift, as well as all the realms as a go-between. What a great mouthful. Who does this woman think she is? Does she think she could disregard everyone else just because she's backed by the Holy Doctor? How unfortunate. The Holy Doctor will end up dying by Supreme Jin's hand. By then, forget about me, not even a beggar would want to marry her. Enough. The little princess, who had kept quiet entire time, shouted loudly and shut Lu Chen up. She sent a complicated stare towards Lu Chen, pursed her lips and said, "Big brother Lu, since Sister Gu does not wish to marry you, don't force her. We'd better start off our party today. After all, I've brought Sister Gu here to introduce her to all of you." Lu Chen steadied his emotions and smiled. "Little princess, don't you worry. Yunsa has sent Miss Gu to console me. I won't hurt her." The little princess glanced at Lu Chen before she quietly pulled Gu Ruoan and Mo Shangfei to sit beside her. She lowered her head and her thoughts were concealed from everyone else. Before the dinner party had gone on for too long, a group of young disciples had horsed around and ended it all. Of course, through this opportunity, Gu Ruoan managed to grasp and understand the situation of Drifting Wind Country. At this time, as the sun was setting, the glow of twilight illuminated the imperial city of Drifting Wind Country. In the quiet streets, the little princess paused in her steps as she asked, "Sister Gu, don't take what Big Brother Lu had said to heart. I can ignore whatever he says." Gu Ruoan smiled, but her smile carried an icy cold aura. "However, if he wants to provoke me, I see no reason to let him off." The little princess was momentarily stunned. She then laughed bitterly. "I don't know why, but I feel as if Big Brother Lu has changed. He has become strange to me, or you could say, I've never really known him that well from the beginning." She lifted her gaze towards the magnificent sky and her fair little face was filled with agony. "Everyone thinks that I'm very naive. I am naive, but I'm not foolish. Previously, I've always thought that Big Brother Lu was a pretty alright sort of person. However, how could one fall in love with another so easily if he was truly in love? Chia Ruoan has been dead for more than 6 years now. It's possible that someone can fade from his memory in 6 years' time. If he has forgotten her and is in love with Sister Chuxu, I won't blame him either. Not many on this mainland would remain single for the rest of their lives for the dead lover." Chapter 818, The Shameless Lu Chen, 4. However, he stated clearly that he does not love Chia Chuxu and has fallen in love with you, who reminds him of Chia Ruoan. The little princess turned towards Gu Ruoan and her eyes were clear and limpid like water. If he had only outright said that he's taken an interest in you, it wouldn't count for much, but why must he insist on parading his love for Chia Ruoan? He's interested in you just because of Chia Ruoan. He even said that you had been sent to him by Chia Ruoan. If he's still in love with Chia Ruoan, how could he have ended up falling for anyone else? Little princess. Mo Shangfei stepped forward and clasped the little princess' hand tightly. Feeling the warmth of his hand, her trembling body slowly grew calm. "I've always trusted him. I even believed his every word. However, I've never thought that he would do such a thing. He even thinks that you're not worthy of him. If he wants to marry you, don't you have a say in that matter as well?" The little princess had grown up in the imperial palace and has met all sorts of people. However, she has never met anyone this shameless. Worst of all, this shameless disciple was someone whom she had trusted in from a young age. Gu Ruoan glanced at the little princess and calmly replied, "Life is like a play. Since our lives are like a play, then some people would certainly wear masks in the daily lives. There are certain things that aren't true to what you've heard. If you really want to know the truth, you can investigate it for yourself." "The truth?" The little princess lifted her big, limpid eyes and stared doubtfully at Gu Ruoan. She asked with a mild paleness on her face, "What do you mean by this?" Previously, I had raised a question to the Chia household. Seeing as it was Chia Ruoan who had offended the powerful cultivator, why had the powerful cultivator spared the Chia family and chose to destroy her maternal ancestor's family instead? You're saying that the incident years ago had something to do with the Chia family?" The little princess staggered and stumbled a few steps back. However, she shook her head stubbornly. "Impossible, this shouldn't be possible. Chia Ming loved Sister Ruoan so much and Chia Chuxu also respected her as the older sister. How could she possibly help an outsider to harm her close relative? I don't believe it." She does not believe that the people she had trusted in all these years would act in the way that Gu Ruoan had implied. If that was so, the beliefs that she has held in her heart would crumble in an instant. Besides, even my imperial father as the emperor would never kill his own children. How could Chia Ming possibly harm his own flesh and blood? Sister Ruoan was his daughter, he would never hurt her. Gu Ruoan shook her head and said nothing more. She knows that the little princess has always had a kind heart even from a young age. She would never believe that anyone could commit such an immoral act, that anyone would behave worse than beasts. However, this was exactly what had happened. Chia Ming had not hesitated to murder her for the sake of another woman. "I'm a little tired, I'm returning to the tavern to get some rest. Shangfei, escort the little princess back to the palace." Gu Ruoan yawned and exclaimed, looking mildly exhausted. "All right," Mo Shangfei nodded, "I'll send her home." Gu Ruoan smiled and made her way towards the tavern. Even though she could speak more about it, the little princess was not going to believe her, so what was the use of saying anything else? "Wait." Seeing that she was about to leave, the little princess immediately cried out and stopped her in her tracks. She fiercely bit her lips and asked, "Sister Gu, is there really a father who would bear to kill his own daughter in this world? Even a vicious tiger would not eat its cubs, yet a human would be so cruel. Worse than a beast." Gu Ruoan paused in her footsteps and replied, "Sometimes, there are some people who are more like beasts when compared with actual beasts." She then said nothing more and left without looking back. Chapter 819, The Shameless Lu Chen, 5. Gu Ruoan recognized the man who was standing outside the tavern door immediately. An astonished look shot across her eyes, but her expression soon relaxed. "With the amount of power the Chia family holds in the imperial city, how could they not know where I'm staying? Miss Gu." Just as Gu Ruoan was about to walk into the tavern, a hand grabbed onto her. Lu Chen furrowed his brows and stared at Gu Ruoan before speaking in a warm voice. "There were a lot of people around us earlier on. To avoid humiliating you, there were some things which I had left unspoken." "To avoid humiliating me?" Gu Ruoan smiled scornfully. "Are you afraid of humiliating me or afraid that your true nature would be exposed in front of everyone else?" Lu Chen's expression changed completely and he exclaimed with mild annoyance, "What are you implying?" Ha! Gu Ruoan turned around in astonishment and blinked in a startled manner. Gu Ruoan, don't think that I don't know that you're trying to play cat and mouse. Lu Chen scoffed icily. What was your purpose in visiting the Chia family? Was it simply for that insignificant being, Mo Shangfei? You're simply trying to get close to me through Mo Shangfei. I'm giving you that chance now. What more do you want? Gu Ruoan was completely stunned. She was so thoroughly stunned that she could not even react. Is the hole in this fellow's head that big? He alleged that I had gone to the Chia family home to use Mo Shangfei to get close to him. I wonder how he managed to arrive at this conclusion. What on earth had I done to cause such a misunderstanding? What, I got it right, didn't I? Lu Chen sneered. From the first time we met, you had looked at me with such a peculiar gaze. If that wasn't because of affection, then what was it about? You had known how much Lingge likes cute little boys, so you purposely used your little brother to charm her in order to grab my attention. You've succeeded. You've indeed gotten my attention. What more do you want to do now? Playing an old trick like cat and mouse once is more than enough. What's the point of using it all the time? Gu Ruoan smiled. She turned around to face Lu Chen's ashen and angered expression as the grin on her face grew wider and wider. You want to marry me? Gu Ruoan understood that at that time, Lu Chen had poured in immeasurable efforts in order to gain Chia Chuxiu's favor. Now, he claims that he wants to marry her instead. If anyone were to say that he holds no ill intentions, Gu Ruoan would never believe it. That's right. Lu Chen nodded, looking entirely as if he was being charitable. You've piqued my interest, you've succeeded. Lu Chen, I feel that you're much more compatible with Chia Chuxiu. You are just as sinister and cunning, a white lotus just like her. The smile of Gu Ruoan's face slowly faded away. However, if you give me the lives of every Chia family member, perhaps I would consider it. Of course, I would only be considering the possibility of marrying him. Gu Ruoan, stop trying to take the advantage. Lu Chen's expression has grown increasingly venomous and no longer displayed the warm image he usually presented in front of others. If he had not remembered his master's orders, he would have attacked her long ago. Are you unwilling to marry me because you are worried that I would make you my concubine? You can rest assured completely on this. Since this is marriage, you will certainly be my true wife. I, Lu Chen, will never go back on my word. Gu Ruoan was just about to say something more when a flash of red appeared before her very eyes. Gu Ruoan felt momentarily stunned when she laid her eyes upon the silver-haired man in red. Shortly after, she felt a wave of ecstasy washing over her heart as a rush of warmth slowly appeared in her clear, cold eyes. Seeing the joy on the woman's face, Lu Chen assumed that he had accurately pointed out her worries, and sighed with relief. Since I've already guaranteed it, you shouldn't have any problems now. You should follow me back to the Chia family home now and wait for your master to arrive. We'll have a wedding to plan then. However, that would never happen. Once they had returned to the Chia family home, he would certainly make this woman help him frame the holy Dr. Bai Junction. Once Bai Junction arrives, they would join forces with Supreme Jin and kill him. By then, this woman would have served her purpose and would no longer be of use to him. He would certainly never marry her. Chapter 820, Chanbei returns, 1. The silver-haired man was surprised when he noticed Gu Ruoan as well. He then began to approach her. However, he could not help but overhear Lu Chen's arrogant and conceited remarks before he reached her. The expression on his peerlessly beautiful face sank gradually until his blood-red eyes clouded over with a gloomy light. Lu Chen felt a chill from behind him and automatically shivered. He slowly turned around and his astonished gaze fell upon the man who was standing behind him. Even as a man, he could not help but gasp in surprise to see that such a splendid-looking man existed in the world. That man's very presence in front of him made Lu Chen's air of superiority disappear. It was as if the man before him was a large ocean and he was merely the small prefecture of Bianfeng on the large ocean. Who did you want to take as your wife? Chanbei curled his lips, but the smile on his magnificently beautiful face contained an eerie chill. Lu Chen gulped but answered honestly, Gu Ruoan is in love with me and I am also willing to take her as my wife, so. Splatter. Lu Chen did not see the man move. All he saw was a red light which slashed towards his lips. Instantly, his blood spurted out and dyed his face red. Say that again. Who did you want to take as your wife? Chanbei swept towards Lu Chen with an eerily cold smile on his face. Don't worry, I won't raise a hand against you. It was true that he had not raised a hand against Lu Chen. When it comes to dealing with this person, Chanbei could smash his bones into dust and leave him without a whole corpse wall without having to use his hand. Lu Chen was so terrified that he could not speak. The man's aura was so intimidating that he trembled from his heart to his entire body. He felt that the man only needed 2 fingers to turn him into ash. Xiao Yi. Gu Ruoan's eyes softened as soon as she saw Chanbei. She smiled gently and stepped forward. What are you doing here? I'm taking care of a few things, but I didn't think that I'd run into you. Chanbei smiled before he lifted his arms and pulled her into an embrace. His long, slender fingers gently stroked the woman's hair as he said, Yunsa, I didn't expect you to arrive on the East Peak mainland so early. Also, what I really didn't expect was that I would meet you here. It seems that we are still a fated pair. Gu Ruoan shrugged her shoulders. Suddenly, she noticed from the corner of her eye that Lu Chen was trying to escape. A malicious light flashed in her eyes as she asked, What's wrong, Lu Chen? Why are you leaving so soon? Lu Chen. Upon hearing the man's name, the aura within Chanbei's body began to stir. His expression looked exceedingly gloomy as his bloodthirsty eyes turned towards the man who was trying to escape, causing the air to turn icy and dismal. He's Lu Chen. Lu Chen jumped in fright. His handsome face was ashen. He never expected Gu Ruoan to be supported by such a powerful man. This man was simply too powerful. Perhaps only Supreme Jin would stand a chance in battle with him. Therefore, he was now going to return home to discuss countermeasures with Chia Ming. No matter what, he will never leave this couple in peace. However, what Lu Chen simply could not understand was how this man had known his name. Besides, he could not recall if he had ever done anything irreconcilable to this man. So what if I am? Lu Chen gritted his teeth before he turned towards Chanbei and scoffed, "I, Lu Chen, am now a member of the Chia family which is backed by Supreme Jin. Kid, you may be pretty powerful, but do you think that you can defeat Supreme Jin?" Chapter 821, Chanbei returns 2. Chanbei glared icily at Lu Chen. With that one look, Lu Chen felt as if a fist had grabbed his heart and was twisting it fiercely. His face drained of color and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He then stared in shock at the red-robed silver-haired man. "Now that I know that you're Lu Chen, you'll not be leaving today." The silver-haired man slowly raised his hand and Lu Chen instantly fell into his grasp. His voice then rang out, echoing through the streets for a very long time. "Let the Chia family come." He would never forget how Gu Ruan had died in her past life. She had been hurt by those she had trusted the most and was forced to watch helplessly as her younger brother was dismembered alive. Hence, he would never allow anyone who had harmed her walk free. "Yunsa, let's go." Chanbei turned around and placed his hand on Gu Ruan's waist before they headed towards the tavern. The earlier scuffle had attracted a lot of attention and a few people hurriedly rushed to the Chia family home to report the incident. Most people in Drifting Wind Country knows of Lu Chen's relationship with the Chia family. Meanwhile, in the Chia family home, Chia Ming had been waiting for Lu Chen to return with good news when a frantic voice rang through the hall. Master, something bad has happened." Thump. A man crawled and stumbled into the room. Before he could even stand, he anxiously exclaimed, "So Lu has been captured." "What?" Chia Ming slammed the table and rose to his feet. His face was an ugly sight to behold. "What did you just say? Who dares to capture a member of the Chia family?" This subordinate is not sure either. Apparently, So Lu had been intertwined with a woman named Gu Ruan. Her man then showed up and took So Lu away. He even said that if you wish to see So Lu again, the Chia family members would need to personally come and carry him back. Chia Ming's eyes flashed with malice as he scoffed and said, "What level of power does this man have? It seems that he's on par with Supreme Jin." On par with Supreme Jin. This means that Gu Ruan's man is a martial supreme as well. Chia Ming narrowed his eyes and a cold light flashed across his gaze. "Servant, summon the eldest lady. I will take him back later. He's only a man. No man can escape his perverse nature. That woman, Gu Ruan, may be quite pretty, but when compared with Chuxu, she's definitely inferior in looks. Besides, be it power, family or disposition, she is also a far cry from Chuxu. Hence, I will get Chuxu to entice the man into the Chia family. This way, neither she nor the holy Dr. Bai Junction would be able to escape the deaths." "Yes, master." The man hurriedly rose to his feet when he received the order and quickly went out of the study. Chia Ming fell silent as he stared at the magnificent sunset outside the study. The thoughts stirring in his shrewd and sinister eyes were a mystery. At the tavern. In an exquisitely furnished room, Gu Ruan poured a cup of tea before she slowly sat down. She gently raised her eyebrows before she turned towards Chanbei and asked, "Tell me, why have you come to Drifting Wind Country? What's happened?" Chanbei no longer held the icy and cruel air he carried in front of others as he faced the woman in green. Instead, his blood-red eyes were filled with joy. "I'm here to investigate something." "What?" "I've heard that the Vermilion Bird is in Drifting Wind Country. You already have 3 of the 4 divine beasts. This was the missing one." Chanbei replied as he slowly savored the tea in front of him. His eyes gazed upon the woman before him with a smile. Chapter 822, Chanbei returns 3. The Vermilion Bird is in Drifting Wind Country. Clatter. Gu Ruan stood up abruptly and her face was filled with excitement. "Is this true?" "It's true." Chanbei put his cup down and lifted the corners of his lips for a beautiful angle. "That's why I've come to Drifting Wind Country. I didn't expect to run into you upon my arrival, but perhaps this is fate in an unseen world." Gu Ruan took a deep breath and slowly sat back down. "Do you have any news of them now?" "Not at the moment." Chanbei shook his head. "Give me some time, I'll find out more." Just as Gu Ruan was about to continue speaking, the room's door burst open, causing her to furrow her brows. "Who's responsible for taking Lu Chen away?" A chilly voice slowly questioned with an uninhibited sense of rage. Chia Ming glared frostily at the two in the room and scoffed. He rudely stepped in before turning his gaze towards Chanbei. "My lord, you've taken Lu Chen away unreasonably. What were your intentions?" Chanbei smiled, but his smile contained a cold aura. "He was taking liberties with my bride to be so by right, he should die. For the time being, I've allowed him to live and this is already doing him a great favor." Chia Ming's eyes narrowed before he sneered. "He was taking liberties with your bride-to-be. According to what I've heard, it was your bride-to-be who had first seduced Lu Chen. Lu Chen is a vigorous young man, how could he not have been enticed? Now that you've mentioned it, it was your bride-to-be who had behaved more devilishly. My lord, I can see that your powers are far from average. Why desire a fallen woman and damage your reputation?" Chanbei's eyes were growing increasingly icy. His body was enveloped in an eerie aura. Xiao Yi, Gu Ruan lifted her gaze to stop Chanbei from flying into a rage. He clear, cold eyes then looked at Chia Ming before she said, "Chia Ming, you're still a hypocrite even after so many years. You're so good at spinning all that is dark and devious into something good and bright while you spin goodness into deviousness. What are you talking about?" Chia Ming's expression changed. "Don't assume that just because of your past friendship with Chia Ruan that you can do whatever you please. Lu Chen was once Chia Ruan's fiancé, yet you've even tried to seduce him. I've never met such a debased woman in my life. It's a good thing that you're not my daughter. Otherwise, I would have been angered to death thanks to you." "Of course I wouldn't be your daughter," Gu Ruan smiled, "because didn't your daughter die by your own hand?" This statement fell like heavy thunder into Chia Ming's heart. Chia Ming staggered back and the look on his face was absolutely atrocious. He shook his head as he stared at Gu Ruan in shock. How could this be? She actually knows about this. Could it be that Chia Ruan was able to meet others while she was being hunted? This was how this woman had managed to find out about this from Chia Ruan herself. However, even so, she and Chia Ruoan are the Holy Doctor's disciples. In that period of time, the Holy Doctor could have swooped in to save her. What nonsense are you babbling about? Chia Ming glared at Gu Ruoan fiercely. You're spitting venomous slander. Everyone knows that Chia Ruoan was murdered by the Holy Doctor Bai Junction. My Chia family members are her closest relatives, so why would I even think of doing such a thing? All these years, I've been grieving so much that I wanted to die. Zuer was just as sorrowful, and yet, you've come here to slander us. My lord, you should now realize what a poisonous woman your bride-to-be truly is. Do you still want to marry a woman like her? At the end of his speech, Chia Ming had turned towards Chan Bei and asked in a slow and deliberate manner. Chapter 823, Chan Bei returns, 4. Chan Bei narrowed his blood-red eyes slightly as his red lips curled into a smile. No one could tell what his thoughts were. Miss Gu, Chia Chuxu smiled as she stepped out from behind Chia Ming. Perhaps you've misunderstood. We are all my older sister's loved ones. Why would we harm her? Perhaps some villain has purposely slandered the Chia family in front of Miss Gu. Miss Gu, please don't listen to that person's words. If my older sister knew that her friends and family members were fighting because of this, she would be very sad. Gu Ruoan laughed icily. Would you like me to explain it in detail? You, Chia Ming, in order to help Chia Chuxu obtain the ancient divine pagoda which was given to Chia Ruoan by the old master of the Chia family, had captured her mother and used her to force Chia Ruoan to give up the ancient divine pagoda. However, to save her daughter from threat, Chia Ruoan's mother did not hesitate to kill herself and successfully help her son and daughter to escape. Yet you heartless beastard, had then destroyed the entire Mo family, and only Mo Shangfei, who happened to be away, managed to escape this fate. She paused before she continued, but this was not the end. Chia Ruoan, to avoid dragging her younger brother down with her, then sent Chia Linyu into Lu Chen's care. However, Lu Chen had long gone under your care, and when you forced her to a cliff, you both dismembered Chia Linyu alive right before her eyes. He died without a whole corpse. Gu Ruoan stared at Chia Ming square in the face as she spoke. His handsome face has now turned 10,000 times paler. He really wanted to know how Gu Ruoan had managed to find out about all this and how she could have known it all in such detail. This is impossible. Chia Ruoan is dead. How could anyone else possibly know of this matter? Chia Ming, whatever humans do, the heavens are watching. For sinning excessively, you will receive retribution. Gu Ruoan coldly shot him a look. Very soon, retribution will come to the Chia family. Chia Ming stumbled. He shook his head as he stared in disbelief at Gu Ruoan. Suddenly, as if he had just received some sort of stimulation, he burst into laughter. His laughter was unbridled and insane. It was also filled with absolute hatred. So what if I've done all those things? It was that rebellious daughter, Chia Ruoan, who had failed to recognize what was good for her. She disobeyed her father and bullied her stepsister. She even had the audacity to snatch away the treasure which was supposed to have been her stepsister's birthright, an absolutely seditious act. The ancient divine pagoda was supposed to belong to Zuer. Meteors had fallen from the sky and the sky lost its color on the day Zuer was born, symbolizing that she is the master of the ancient divine pagoda. However, Chia Ruoan, who was also born on the same day, carried disaster in her bones and would bring misfortune to the Chia family. The oracle. Gu Ruoan stroked her chin. How could I have forgotten about that person? HMPH. Chia Ming scoffed and shot Gu Ruoan a fierce glare. Unfortunately, I was unable to retrieve the ancient divine pagoda from the damned SLT before she died. She was just as wicked as her own mother. If it was not for the fact that her mother was a member of the Mo family, I would never have married her. What a joke. I love Zeus's mother alone. Only a kind woman like her is worthy of me. Chia Ming, since you have the guts to admit it, you won't be afraid if I was to announce this to the whole world. Gu Ruoan smiled and a sinister light flashed in her eyes. Haha, Chia Ming laughed maniacally. Gu Ruoan, have you been overanalyzing? Do you think that people would believe you once you've spread the word? Right now, in everyone's eyes, I, Chia Ming, am a true nobleman who places love and loyalty above all. No one would believe that I would ever do such a thing. Chapter 824, Chan Bei returns, 5. Gu Ruoan shrugged her shoulders and stared at Chia Ming with a smile which did not reach her eyes. You're certain? I'm certain. Chia Ming scoffed coldly and raised his head arrogantly. A malicious light flashed in his eyes. A spoken agreement is not binding. Do you think that these people would choose to believe you or me? All right. Since you're so confident, I don't wish to say anything else to you. As for Lu Chen, I won't release him now. Go back to the Chia family home immediately. I'll release him when I feel like it. Gu Ruoan curled her lips as a glint flashed across her eyes. Gu Ruoan, Chia Ming expression sank. Are you certain that you want to make Supreme Jin your enemy? Do you think that Supreme Jin would still come to your aid if he found out about the truth? Haha. Chia Ming laughed as if he had just heard a hilarious joke. I'm Chia Ruoan's biological father. If he won't help even me, why should he help an outsider like you? Let me tell you this, Supreme Jin will aid the Chia family forever. He would not believe you no matter how much explanations you give. Zuer, we're leaving. Chia Ming turned his icy gaze away. However, he paused before he left and said, Gu Ruoan, you better release Lu Chen. Otherwise, I'll make you pay for what you've done. He then left without a second look back. Chia Chuxu watched her father's figure and gritted her teeth. She turned towards Chan Bei and said, My lord, I apologize to you and Miss Gu in my father's stead. In truth, he had also suffered greatly that year. All of this had happened because of me. If there's anyone you wish to hate, hate me, but please forgive my father. Gu Ruoan lowered her gaze as her heart snorted with an icy laugh. If I had not become aware of Chia Chuxu's true nature long ago, perhaps I would be blinded by her righteous and awe-inspiring words. Besides, her eyes had been fixed on Chan Bei from the very beginning. Her intentions cannot be concealed from the others. Chan Bei furrowed his brows and an eerie light flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, he smiled and his lips curled into a peerlessly beautiful angle. Then, Miss Chia, why don't you explain the kind of hardships your father has endured? This man's smile was absolutely beautiful, so beautiful that one cannot help but feel moved. If Jia Chuxu's heart does not belong to that person, she might have become deeply enchanted by him. However, each time she thought of that golden-haired man in the golden robes, she would smile bitterly. When will I ever be able to enter that man's heart? Why is it that he's still unable to forget a dead person and never accepted my love even after so many years? It has grown to such an extent that my love has turned into hatred, and I purposely made others spread slanderous gossips about Jia Ruoan so that she would disappear from Supreme Jin's heart. However, Jia Chuxu had forgotten that Supreme Jin had been protecting the Jia family for Jia Ruoan's sake. If he no longer misses Jia Ruoan, what use would he have for the Jia family? Father loves me far too much. Jia Chuxu smiled bitterly and lamented sorrowfully, because older sister had snatched away the ancient divine pagoda which was mine by right. He had gone mad with disappointment and ended up doing all of this. That year, I had tried to reason with him, but no matter how hard I tried, I could not prevent this from happening. I am now filled with remorse. I hate myself for being so useless and for being unable to help my elder sister. I've even blamed my father deep down. It's only an ancient divine pagoda after all, how could it be more important than my elder sister? However, he has always believed the elder sister was too cruel. Additionally, the Mo family had threatened my life, so he had no choice but to commit these acts. Chapter 825, Evidence 1. Chanbei slowly rose to his feet. The light from the setting sun cast a glow upon his silvery hair, rendering him a sight so magnificent and no one could turn away from. However, Jia Chuxu was only slightly moved. After all, her heart only beheld the aloof and sovereign monarch. Chanbei might be more beautiful than Supreme Jin, but he could not surpass the position that Supreme Jin holds in her heart. If it were not for her father's orders, she would never have wanted to do this. What are you trying to do? A hint of panic flashed in Jia Chuxu's eyes as she noticed Chanbei walking towards her. Could this man have possibly fallen for me after hearing my words? No, I cannot devote my body to him. Aside from Supreme Jin, no one else can touch me. As she watched the man roaring closer towards her, Jia Chuxu completely forgot Jia Ming's orders. A ray of light enveloped her hand as she slammed it towards Chanbei's chest. However, before she could get any closer to Chanbei, a powerful force hit her squarely on the chest and her body flew out of the way. She spat out a mouthful of blood and her beautiful eyes glared at Chanbei resentfully. My heart already belongs to someone else, so don't think of making me comply with you. She stubbornly raised her little face and exclaimed, refusing to submit even if it meant death. Suddenly, the man approaching her laughed. His laughter was filled with ridicule and contempt while his blood-red eyes were filled with murderous intent. Jia Chuxu, aren't you thinking a little too highly of yourself? What? Jia Chuxu was shaken. She widened her pretty eyes and looked up at Chanbei's peerless features that were now filled with disdain. Even though I won't kill you now for Yunce's sake, it doesn't mean that I'll spare you so easily. You. Jia Chuxu was just about to speak when she realized that the man had already made his move. A severe pain suddenly radiated from her chest. It was so agonizing that she screamed in pain, but soon, she could no longer even scream. Her fair forehead was covered in a layer of sweat as she bit her lips and trembled. She hated him. She hated Jia Ming for making her come to a place like this. She hated him even more for leaving her on her own and causing her to endure such pain. Of course, at this moment, Jia Chuxu had completely forgotten that Jia Ming had asked her to leave with him, but she had decided to stay behind and completely ruin and discredit Jia Ruoan. Hence, the pain she was now suffering had been caused by no other than herself. Don't worry, I won't let you turn into a good-for-nothing now. I will only make you feel the spiritual energy within your body slowly disappear until you become a good-for-nothing. Chanbei stared commandingly down at the woman who was lying on the ground. The smile on his lips was cold and eerie while his voice was bloodthirsty and cruel. A good-for-nothing. Those words were like a stroke of lightning which crashed down upon Jia Chuxu's heart. Power was everything to her. Without power, forget about Supreme Jin, not even Lu Chen would spare her a second look. That year, Lu Chen had betrayed Jia Ruoan for the sake of Jia Chuxu's infinite potential. Yet now, she would slowly be turned into a good-for-nothing. Jia Chuxu's face drained of color, but the most hurtful thing of all to her was the humiliation that Chanbei had caused her. Her heart belongs to Supreme Jin, so it was fine if she does not fall for this man. However, she felt that she was certainly far superior to this woman, be it in character or looks. Why must he treat me so cruelly? After all, from a very young age, Jia Chuxu had always been surrounded by many young, talented people. It was fine if she does not like them, but they must adore her. In fact, they had to place her at the center of their world. Chapter 826, Evidence 2. Out. Bang. A hurricane rose and Jia Chuxu's body was instantly thrown out the door. She bit her lip as she crawled up from the ground, lowering her eyelids to conceal the cold light in her eyes. Gu Ruoan, your master, the holy doctor, had killed my older sister, and now you want to kill the entire Jia family. I, Jia Chuxu, hereby swear that one day, I will kill you and avenge my poor sister. Jia Chuxu's lips raised into a sneer, but only for a fleeting moment as she saw a crowd of onlookers gather around her. Her pale face was then filled with sorrow and rage, as if the people in that room were the ones who had actually killed her sister. She portrayed herself as the good younger sister who would avenge her older sister's death regardless of the consequences. What? The lady staying in that room is the holy doctor's disciple. Furthermore, she is even viler than him. It was not enough for her to kill the older sister, she wouldn't even spare the younger. Jia Chuxu certainly values love and loyalty. The other one is the holy doctor's disciple, so the holy doctor can't be too far away, yet Jia Chuxu had charged right over. It's obvious that avenging Jia Ruoan is more important to her life comes second. Wouldn't it be great if I had a sister like that? How does a thankless wretch like Jia Ruoan get such good fortune? The sneer in Jia Chuxu's heart grew more pronounced when she saw the success of her schemes, but she did not show it on her face. Gu Ruoan, I have no feelings whatsoever towards that man of yours, yet he has fallen for me. How could I be blamed for that? I'm not at fault, so why must you raise your hand to harm me? I know you were once friends with my older sister, and I don't blame you for hurting my sister in the past for the holy doctor's sake. After all, my older sister had once protected you fiercely. On account of my older sister, I'll ask Supreme Jin to spare you. However, don't touch a single hair on the Chia family member's head. Our Chia family has always maintained that we would never attack unless we were threatened. If you cross the line, don't blame me, Chia Chuxu, for my lack of courtesy. I'll do anything to protect my family. Chia Chuxu looked righteous and awe-inspiring as she scolded the couple in the room. Upon hearing her words, the crowd became aware of what had happened and sent scornful looks towards the woman in green who was sitting on a chair in the room. I've met shameless people before, but I've never met anyone who would disregard her shame completely. The man she likes has fallen for the eldest lady of the Chia family. That's a problem between the two of them. The eldest lady Chia doesn't even like him, so why drag an innocent woman down? Besides, it seems that this woman doesn't exactly have much power. I can't sense any energy fluctuations from her body at all. It's a wonder that the holy doctor would take in someone like her as an apprentice. She must have been using Chia Ruoan. In order to win a discipleship with the holy doctor, she has even harmed her own friend. People like her should be punished with death. The incident that happened with Chia Ruoan occurred 6 years ago. This woman should be about 13 to 14 years old at that time. She was so precocious at such a young age. With such great schemes. How very terrifying. She should not be left alive, yet the eldest lady Chia is kind, choosing not to quibble with her on account of her sister. She doesn't know what's good for her. Boom. Just then, a wave of energy crashed into Chia Chuxu's body. She toppled back and tumbled down the staircase. Blood began to spurt from her mouth non-stop. Her eyes were filled with hatred as she stared fixedly at the man in red who stood upstairs in front of the room. Chia Chuxu, return and inform Chia Ming that within these few days, this Supreme One will give him a surprise. Chapter 827, Evidence 3. Slam. Just as the man finished speaking, the room's door was abruptly shut tight. Chia Chuxu's eyes became hazy. She clenched her fist tightly to stop her heart from trembling. Gu Ruan, I, Chia Chuxu, hereby swear that I will ensure that you die in an unmarked grave. That man who was helping you will not have a peaceful death either. However, the crowd was in shock over the way Chanbei had addressed himself. After all, only one type of person was allowed to address themselves as this Supreme One, cultivators at the rank of Martial Supreme. Was this man a Martial Supreme as well? However, judging from the way he had spoken, he does not seem to be interested in Chia Chuxu as she had claimed. He must have been shamed to anger after being rejected. I suppose that only a man by Gu Ruan's side would have such a lack of moral character. Chia Chuxu crawled up from the ground and spoke in a soft, icy voice. However, her voice was loud enough for the people next to her to overhear. No wonder that man had acted against Chia Chuxu. He was angered by the humiliation of being rejected. So, does he think that he could do as he pleases just because he's a Martial Supreme? Yet he still wants to force an honest girl into prostitution. Just what kind of a person does he think the eldest lady Chia is? She has never been vain and would not fall for a man just because he's powerful. Such a lofty and unsullied woman deserves to be treated with gentleness by all. In the room, Chanbei's face was ashen. His blood-red eyes were burning with a thick sense of murderous intent. Even though Chia Chuxu had spoken in a very low and soft voice, with his powerful hearing abilities, he had heard what she had said crystal clear. Yunsa, if it wasn't for your plans in not letting the Chia family off so easily, I would have destroyed them all right now. Gu Ruan sipped her tea and spoke in a careless manner. Let Chia Chuxu slander and discredit others however much she wishes for now. Once the truth is out, her face would change in a rather entertaining manner. Xiao Yi, did you record everything earlier on? Chanbei smiled. He then opened his palm to reveal a glittering and translucent jade ornament in his hand. This jade ornament is a divine weapon. It has no use in battle but has only one function, to record every conversation. Chia Ming's words have already been stored in this jade ornament. I only need to pour in a bit of spiritual energy and I'll be able to replay his voice. Perhaps Chia Ming never anticipated such an object to exist on this mainland. After all, this voice recording jade ornament was a divine weapon and Chanbei had obtained it by chance all for the sake of this very moment. Of course, when he had first obtained the jade ornament, he never considered that it could be used this way. When he was reunited with Gu Ruan, he remembered the jade ornament's uses. That was why he had taken Lu Chen away so that Chia Ming would be forced to make an appearance. As for Gu Ruan, she had said those things, not for the sake of exposing herself to Chia Ming's notice but to force him into confessing. Indeed, Chia Ming had been far too confident in himself. He thought that it was not a big deal even if he had confessed. To him, no one would believe Gu Ruan's words. However, he never thought that Gu Ruan had incited him because she had made the necessary preparations. When do you plan to announce the truth to the world? Gu Ruan smiled. When my master comes looking for me, I can't possibly not have him around at a time like that. By the way, Xiao Yi, I need your help. All right. Chanbei smiled as he agreed. I haven't even told you what it is and you're already agreeing to it. Gu Ruan was a little speechless. Xiao Yi had agreed to it a little too easily. Suddenly, Chanbei's expression grew solemn. His blood-red eyes now lost their initially bloodthirsty look. Instead, they were filled with a steady sincerity. Chapter 828, Evidence 4. As she stared at the man's peerlessly beautiful face, a warm current ran through Gu Ruan's heart as her lucid and elegant features broke into a smile. Actually, it's not a very difficult task. I'd like to ask if you could bring Yue over. Knowing your agility you should be very fast. Once everyone has been gathered, we'll go to the Chia family home. Now that I've gathered all the evidence, I need not feel apprehensive whether Supreme Jin or Mo Shangfei would help the Chia family. This was the issue which she had worried about the most. Of course, she was not worried about being unable to defeat Supreme Jin but she was unwilling to make an enemy of him. Hence, she had not made any move against the Chia family. Then I'll set off tomorrow. I'll be back in 3 days. Chanbei stared eagerly at Gu Ruoan and said miserably, Yunsa, we haven't seen each other in such a long time. You wouldn't bear to send me away today, right? That's up to you. Gu Ruoan shrugged her shoulders and turned away from Chanbei. It was a quiet night. The clear, cold glow of the moon illuminated the room, brushing against the young woman's body. At this moment, Gu Ruoan does not know why, but her heart leaped when she sensed the still atmosphere. She opened her mouth to speak, but at that moment, a hand reached forward from in front of her and pulled her into a warm embrace. The man lowered his eyelids and gazed upon the woman in his arms, curling his mouth into a smile. His red eyes were filled with warmth and his silvery hair looked even more brilliant under the moonlight. He looked so beautiful that it was as if he had just stepped out of a painting. The sight was so mesmerizing that one would find it hard to turn away. Yunsa, let's sleep together tonight, all right? The man's smile turned even more beautiful when he felt the woman's body tense up. His long, slender fingers stroked her soft hair. Gu Ruoan gently closed her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, her clear and cold pupils displayed a sense of resolution. She raised her head towards the man before her and her eyes were filled with smiles. All right. Chanbei smiled happily. That smile was so beautiful it looked like a fully bloomed flower. He murmured gently, let's go to bed, Yunsa. I'll start my journey to the West Spirit Mainland tomorrow morning and bring him here. He then held Gu Ruoan by the waist, carried her and gently placed her on the bed. That night, Gu Ruoan was unable to fall asleep at all as her mind was wild with nervousness. However, it was a good thing that the man only turned around and pulled her into his embrace and did not try to consummate anything. This made Gu Ruoan's heart feel a little calmer. The next day, early in the morning, the snoozing couple was awakened by a sudden, muffled noise. They then heard an angry voice. Which damned girl dares to pose as my disciple? Get your efficking ass out here right now. This voice was all too familiar to Gu Ruoan. She hurriedly opened her eyes and turned towards the furious old man in white who had just charged into the room. Master. Gu Ruoan was instantly stunned before she hurriedly crawled out from the bed. Her heart was filled with joy. She had not anticipated the old holy doctor to have shown up so quickly. This was certainly out of her expectations. Bai Junction was extremely indignant at the sight of the woman on the bed. He threw his fist across with extreme force. Damned girl, who are you to effing call me your master? Boom. At that moment, a ray of red light flashed across and shielded Gu Ruoan from his strike. Momentarily undefended, Bai Junction staggered back. He raised his head and stared in shock at the silver-haired man in red. His gaze then slowly grew solemn. Chapter 829, Evidence 5. This man is exceptionally powerful. He's on a level a little higher than my own. I'm here to find that girl who's impersonating as my disciple. This has nothing to do with you, so get out of the way. Mother F. Seeker, you would dare to imitate my disciple. When have I ever accepted a disciple like you, and how had I not known about this? Bai Junction was mad with rage. He had intended to take a nice stroll this morning to furtively collect some news on the Chia family. However, he had not expected to overhear that someone has been posing as his disciple. That was enough. His one and only disciple was Chia Ruoan. When had this person come along and how was he unaware of this? Xiao Yi. Gu Ruoan stopped Chanbei Yi and shook her head when she noticed his expression becoming uglier by the minute. Her eyes then fell upon Bai Junction. It has been so many years since I've last seen him. This old man's temper has become increasingly terrible. He had come here and landed the first blow before even asking questions. When had he become so brash? Master, Gu Ruoan crawled up from the bed and shrugged her shoulders exasperatedly. I don't know if you'll believe me, but what I'm trying to say is that I'm your disciple. I'm Chia Ruoan. Whoosh. Bai Junction immediately charged towards Gu Ruoan once again without another word. Xiao Yi, don't interfere in this matter. I can take care of this myself. Sensing the aura fluctuating behind her, Gu Ruoan raised an eyebrow and stopped Chanbei Yi. The old man was now in front of Gu Ruoan. He angrily grabbed onto the front of her robes and yelled, Damned girl, you dare pose as my disciple. Did you think that I wouldn't recognize Chia Ruoan? She was murdered by a scoundrel, yet you still want to impersonate her. You're simply tired of living. Master, I'm really your disciple. If you don't believe me, I can prove it. You shut your mouth. What proof? I will never believe in forgery. Boom. Bai Junction no longer gave Gu Ruoan the chance to speak as he sent his fist flying towards her face. Gu Ruoan quickly threw her head back, narrowly avoiding the attack. She then quickly took the opportunity to break free from Bai Junction's grasp and retreated a few steps back. Regardless, Bai Junction was a martial supreme. So, at the moment, Gu Ruoan was no match for him. Damned girl, you would dare try to escape. Bai Junction widened his eyes in anger and the aura from his body exploded, shattering a table into countless pieces. He quickly charged towards Gu Ruoan. However, Bai Junction had not used the full might of his power. He only wanted to teach this impostor who had dared to imitate his precious disciple a lesson. So, each time Gu Ruoan evaded him, if he had really wanted to strike her, she would never have had the chance to escape. Master, are you finished causing trouble? Gu Ruoan wiped the cold sweat from her brow and stared in mild exasperation at Bai Junction. It's been years since we've last met. Are your shin bones failing? Is that why you've come to me for a bit of activity? Damned girl, you dare to speak in such a way. What, are you trying to fool me into thinking that you're actually my poor, precious disciple? Bai Junction scoffed. He no longer wished to continue his banter with Gu Ruoan as his fist attacked once again and soon reached inches from Gu Ruoan's face. Bang! In that instant, a purple divine pagoda suddenly appeared on top of Gu Ruoan's head. It aimed itself at Bai Junction, fully ready to smash him to the ground. Bai Junction was stunned at the sight of the ancient divine pagoda. His expression changed greatly from his initial astonishment to surprise and joy. However, before he was able to react, the ancient divine pagoda pounded against him and pressed itself firmly against his body. Chapter 830, Master and Disciple Meet Again, 1. Master, it's not my fault. I had wanted to give you an explanation but you refused to give me a chance at all. Furthermore, you chased me around and tried to beat me up. You're a martial supreme so my pounding wouldn't have harmed you at all. Gu Ruoan then retrieved the ancient divine pagoda. Bai Junxian was sprawled on the floor and his eyes were wide open. He looked as if he had just seen an ox with the face of a horse. He quivered, crawling to his feet as his elderly eyes stared fixedly on Gu Ruoan. You Chia Ruoan. Gu Ruoan nodded. I just told you that I'm your disciple. *T. Bai Junxian could not contain himself from swearing. Why didn't you mention that you had the ancient divine pagoda earlier? It was Bai Junxian who had once told her the true power of the ancient divine pagoda. It was said that the ancient divine pagoda only recognizes one master. Regardless of how many times that person was reincarnated, only they alone could form a contract with the ancient divine pagoda. Hence, no one else would have been able to control the ancient divine pagoda. Bai Junxian was the only one who had this knowledge. This was why Gu Ruoan was so certain that she could prove her identity to him. However, she had not expected this guy to start screaming threats and try to beat her up the moment he had arrived. He simply had not given her the chance to speak. Therefore, she had no other choice but to let the ancient divine pagoda show itself. After all, the ancient divine pagoda exists inside her body and could only be summoned in battle. However, once she had summoned it, she could not put it away and had to smash the pitiful Bai Junxian. Master, did you forget? Gu Ruoan commented as she blinked at Bai Junxian, you were the one who had asked me to shut up. Bai Junxian was instantly rendered speechless. I really had not given her the chance to speak at all. His angry expression was then replaced by anxiety. Dearest, precious disciple. I was unaware of your identity as Chia Ruoan just a while ago so I had accidentally overreacted. Did I hurt you? Let me see. Bai Junxian tried to touch Gu Ruoan as he spoke. However, before he could even reach her, he saw a red shadow appear right in front of her. The man's blood-red eyes swept towards him. At that moment, Bai Junxian felt as if he had fallen into hell. His entire body was enveloped in an eerily cold aura until he quickly pulled his hand back. He cradled his arm as he exclaimed, Dear disciple, please get this guy a little further away from me. He scares me. Even Bai Junxian himself does not know why but he was deathly afraid of this man. Especially the look in that man's eyes. I wonder how many people he's had to kill to have eyes like that. Xiao Yi, this old fellow is very advanced in his age so don't scare him. What if he gets a heart attack? That would be horrible, Gu Ruoan said as she patted Chanbei Yi's shoulder. When he heard her words, Chanbei Yi immediately retracted his gaze and turned back towards Gu Ruoan. In an instant, his initially gloomy-looking pupils softened and his red lips curled into a beautiful smile. Oh, right. Suddenly, Bai Junxian seemed to remember something and stared fixedly at Gu Ruoan. Aren't you supposed to be dead? What are you doing here? Gu Ruoan shrugged her shoulders. Have you heard reincarnation? I was very fortunate. Even though I've died, I happened to reincarnate onto a different mainland. She then began to explain everything which had happened to her in the past 6 years to Bai Junxian. She reckoned that not even Bai Junxian would have expected Gu Ruoan to have had such a stroke of luck and was given the opportunity to reincarnate. Forget about his expectations, not even the Chia family would have expected any of this at all. Chapter 831, Master and Disciple Meet Again, 2. The Chia family had always thought that as long as Chia Ruoan was dead, they would not need to fear the future. Bam! Bai Junxian slammed his fist on the bed as an angry vein protruded from his forehead. His eyes were filled with a fiery gaze as he gnashed his teeth. So it's true then, the incident which had happened to you all those years ago was related to those beastards from the Chia family. Also, they could even bring themselves to dismember such an adorable child like you are alive. Dearest disciple, don't you worry. Master will avenge you. Even though Bai Junxian had long suspected that the Chia family was behind Chia Ruoan's murder, now that he has had his suspicions confirmed, the fiery rage in his heart nearly burned him alive. If he does not chop those beastards into a million pieces, he would not be fit to be called her master. Disciple, this was all your fault for not telling anyone about your status as my disciple. Bai Junxian glanced at Gu Ruoan as he whined pitifully. Otherwise, all of this would never have happened and I would have destroyed the Chia family long ago. If we go now, we won't be able to expose the Chia family's true nature. I will not be satisfied until they are exposed to the world. Gu Ruoan shrugged her shoulders. A tall tree attracts the wind. This was what worried me the most at that time. Most importantly, I had only wanted to concentrate fully on cultivation then and I did not want to invite disturbances. If everyone knew that I was your disciple, I'm afraid that I'll never have moment's peace. However, I never expected that I would end up being killed by the Chia family. No matter what, in this life, I won't give in to my apprehensions. Those who walk the earth have the opportunity to revenge themselves as soon as possible. Ha ha ha. Bai Junxian burst into laughter. He sounded very refreshed. What great logic, those who walk the earth have the opportunity to revenge themselves as soon as possible. Since that's the case, dearest disciple, let's go right now and destroy the beastards of the Chia family. No matter what the world might say, I, Bai Junxian only need to have my conscience cleared. As long as I can kill them and avenge you, I have no qualms about the consequences even if I have to deal with a bad reputation for the rest of my life. Let everyone believe the slanders of the Chia family. Gu Ruoan was stunned. When she saw that Bai Junxian was about to leave, she quickly grabbed onto his arm. Master, don't be rash. Listen to what I have to say first. What? Bai Junxian glared at Gu Ruoan. I'm already willing to bear a bad reputation so why are you flailing around for? Let's go kill those beastards now. They effing had the audacity to harm my disciple while I had been away. If I don't kill them, I'm not human. Master, Gu Ruoan sighed. I've already prepared the evidence so why should you need to continue to be the black pot? Evidence. Bai Junxian blinked and stared at Gu Ruoan with mild astonishment. What is this evidence that you speak of? Without another word, Gu Ruoan produced a jade ornament from her sleeve and directed a bit of spiritual energy into the jade ornament. Chia Ming's smug and egotistical laughter then filled the air, ringing throughout the room from within the jade ornament. Bai Junxian heard each and every word very clearly. Disciple, if my guess is correct, that jade ornament you have is a kind of divine weapon which can record what anyone says. It's ranked amongst the best of the best out of the divine weapons. While it does not have any other usage, its prime function is enough for it to earn that position. Bai Zhongxin sneered, it's only that in Qie Ming's intelligent mind, he would never have imagined that you could possess this divine weapon. He was goaded into action by you, thinking that even if he confesses, you wouldn't have proof and would not be able to deal with him. Now that we have proof, we should head to the Qie family home. Chapter 832, Master and Disciple Meet Again, 3. Don't be hasty. Gu Ruoyan swept her gaze towards Bai Zhongxin. I still need Xiao Yi to escort you back here. Master, there's another thing that I need your help in. What is it? The Oracle, Qian Xing. I need to find his whereabouts. Master, it should be fairly easy for you to find a person through your personal contacts. I heard that this Oracle has left Drifting Wind Country many years ago to a foreign place, so only you can help me. All right. Bai Zhongxin fell momentarily silent. I'll help you find him now. It's very much appreciated. Gu Ruoyan smiled before she turned to face Qian Beiyi. Her clear and cold eyes were filled with tenderness. Xiao Yi, I'll wait for your return. Qian Beiyi smiled. His finger gently stroked Gu Ruoyan's hair as he replied gently, I'll be back in 3 days' time. Yunsa, wait for me here. Gu Ruoyan nodded and was about to say something else but kept it to herself in the end. 3 days. She was looking forward to seeing an entertaining look on Qie Ming's face in 3 days. In the study of the Qie family home, Qie Chuxiu bit her lip as she stared at the middle-aged man in front of her with a pale look on her face. Father, what should we do now? Good for nothing. She could not help but shudder when the words echoed in her heart. She never thought that she would ever be reduced to a good for nothing. Initially, I never had any intentions of marrying you off to Lu Chen. After all, Lu Chen has no position and was not a distinctively magnificent individual. The only thing was, he knows far too much, so I had no choice but to let him follow you around. In contrast, Supreme Jin's status and power is a great match for you. I had originally planned to let you marry him, but now that you've become a good for nothing, I'm certain that Supreme Jin would not even spare you a second glance. However, Supreme Jin had never spared Qie Chuxiu a second glance before anyway. Qie Chuxiu's features became increasingly pale. She lowered her eyelids to conceal her piercing hatred. If it had not been for Gu Ruoyan and that man, I would never have been turned into a good for nothing. Nor would I have lost the right to become Supreme Jin's woman forever. Zue, you were the master of the ancient divine pagoda. I had thought that one day, the ancient divine pagoda would return to you, so Lu Chen's position was simply unfit then. Only a man like Supreme Jin deserves to be with you. After that, sooner or later, you would have stood at the apex of the mainland. Unfortunately, I had not anticipated this current outcome. You are already a good for nothing and you have no other use. Hence, the Qie family must save Lu Chen now and marry you to him. What? Qie Chuxiu widened her pretty eyes. She then shuddered. Father, you know that I only love Supreme Jin. I don't have any feelings for Lu Chen at all. Based on Lu Chen's position, he's not even a good match for me. I'm the most outstanding woman in the world, and only the most outstanding man in the world like Supreme Jin is fit to be my husband. She was the master of the ancient divine pagoda. How could a man with no position or talent like Lu Chen be a match for her? That was why she had looked down on Lu Chen from the beginning. In the past, she had only wanted to use him but had no intentions of marrying him. Zue, it has come to this now. We must reduce our losses as much as possible. Lu Chen is indeed not as outstanding as Supreme Jin, but he is far better than most of the young men of his generation. The only thing was that you were far too outstanding, so you would never give him the time of the day. However, the current you no longer have the right to be arrogant, so you can only lower your expectations. We have already lost the possibility of enticing Supreme Jin. We cannot lose Lu Chen as well. Chapter 833, Master and Disciple Meet Again, 4. Qie Ming still retained his rationality at a time like this. If this were to continue, no one would be willing to marry his good-for-nothing daughter. Hence, he had quickly decided to entice Lu Chen to his side. Qie Chuxiu kept her cool. The hatred she feels towards Gu Ruoyan has long entered deep into her being. She lowered her gaze and said, as you command, father. All right, since that's the case, let's quickly organize the wedding. The wedding must be conducted in 3 days' time. We shall have to humble ourselves this time and beg Gu Ruoyan to let him go. In 3 days' time, that's so soon. Qie Chuxiu was a little shocked and she stared in astonishment at Qie Ming's handsome face. Did you think you could continue to drag this on? The longer you delay, the greater your powers will deplete. By then, Lu Chen will certainly see the truth of our situation. I've always known that Lu Chen had pursued you because of your status as the master of the ancient divine pagoda. If he finds out that you've become a good for nothing, he would certainly turn on his heel and leave. That man is that realistic. Nevertheless, who wasn't? Qie Chuxiu's mother was his one true love, but between power and love, he would choose the former as he was a man. Otherwise, he would never have let his childhood sweetheart go and court Lady Mo instead. During that fateful year, he would not have favored the concubine and done away with the wife if it had not been for the oracle's predictions. He had even gone to great lengths to murder his own flesh and blood. Therefore, after finding out that Qie Chuxiu has become a good for nothing, the favor he had for her in his heart has diminished. On the contrary, he now wanted to squeeze the very last bit of value out of her. I understand. Qie Chuxiu lowered her head as she replied. She had lowered her head so that no one could see the look on her face. If anyone had seen it, they would have immediately jumped in fright. At this moment, Qie Chuxiu's face was now twisted with rage and hatred. The space between her brows was filled with contempt. To her, this was all Gu Ruoyan and Qian Beiyi's fault. They had forced her into a marriage with a man she does not love. It was also Qie Ming's fault as well. Would she have ended up in this predicament if he had not left first? Once she finds the ancient divine pagoda, be it those two or Qie Ming, they would all pay for this. Naturally, Qie Ming was unaware that his own daughter had already turned against him as well. Her heart dearly wished that she could make him disappear immediately. All right, you can leave now. I'm going to think of how we can bring Lu Chen back. Chia Ming waved his hand, closed his eyes and entered into deep thought. Chia Chuxu lifted her head and looked at Chia Ming before leaving without another word. At the Dragon and Phoenix restaurant, a man dressed in golden robes was sitting in front of a window in one of the private booths. He quietly looked out at the lively and bustling streets. Just then, the door swung open. He frowned and turned towards an elegant figure, dressed in white robes, who had just entered the room. Big Brother Jin. Chia Chuxu stood in front of Supreme Jin and stared at the splendidly handsome man in gold. She pursed her lips tightly as a wave of grief flashed fleetingly across her eyes. What is it? Supreme Jin's frown deepened. His voice was as cold as usual. If you have no information on the Holy Doctor, there's no need to come and look for me. Big Brother Jin, have you not heard that a person who claims to be the Holy Doctor's disciple has appeared in the Imperial City? Chia Chuxu stared at Supreme Jin in confusion. She simply could not understand it. This was such big news, yet why does this man act as if he had never heard of it? Chapter 834, Master and Disciple Meet Again, 5. There's only one person who can claim to be the Holy Doctor's disciple. Supreme Jin put his teacup down before he continued, therefore, that person is not his disciple. I'm looking for the Holy Doctor, I have no interest in anything else. He has searched every nook and cranny of the Imperial City, but he still could not find the Holy Doctor's whereabouts. Of course, the Holy Doctor was a Marshal Supreme, so if he wishes to hide, it would not be an easy task to locate him. Big Brother Jin. Thud. Chia Chuxu suddenly knelt onto the ground and begged, Big Brother Jin, please save me on account of my sister. Supreme Jin glanced at her indifferently. What's the matter? Big Brother Jin. Chia Chuxu raised her head and faced Supreme Jin. Her expression was utterly sorrowful. A few days ago, I heard that the Holy Doctor's disciple had appeared in Drifting Wind Country. I went to investigate because I wanted to find more information about the Holy Doctor's whereabouts. However, the silver-haired man at her side took a fancy to me and wanted to make me his wife. That man is powerful and he should be around the rank of a Marshal Supreme. So, to prevent that man from causing trouble for me, my father wants me to marry Lu Chen. As long as I am married, he would stop thinking about me, but Big Brother Jin, Lu Chen has always been like an older brother to me. I don't want to get married, be it the silver-haired man or Lu Chen. Please, Big Brother Jin, help me to escape this place. Supreme Jin's sad features remained calm the entire time and his golden eyes showed no sign of any emotion. He slowly turned around and looked out at the street outside the window before he coldly responded, if the Chia family's lives are under threat, I will help. However, I won't help in other matters. Chia Chuxu raised her head in shock and stared at the man's handsome visage with sorrow. She never thought that this man would be so cruel. Has he been helping the Chia family only for Chia Ruo and Sake? Why was it that she, Chia Chuxu, could never be better than a deceased woman? Big Brother Jin. Chia Chuxu bit her lower lip as she slowly rose to her feet. Her eyes were filled with determination as she spoke. Lu Chen is my older sister's childhood lover after all. No matter what, I would never have anything to do with Big Brother Lu. If you won't help me, Big Brother Jin, then I'll have to die to apologize to my poor sister. She had spoken with such emotion and sincerity that anyone who heard it would feel moved. However, Supreme Jin remained unmoved as he continued to stare at the world outside the window. It was almost as if he had not heard a word of what she had said. Big Brother Jin, are you really going to treat me this way? Chia Chuxu's eyes were filled with sadness. Could it be that you're truly willing to watch me marry Lu Chen? Supreme Jin finally responded. He turned around to face Chia Chuxu as he replied indifferently, I've told you that this matter has nothing to do with me. Since Master Chia has made the decision, you should look for him. I have no way of meddling in your family's private affairs. Chia Chuxu felt as if a needle had just pierced through her heart. The agony was more than she could bear. From the first time she had seen this man, she had become deeply attracted to him. Hence, all these years, she had searched frantically for the ancient divine pagoda, all for the sake of obtaining the right to stand by his side and to become his wife. However, he now said that her marriage to another man has nothing to do with him. Big Brother Jin. Chia Chuxu laughed bitterly. Do you not know that you are the only one in my heart? Lu Chen was once my sister's lover and I would never dip my finger in that. Even though I had once admired him, I had buried my feelings deep down for the sake of my sister. However, after I met you, Big Brother Jin, I understood that my feelings for Lu Chen were not of love but attachment. I only love you and you alone. Admiration. Would a man like Lu Chen ever deserve her admiration? These words had been only for Supreme Jin's Sake. She wanted Supreme Jin to understand that after all these years, her reluctance in accepting Lu Chen was not because she had not liked him but had all been for her sister's sake. Any man should treasure a woman like her who values love and loyalty above all else. Chapter 835, Shedding All Pretense of Cordiality, 1. Supreme Jin frowned as his cold eyes slowly swept across Chia Chuxu's sorrowful face. He then spoke with an indifferent tone of voice, if there's nothing else, you may go. To Chia Chuxu, these words were like a death sentence and caused her heart to sear with pain. She gently shut her eyes and when she opened them again, her pretty eyes had a bitter smile. Big Brother Jin, I understand. If you're unwilling to see me, I won't ever appear before you again. She took one last look at Supreme Jin. Her gaze was full of reluctance as if she wanted to pull the man into her eyes. Any other man would not have been able to endure hurting a woman who has loved them as resolutely as this. However, this man had turned away as soon as he heard these words. His eyes then continued to look out into the bustling streets and no longer spared Chia Chuxu a second glance. Chia Chuxu clenched her fists tightly and turned to leave the private compartment. Her lowered gaze was filled with an immense unwillingness and a jealous hatred. Chia Ruan, if it had not been for you, Supreme Jin would never have treated me with such indifference. Unfortunately, you're already dead, so I have no way of taking my pain out by torturing you. I can only vent my fury on the people you care about. At the Chia family home. Chia Chuxu stepped into the hall and stopped a random footboy, speaking in an icy voice, "You, bring Mo Shangfei to me." "As you command, eldest lady." The footboy hurriedly left upon receiving his orders. Not too long after, Mo Shangfei, dressed in martial attire, accompanied the footboy as he walked into the room. When she saw Mo Shangfei, Chia Chuxu's initially cruel expression slowly dissolved. She smiled gently as she asked, "Fei sir, you've been in the Chia family home for a very long time now, correct?" Mo Shangfei was stunned. "It has been 6 years," he replied with a frown. 6 years. Chia Chuxu smiled lightly before she slowly rose and approached Mo Shangfei. "During the past 6 years, you've stayed by my side and protected me. I'm truly grateful for your trouble, so I'd like to give my faithful servant girl, Xiaoyu, to you as your betrothed. What do you think?" "What?" Mo Shangfei was stunned and his expression changed drastically. "This won't do. I already have someone I love. I cannot marry any other woman." Whoosh. Chia Chuxu's initially smiling face turned to ice instantly. Her eyes flickered with a cold light as she said, "Mo Shangfei, do you think that my servant girl's rank is insignificant, so she's not good enough for you? There's no need for you to say anything else. The matter has been decided. In a few days, I will personally make preparations for your wedding. Consider it my reward to you for protecting me all these years." "My apologies." Mo Shangfei slowly closed his eyes. After a long pause, he opened them again and stared at Chia Chuxu as he said, "I'm afraid that I must betray your gesture of affection. My heart already belongs to the little princess. I won't marry anyone else but her." "Mo Shangfei," Chia Chuxu shook her head as she sighed, "you're no longer a young master of the Mo family. Do you think the emperor would give his own daughter to you as your wife? I'm also unable to bear the sight of you enduring this agony in the end. What's wrong with my servant girl? If you were still a young master of the Mo family, her lowly position would indeed not be good enough for you. However, you are now a bodyguard of the Chia family. A bodyguard is well suited for a servant girl who is more than enough for him. Even though we are not related by blood, you're my half-sister's cousin, so I must be the one to organize your matrimonial affairs." Chapter 836, Shedding All Pretense of Cordiality, 2. What she meant was a mere bodyguard like Mo Shangfei could only be evenly matched with a servant girl. Yet, he was acting like a toad wishing to feast on swan meat by dreaming of marrying a princess. That was an idiot's dream. Mo Shangfei's expression slowly grew cold. He scoffed and replied, "Chia Chuxu, I am indeed very grateful to the Chia family for taking me in that year. However, this does not mean that I have been sold to the Chia family. I had agreed to become your bodyguard due to the Chia family's friendship towards me. This does not mean that you have the right to decide on whom I can marry." Mo Shangfei. Chia Chuxu's eyes sank. She does not want to allow Mo Shangfei and the little princess union to happen. Her main reason was because the imperial family has great power, and if Mo Shangfei really marries the little princess, he would no longer need to haplessly give his life to the Chia family. The other reason was because Mo Shangfei was related to that SLT Chia Ruan, so she would never allow him to marry the woman he loves. She wanted this man to suffer for the rest of his life by being denied to be with love of his life. If there was anyone that Mo Shangfei should hate, it would be Chia Ruan. It was her fault that he cannot marry the woman he loves. Marriage has always been a match made by our parents' order and on the matchmaker's word. My parents are both dead, hence, I will determine my marriage on my own terms. You, Chia Chuxu, are only a person from my generation. What right do you have to make my decisions for me? Furthermore, to make me marry a servant girl? It is my right as your master." The aura within Chia Ruan stirred as she glared at Mo Shangfei icily. "I'll ask you one more time, will you marry my servant girl or not? If you do not marry her, don't even think of leaving this place today." Ha ha ha. Mo Shangfei threw his head back and laughed maniacally. His lips curled into a cold smile as he said, "Chia Chuxu, I had stayed in the Chia family to repay you for your benevolence. However, I never thought that you, who has always appeared kind in the eyes of the world, would actually display such immorality and conduct. Consider me, Mo Shangfei, to have been blind to your true nature in the past. That was why I had protected you for so long. Now, I declare that I want to separate from the Chia family and regain my freedom. Mo Shangfei, I'd like to see if you can actually leave today." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Instantly, numerous figures swooped in from outside the room and surrounded Mo Shangfei in a tight circle. Mo Shangfei's lips curled upwards at the sight of the guards surrounding him. He smiled as he said, "Chia Chuxu, I'm disappointed in the Chia family's sincerity. Mo Shangfei, I'm doing all of this for your own good. You are being too rebellious." Chia Chuxu smiled. She then issued a command to everyone, ordering them to move closer to Mo Shangfei. "The little princess will never marry you. In order to prevent your future suffering, I think it's better that I let you marry my servant girl. In Drifting Wind Country, you are only good enough for a servant girl. Perhaps you might hate me now, but after a few years, you'll understand why I've chosen to do this today. By then, you will definitely thank me." Trying to escape. I'm afraid he won't have the chance. I've exposed my true nature in front of this man, so no matter what, I won't let him leave. Bang. At that moment, a few Chia family guards were bodily thrown into the room, their bodies landing fiercely on the ground. Under the morning light, a flash of green robes fluttered against the gentle winds as a figure slowly entered the hall. Standing next to the woman in green was a young girl in pink robes. She noticed Mo Shangfei, who was surrounded by the guards, immediately and hurriedly rushed toward him. "Big brother Mo, are you all right?" After she finished speaking, she then turned to face Chia Chuxu with an expression of sadness and disappointment. Chia Chuxu's expression too had changed drastically. Chapter 837, Shedding All Pretense of Cordiality, 3. Chia Chuxu, I never thought that you would turn out to be this way. I've always trusted you, but what did you do? You're forcing Big Brother Mo to marry a servant girl and claimed that Big Brother Mo is only fit to marry your servant girl. If Big Brother Mo refuses to comply, you're going to imprison him. Could it be that your kindness and grace was all just for show? How much of the words you've spoken to me can I actually trust? The little princess was feeling very sad. If Gu Ruan had not dragged her here to look for Mo Shangfei, perhaps she would never have seen this side of Chia Chuxu's true nature. Little princess, Chia Chuxu's expression changed drastically. She never anticipated that the little princess would arrive at this time. You don't have to say anything else. The little princess' eyes were filled with sadness and anger. Previously, you had falsely accused the Holy Doctor of being Chia Ruan's murderer. I had defended you then, thinking that you had only misunderstood the Holy Doctor's intentions. However, now that I think about it, you did not misunderstand him at all. Perhaps the world does not know this, but as the lady of the Chia family, how could you not know that the Holy Doctor was Chia Ruan's master? Why would her master kill his own disciple? Chia Chuxu's heart trembled fiercely as her beautiful face turned pale. She then turned her gaze towards Gu Ruan. At that moment, all the humiliation she had once suffered appeared in her mind's eye, causing the murderous intent within her body to thicken. Gu Ruan, what grudge do you have against me? Why do you have to make life difficult for me every time? That's right. It was always because of this woman that nothing good ever happens to me. If it had not been for her, the little princess would never have come here. Since they're all here, they shouldn't even think of leaving. Suddenly, an icy voice was sounded from behind the crowd. Chia Chuxu lifted her head, and when she saw the middle-aged man walking towards them under the sunlight, her expression became absolutely elated. Father, she cried out. Chia Ming looked at Chia Chuxu but did not say much. His malicious gaze fell upon Gu Ruan and a sneer formed on his face. What, Gu Ruan, that man had not come with you this time. You dare to walk into a trap without him by your side. Speak now, where is Lu Chen? If you tell me, perhaps I'll let you die with a whole corpse. Gu Ruan raised the corners of her lips and shrugged her shoulders. Are you trying to silence someone by killing them? Ha ha. Chia Ming laughed maniacally, and his laughter was filled with a bloodthirsty murderous intent. That's right, I'm going to kill you all. Even though no one would believe you if you had told the world about the Chia family, that dog of an emperor in the Drifting Wind country is a bit troublesome. I don't want to provoke a martial supreme now, so I can only silence you all by killing you. When she heard Chia Ming insult her father by calling him a dog of an emperor, the little princess face filled with anger. She never expected that the Chia family's pretense had run so deeply. If she had not seen it with her own eyes, she would not have believed it either. The noble Chia Ming was actually a hypocritical villain. Chia Ming, if you kill us, my imperial father will find out the truth. When that time comes, do you think that you can escape? The little princess bit her lip and glared at Chia Ming hatefully. Most of all, she was disappointed. She was disappointed in the true nature of these people. Also, if they were all really this hypocritical, who was the one responsible for Chia Ruan's death? She wondered. Suddenly, a possibility appeared in the little princess' heart. She quickly covered her mouth as her heart began to tremble. Chapter 838, Shedding All Pretense of Cordiality, 4. It should be impossible. Even a vicious tiger would not eat its own cubs. No matter how vicious Chia Ming is, he cannot possibly be Chia Ruan's murderer. I must be overanalyzing things. HMPH. Chia Ming scoffed coldly as he stared disdainfully at the little princess. Do you think that I'd actually be afraid of that beast-starred emperor of Drifting Wind country? I only find him a little troublesome. Fear, not really. Hearing this, Gu Ruan went into deep thought. In the eyes of the world, Chia Ming only has one trump card in the form of Supreme Jin. However, in most cases, martial supremes of the same rank would never battle one another. Otherwise, no winner could ever be determined even if they had fought for 3 days and 3 nights. Therefore, for Chia Ming to say such a thing, that also means that the Chia family has another hidden trump card. Chia Ming. Mo Shangfei quickly stopped the little princess who was about to rush forward to discuss the matter with Chia Ming. He frowned and said in a deep voice, this matter does not concern the little princess or Miss Gu. Let them go. I won't complain even if you kill me. Big brother Mo, the little princess was anxious now and she hurriedly chimed in, I won't leave you alone. Besides, no matter how powerful Chia Ming is, he's only relying on Supreme Jin's power. Since Supreme Jin isn't here at the moment, we might stand a chance to get out of this siege alive. Hee hee. Hearing this, Chia Ming cackled icily as if he had just heard a monumentally funny joke. Little princess, you think too highly of yourself. What makes you think that you can escape from here? I, Chia Ming, am more than enough to kill all 3 of you here. As for you, Mo Shangfei, I won't spare your life. I won't be sparing the ladies' lives either. Boom. In a flash, Chia Ming charged towards Mo Shangfei like a sharp blade. A sword suddenly appeared in his hand and a cold light flashed across his eyes as he shot towards Mo Shangfei's neck. Chia Chuxu's entire face was plastered with a sneer. She folded her arms across her chest and stood aside as she stared icily at Mo Shangfei who was about to die by Chia Ming's sword. At the same time, a figure in green robes flashed past and appeared in front of Mo Shangfei. Her fine, dark hair fluttered gently in the wind. The woman in green, who was standing firmly in front of Mo Shangfei, raised her hand and blocked Chia Ming's sword. That was right. She only needed one arm to stop Chia Ming's sword. Chia Chuxu widened her beautiful eyes as she stared at Gu Ruan in shock. This was then followed by a wave of panic and her face turned extremely pale. A mistake? This must be a mistake. Father has encountered many favorable circumstances over the years and has broken through to the rank of a low-level martial honor, but this person had dared to catch a martial honor sword with her bare hands. The energy from the sword alone would have been enough to cut her. However, not only has she managed to catch it, she seems to be unscathed. I really like to see how you were going to make us stay. Gu Ruan's lips curled into a smile. The aura from her body then whirled out from the tip of her sword. With a loud crash, Chia Ming's body was sent stumbling back. He spat out a mouthful of blood and glared at Gu Ruan with an ugly look on his face. Hee hee. Suddenly, he chuckled softly and his smile turned exceedingly malicious. Gu Ruan, I cannot deny that you are indeed a genius. For someone to be able to reach the rank of a mid-level martial honor at such a young age, you can be considered to have boundless possibilities. Unfortunately, you've underestimated your enemies. Did you really think that Supreme Jin was the only protector of the Chia family? Let me tell you this. Since you've stepped into this place, don't even think of leaving. Aside from Supreme Jin's protection, the Xie family has another trump card unbeknownst to the world. That trump card was the divine vermilion bird. Chapter 839, Shedding All Pretense of Cordiality, 5. Sister Gu. The little princess tugged Gu Ruoan's robes and asked, for Chiaming to make such a daring claim, he must have another trump card in his hand. What should we do now? Gu Ruoan smiled indifferently, so what? No matter how many trump cards he has, I'll smash all of them. Since I've dared to come here, we'll definitely be able to leave. I'd love to see who's going to stop me. Boom. A powerful aura burst from Gu Ruoan's being. Her green robes fluttered despite the stillness in the air. Her clear, cold eyes remained calm, completely ignoring Chiaming's threats. Gu Ruoan, you are far too arrogant. I'm going to make you regret it now. Chiaming's expression has turned even uglier. He scoffed coldly before he turned to face the sky in the rear courtyard. He then joined his fists together and bowed respectfully. My lord, please show yourself and grant us aid. The Lord Vermilion Bird does not want the world to know of its existence, so even in the Xie family, not many have seen it in person. This was why Chiaming had not exposed its revered name. He believes that the Lord Vermilion Bird would know that he was summoning it. Silence. The entire courtyard was silent. Chiaming's expression slowly changed. He seems to notice the disdainful looks around him and called out once again, My lord, did you not want us to help you in your search for a few persons? Please come out now and help me kill these people. His voice could be heard across the entire sky, but still, it garnered no response. Mo Shangfei laughed icily and sneered mockingly. Chiaming, stop being so pretentious. Do you think that this is going to scare us? What trump card do you have? It doesn't even exist. You shut your mouth. Chiaming's expression was ashen with rage. He then roared furiously, all these years, you've dined and wined in the Xie family, yet not only do you not comprehend reciprocation, you're helping outsiders to oppress the Xie family. You are an ingrate. I've raised you in vain. A cold glint flashed across the corner of Mo Shangfei's eyes as his scornful expression deepened. Raised me in vain. 6 years, I've been the Xie family bodyguard for 6 years, yet I have never received a single gold coin. However, in remembrance of the Xie family's kindness in offering me shelter, I've become your bodyguard for 6 years without compensation. Now, you're actually saying that you've raised me in vain. I've repaid the Xie family's kindness in the course of these 6 years, so from now on, we're even. You, Chiaming glared coldly at Mo Shangfei, you little beastard. One day, you'll suffer a horrible death. Smack. Just as he was speaking, a hand was flung fiercely towards him and the impact sent Chiaming flying out of the way. Gu Ruoan lifted the corner of her lips as she gently massaged her hand and asked calmly, Chiaming, if you guys can't find the one who's supposed to help you, let us leave. Otherwise, I don't mind allowing the Xie family's blood to flow into a river today. Chiaming's eyes darkened, but in the end, he took a deep breath and said, let them go. Yes, master. Hearing his command, the ring of guards separated, creating a path. Mo Shangfei, I want you to follow the little princess back to the imperial palace. Gu Ruoan glanced at Mo Shangfei and added, don't set foot in the Xie family home ever again. Got it. Mo Shangfei nodded. He knows that if Gu Ruoan had not arrived in time today, he would never have been able to leave this place. It was not a big issue to him if he was to end up trapped here, but what had caused him to panic was that he would never be able to see the little princess again. Chiaming, I'll be giving you a surprise in a few days. Without another word, Gu Ruoan then turned around and left. Chapter 840, The Truth, 1. Father. When Gu Ruoan and the others have left, Jia Chuxiu quickly stepped forward and helped Chiaming to his feet. She frowned and asked, are we going to let them go just like that? HMPH. Chiaming scoffed icily and replied irritably, what else should we do? I don't know what's happened to the Lord. I've called out to him twice but he never appeared. How could I have stopped these people alone? Since that's the case, we might as well let them leave. What if this matter reaches the Emperor of Drifting Wind Country's ears? It's your fault for causing this mess. Chiaming turned around and glared at Jia Chuxiu and a severe look flashed in his eyes. Would this have happened if you hadn't tried to force Mo Shangfei to marry your personal servant girl? I know the hatred you feel for Mo Shangfei because he is a member of the Mo family. You hate Jia Ruoan, so naturally, you wouldn't like him either, but did you ever consider how much of a genius Mo Shangfei is? I have been planning to use him to secure a marriage alliance and create benefits for the Xie family, yet you had wanted to marry him off for a little servant girl. Even though I don't like Mo Shangfei either, based on his power, a servant girl is certainly not good enough for him. My daughter has always been clever and quick-witted. When on earth had she become so stupid? Jia Chuxiu gently lowered her eyelids, concealing the cold light in her eyes. If it wasn't for Supreme Jin's contemptuous treatment towards me, I would not have vented my hatred for Jia Ruoan on Mo Shangfei's head. Father, I apologize. I know that I have done wrong. She took a deep breath at the thought of this and raised her gaze. However, we've provoked Gu Ruoan this time, so she certainly won't release Lu Chen now. Therefore, the marriage between Lu Chen and I. No. Chiaming shook his head. You must marry Lu Chen. Jia Chuxiu's heart shook tremendously and her beautiful face turned as white as a sheet. She clenched her fists tightly and slowly steadied her trembling heart. Yes, I understand. She knows that whatever she said now would be of no use. Just because Chiaming has pampered her so much over the years does not mean that he was being completely sincere. He had treated her well because of her talent and power. Moreover, she was also the true master of the ancient divine pagoda. She had long seen through his true intentions years ago. Zuer, when he saw how Jia Chuxiu has finally agreed to marry Lu Chen, Chiaming's facial expression changed for the better. I'm going to visit the Lord Vermilion Bird for a while. If you have no other business, go and accompany your mother. He did not spare Jia Chuxiu another look as he turned into a gust of wind and disappeared. Once his figure has disappeared completely, Jia Chuxiu then made her way towards the rear courtyard in a muddle-headed manner. She was so dazed that she still had not regained her senses even when she had reached a bedchamber's door. Just as she was about to push the door open, she heard a voice coming from behind the door. What are you doing here? Didn't I tell you? You must never show yourself in this place, ever. What if someone else found out that I had made you say those things years ago, then? The voice was sharp and nervous, causing Chiachuksu's finger, which was about to push the door open, to freeze in place. Her impression of her mother has always been one of a simple, elegant, tender, and virtuous woman. She never thought that her mother would ever sound so shrill, but what was even more unbelievable was that there was a man in her mother's room. Furthermore, the relationship she has with that man seems a little unusual. Nana, we haven't seen each other in so many years. I happened to pass by over the past few days, so I merely wanted to visit you. Besides, during that year, I had given up on my position as the oracle for your sake. Do you truly not miss my old affections? Chapter 841, The Truth 2. Boom. Those words hit Chiachuksu like a thunderstrike on a clear day, causing her to stumble several steps back as her already pale face turned even paler. She could not believe it. Her mother, who was her father's childhood sweetheart, had an affair with another man. Chanxing, get out. What if Jiaming were to find out? We'd be finished. In the room, Chuna's expression was full of panic as she quickly tried to push the oracle out of the door. The oracle, however, reached out and held her hands tightly instead with warmth and affection in his eyes. Nana, don't you worry, I'll never let anyone know about us, nor will I destroy the relationship between the both of you. Besides, aside from seeing you, my purpose in coming here is also because I wish to see our daughter. In the past, I had constructed such a lie in order to prevent our daughter from being abused in the Chia family. Unfortunately, that old man of the Chia family never believed in my words at all and even sent his men to secretly investigate me. Because of this, I had no choice but to flee to a foreign country. I had thought that I could return to this place after his death, yet you keep trying to push me out the door. Nana, have I lost my usefulness to you that I can't even see you anymore? Chuna's expression has become extremely pale. That year, when the old master of the Chia family was still alive, he was a cultivator who was on par with Supreme Jin. Hence, she had convinced Chanxing, the oracle, to escape to a foreign country. However, no one expected old Master Chia to end up dying from a strange disease despite their best efforts to cure him. As old Master Chia was no longer with the Chia family, they were left with Jiaming, who was an incompetent expert cultivator. However, the Chia family now have Supreme Jin's help. They also have the terrifying divine beast, Vermilion Bird. Hence, Qa had not dared to let Jiaming find out the truth even now. Chanxing, I beg you, please don't show your face anymore, Thud. Suddenly, the room's door burst open and Chuna's expression changed greatly. Her features contorted when she saw the woman in white in the doorway. She asked with a trembling voice, Zuer, what are you doing here? Chiachuksu laughed icily and glared at the adulterous couple in the room. If I had not been here, I would not have overheard your conversation. Mother, do you not find that you're disgusting? To be able to do such a thing, you're nothing but SLT. Zuer, the oracle was still a little shocked over Chiachuksu's appearance. When he heard her words, he could not help but frown. Is that any way to speak to your mother? Don't you know how much difficulty she has had to endure over the years for your sake? You shut your mouth. Chiachuksu glared at him fiercely. Get out immediately. I want you to leave the Chia family home now. Zuer, Qa gaped as she tried to speak, but when she saw the hatred in her daughter's eyes, she felt as if a pot of cold water had just been poured over her heart, causing a penetrating chill to rush over her body. I'm sorry, that year, it was your father who had first broken his promise. He had thrown me aside for the sake of obtaining the title of young Master Chia and used all sorts of schemes to obtain Lady Mo's heart. I hated him for that. I then happened to meet the oracle, Chanxing, by chance, and because of that, we got together. However, I still loved your father. Hence, when he was willing to take me in as his concubine, I was absolutely delighted. I only understood the situation when I arrived in the Chia family home that SLT was the true master of the Chia family and I was only a mere concubine. As Qa spoke, a hateful glare flashed in her eyes. Even old Master Chia only recognized one daughter-in-law. He would always chase Jiaming to that SLT's bedchamber in the middle of the night. I was unwilling to be left in the cold, so I once again had an illicit affair with the oracle, Chanxing. After that one time, I became pregnant with you. That year, it was Jiaming who had made grand designs for Lady Mo in order to protect his position. However, Qa had never blamed Jiaming for it. Chapter 842, The Truth 3. He was the man she loved, so how could she bear to even blame him? Everything that he does was right, everyone else was wrong. If it had not been for old Master Chia and that SLT from the Mo family, she would have become the rightful young madam of the Chia family. It was because old Master Chia had proclaimed that whoever manages to gain Lady Mo's favor would then become the young master of the Chia family that the man she loved had let her go. No. Chiachuksu shook her head and stumbled a few steps back. I'm not this man's daughter. I'm the flesh and blood of the Chia family, so how could I possibly be his daughter? I don't believe it. I'll never believe your blabbering nonsense. Zuer. Chanxing's gaze darkened and he spoke in a stern voice. If you were not my daughter, why would I have given the world the prophecy? What prophecy from the stars? Even though I am the oracle, I don't have that ability, and that prophecy had been solely made for your sake. As long as the Chia family believes that you are the master of the ancient divine pagoda and that Chia Ruoan was the embodiment of calamity, you'll take her place as the true eldest lady. What? Chiachuksu was stunned. She stared at the oracle Chanxing and exclaimed, what did you just say? Are you saying that the prophecy you've made, the one declaring that I'm the master of the ancient divine pagoda, was for the sole purpose of helping me to gain my position? That's right, the oracle Chanxing nodded. Actually, you are not the master of the ancient divine pagoda and Chia Ruoan is not the embodiment of disaster, but I had no other choice. Unfortunately, old Master Chia had not been fooled by my words and still gave the ancient divine pagoda to Chia Ruoan. If you were truly destined for the ancient divine pagoda, it would not have fallen into the hands of another. That also proves that the declaration of Chiachuksu as the true master of the ancient divine pagoda had been made to purely help Chiachuksu. However, this revelation was like a bolt of lightning on a clear sky and it turned Chia Chuxu insane. You're lying, you're both lying. I am the true master of the ancient divine pagoda. I am the most outstanding woman in the world. What right does she, Chia Ruan, have to steal what belongs to me? The ancient divine pagoda should belong to me. Chia Chuxu gripped her head tightly in her hands and crouched on the ground. Her body gently trembled as tears streamed silently from her eyes. When she found out that she had become a good-for-nothing, she had not become so desperate because, in the end, she believed that as long as she obtains the ancient divine pagoda, she would have the chance to restore herself. However, with these people now telling her that the prophecy had been false. Zuer. Qiuan'ei went to her and embraced the woman on the ground tightly in her arms. Everything he just said is true. I had asked him to spread those words accordingly too. Otherwise, you would only remain as the daughter of a small concubine. What status would you have in the Chia family then? Besides, if I had not done it, do you think that Chia Ming would have killed Chia Ruan and her mother? Chia Chuxu's body shook. She slowly lowered her hands and lifted her tear-stained face before speaking in a wretched voice. Mother, what if father finds out about this? After all these years, do you not understand what he's like? If he finds out the truth, he would not spare us. A cruel and heartless person like Chia Ming would never be lenient on him simply because of his love for her mother. Most importantly, after so many years, even the deepest of affections would deteriorate. His wonderful treatment towards them in past, was it not all because she, Chia Chuxu, was the true master of the ancient divine pagoda? If he ever finds out that this was all a lie, knowing Chia Ming, he would never let them get away with it. Chapter 843, Setting Up False Charges, 1. Zuer. Chu Na's heart trembled as she stared at Chia Chuxu's tear-stained face. She gently closed her eyes before slowly opening them again. Her gaze was filled with resolve as she exclaimed, Don't worry, you won't ever find out about this in this lifetime. You are still the high and mighty eldest lady of the Chia family. No one can treat you with disrespect. Anyone who threatens you, well, I'll take care of them for you. Chia Chuxu pursed her lips. At this stage, she knows that there was nothing else she could say for it would be useless. She could only think of how to keep this a secret. You should leave. She stood up with her back facing the Oracle Chanxing and spoke with an icy voice. I don't want to see you and I will never acknowledge you as my father. I only have one father, Chia Ming. I am the flesh and blood of the Chia family and I am not related to you in any way. You should leave now or I would have you captured and punished for breaking and entering. The Oracle Chanxing glanced at Chia Chuxu and sighed. He wanted to speak but stopped himself. In the end, he turned around and left without another word. Zuer. Qiuan'ei gently lowered her eyelids and hugged Chia Chuxu's trembling body tightly. A vicious light flashed in her eyes. If you don't like him, I can send someone to kill him. Chia Chuxu shivered as she stared in shock at Chu Na's cruel expression. All this time, she was under the impression that her father had been the vicious and merciless one while her mother would always be warm, tender and ladylike. She never thought that this woman would have such a vicious heart as well. The Oracle Chanxing had more than intimate relations with her, he had even helped her in a great many things. Now, for the sake of her own personal interests, she would have him killed. An icy chill emerged from the tip of Chia Chuxu's toes into her heart. Her body shivered from the sensation, she could not feel a shred of warmth at all. Father prizes his personal interests above everything else, mother is the same. Why do I not have a single normal relative? Even though mother keeps claiming that this has all been for me, in truth, this woman had only done all of this for her own sake. Chia Chuxu took a deep breath at the thought of this. It seems that she has to make some decisions for herself as soon as possible. Otherwise, once her usefulness runs out, she might end up like Chia Ruan and the Oracle Chanxing. Mother, I'm feeling a little tired. Chia Chuxu steadied the turmoil in her heart and smiled. Regarding the Oracle Chanxing, I'll leave the decision to you, mother. Chia Ming cannot find out about this, otherwise, we're both finished. Alright, Qiuan'ei smiled gently, you go get some rest first. I'll make sure that the Oracle Chanxing vanishes within a few days. His presence on this earth is far too dangerous. Once he's dead, no one will ever find out about this secret. Chia Chuxu took one last look at Qiuan'ei before she turned around and left the room. Therefore, she did not see that when she had turned away, Chu Na's gentle expression immediately sank. The thoughts in her eyes were a mystery to the world. In a secret chamber, Chia Ming could feel the broiling air bursting from within, nearly roasting his body alive. He quickly dodged the flames directed towards him. A cold light flashed in his grim eyes. Lord Vermilion Bird, why did you not hear me when I had called for you outside? A voice rang out from within the stone room, carrying a sneer, help you. Why should I help you? I asked you to find my companions but have you found them? You haven't brought me a single shred of news yet you wanted me to fight for you free of charge. Are you daydreaming? Chapter 844, Setting Up False Charges, 2. Chia Ming took a deep breath to suppress the raging anger he felt in his heart. He then walked into the stone room. Upon entering the stone room, he saw a ball of red flame sitting on the stone bench. Its red eyes seemed to burn with a raging flame. It was impossible to see the person who was enveloped in the burning flames. Lord Vermilion Bird, are you going back on your word? We previously agreed that I would help you find your companions while you help me protect my family. How could you sit and ignore us in this manner? Wham! The Vermilion Bird slammed its hand on the table, instantly splitting it half. The flames on its head shot towards the ceiling as it roared in anger. You still have the audacity to speak. I, the king, asked you search for them but have you found them? You can't find my companions and you dare say that I've gone back on my word. Find my companions then come see me. Leave. I want you to leave immediately. I do not wish to see you horrible humans within my sight. Leave now. Chia Ming already had a taste of the Vermilion Bird's explosive temper so he was not in the least bit angry, only his gaze deepened. Lord Vermilion Bird, do you not know that I had called out to you because I have found your companions? What did you say? Whoosh. Suddenly, a flaming hand reached out and pulled Chiaming in front of the vermilion bird's eyes. At this moment, Chiaming could clearly sense the burning aura from within the vermilion bird. The aura made him feel sluggish and his face flushed red. Where are the azure dragon and the white tiger? And that damn kid, the black tortoise? Tell me where they are. A malicious light flashed in Chiaming's eyes and he smiled icily as he replied, an uninvited guest had arrived at the Chia family home earlier on. Your companions have fallen into her hands. I then summoned you but you had ignored me. It was an excuse to frame Gu Ruan but then again, it was also quite true. The three divine beasts were in Gu Ruan's hands. No, the vermilion bird shook its head, you're lying. If my companions were that close to me, I would have sensed their presence but I had not sensed them at all, not even a bit. They weren't here. Spiritual beasts have always been sensitive to auras. Furthermore, the vermilion bird has the blood of a divine beast so as long as the azure dragon and the others were within 100 meters nearby, it would certainly have been able to sense their presence. However, the vermilion bird certainly never thought that Chiaming had absolutely no intention of letting it find its companions. Chiaming knows very well that once the vermilion bird finds its companions, it would certainly leave the Chia family. The Chia family would then lose one of their trump cards. Hence, he had placed the vermilion bird in a secret chamber which had been constructed with special materials. This room prevented the vermilion bird's aura from being exposed to the outside world. Similarly, it would not be able to sense anything from the world outside as well. Of course, Chiaming could never let it find out about this. Lord Vermilion Bird, you may not know this but I have met this woman. I've witnessed her torturing a white-colored tiger with my own eyes. She addressed the tiger as, Yunyao. In the beginning, I wasn't sure whether that white tiger was actually one of the companions that you've been searching for, Lord Vermilion Bird. Therefore, I've been furiously investigating during this period of time. In the end, I found out the truth and that woman arrived. She had locked the white tiger away long ago so why would she bring it here? Boom. A raging flame exploded from the vermilion bird's feathers. Who dares to lay a hand on my companions? Who is that woman? I'm going to make her pay right now. Chapter 845, Setting Up False Charges, 3. The vermilion bird was mad with rage. We have the dignified blood of the divine beasts flowing in our veins yet they had been oppressed by a tiny little human. This was an unforgivable sin. I'm not going to let that woman get away with it. Actually, I don't know where that woman is myself. Chiaming's eyes darted back and forth as he spoke. However, in 3 days, my young daughter will be getting married. I will invite that woman to attend my young daughter's wedding and you, Lord Vermilion Bird, may emerge and avenge your companions. Sigh, that poor white tiger had been beaten black and blue at that time and was gasping, dying for breath. I wanted to stop her but that woman said that she had to subdue the white tiger and that she was a trump card which could help to protect her from any attacks. So it was her prerogative to treat her in whatever way she wishes. The audacity of that damned girl. The vermilion bird was angered beyond measure and its eyes were spitting fire, to actually say that we spiritual beasts are trump cards and shields for her against any attack. This was exactly why I have refused to serve humans. It was because they hold this kind of mentality. In ancient times, spiritual beasts and humans had been comrades in battle. However, human cultivators began to treat spiritual beasts as only tools in battle. As time passed, all spiritual beasts would rather die than to serve humans. Chiaming was aware of this so he had purposely constructed those words. Not only that, a malicious smile flashed across Chiaming's eyes before he quickly reverted back to his righteous and morally upright manner. That woman had also managed to capture the azure dragon, that was how she had forced the white tiger to submit to her. Even I, as a human, can't bear to watch this. Spiritual beasts are supposed to be our companions yet this human has treated spiritual beasts with such cruelty. Humans like these are not fit to be called humans, they're worse than beasts. His words struck a nerve at the bottom of the vermilion bird's heart. The vermilion bird nodded and suddenly felt as if this human was not as hateful as the rest. At least he had used the word, companion. Amongst the hearts of humans, not many would consider spiritual beasts as their companions. Kid, when that woman appears, call me. I will come out immediately and destroy her. Each time the vermilion bird thought of how that person had treated the azure dragon and the white tiger with such cruelty, its body would tremble with anger. Furthermore, I will make her understand that we spiritual beasts will never be satisfied with becoming weapons of war for humans. Alright, I'll wait for you when that time comes, Lord Vermilion Bird. Chiaming then lowered his head and the corners of his lips curled into a smile. This divine bird has been around for such a long time yet its heart is still too naive. I really can't comprehend how it had managed to stay alive for such a long time. It would believe whatever anyone says. Does it not understand the concept of, humans have sinister hearts? Furthermore, Chiaming has his reasons for planning this to happen during his daughter's wedding. He wants to create a sensation. Otherwise, the little princess would definitely report everything which has happened today to the Emperor of Drifting Wind Country. By then, they might not be able to count on Supreme Jin so he had no choice but to utilize this trump card to intimidate the Emperor. This was to ensure that he would have some degree of fear towards the Chia family. At the tavern, Gu Ruoyan had just returned to her room when, not long after, an invitation card was delivered to her. Gu Ruoyan mildly raised her brow and flipped the invitation card open. When she saw the two names on the invitation card, she could not help but smile. Chia Chuxu and Lu Chen are getting married. However, Lu Chen is still in my hands. I wonder, how are they planning to get married? Zixi, what do you make of this? Chapter 846, Setting Up False Charges, 4. Xiao Zixi appeared out of thin air and sat a chair. He sipped from a teacup on the table before turning to face Gu Ruoyan. You should let Lu Chen go then. You want me to release him? Gu Ruoyan looked at Xiao Zixi with a smile that did not reach her eyes. Why? Idiot. Xiao Zixi rolled his eyes at her, his large irises making a big circle before he smiled maliciously. If they're so eager to make an exhibition of themselves, let them. In 3 days' time, Chanbei Yi would have returned. When that time comes, we can start a fight in their wedding and turn their happy occasion into a funeral while we're at it. That doesn't sound too bad. Gu Ruoan stroked her chin as she smiled and nodded. On this day, Lu Chen's suffering shall be at an end. I'll ask Yunyao to release him. We'll wait for the wedding to present them with an earth-shattering surprise. It has been 6 years. It's time for me to put all this to an end. By the way, Xiao Zixi, did you manage to catch that sneaky figure we saw at the Xie family home earlier on? The Oracle Chan Xing. She would never forget this man. No matter how many years have gone by, she has never forgotten his face. However, she never thought that the Oracle Chan Xing would be so bold to actually enter the Xie family home, and as luck would have it, she had ended up spotting him. I followed him into Madame Chia's bedchamber and managed to eavesdrop on their conversation. I then intended to wait until there was no one around before capturing him, but who would have thought that someone wants to have him killed? I caught those people, and one interrogation session was enough for me to know that they had been acting under Madame Chia's orders. I've now handed that fellow over to the holy doctor. Xiao Zixi then told Gu Ruoan everything he had heard. As she listened, Gu Ruoan could not help but feel stunned. She had guessed that Chu Na and the Oracle Chan Xing had some sort of relationship. Otherwise, why would the Oracle Chan Xing help Chu Na to concoct a lie? However, she never thought that the two of them had long engaged in a secret illicit affair, and that even Chia Chuxiu was not Chia Ming's flesh and blood. Xiao Zixi, what do you think? Would you say that once Chia Ming finds out about this, his expression would be an absolutely entertaining sight? For the sake of a B-star child, he had murdered his own biological son and daughter. If he finds out that Chia Chuxiu was not his daughter and is also not the master of the ancient divine pagoda, wouldn't he go mad? Gu Ruoan stroked her chin. Whenever she thought of that scene unfolding before her eyes, she could not help but want to laugh. When that time comes, I'm not sure. Xiao Zixi produced the jade ornament flourish as if he was showing a precious treasure. There was a huge grin on his adorable and cherubic face. I had taken the liberty to steal this from you when you asked me to follow that man so he wouldn't have an opportunity to deny the truth. I've already recorded their conversation. That jade ornament was a divine weapon which could record voices given to Gu Ruoan by Chanbei Yi before he left. Earlier on, Gu Ruoan had placed it in the ancient divine pagoda, so when she had asked Xiao Zixi to tell the Oracle Chan Xing, in secret, he had taken it out in order to ensure that they had evidence. Besides, due to the existence of their contract, he could also use the divine weapon whenever he pleased. Gu Ruoan clutched the jade ornament as her lucid and elegant features broke into a small smile. It seems that this time, for Chia Chuxiu and Lu Chen's wedding, we would not just be presenting them with one gift but two. By then, I will certainly give them an earth-shattering surprise. I wonder if they'll like it. Mother, maternal grandfather, and the departed spirits of the Mo family. I can finally avenge you now. Chapter 847, The Wedding 1. Have you heard? The eldest Lady Chia of the Chia family is going to marry Lu Chen. TSK. The eldest Lady Chia is not only an exceeding beauty who can enrapture an entire city, she also has outstanding talent. Coupled with the fact that the Chia family is backed by Supreme Jin, Lu Chen has certainly received the better end of the bargain by marrying her. Sigh, Chia Chuxiu is both talented and good-looking. I had thought that only a man like Supreme Jin would be a good match for her, yet I never expected her to end up with Lu Chen. It seems that Lu Chen has other intentions for hanging around in the Chia family. In the past, when he had approached Chia Ruoan, I'm sure that it had all been because of Chia Chuxiu. That's right, even though Chia Ruoan was more powerful and talented when compared to Chia Chuxiu, she was far inferior when compared with her younger sister whenever it comes to their character and kindness. Any man who has met Chia Chuxiu would not possibly look at any other woman. How unfortunate that such a tender and elegant woman is about to become someone's wife. In the tavern, due to the news that the Chia family had announced 2 days ago, the whole of Drifting Wind Country had burst into a cacophony of discussion. When Gu Ruoan emerged from her room, she could already hear the discussion coming from beneath her. She slowly curled her lips and a smile appeared on her delicate and pretty face. Xiao Zixi, is today the day of Chia Chuxiu's wedding ceremony? Xiao Zixi, who was standing next to Gu Ruoan, nodded. It seems to be. What, are you going now? Gu Ruoan's smile grew even more pronounced, but her eyes were still as clear and cold as ever. Master should be about ready and Xiao Yi will be returning soon. Let's leave for the Chia family home now. I wonder if they'll enjoy the congratulatory gift that I have prepared for them. Without another word, she then walked down the stairs. At Chia family home, the front yard was as busy as a marketplace. A large, red symbol of joy had been plastered on the main gate. The chamberlain greeted each and every guest with a huge smile and registered the names on a piece of red paper. Lu Chen stared at the crowd who was coming and going about, and his eyes filled with great excitement. He never thought that he would be able to take Chia Chuxiu as his wife so soon. After all, this woman not only had looks that would make one drool, she was the master of the ancient divine pagoda. To have her as one's wife was equivalent to holding the world in the palm of one's hands. The smile on Lu Chen's handsome face grew even wider, as if everything under the heavens and on the earth already belongs to him. Just then, an exceedingly festive flash of red appeared before his eyes. He gazed upon the woman who was gliding down with the support of a servant girl and could not help but gulp. A light of joy flashed in his eyes as he hurried forward to receive her. Zuer, let us bow before the heavens and earth. Once they have gone through the ceremony of worshipping the heavens and earth, they would officially be husband and wife. Chia Chuxiu held Lu Chen's robes in a tight grip. Her exceedingly beautiful face, which was hidden by a red veil, was extremely pale. However, in the end, she nodded her head powerlessly. Zuer, to be able to take you as my wife in this lifetime. It is my greatest honor. Lu Chen curled his lips into a smile as he led Chia Chuxiu towards the main foyer. As Lu Chen does not have any relatives, only Chia Ming and Chu Na were seated in the seats of honor in the main foyer. They gazed at the bride and groom who were approaching them with a smile on their faces. The first bowed to the heavens and earth. Following the master of ceremonies' booming voice, Chia Chuk-Su slowly shut her eyes. Her entire being was completely desolate. Oh, how she wished that that man would appear at the very last moment and take her away. Otherwise, after today, there would not be another chance. However, just as she was about to kneel, a grave and stern voice suddenly sounded from behind and caused Chia Chuk-Su's heart to shudder. Chapter 848, The Wedding 2. Apologies, this Supreme One had some business to attend to at the last minute, which is why I've arrived late. Whoosh. Chia Chuk-Su yanked her red veil aside in one swift move. Her eyes were filled with excitement and anxiety as she stared at the golden figure who was descending from the sky. Tears streamed continuously down her face as she asked in a trembling voice, "Big Brother Jin, you've arrived. He must be here to take me away." "That's right, that must be it. I knew that Big Brother Jin could never bear the sight of me marrying another man." Supreme Jin slowly entered the main foyer as his cold and stern golden eyes glanced at Chia Chuk-Su without a single hint of feeling. His voice was as cold as ice and also sent a chill through Chia Chuk-Su's heart. "You are Yunce's younger sister, so I'm here to attend your wedding." Instantly, Chia Chuk-Su's face turned even paler. Her heart has never felt such disappointment as she gazed in sorrow at the man's handsomely chiseled features. "Big Brother Jin, you." Ahem. Chia Ming sensed that Chia Chuk-Su was about to utter something at an ill-timed moment and he hurriedly cleared his throat, stopping her from saying anything more. At that moment, Chia Chuk-Su regained her senses and mildly lowered her gaze. "How could I have forgotten? I'm now merely a good-for-nothing. How could I ever be good enough for Supreme Jin? If I were to confess my love for Supreme Jin right now, I would then destroy this wedding. By then, I, who have lost all usefulness, would be cast aside by Chia Ming." Chia Chuk-Su slowly steadied her emotions as she thought of this. She then fought back the tears in her eyes and smiled. "I'm sorry, Big Brother Jin, I was too excited about having you here to attend my wedding ceremony, so I was not able to contain myself." Supreme Jin stood tall with his hands behind his back and did not say much upon hearing Chia Chuk-Su's words. He then quickly turned away and did not bother to even look at her again. "Let's continue the wedding ceremony." Chia Chuk-Su took a deep breath and slowly turned around. At this moment, no one knows the amount of hatred which burns within her heart. Would I have been turned into a good-for-nothing if it had not been for Guru Owen? Would Big Brother Jin then act so coldly towards me? This was all that woman's fault. "Continue. I'm afraid that you won't be able to continue this wedding ceremony." Suddenly, an elderly voice sounded from outside the main foyer. That voice fell into every ear in the room and immediately caused an enormous commotion. Isn't that the Holy Doctor? What is he doing here? TSK, there's going to be a good show now. Supreme Jin has arrived to attend the Chia family's wedding ceremony and even the Holy Doctor has arrived as well. However, the whole world knows that Supreme Jin is currently hunting the Holy Doctor. Why would he so boldly show himself here now? I wonder who's going to win when the Holy Doctor and Supreme Jin fight. Supreme Jin was silent. He did not say a word as if he was unaffected by the debate amongst the crowd. His gaze fell upon the figure in green standing next to the Holy Doctor and an almost undetectable glint flashed in his eyes. "Father, Mother." Chia Chuling immediately spotted Seo Zixi who was next to Guru Owen. Her large eyes blinked as she pointed at him and said, "It's the boy that I liked the last time, that's him. I want him to play with me. Buy him for me, please." Gasp. Hearing this, the crowd could not help but exclaim. Even though they had no idea who the purple-eyed little boy was, since he had followed the Holy Doctor into the room, he must have a more than average relationship with the Holy Doctor. Yet Chia Chuling of the Chia family had demanded to purchase someone on the Holy Doctor's side. Chapter 849, The Wedding 3. HMPH. Bai Junxian scoffed and stared disdainfully at the two people on the seats of honor. He then spoke to them in a sarcastic manner. "The Xia family's education system is pretty good. Even a little lady only a few years of age would act like such a despot and try to snatch someone away in front of me. Do you have any idea who he is? Do you think that you'd be able to pay the price for him if you knew his true identity?" "I don't care, I want the little boy." Chia Chuling pouted and puffed her cheeks, clearly incapable of understanding the situation before her. "Father said that he would be mine sooner or later. Besides, Big Brother Lu Chen also said that he's only worth over 10 gold pieces. Our Chia family can afford that." Bai Junxian nearly laughed with madness. Over 10 gold pieces. She wants to purchase the ancient divine phoenix, Zixi, for over 10 gold pieces. Is she certain that she isn't teasing him? Linger. Chia Ming's expression changed greatly as he berated her in a stern voice. "Who taught you to say these things? I've never made such a statement. I'm going to change your master within the next few days. It seems that he has been teaching you some nonsensical things. You've not inherited any of our Chia family's noble character and unquestionable integrity." Chia Chuling was completely dazed. She stared at Chia Ming with tears in her eyes and the pitiful look on her face was an extremely heart-wrenching sight as if she had just suffered an enormous wrong. She could not understand it. Her father was clearly the one who had said those things to her, so why has he pushed the blame onto her master? However, Chia Chuling only needed to take one look at the ugly expression on Chia Ming's face before she quickly ran to hide in her wet nurse's embrace, not daring to say another word. Bai Junxian felt the urge to laugh again. Having a noble character and unquestionable integrity were characteristics used to describe other people, but this was the first time he has ever heard anyone using those terms to describe themselves. "Bai Junxian, despite the fact that you've murdered Yunse, you've come to attend Zeus's wedding ceremony, so I won't be calculative with you today. I'll settle the debt with you once this wedding ceremony is over. Others may fear you, Bai Junxian, but I, Chia Ming, do not. As long as I can avenge Yunse, I would not hesitate even if I have to give up my own life." Chia Ming purposely skewed these words for the benefit of Supreme Jin's ears. He does not understand why Supreme Jin did not move once the Holy Doctor Bai Junction had arrived. Could it be that he no longer wishes to avenge Chia Ruan? Besides, Supreme Jin's gaze has never left Gu Ruan since the beginning. Supreme Jin fell momentarily silent and his stern gaze was fixed upon Gu Ruan as he asked, what kind of relationship do you have with the Holy Doctor? Gu Ruan shrugged as she curled her lips and replied, he's my master. Whoosh. The initially silent guests who were seated in the hall could no longer contain themselves after hearing these words. This woman is the Holy Doctor's disciple. Supreme Jin's eyes sank momentarily before he spoke in a deep voice, you should leave. Don't interfere in the matter between the Chia family and the Holy Doctor. This does not concern you, so leave now. I don't want to hurt you. The reason why he does not wish to hurt her was not only because she was the Grand Lord Hong Lian's adopted daughter. It was even more so because she had an aura which was similar to Chia Ruan's. Simply because of this, he could not bear to hurt this woman. Chia Chuxu clenched her fists tightly and her vicious gaze was like a sharp sword which had been tempered in poison as she glared fixatedly at Gu Ruan. However, all eyes were on Gu Ruan and the rest of her party at this moment, so no one had noticed the vicious look in her Chia Chuxu's eyes. Is it possible that you, Supreme Jin, are unaware that not only am I the Holy Doctor's disciple? Gu Ruan smiled as she raised her gaze towards Supreme Jin's handsomely chiseled features, even Chia Ruan had been his disciple as well. Chapter 850, The Wedding, 4. If one was to say that the first part of Gu Ruan's sentence could stun a person, the next part of her sentence was like a stroke of thunder on a clear day which exploded directly above their heads. Based on everyone's knowledge, the Holy Doctor had been responsible for Chia Ruan's death. However, no one knows that Chia Ruan had been the Holy Doctor's disciple. If that was the case, why would the Holy Doctor kill her? I know. A complicated look appeared in Supreme Jin's eyes, that's why I would like to know the truth behind this matter. Honestly speaking, he does not believe that the Holy Doctor was responsible for murdering Chia Ruan either. Hence, he had wanted to find the Holy Doctor so he could find out the truth. If the Chia family had been telling the truth, he then would kill the Holy Doctor and avenge Yunsa at all costs. You should leave, this really isn't the place for you. Supreme Jin looked at Gu Ruan, otherwise, if I actually find out that the Holy Doctor was the true culprit behind Yunsa's murder, I will kill him. When that time comes, I might accidentally injure you. Lord Supreme Jin. Just as Gu Ruan was about to speak again, a sneering voice spoke, how could this be false? The Chia family had investigated the matter for over 6 years before we managed to discover the truth. Chia Ruan had indeed been murdered by the Holy Doctor. As for this woman, she was an accomplice. It was she who had helped the Holy Doctor to secretly assassinate Chia Ruan in order to receive his good graces. It's true that the Holy Doctor was Chia Ruan's master. It's because of this very reason that his actions were all the more despicable. He had killed his own disciple for the sake of personal gain. Can a man like him even be considered human? Are you sure? Supreme Jin redirected his gaze from Gu Ruan towards Chia Ming. At that moment, there wasn't a shred of emotion in his cold and stern stare. His voice was as cold as the inside of an icebox. Chia Ming was mildly shocked. He did not understand what he could have said to provoke such a sudden change in Supreme Jin's attitude. Of course it's true. Chia Ming steadied his emotions and nodded. I can confirm that these two were the culprits behind my poor daughter's murder. Chia Ming, you're certain that she had helped the Holy Doctor to harm Yunsa? Supreme Jin pointed at Gu Ruan as he questioned with an emotionless face. If this had been the start of the matter, you would still have believed Chia Ming's words. However, upon hearing the latter's words, his heart was filled with disappointment. Amongst the Martial Supremes, Grand Lord Hong Lian was ranked as the best of the best. His name was even included in the mainland's Wind and Cloud Register. Furthermore, he was the only Martial Supreme to have his name on that list. Hence, would Gu Ruan, as Grand Lord Hong Lian's adopted daughter, even need to curry favor with the Holy Doctor? One was a high-level Martial Supreme, the other was merely at mid-level. The two simply could not be compared. Even though the Holy Doctor was considered as the #1 physician in the mainland. Chia Ming, you are certainly adept at shifting the blame. Bai Junction burst into laughter as he cast a disdainful look at Chia Ming's face. That year, for the sake of helping Chia Chuxu forcibly take the item which old Master Chia had entrusted to Chia Ruan prior to his death, not only had you murdered Chia Ruan's mother, you had even destroyed the entire Mo family and then forced my disciple to become homeless. She wasn't even able to attend her own maternal grandfather and mother's funeral. Hence, she had been treated with scorn for 6 years while both Chia Chuxu and you have enjoyed flattery. Over the course of these 6 years, I've been investigating the Chia family for the sake of bringing justice to my disciple. You grew afraid, so you used Supreme Jin in a plot to have me killed. Haha, I'm sure you never expected that I would appear right in front of you. Bai Junction was not afraid of Supreme Jin, for if they were to fight, no one could be sure who would emerge as the victor. However, he does not wish to be entangled in a senseless fight. If he really wanted to go against Supreme Jin, both parties would suffer heavy losses and he would not be able to revenge his disciple at all. That was the reason why he had been hiding from Supreme Jin all this time. Chapter 851, Unmasking the Truth, 1. The noisy main foyer instantly became quiet. The guests looked at each other in dismay. Their eyes were filled with surprise. It was obvious that they were unsure if Bai Junction had been speaking the truth. Hee. Chia Ming chuckled with a sneer. His lips then curled into a scornful smile. Bai Junction, stop your venomous slander. You even dare to spew such baseless statements. Chia Ruan was my daughter born from my own flesh and blood. Why would I want to kill her? However, it's a good thing that the eyes of the world are clear. I believe that everyone here knows what kind of person I am. It was you who had colluded with this woman to harm my poor daughter. Now, you want to shift the blame onto someone else. Let me tell you that with the honored guests and Supreme Jin present today, you have no chance of getting away with your malicious scheme. Bai Junction shrugged his shoulders. He then turned towards Gu Ruan and asked with a grin, Disciple, where is the wedding present that you've prepared for Chia Chuxu? Gu Ruan had never said a word since the beginning of this altercation. Instead, she had been observing Chia Ming's expression. Now, upon hearing Bai Zhongshan's voice, she smiled indifferently and with a flip of her hand, displayed a sparkling and translucent jade ornament in her palm. This is the congratulatory gift that I have prepared for the newlyweds Chia Chuxu and Lu Chen. I hope that you, the members of the Chia family, will like it. When they heard this, the eyes of every guest turned to look at Gu Ruoan's palm and a disdainful expression crept up on their faces. It's merely a jade ornament and the Chia family has plenty of these. Is it possible that the high and mighty disciple of the holy doctor is gifting them something so common? Even though the workmanship on the jade ornament isn't too shabby, unfortunately, this gift is far too ordinary. I had been expecting some sort of grand present instead. It's also a good thing that the master of the Chia family has a pretty good temper. He had managed to keep his composure in the face of such humiliation. If it were me, I would have flipped out long ago. Now, she's even using a jade ornament as a congratulatory gift. Isn't that just saying that the Chia family is now so poor that they can't even afford a jade ornament? Gu Ruoan maintained a serene smile on her face despite hearing the whispers laced with mockery from the crowd. She then slowly transmitted a sliver of spiritual energy from the palm of her hand into the jade ornament right before the crowd's eyes. A smug and fierce voice rang out from the jade ornament. So what if I've done all those things? It was that rebellious daughter, Chia Ruoan, who had failed to recognize what was good for her. She disobeyed her father and bullied her stepsister. She even had the audacity to snatch away the treasure which was supposed to have been her stepsister's birthright, an absolutely seditious act. The ancient divine pagoda was supposed to belong to Zuer. Meteors had fallen from the sky and the sky lost its color on the day Zuer was born, symbolizing that she is the master of the ancient divine pagoda. However, Chia Ruoan, who was also born on the same day, carried disaster in her bones and would bring misfortune to the Chia family. Unfortunately, I was unable to retrieve the ancient divine pagoda from the damned SLT before she died. She was just as wicked as her own mother. If it was not for the fact that her mother was a member of the Mo family, I would never have married her. What a joke, I love Zeus's mother alone. Only a kind woman like her is worthy of me. Gu Ruoan, do you think that people would believe you once you've spread the word? Right now, in everyone's eyes, I, Chia Ming, am a true nobleman who places love and loyalty above all. No one would believe that I would ever do such a thing. At this moment, the atmosphere in the main foyer had grown very quiet. Thus, that familiar voice echoed clearly in everyone's ear. Even Chia Ming himself was in shock. His face almost immediately turned so pale that he looked like he does not have a single drop of blood left in his body. Chapter 852, Unmasking the Truth 2. Gu Ruoan, it goes without saying that you've made sufficient preparations before coming here. Chia Ming quickly recovered and laughed icily as he said, however, I think you should ask the person that you've hired to imitate my voice to show himself. Haha, what an absolute joke. Do you think that just because you've produced the device, you could prove that I've killed my own daughter? I, Chia Ming, have never confessed to such a thing. You can forget about framing me. Chia Ming certainly does not believe that there could possibly be anything on this earth which could record voices. He reckoned that someone had imitated his voice from behind the scenes. Even though these were indeed his own words, as long as he does not admit to it, would these people be willing to believe him or this woman? The crowd immediately began to dive into a debate. Just then, a cold and stern voice slowly spoke. If the Supreme One is not mistaken, that jade ornament is the mythical auspicious divine jade. It is ranked as one of the best amongst the divine weapons. It does not have any abilities in battle, but it has a rather mystical attribute. It can use spiritual energy to seal a person's conversation within the jade. After that, one only needs to transmit one's spiritual energy into the jade to replay the recorded voice. This meant that this particular conversation was indeed a recording of something Chia Ming had once said, preserved in the auspicious divine jade. Chia Chuxu's expression changed greatly in one split second. She stared in sorrow and disappointment at Supreme Jin's increasingly cold and severe features. She could not believe that Supreme Jin, who had been friends with the Chia family for so many years, would desert the Chia family at a time like this and help this woman. However, at this moment, Chia Chuxu had completely forgotten that Supreme Jin had protected the Chia family only for Chia Ruoan's sake. After realizing that the Chia family was behind Chia Ruoan's murder, why would he continue to help his own enemy? What does Supreme Jin mean? Didn't Chia Ming say that someone was imitating his voice from behind the scenes? Why would Supreme Jin, who has always helped the Chia family, accuse Chia Ming now? Could it be that you've forgotten? Supreme Jin doesn't have much of a relationship with the Chia family. All these years, he has been helping the Chia family simply because of his friendship with Chia Ruoan, whom he would have risked his life and limb for. Besides, according to Supreme Jin, it seems that Chia Ming has indeed confessed and his confession had been secretly recorded. That means that he's the true culprit behind Chia Ruoan's murder. Chia Ming himself had said so earlier on that a tiger, though cruel, will never devour its cubs. This slap in the face will leave a large swelling on his face soon. I've never expected that the master of the Chia family would turn out to be such a hypocrite. Clearly, I've misjudged him. Chia Ming staggered back as his features completely drained of color. If someone else had made this statement, he would still have some room to make a retort. However, against with Supreme Jin's statement, these people would never believe Chia Ming no matter what he said. The most hateful thing of all was the damned girl, Gu Ruoan, who had completely drilled him into place. Despite having a cunning mind throughout his lifetime, he has actually fallen into the palm of that little girl's hands. Ha ha. Suddenly, Chia Ming laughed maniacally. His laughter contained a hint of misery. That's right, it's true. I killed Chia Ruoan. Boom. The crowd had not expected Chia Ming to admit to it in such a straightforward manner. The confession pretty much served as an explosion that put everyone in a daze as they stared at him foolishly. Father, Chia Chuxu's expression changed greatly. Why is father confessing so quickly? I can pretty much forget about obtaining Supreme Jin's heart as a result of this. However, Chia Ming does not seem to hear Chia Chuxu's voice. He closed his eyes sorrowfully then slowly opened them again. Chapter 853, Unmasking the Truth 3. And so what? Do I not feel agony after killing my own daughter? I had no other choice. Chia Ming looked extremely wretched as if his heart was truly breaking over Chia Ruoan's death. All these years, I've never forgotten her and have always lived in great agony every moment of the day. Do you know the truth behind what actually happened? That year, that rebellious daughter had joined forces with the Mo family and tried to kill Zuer and her mother. What did Zuer ever do? Simply because of the oracle's prophecy that she was the true master of the ancient divine pagoda, Chia Ruoan had ganged up with the Mo family and raised her hand against Zuer and her mother, all for the sake of obtaining the ancient divine pagoda. Even my own father had ended up dying by their hand. What's wrong with me trying to exact vengeance for my own father? Where is my sin in trying to protect my own daughter? If a rebellious daughter like her was allowed to walk this earth, how many would continue to die by her hand? Chia Ming looked bitter as his face displayed great sorrow. Yes, it's true that I had said those things mentioned by the jade ornament, but I had been goaded into it as well. Every time I think of how Chia Ruoan and the Mo family had murdered my father, how she wouldn't even spare the kind and gentle Zuer and every time I think of how Chia Ruoan and the Mo family had murdered my father, how she wouldn't even spare the kind and gentle Zuer and her mother, my heart would fill with rage. That's why I had said those cruel things. It was because I was so angry. Father, say no more. Chia Chuxu threw herself in front of Chia Ming, her eyes filled with tears as she shook her head. We've already discussed this previously. Leave some dignity for older sister since she's already dead. It's time to forget about all this. Don't let the world curse at her anymore. She's still my sister after all. How can I bear to leave her with such an evil reputation? Besides, during that year, I had mentioned that if older sister truly wishes to kill me, let her kill me. If my death could bring her conscience back, I would die with no regrets. Gu Ruoan curled the corner of her lips, smiling as she watched the father and daughter echo one another. If she was not that evil woman that they were slandering, perhaps she would have been blinded by their act as well. Similarly, Supreme Jin continued to observe the two with an icy look in his eyes. His expression was devoid of any emotion as he coolly watched the father and daughter who were embracing each other and bawling. Thud. Chia Chuxu had slowly turned around and approached Supreme Jin. She then knelt down, raising her tear-stained face towards him as she spoke remorsefully. Big brother Jin, I'm sorry that I've lied to you all these years. The true culprits behind my sister's death were the Chia family. The reason why I did not tell you the truth was because my sister was too good of an actress and had always deceived you with a mask. I could not bear for you to find out about this, so if you really want to revenge my sister, kill me instead. It's only right for me to meet my sister in hell and apologize to her. Once she finished speaking, she closed her eyes. Her pale, white face looked calm and unafraid of death. Chia Chuxu still felt very confident when it comes to Supreme Jin. This man would never have the heart to hurt her after interacting with her for so many years. Besides, everyone now knows that it was Chia Ruoan who was in the wrong. Supreme Jin would never raise his hand to hurt a person without clarifying the truth. However, Chia Chuxu had obviously viewed herself too highly. Supreme Jin slowly raised his hand and aimed it straight at Chia Chuxu's head. The slap was so swift and fierce that one could feel a gust of wind building up along with it. Chia Chuxu could feel it even with her eyes closed. Stop. Lu Chen's expression changed greatly as he appeared in front of Chia Chuxu in a flash, quickly pulling her into his embrace. Slam. The hit landed on Lu Chen's back and caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood. His handsome face has completely drained of color. At that moment, all he could feel was an intense pain in the internal organs of his body as if they were all being crushed by the sheer force of that one hit. Chapter 854, Unmasking the Truth, 4. Is this the true power of a martial supreme? Even after I had put up all of my defenses, his attack was still able to pass through them straight away and destroy my protected body. It was a good thing that Chia Chuxu was not in jeopardy. As the true owner of the ancient divine pagoda, Chia Chuxu will one day inspire all throughout the corners of the world. When that time comes, I could have the wind and rain if I wished, and the grudge I have from this one slap today will be returned to him at a later time, 1,000 or 10,000 times more. That's right, Lu Chen had decided to save Chia Chuxu not because he loves her but for the sake of his position in the future. Big brother Jin, you would want to kill me. Chia Chuxu lifted her pale face and stared in disappointment at the cold and stern-looking man. Just a while ago, she had clearly felt this man's murderous intent and that one slap was just as merciless. If Lu Chen had not rushed over, her head would have been split open on the spot and she would have died tragically. However, Chia Chuxu could not understand it. Chia Ruoan was only a deceased friend and she had been interacting with Supreme Jin for over 6 years now. Why does he still continue to treat her so cruelly even after finding out that it was Chia Ruoan who had started all of this? Do you want to kill her, Supreme Jin? Gu Ruoan shrugged her shoulders as she gazing smilingly at Chia Chuxu. I'm sorry for the inconvenience, but no one else except me can have this woman's life. Supreme Jin, who was about to attack again, frowned when he heard Gu Ruoan's declaration. He then put his hand away, but his icy stare remained devoid of warmth as he glared frostily at Chia Chuxu before him. Chia Chuxu's heart trembled. She no longer wanted to look at Supreme Jin's cold and indifferent gaze as she slowly rose to her feet and walked towards Gu Ruoan. I thought it was strange from the beginning that you would want to get close to my bodyguard. Now I understand, you're doing all of this not just for Chia Ruoan. You talk of avenging her all the time, but in truth, it was also because I am the master of the ancient divine pagoda. As the master of the ancient divine pagoda, I am destined to live an extraordinary life, so that's why you've come to kill me. Chia Chuxu laughed icily before she continued. You've toyed with my poor bodyguard who is now dangling in the palm of your hand. You're just like Chia Ruoan, who would scheme endlessly and be vicious and savage. If you really have any conscience at all, you shouldn't do this. I, Chia Chuxu, have never done anything to you. Why do you insist on provoking me? Previously, I've been too kind, so I had allowed myself to be humiliated by you repeatedly. Now, I will not allow myself to give in to bullies like you. This time, Bai Junction did not wait for Gu Ruoan to speak. He sneered at her and jeered tauntingly. You won't give in to our bullying. Then you should have powers as well. Could it be that you're unaware you've become a good-for-nothing now? Kind. TSK. Bai Junction's gaze filled with ridicule when he heard that word. If Chia Chuxu was considered to be a kind woman, then this world would not have any wicked people at all. Good for nothing. Zue, what is he talking about? You're a good for nothing. Lu Chen's expression changed drastically. How did you become a good for nothing? Instantly, all eyes fell upon Chia Chuxu. Chia Chuxu laughed icily. That's right, my powers are now regressing, but so what? I am the master of the ancient divine pagoda. Once I have the ancient divine pagoda, I can restore my powers. Lu Chen heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. Just then, Bai Zhongshan's mocking laugh filled the air once again. Haha, the master of the ancient divine pagoda. Chia Chuxu, are you certain that you're the master of the ancient divine pagoda? Where is this ancient divine pagoda? Can you let us have a look at it? Bai Zhongshan was filled with glee. Chia Chuxu had long been aware that this was all a lie concocted by the oracle and Q&A, yet she could still make such a declaration like a solemn vow. It seems that I have truly underestimated the members of the Chia family. By the way, dearest disciple, doesn't your jade ornament contain another conversation? Won't you play it for us to hear? Chapter 855, The Chia Family's Destruction, 1. Chia Chuxu's expression changed drastically. Could it be that Bai Zhongshan knows of the relationship between the oracle Tianxing and my mother? Is that why he had dared to say such things? No. That's not possible. The oracle Tianxing has been assassinated. Mother had sent someone to make sure of that. Aside from the both of us, no one else should know about that affair. Chia Chuxu's demeanor returned back to normal as she displayed a frosty smile on her elegant face. Bai Zhongshan, you can stop deceiving others now. I am the genuine master of the ancient divine pagoda, and this was a prophecy made by the oracle. Could it be that you would not even believe in the oracle Tianxing's words? Perhaps the oracle Tianxing has formed an alliance with you, which was why he had spread a rumor like that. Bai Zhongshan curled his mouth as he declared disdainfully. Disciple, what are you waiting for? Aren't you going to play the conversation? Gu Ruoyan glanced at Bai Zhongshan, but she did not speak. Her gaze then fell upon Chia Chuxu's sneering face as she gently raised the corners of her lips. There's someone else here, and I wonder if you're acquainted with them. What? Chia Chuxu shuddered. Gu Ruoyan, what are you framing me for this time? Master, let him step out first. I'm sure that he has something to say to Chia Chuxu and her mother. Just as the last syllable was spoken, a snow-white figure emerged from outside the crowd. Chia Chuxu and her mother, who were initially in a state of disapproval, both froze in place instantly when they noticed the figure. Q&A had quickly clasped her hands on her mouth and was trembling so violently that she could not speak. Her eyes were filled with dread and fear. He's still alive. This man is actually still alive. That's impossible. The men that I had sent to assassinate him clearly told me that they had killed him, so how is he still alive? Unless those men had lied to me. Hey, isn't that the oracle Tianxing? Even though the oracle Tianxing doesn't have a lot of power, due to his prophetic skills, he has received high regards from his imperial majesty. It was quite sad that he had to leave a few years ago, so what's he doing here now? Furthermore, based on the conversation between the holy doctor and the others, it seems that the oracle Tianxing had some sort of relationship with Madame Chia. The spotlight was now on Chia Chuxu and her mother. The crowd was feeling even more suspicious, unable to comprehend the relationship between the oracle Tianxing and the two women. However, the oracle Tianxing's next statement pretty much clarified their suspicions. Q&A, you are truly cruel. That year, you had come to me, begging me to help you to concoct such a lie for the sake of our daughter, Chia Chuxu. In the end, I even left Drifting Wind Country for your sake, and now, to prevent the world from finding out about us, you even sent someone to kill me. What a waste of all the painstaking efforts I've done for you. The oracle Tianxing shook his head disappointedly. Once he found out that Q&A had sent someone to hunt him down and have him killed, the love he had felt towards this woman has completely disappeared. All that was left was hatred. She was indeed a poisonous woman. This woman would stop at nothing to achieve her goals. Boom. This statement exploded like a stroke of thunder on a clear day into the minds of everyone present. Chia Ming, who had initially intended to fly into a rage, was completely dazed. His face was now as livid as a pork liver as he stiffly turned to face Q&A. He glared at her with an ugly look on his face as he asked, is the oracle Tianxing speaking the truth? Is Chuxu your love child? As for the matter regarding the ancient divine pagoda, had you collaborated with each other to deceive the world? Q&A, tell me, is this true? To Chia Ming, the most important matter at hand now was whether Chia Chuxu was the master of the ancient divine pagoda or not, rather than the fact that his childhood sweetheart was an adulterous woman. The great sins he had committed long ago, his actions in killing Chia Ruan and her mother without hesitation, had all been because of Chia Chuxu's status as the master of the ancient divine pagoda. Chapter 856, The Chia Family's Destruction, 2. Chu Na's face was now completely white. She knows that it was all over for her the moment the oracle Tianxing had appeared. At this moment, her mind was completely blank. She could not even think. Father, what are you saying? Chia Chuxu laughed icily and turned towards the oracle Tianxing. Just because he's making claims doesn't prove that mother has betrayed you. How could I possibly be his daughter? I am clearly the flesh and blood of the Chia family. This is true without a doubt. He must have been bribed. What proof does he have for his excuses? As she spoke, she glanced at Gu Ruan but saw the latter waving the jade ornament in her hand at her. She felt her heart instantly contract, but she quickly regained her senses. Previously, her father's statement had been recorded because he had been goaded by this woman in front of her. However, Gu Ruan had not been present at all when her mother had confessed about her relationship with the oracle Tianxing. Thus, they could not possibly have any proof. I've said it long ago. Knowing how shameless these Chia family members are, they would never admit to the sins they've committed. Bai Zhongshan rolled his eyes. You no longer need to say anything else to these people. Show them the proof. It's also a good way to show the Chia family's true nature to the public. Chia Chuxu smiled coolly as she watched Gu Ruan disapprovingly. However, when she heard the voice which sounded from within the jade ornament, the color on her face changed immediately. There were initially two voices from the jade ornament. A third voice then interrupted the conversation, and it was pretty obvious who the third voice belongs to. Thud. Qian immediately fell to the ground. She then stared at the Oracle Chanxing in utter disappointment. She hated him. She hated this man for having had a one-night stand with her and to side with outsiders at a time like this. However, Qian never considered how she had previously treated the Oracle Chanxing. If she had not sent someone to assassinate him, she would not have ended up disappointing him and caused him to feel vengeful towards her. SLT. Qian immediately returned to his senses and charged towards Qian. His large hand reached out and grabbed onto her neck fiercely. Veins bulged from his forehead as he exclaimed savagely, "Explain this to me, honestly, is Chia Chuxu the master of the ancient divine pagoda?" Qian opened her mouth and tried to speak but realized that her throat was unable to make any noise. Her initially pale white pallor was now flushed red as she stared pleadingly at the enraged man before her. She hoped that this man would spare her on account of their many years of marriage. However, to someone like Qianming, power holds a far greater position above everything else. Why should he spare her now that he has found out that he had been toyed with for someone else's pleasure? No. Lu Chen held his head tightly in his arms and wailed in anguish. He slowly closed his eyes because the searing pain had now warped his features. I had murdered the woman that I loved deeply with my own hands for Chia Chuxu. I thought that as long as I married Chia Chuxu, I could have the world. What was wrong with giving up on a woman for the sake of that? He now knows that he had been deceived. Even more than that, he had murdered the woman he loved for the sake of it. Regret, guilt, and an endless amount of hatred began to envelop his heart. Suddenly, as if seized by a bout of insanity, he charged towards Chia Chuxu and slapped her tightly right across the face. Chia Chuxu, you had lied to me. All of you had promised me that as long as I helped you kill Chia Ruan and aided you to obtain the ancient divine pagoda, you would marry me immediately. However, not only had you made me wait 6 years, you've also been lying to me for 6 years. Ha ha ha. I, Lu Chen, am an idiot. I had actually believed in your words. You, a person who would harm her own sister. As for you, Qianming, you're not any better either. That year, old Master Chia had not believed in the Oracle Chanxing's prophecy and insisted on giving the ancient divine pagoda to Chia Ruan. For Chia Chuxu's sake, not only had you schemed to murder Chia Ruan, you had not even spared your own father. After all, if old Master Chia was still alive, how would you ever have the chance to anything to the mother and daughter? Chapter 857, The Chia Family's Destruction, 3. Lu Chen laughed maniacally. Whenever he remembered how much he had given up, he would feel as if ants were crawling and biting his heart. It was an agonizing pain that he could not bear. Qianming's expression has changed completely, even his grip on Chuna's neck was loosening. He glared murderously at Lu Chen. It was true that Qianming had been responsible for poisoning old Master Chia to death. However, not even Zuer or her mother had known of this, so how had Lu Chen found out? You must be curious as to how I had found out about this. Lu Chen sneered, if I did not have some information which I could use against you, would I have been able to stay in this doomed petition for so long? Qianming, if you don't want anybody to find out about your sins, don't do it in the first place. I will now announce how you had murdered old Master Chia to the world. Let everyone bear witness to your deceitful face, Qianming. This is the price your Chia family shall pay for deceiving me for all these years. Lu Chen could not believe that Qianming had been unaware of the fact that Chia Chuxu was not the master of the ancient divine pagoda. It was possible that he was not aware of Chuna's adultery, thought Lu Chen. Otherwise, he would never have behaved so lovingly to a B-starred daughter. However, Qianming was most certainly aware of the person who was the true master of the ancient divine pagoda. Hence, Lu Chen would burn with rage each time he thought of how everyone in the Chia family had collaborated to deceive him. If it had not been for this scam, perhaps I would have long taken Chia Ruan as my wife. Knowing Chia Ruan's level of talent, her evolution into a martial supreme was only a matter of time. Boom. Just then, a powerful force exploded and crashed into Qianming's body, causing him to stumble back. Just as he raised his head in anger, he heard a clear and cold voice coming from above his head. It was you who had murdered old Master Chia. The woman's eyes were completely frigid. Her gaze was so cold that there was not even one shred of emotion on her face. The woman's body was enveloped with murderous intent, causing his heart to panic. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, he burst into laughter. His laughter echoed throughout the noisy main foyer and sounded absolutely terrifying. Since you've all found out about this, then no one shall be leaving today. He slowly rose to his feet as an eerie smile appeared on the corners of his lips. As long as you all die, the world will ever find out about this, and I, Qianming, will remain a magnanimous and genuine nobleman. Hearing this, everyone assumed that Qianming had gone mad with rage. After all, the Holy Doctor and Supreme Jin were both martial supremes. How on earth does he expect to defeat them both? Ha ha ha. Bai Zhongshan laughed maniacally and asked disdainfully, I'd like to see what method you would use to kill all of us here. Bai Zhongshan, you've only caused trouble for the Chia family all these years, so the first person that I shall not spare is you. A murderous intent flashed across Qianming's eyes before he suddenly cried out to the skies, Lord Vermilion Bird, please help me destroy these people. Vermilion Bird. Gu Ruan was stunned. Before she could return to her senses, she heard a long howl from beneath the skies. It sounded like 10,000 stampeding horses rushing towards them. Some who were at a slightly lower level of power immediately felt suffocated. Who is Gu Ruan? Bring her to me. Roar. An angry roar sounded, followed by a blazing flame that rained down from the skies into the main foyer immediately. An enormous firebird, whose entire body was lit with a blazing flame, was in the air above them. Each flap of its wings sounded like the huffing sound of the wind. Its swift gaze swept across every face in the crowd with a domineering air. Chapter 858, The Chia Family's Destruction, 4. The Vermilion Bird. If I'm hearing this right, it sounds like Qianming had addressed it as the Vermilion Bird. Could it be that it's the legendary divine bird, the Vermilion Bird? The Vermilion Bird is one of the 4 divine beasts. However, they had disappeared many years ago, so why is it here now? What kind of effing luck does this Chia family have to get the vermilion bird in their possession? It's no wonder he had dared to act so fearlessly. The vermilion bird scoffed and was clearly not bothered about the humans who were talking about it. I'll ask one more time, which of you is Gu Ruan? As the vermilion bird uttered its second question, Chia Ming scurried over with jolting buttocks, bang and scraping as he replied, Lord Vermilion Bird, that's Gu Ruan, she's the one you're looking for. Whoosh. Instantly, the vermilion bird's eyes turned to face Gu Ruan and its fiery pupils blazed with a furious light. You're Gu Ruan. Good, that's very good. You shall die today. The vermilion bird then flapped its wings as if it could engulf everything under the sky with its flames, carrying a terrifying aura. Watch out. Supreme Jin cried out and appeared in front of Gu Ruan in a flash. His eyes were watching the enraged vermilion bird seriously. The holy doctor, however, was not as worried. With the ancient divine phoenix Sixi on the girl's side, one mere vermilion bird cannot harm her. After all, between the divine beasts and the ancient divine beasts, there was an entire gulf of difference in their powers. They would not even be able to break through the suppression of their blood vessels. Chi, what are you doing? Just then, a tender-sounding voice cried out in front of Gu Ruan. When the vermilion bird laid its eyes upon the figure in front of Gu Ruan, it was stunned. An even bigger raging flame then exploded from its body as it screamed, You, get out of the way. Vermilion bird, stop. Yunya's expression changed greatly. Her initially elegant features had grown cold when she heard the vermilion bird's words, If you don't stop, kill me first before laying your hand on her. The confused crowd looked at the woman in yellow robes who had just appeared in front of Gu Ruan, clearly unable to comprehend her relationship with the vermilion bird. However, this woman does not seem to be much more powerful than the vermilion bird. How does she expect to stop the vermilion bird? They wondered in unison. Vile humans. The vermilion bird became even more incensed when it heard this. This kid Chia Ming was right, you only know how to use spiritual beasts as a shield. If you're so great, then step out and fight me on your own. You're only good at using spiritual beasts to block your dangers. What kind of cultivator are you? Spiritual beast. Everyone in the main foyer looked at each other. Could it be that this elegant and beautiful woman is also a spiritual beast? As Chia Ming stared at Yunya's peerlessly gorgeous visage, a bad feeling entered his heart. However, he could not understand where this feeling had come from. A shield. Yunya was stunned as she knitted her brows. What are you talking about? What shield? Vermilion bird. As friends, we have not seen each other for so many years. Why has your temper grown even worse through the years? You even want to harm my master. However, she's not only my master but also a benefactor who had saved my life. The vermilion bird scoffed and glared at Gu Ruan who was standing behind Yunya's protective figure. It then replied irritably, You don't need to lie to me, you're only doing this because you've been threatened by this woman. Chia Ming has told me everything. He had seen this woman maul you with his own eyes and she had captured the Azure Dragon to force you into submission. Furthermore, she then used your body as a shield against attacks. He could not bear to watch this woman abuse you so he had chastised her and had ended up festering in her grudge. However, don't you worry, I'll save you an Azure Dragon now. I think this Chia Ming fellow is a pretty good guy. After all, he does not think that we spiritual beasts should be used as shields for humans. Chapter 859, The Chia Family's Destruction, 5. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Instantly, all eyes had turned towards Chia Ming and the gazes were filled with mockery and ridicule. This fellow is truly a dog who can't stop himself from eating shit, the crowd thought in unison. He just loves to sow seeds of discord wherever he goes. He has even hoodwinked the naive little vermilion bird and spewed such sentimental sap like how spiritual beasts should not be used as a human's shield. How could this man, who had killed his own daughter, have any empathy for a spiritual beast who is completely unrelated to him? Does he think that the people of the world are so easily fooled? Chia Ming's brain was momentarily unable to process this. What does the Lord Vermilion Bird mean by this? He wondered. This elegant woman in yellow robes had been abused by Gu Ruan. However, at that time, I had clearly told the Lord Vermilion Bird that Yunyao, the white tiger, was the one being abused. Wait a minute. White tiger Yunyao. Rush. Chia Ming's expression now drained of color and terror filled his eyes. Chi, who on earth has been captured? Suddenly, an azure light appeared from Gu Ruan's body and appeared in front of the eyes of the crowd. The man was an extremely handsome sight to behold. His features were as sharp as a sword and his eyes were like those of an eagle's. Each move he made was filled with the demeanor of a king. Behind him was an old man with white hair and a white beard. However, this old man's face was smooth and unwrinkled. If one got rid of the beard, he could easily pass as a handsome young man. The vermilion bird's eyes clouded over as the flames on its body gradually diminished. Soon, the flames died out and a small child appeared before everyone's eyes. Before seeing the vermilion bird's human form, the crowd had all thought that it was an adult male or female hidden within the flames. However, now that its human form has been revealed, they could not help but feel shocked. That furiously violent, domineeringly noble vermilion bird was actually a little Lolita. Especially that soft, supple little face which was so luscious that everyone was tempted to take a bite. Her flame-shaped red eyes were filled with tears as they stared tearfully at the three people before her. Leader, Ling Xiao, you're here too. Sob, sob, I have missed you all so much. When she finished speaking, the little Lolita quickly ran towards the Azure Dragon and the others. The tear-stained look on her face made everyone forget her earlier awe-inspiring appearance. Leader, Yunyao, Ling Xiao, I've been searching for you all for so long and so bitterly too. There were a lot of humans who had tried to capture me as well. When I met Chia Ming later on and followed him, he promised me to help find you all but I didn't think that you would all really be here. Chi wiped the tears from her face but did not forget to send a fierce glare towards Gu Ruan. Leader, has this woman been bullying you? Don't worry, I've recovered half of my power so I can avenge you all now. Chi, Tianchung's expression sank and he replied sharply, you're not to be impertinent to the master. Who told you that master has captured me and threatened Yunyao? Chi's fire-shaped eyes filled with suspicion but she pointed honestly at the severely pale-faced Chia Ming. He had said that. He told me that he had witnessed all this with his own eyes. He even said that this woman had once declared that spiritual beasts are only meant to help shield humans from danger when they're fighting against their enemy. I only wanted to save all of you. She curled her lips. It was this kind of notions that most people had which had brought about her hatred towards humans. Chia Ming, Tianqiong's chilly glare was like a sharp sword made of ice as it bore into Chia Ming's being. He raised his head and stared commandingly down at him as he said, "Not only have you slandered my master time and time again, now you've even caused a misunderstanding between my friend and my master. You have indeed crossed the might of the 4 divine beasts. Even though I have yet to fully regain my powers, I am more than capable enough to kill you on my own." Chapter 860, The Chia Family's Destruction, 6. Chia Ming could not stop himself from stumbling back and he shut his eyes in despair. He had thought that once he had obtained the vermilion bird, he would have something to be proud of. However, he never expected Gu Ruan to have 3 of the 4 divine beasts in her hand. Because of this, no one on this mainland could be compared to her. Leader, she was still unable to grasp the situation at hand and eyed Tianqiong's cold features with suspicion. "What on earth do you mean? Has he slandered this woman? What is going on?" Yunyao shook her head and smiled exasperatedly. "After so many years, you're still the same and far too naive. Do you believe in everything anyone says? Master has never hurt us. Besides, she had saved all of our lives. Even if we were to sacrifice our lives for her someday, we would do it willingly and she would not need to force us to do that." Boom. The vermilion bird was now thoroughly enraged. This damned human has actually dared to deceive me and caused a misunderstanding between me and my friend's savior. Chia Ming, you damned brat, you dared to deceive me. Chi gnashed her teeth as the fire in her eyes burned with increasing ferocity. The furious flames almost seemed as if they were going to flare out from her eyes. "Since you had dared to do such a thing, you must pay the price. I am a member of the majestic 4 divine beasts, yet I have been deceived by a tiny little human like you. If it were not for you, I would not have nearly hurt the wrong person by mistake. You can go to hell." Bang, bang, bang. Endless flames spiraled in an earth-shattering manner towards Chia Ming, scaring him so badly that he peed in his pants. His face was white and devoid of all color. "Wait." Tianqiong's face sank. "Don't kill him yet. Hand this person over to our master, she will deal with him." Deep down, Chi was extremely displeased by this. With a wave of her hand, she extinguished the raging flames and turned around to look at the 3 friends behind her with a pouty and adorable little cherubic face. "HMPH. If you don't want me to kill him, then I won't kill him. Besides, killing him will only stain my hands with filth. However, leader, this human may have saved your lives but you don't need to follow her around. We spiritual beasts have always pursued freedom, so why bind ourselves to limitations? Especially since this human's powers aren't very much to shout about." Chi glanced at Gu Ruan as she spoke. This woman has considerable talent amongst the humans. However, to her, she was not worth mentioning as long as she was unable to defeat her. Yunyao's expression changed because she had noticed the dark look on Xiao Zixi's face. She then hurriedly chastised Chi. "She is our master. We've sworn to protect her from the day we've contracted ourselves to her. You should probably prepare to form a contract with her as well." "What?" Chi was stunned. She could hardly believe her ears. "Yunyao, you're asking me to form a contract with a human?" Yunyao nodded. "We're already bound to her, so if you wish to continue to be with us, you will have to form a contract with her. Otherwise, from now on, we shall have to be separated." "Separated from my companions? How could this be? I've been searching for them for so long, how could I willingly allow myself to be separated from them?" Chi's delicate pink cheeks flushed red. Her pitiful little expression was enough to invoke an urge to pamper her lovingly. She stared at Yunyao carefully and asked, "Can I not form a contract? I don't want to become a human's tool for battle." Even though she had saved you, this was all definitely for the sake of goading you all into fighting for her. It goes without saying that Chi was speaking the truth. Chapter 861, The Xia Family's Destruction, 7. When she had saved the 3 divine beasts, Gu Ruan had originally intended for them to fight for her. This was something that the 3 divine beasts were also well aware of. However, after having interacted with her for so many years, they have long developed a deep trust for Gu Ruan. They were even glad to have met her. Gu Ruan had a small smile on her face the entire time. Her clear, cold gaze observed the little Lolita with a smile. She believes that Yunyao and the rest would handle this matter very well for her. Enough. When Xiao Zixi saw that Yunyao was about to continue her attempts to convince the vermilion bird, his adorable face darkened in a split second. He turned his arrogant purple eyes towards the little Lolita and exclaimed in an insufferably imperious manner, "I'll give you a choice, form a contract with her or leave." Initially, Xiao Zixi had intended to threaten Chi with, "Form a contract or die," but when he remembered that the vermilion bird has a rather close relationship with the white tiger and the others, he decided that the threat would not be a good move, so he had changed his words. Chi was clearly enraged. She was about to lose her temper when she saw who Xiao Zixi was and was instantly shocked to her core. Everyone thought that this vermilion bird has such a violent temper and would have definitely have lost her cool after being called out like that. Yet, in the end, they saw terror on her face. That was right, it was definitely terror. It was as if Xiao Zixi, who was only 1 head taller than her, was some sort of a monster. "Why is it him? Yunyao, what is this pervert doing here?" Chi nearly jumped. Her expression was particularly horrifying and her tiny figure could not help but tremble. She, who had initially acted smug and arrogant, slowly grew meek under Xiao Zixi's watchful gaze and no longer dared to say another word. Yunyao laughed bitterly. "That's why I didn't want you to say anything else to avoid irritating him. I forgot to mention, this fellow is also the master's contracted beast." "What?" Hearing this, everyone in the room, aside from Bai Junction who had long been aware of Xiao Zixi's identity, was stunned. Even the ones who were as solid as Supreme Jin could not help but shudder. Spiritual beast. This little guy was actually a spiritual beast too. Even the vermilion bird, a member of the 4 divine beasts, was terrified of him. Who on earth is he? Chia Ming gently shut his eyes as his expression filled with despair. It's no wonder that the holy Dr. Bai Junction had said such things. This little boy's origins are not that simple. The funniest thing was that I had previously assumed that he was the little son of an average family and had wanted to purchase him at the price of 10 gold pieces as a present for Linga. Someone who could strike fear into the vermilion bird's heart. Could not be exchanged for an entire country, what more 10 gold pieces? Only now did Chia Ming clearly understand the kind of people he has provoked. Was there any point in regretting it now? It was useless to dwell on regret over some mistakes after having committed them. At this moment, outside the imperial city of Drifting Wind Country, a figure in red landed on the city walls. He stood with both arms clasped behind his back as his handsome and grim features stared at the horizon with his lips curled into a smile. Yunsa, I shall see you again soon. Previously, I was not aware of who you were, so I had let you slip through my fingers. This time, no matter what, I will not let you leave. Half a month ago, the members of Red Lotus territory had discovered Gu Ruan's location. Hence, after he had finished all his business in the territory, that man had quickly rushed over. He hoped that he was not too late and that the little girl has not yet left this place. The man in red no longer dallied at the thought of this. He then shot off the city wall like a bright, red arrow. He caught hold of an officer and snapped open the portrait in his hands, raising his eyebrows as he asked, "Have you seen the woman in this picture?" Chapter 862, The Chia Family's Destruction, 8. The officer clearly jumped with fright and trembled as he stuttered, "Yi. Yes. Oh, then tell me, where in the imperial city is she?" I've seen the woman in this picture having a dispute with the lady of the Chia family, Chia Chuxu, as I was having a meal at Auspicious Blessing Tavern. She seems to be staying at that tavern. Under Grand Lord Hong Lian's powerful coercion, the man conveyed this piece of information with great difficulty. He then watched as the man in red shot off like a red light next to him and soon disappeared from view. Of course, the man in red was still unaware that Gu Ruan was now at Chia Chuxu's wedding ceremony. So, unsurprisingly, he had not managed to find the person he had been searching for in the tavern. At the Chia family home, Gu Ruan's clear and cold gaze fell upon Chia Ming's pale features. Murderous intent circled around her being as she spoke icily. "Chia Ming, when you had murdered old Master Chia and Chia Ruan that year, did you imagine that this day would ever come? I'm here today to avenge Chia Ruan in her place. However, I never thought that not only had you murdered your own daughter, even your father who had raised you had not been spared. Furthermore, based on the current situation, the unexpected deaths of the other heirs must also be related to you in some way." Initially, the members of the Chia family had not been so sparse. Aside from Chia Ming, old Master Chia had also sired several sons and daughters. However, other than the daughters who had married into families in distant lands, everyone else had all died from accidents. None have been spared. Since Chia Ming would even kill his own father, what other reason would he have to spare his brothers? He. Chia Ming sniggered and rose to his feet from the ground. He stared at Gu Ruan and sneered, "So what if I did? Those people had once fought with me over the position of young Master Chia, they all deserve to die." Gasp. When they heard Chia Ming's confession, everyone in the room could not hold themselves back from exclaiming out loud. Chia Ming had murdered his brothers and killed his own father. He has certainly committed every crime imaginable. They found it very hard to imagine that anyone in this world could be so cruel and heartless. Bang! Suddenly, a loud noise sounded from outside the door. Gu Ruan knit her brows gently and after ordering Yunyao to watch the members of the Chia family, she hurriedly rushed out the door. However, when she laid her eyes on the two people who were fighting in the Chia family courtyard, she was instantly flabbergasted. "Xiao Yi, what are you doing? Also, Godfather, what are you doing here?" Gu Ruan felt slightly aggrieved. Why are these two fighting in the Chia family home? "Sister." Chia Linyu noticed Gu Ruan immediately and his eyes lit up. He quickly scurried over to her. "Yue, what on earth is going on?" Gu Ruan's frown deepened as she asked Chia Linyu. "I'm not too sure myself." Chia Linyu rubbed his nose. "I was rushing over here with Big Brother Chanbei when this man, who has a picture of you, suddenly appeared and asked for some information about you. Big Brother Chanbei instantly marked him as a criminal and they began to fight. They had then fought and fought until they reached the Chia family home. Sister, you'd better hurry and stop them." Gu Ruan was completely dumbstruck as she stared blankly at the two red figures who were fighting each other in midair, temporarily unable to return to her senses. From her point of view, Xiao Yi has been around for a good number of years and her godfather was a cultivator whose very name shakes the mainland to its core. When had their tempers become so violent? They're fighting, all for the sake of a painting. Had they not even bothered to talk in a civilized manner? However, she was rather surprised at Grand Lord Hong Lian's sudden appearance and that he has been asking about her. Could it be that something has happened in Red Lotus territory? Chapter 863, The Chia Family's Destruction, 9. When she realized that the two men were getting completely swept up in the fight, Gu Ruan finally returned to her senses and frowned as she exclaimed, "Both of you, stop at this instant." Once she had spoken, the two men in the air obediently listened to her. However, they still eyed each other with disgust and neither one of them was willing to back off. "Xiao Yi." Gu Ruan laughed bitterly with a hint of exasperation. "When have you become so brash?" Chanbei Yi eyed the man in red but he ultimately descended from the sky to stand next to Gu Ruan and whined pitifully, "Yunsa, he had a painting of you in his hands so he must have bad intentions. I only wanted to snatch that painting away but he refused to give it to me so we had ended up fighting." That's right. According to Chanbei Yi's observations, this fellow must harbor some sort of criminal intent. Otherwise, why would he have Gu Ruan's picture? Furthermore, he has been all over the place trying to gather information about her. If this was not criminal intent, then what was? At this moment, the man in red no longer bothered to look at Chanbei Yi as he fixed his eyes squarely upon Gu Ruan. His eyes carried a sense of excitement and joy. However, a vast majority of it was also clouded by guilt. It has been so many years after she was born. I've never kept her company, not even for one day. So much so that when she had appeared in front of me that day, I wasn't able to recognize this girl as the daughter whom I have been yearning for so long. The man in red opened his mouth but was unable to utter the thousands of words that he wanted to say at that moment. However, his eyes continued to stare at Gu Ruan, unable to bear the thought of turning away. Chanbei furrowed his brows and took 2 steps forward. He walked right in front of Gu Ruan, perfectly blocking her from the man in red's view. Damned kid. Get out of my way this instant. The man in red was immediately enraged. This damned brat has dared to stick so closely to my precious daughter and had tried to snatch the picture of my precious daughter away from me. Where is he placing me, her own father, at what position? Obviously, Chanbei was still unaware that he had offended his own future father-in-law. After all, Grand Lord Honglian was staring at Gu Ruan with far too much intensity and looked too vulgar for words. No wonder Chanbei would view him as an enemy. Xiao Yi, this is my godfather. 3 black lines appeared on Gu Ruan's forehead as she explained exasperatedly. Chanbei finally stepped aside when he heard this, but he continued to stay by Gu Ruan's side and sent warning looks at the man in red. Grand Lord Honglian was nearly going mad with rage. What is the meaning of this, you damned brat? He dares to glare at me in such a manner. Does he think that I'm going to try and kidnap my own daughter? Wait a minute. I'm this girl's father, so what if I kidnap her? What? I can't take my own daughter away. Ha ha ha, I wonder what brings you to my humble little drifting wind country, Lord Honglian. Just then, a loud laughter filled the skies. This was followed by a yellow figure who slowly emerged and appeared before their eyes. Supreme Gao had sensed the man in red's presence ever since he had appeared in Drifting Wind Country. Besides, he had threatened an officer tasked with guarding the city, so it was impossible that he could have gone undetected. However, what shocked Supreme Gao was that Grand Lord Honglian had journeyed from so far away just to find a woman. He has even brandished her portrait as he went around the entire place, questioning everyone about her. Supreme Gao narrowed his eyes at the thought and turned towards Gu Ruan, who was standing before the man in red. A peculiar glint flashed in his eyes. Chapter 864, The Chia Family's Destruction, 10. It's Supreme Gao. His Imperial Majesty, Supreme Gao of the Drifting Wind Country has actually appeared. Also, did you all hear that? He had addressed the man in red as the Grand Lord Honglian. Could be that he's the ultimate cultivator whose very name shakes the mainland. The ultimate cultivator they had just mentioned was clearly not only the ultimate cultivator of the East Peak mainland but also the ultimate one amongst the Martial Supremes. This also means that no one below the rank of a Martial Supreme could ever hope to defeat the Grand Lord Honglian. I wonder who this young lady really is. Supreme Jin seems to have a more than average connection to her, and the Holy Doctor is also her master. Even the Grand Lord Honglian is her godfather. Of the great cultivators on this mainland, aside from the mysterious martial saint, is there anyone whom she is not acquainted with? Furthermore, the silver-haired man by her side seems to be on par with Grand Lord Honglian. Godfather. Supreme Gao was mildly shocked. Grand Lord Honglian is this little girl's godfather. It seems that the magnitude of her identity isn't something that anyone could guess with ease. The man in red's expression, however, was a little downcast. What godfather? I'm clearly her biological father. However, he was unable to announce this in public. Otherwise, if news of this reaches the ears of that old fart in the first city, wouldn't he be dragging his precious daughter down? After all, even though those old men were aware of Yunce's arrival in this mainland, they still do not know her exact location yet. Yunce, who is this fellow? The man in red squinted his eyes and a dangerous light flashed in his pupils. Based on his powers of observation, he could tell that this man does not have an ordinary relationship with his daughter. However, this fellow has actually tried to snatch his painting away and had raised his hand against him. Simply based on this one fact, it would not be easy for him if he wishes to marry his precious daughter. Ahem. Gu Ruan coughed awkwardly. Godfather, can you wait outside for a moment? I have some matters to attend to. I'll talk to you once I'm done. Also, Xiao Yi, please help me evacuate the place. Yue and I would like to speak to the Chia family members alone. Chanbei Yi nodded. He knows what Gu Ruan was going to do next. She would be revealing her own true identity. However, no one else, aside from the doomed Chia family members, needs to know this. Otherwise, if the great news of her reincarnation was to become general knowledge, it would attract an astronomical amount of attention and sensation. The rest of the crowd was not too bothered about Gu Ruan's decision. However, Grand Lord Honglian's heart shattered into a million pieces. He stared at Gu Ruan resentfully. Yunce, I've journeyed very far to see you, yet you refuse me at the door. This was too disheartening. His daughter was all grown up now and sure enough, has her own secrets. There were some things that she could not let him know. Gu Ruan shrugged her shoulders. Things are going to get bloody from here on, so I'm going to ask you all to withdraw for a moment. Regardless, Grand Lord Honglian has been fighting for so many years, so he has witnessed all sorts of bloodbaths. However, once he realized that Gu Ruan was not really keeping any secrets from him, he heaved a sigh of relief and nodded. I'll wait for you outside your living quarters. Actually, Grand Lord Honglian does not know that Gu Ruan had asked everyone to leave because she was indeed harboring a secret which she could not let anyone else know of. Which was her identity as Chia Ruan. This secret, following the Chia family's annihilation, will rot within her stomach for the rest of her life. Yue, let's go. A light flashed in Gu Ruan's eyes and she chuckled softly. All the enemies who had hurt you that year. I'll give you the chance to shed their blood today. Chapter 865, The Chia Family's Destruction, 11. In the Chia family home's main foyer, Chia Ming stared in despair at the two who had just walked in from the door. He never thought that he would fall into the hands of a little girl after being so cunning his entire life. Miss Gu. Lu Chen stumbled towards Gu Ruan and plopped himself in front of her in a kneeling position, crying tearfully in agony as he said, Miss Gu, I had been hoodwinked by the Chia family that year. That was why I had committed those acts which were unbecoming even for pigs and dogs. I thoroughly regret my actions now, so please, spare me this one time on account of my remorse. Gu Ruoan stared commandingly down at Lu Chen, who was kneeling before her, and replied emotionlessly, remorse. Lu Chen, do you think that after committing so many sinful acts, you can redeem yourself simply by admitting your remorse? Miss Gu, that person is already dead. As they say, if revenge breeds revenge, will there ever be an end to it? Can you not return good for evil? Must you exterminate us all? Hearing this, Lu Chen raised his head as he spoke indignantly. Anyone who was ignorant of the situation and has witnessed this scene would probably assume that Gu Ruoan was a heinous villain who was pushing good people around. Return good for evil. Gu Ruoan sneered. That year, you used the trust that Chia Ruoan had in you and had not hesitated to tear Chia Linyu limb from limb alive. Did you even show a hint of mercy at that time? Lu Chen, I wonder if you can still remember Chia Ruoan's words before she jumped off the cliff, that if she was to be reincarnated, she would make you all pay the bloody price. These 4 words were like hammers which slammed fiercely into Lu Chen's heart. At that moment, the young girl's decisive image appeared once again in his mind's eye and caused his heart to tremble. You, how do you know this? How was she able to have such a vivid knowledge of Chia Ruoan's last words? Even the way she had said them was exactly alike. How could I not? Gu Ruoan chuckled softly, because I have returned. Because I have returned. Thud. Lu Chen staggered backward and his butt connected with the ground. He stared at the slightly smiling face in disbelief. Unconsciously, the smile on the woman's face began to fuse with that of the woman in his memories as if they were of one body. At this moment, the faces of Chia Ming and his daughter were a particularly ugly shade. Their faces depicted nothing more than death. Regardless of how much strength they had to support themselves, they were instantly punched into foolishness by Gu Ruoan's words. What on earth do you mean? Chia Chuxu returned to her senses with great difficulty and stared at Gu Ruoan with a pale face. Are you saying that you're Chia Ruoan? This is completely impossible. Chia Ruoan is dead. Let's not discuss the possibility of reincarnation. Even if it actually exists, your ages don't match. Chia Ruoan has only been dead for 6 years. Even if she had been reincarnated, she should only be around 6 years of age. How could this woman possibly be Chia Ruoan? She must be trying to scare me on purpose. That's right, that must be it. Chia Ming. Gu Ruoan slowly closed her eyes before opening them again. Her gaze now fell upon Chia Ming. Do you all know that I've been living in hatred over these past 6 years? I've only ever thought of finding you every single moment of my life and getting my revenge. I can tolerate whatever you've thrown at me, but I never expected all of you to be such lunatics. You would even kill your own wife, father, son and daughter, but you never thought that I would be reincarnated and survive through the identity of another person. Chapter 866, The Chia Family's Destruction, 12. Gu Ruoan laughed. Her soft laughter rang in Chia Ming's ears, making him feel absolutely terrified. No wonder from the first moment I have laid eyes on this woman, I had a very strange feeling. She's actually Chia Ruoan. You are. Gu Ruoan spoke slowly. Her voice rang throughout the main foyer like the sound of thunder, once again causing their hearts to tremble. What had she just called the young man? You are. Could it be that he's Chia Linyu? Chia Ming's face was now both grey and white, his expression was filled with desperation. Never in a million years did he ever think that Chia Ruoan would return and that even Chia Linyu would still be alive. You are, for everything that Lu Chen has ever done to you that year, you can now double it and return it all to him. Gu Ruoan gently raised her gaze. I have enough pills on hand, so even if he's only left with a single drop of blood, I can bring him back to life. You may abuse him however you wish. During these past 6 years, Gu Ruoan was not the only one who had lived in hatred. It was the same for Chia Linyu. He would never forget the heart-wrenching agony he had suffered as he watched his own arms and limbs being torn from his body before his eyes. However, what truly broke his heart was the heartbroken and desperate look in his sister's eyes. Those eyes were forever carved into his memories and he would never be able to forget them. Yue, Yue. Lu Chen widened his mouth as his throat made a suffocated croaking noise. Yue, spare me on account of the care I had once given to you, I really don't want to die. Chia Linyu's pupils scanned Lu Chen's pale features. His delicate face showed no emotion as he spoke in a voice dripping with the hatred which could nibble away at one's bones. His every word slowly echoed throughout the large and empty main foyer. My older sister had witnessed my mother's death, yet you had murdered me in front of her. Lu Chen, tell me, why should I spare you? I will never spare anyone who has made my sister cry. Chia Linyu laughed icily before he turned towards Chia Ming and spoke emotionlessly. Chia Ming, didn't you once say that you would turn your back on a good-for-nothing like me? You even said that only Chia Chuxu alone was your flesh and blood and that I was only a burden. However, it's too bad that Chia Chuxu was not born from your blood, so you have already decided to die without descendants. Chia Ming's body shook slightly and he slowly closed his eyes. He never thought that the daughter whom he had showered with love for so many years would turn out to be someone else's beast-starved child. Now, each time he thought of this, he would feel as if a sharp knife was piercing through his heart. It was such an agonizing and unbearable pain. More than anything else, he would have the great urge to choke that SLT, Q&A, to death. Die without descendants, hee. Chia Ming laughed. His laughter was mixed with an immeasurable amount of desolate misery. He turned towards Chia Linyu and said, I never thought that I, Chia Ming, after bumbling along for so many years, would actually end up with nothing in the end. I had killed my own flesh and blood for the sake of a beast-starved daughter. Yue, Yunsa, I know that you both harbor a deep hatred towards me in your hearts. However, during that year, I had been blinded by the lies of others. Furthermore, by the bond of blood, I am still your father no matter what. This will never change, so do you wish to commit patricide? Chia Linyu knitted his delicate brows together, but just then, a voice carrying a cold laughter sounded. Patricide? Wasn't that something which you had once done? Gu Ruoan smiled. However, that smile did not reach her eyes. Her clear, cold and dark eyes were awash with a faint cold light. Thus, I don't mind doing the same thing to you. Chapter 867, The Chia Family's Destruction, 13. Boom. Chia Linyu stumbled backward as if he had just been struck by lightning. His delicate features completely drained of color as he stared at Gu Ruoan in disbelief. Sister, what do you mean by this? Chia Ming had committed patricide. He was involved with grandfather's death. As Chia Linyu had arrived a little later, he was not too clear on what had just happened a while ago. However, he never imagined that Chia Ming would be so cruel and had murdered the grandfather who had brought him into this world and nurtured him. No, it was not my fault. That SLT, Q&A, is to blame for this. If it had not been for her, this would never have happened. Once he finished speaking and before anyone could react, Chia Ming suddenly charged towards Q&A and wrapped his hand tightly around her neck. At that moment, Q&A was completely unable to speak as she stared at that man's reddened eyes in terror. SLT, you had dared to spin such lies to me and had committed adultery with another. If it had not been for your lies, how much more blessed would I be now? Chia Ming tightened his grip. He was so filled with hatred that he wanted to strangle her to death. Q&A gasped but her throat was unable to make a sound. She has turned completely red in the face and looked pleadingly at Chia Chuxu who was slumped on the floor. However, Chia Chuxu was now powerless to defend herself, so how could she even take care of her mother? When she saw the pleading look in Chuna's eyes, she quickly turned away and no longer spared her mother another look. Chuna's expression filled with hurt and despair when she saw this. She never thought that Chia Chuxu would treat her in this manner at such a critical moment. Wah! Chia Chuling finally regained her senses from her foolish stupor and ran towards Chia Ming, bawling her eyes out. She then began to fiercely beat Chia Ming's back with her little fists. Bad daddy, you let mother go, let her go. Thump! The maddened Chia Ming slapped Chia Chuling, instantly flinging her tiny body out of the way. She happened to land on a stone column and blood began to gush out from the back of her head. Her tiny body slumped onto the floor as confusion and uncertainty swelled in her eyes. She could not understand the situation. Why is daddy, who has always loved and cherished mother, trying to kill mother? She wondered. Daddy has always spoiled and loved me, why would he raise his hand against me? She could not understand this either. Of course, these were things that she would never understand. Chuna's heart quivered and 2 streams of tears finally rolled down her cheeks. She turned pleadingly towards Chia Chuxu once again and, mustering all of her strength, managed to wheeze a plea from the recesses of her throat, save. Save your little sister. Chia Chuxu lowered her head and did not even look at Chia Chuling who was now lying in a pool of blood. Chuna's heart finally gave up all hope. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Q&A burst into laughter. She gathered a strength she never knew she had and pushed Chia Ming away. Her body stumbled back and she directed a glare filled with cold, black hatred at Chia Ming. Chia Ming, did you know that you're the person that I love most in the world but you are also the person that I hate most of all? How many oaths of eternal love had you once pledged to me? You even said that one day, you would take me as your wife in a just and honorable manner. Yet in the end, after waiting for you, I received the news of you marrying Lady Mo. Q&A gently shut her eyes and her heart filled with indescribable pain. Actually, Lady Mo was also rather pitiful because she had been completely innocent. Had you not schemed to get her, she wouldn't have had any affection for you. Even so, I still hated her, so what if she was a pitiful wretch? It's her fault for taking you away. Chapter 868, The Chia Family's Destruction, 14. Since you've already married another, why would you continue to court me? I then decided to get together with the Oracle Chanxing yet you had come back. You even promised me that once you get the position of young Master Chia, you would immediately make me your true wife. I believed your words so I had abandoned the Oracle Chanxing and followed you back to the Chia family home. Q&A widened her eyes and turned her hateful glare away from Chia Ming, redirecting her attention to Chia Chuxu. At that moment, her face no longer displayed any hatred, all that was left was disappointment. Zue, everything I've done has all been for your sake. Yet, in the end, you're only interested in saving your own neck. Chuna's words were filled with hopelessness. She probably never thought that Chia Chuxu would have turned out to be such a weakling. However, it's a good thing that I still have Linga. I still have her. Q&A smiled suddenly and her smile was like a blossoming flower. She then turned and walked towards Chia Chuling who was lying in a pool of blood. Chia Chuxu had wanted to speak up as she watched Chuna's stumbling figure but in the end, she chose to keep her mouth shut. Chia Chuling lay in the pool of blood with wide eyes as if she had something she wanted to say. Blood flowed continuously from the back of her head and soon dyed the floor beneath her bright red. Q&A gently scooped Chia Chuling's body up into her arms and brushed her hand over her wide eyes, closing the little girl's eyelids. Q&A had a simple and elegant smile on her face and no longer displayed the maddened look she previously held. Linga, don't be afraid, mother is going to keep you company now. In the future, we can leave this place, far, far behind and we'll never see these people again. Slam. After she finished talking, Q&A slammed her hand with all her might against her own chest. She immediately spat out a large mouthful of blood and her face turned ashen. The entire group watched as she held Chia Chuling's body close to hers and slowly crumpled to the ground. SLT. Chia Ming spat as he stared icily at Chuna's crumpled figure. A cold, nonchalant smile has appeared on his face. Shortly after, he turned towards Gu Ruan and said, Yunsa, your enemy is now dead. This destruction had begun because of Q&A so our previous grievances can be written off. I promise that from now on, you and you are my only children. No one else can surpass the place both of you hold in my heart. Gu Ruan stared at Chia Ming's shameless face and a small smile appeared on the corners of her lips. While it's true that all this had started because of Q&A, I still believe that you are the main culprit. Chia Ming's expression changed rapidly. Yunsa, if you insist on killing me, you will be cast into the 18th hell never to be reincarnated. Boom. All of a sudden, a cold look flashed in the eyes of the purple-robed little boy standing next to Gu Ruan. A demonic smile appeared on the corners of his lips and, without waiting for Chia Ming to react, he threw a purple flame at him, igniting Chia Ming's entire body with a loud whoosh. 18th hell. The little boy smiled evilly. Even if she enters hell, she, as Zixie's master, is destined to reign over hell. Who would dare to oppose her then? His voice was youthful and delicate yet it rang into every ear and shook them to the very core. Chia Ming's eyes widened in shock. He ignored the agony he felt from the burning flames and stared fixedly at the little boy's cherubic features. Are you saying that your name is Zixi? Zixi. That's the name of the ancient divine phoenix. This little guy is the ancient divine phoenix. Could it be that Gu Ruan has already formed a contract with the ancient divine pagoda? Impossible. That was definitely impossible. In the past, she had never been able to form a contract with the ancient divine pagoda. How was she able to complete the contract in 6 years? Chapter 869, The Chia Family's Destruction, 15. Chia Ming, you had given up on her that year, so everything that you're enduring now is the consequences of your own actions. Co Zixi curled his lips and smiled evilly. He then turned his eerie purple eyes towards Chia Chuxu as loathing and disgust filled his gaze. Furthermore, you had wanted to snatch me away and give me to this woman. I, Zixi, will not be contracted to just anybody. From generation to generation, she is the only master I've ever recognized. As long as her soul was not destroyed, I will forever await her existence. If she was annihilated, both the ancient divine pagoda and I will disappear from this world. His tender and youthful voice echoed throughout the halls like a heavy weight and slammed into the hearts of every single person. Chia Linyu's expression was filled with delight. It was more than enough for him to know that his sister has such a loyal companion in this life. So, you're the true master of the ancient divine pagoda. Lu Chen closed his eyes in agony. His handsome face was twisted with remorse, yet he did not display even the slightest glimmer of guilt. His regret was not because he had killed Chia Ruan but because he had lost such a powerful support. If he had married her that year, Chia Ruan's ancient divine pagoda would then have belonged to him. Furthermore, this mainland would have become his for the taking. However, he had easily bought into the Chia family's lies and killed the true master of the ancient divine pagoda by mistake. Furthermore, he had helped an impostor. Lu Chen's heart was gripped with pain. Yunsa, he opened his eyes and stared in agony at the woman's lucid and elegant features. He spoke in a voice which dripped with remorse and shame. I had been deceived that year. That was why I had turned into this. I know that you hate me, but it's also because you have felt love, so it has led to your hatred. I hope that you will give me a chance to love you and take care of you. I, Lu Chen, can swear to you that I will never let you down. Yes, in Lu Chen's point of view, Gu Ruan was still in love with him. Otherwise, why would she have held such a strong hatred towards him? A smile appeared on Gu Ruan's face, making her already delicate and pretty features even more compelling. However, her dark, black eyes were filled with mockery. She stared at Lu Chen with a smile which did not reach her eyes. When he saw the smile on the woman's face, Lu Chen assumed that he still had a chance. His heart leaped with joy and his eyes beheld Gu Ruan as if she was enveloped in the gentle warmth of sunlight. Yunsa, I knew you still love me. Since that's the case, let us select an auspicious day and get married. Chia Chuxtu, who was standing next to Lu Chen, felt a cold laugh originating from the recesses of her heart as she stared at the shameless look on that man's face. This man is so utterly pragmatic, she thought. Just a while ago, he had been making a solemn vow to me, but not long after, he would turn around and throw flattery towards another woman. Lu Chen, the smile on Gu Ruan's face deepened. She raised her gaze at the man standing in front of her as she said, I do hate you. I hate you so much that I dearly wish I could hack you into pieces, make mincemeat out of you, then go to the forest and feed you to the dogs. Of course, this kind of hatred is completely unrelated to any form of love but comes from everything that you've done to Yue. I can never put up with anyone who has hurt the people I love. So, even in my dreams, I always see myself returning to get my revenge. Lu Chen's face drained of color. He staggered back as he shook his head and stared at Gu Ruan with disbelief. No, I don't believe it. You still love me, I'm sure of it. Yunsa, I've promised you that I would treat you very well in the future. What more do you want? Furthermore, I can also swear that from now on, I will not lay a finger on any other woman but you. At this point, Lu Chen softened his tone of voice and spoke gently. I know that I cannot be compared to that silver-haired man by your side, but have you ever considered that an outstanding and powerful man like him would certainly attract many women in the future? Knowing your pride, can you tolerate a man with 3 wives and 4 concubines? Only I, Lu Chen, can devote my heart and soul entirely to you. Yunsa, if you choose him, you will regret it. Chapter 870, The Chia Family's Destruction, 16. When it comes to Chia Ruan's personality, Lu Chen thinks that he knows her better than anyone else. One should not judge her just because she always looks so calm and collected. In truth, deep down, she has a lot of pride. Her man can only ever belong to her alone, and she would never spare a single look at anyone who has the intention of having 3 wives and 4 concubines. Are you certain that every man would want 3 wives and 4 concubines? Suddenly, a familiar aura appeared behind Gu Ruan. Upon sensing that aura, a smile appeared in Gu Ruan's eyes. A large flash of crimson robes suddenly appeared and enveloped Gu Ruan in an embrace. The man's silver hair was like that of a deity, and his initially gloomy pallor lit up into a smile when he gazed at the woman next to him. Yunsa, I had intended to wait for you outside, but when I overheard his words, I could not contain myself from coming in. Will you forgive me? Gu Ruan shrugged her shoulders. Have you sent the others away? Chanbei nodded obediently. They've all left. Besides, you can rest assured because I can sense the presence of anyone if they come within 100 meters of our vicinity. Then there's nothing holding us back. Gu Ruan smiled. Her eyes then fell upon Lu Chen's pale face. Lu Chen, Chanbei is my man, so he belongs with me for the rest of his life. If any woman wants to deliver herself to him, I don't mind killing him no matter how many of them come by. Chia Chuxu's mouth widened in shock. She might have been aware of Chia Ruan's pride and arrogance, but she never thought that she would make such an outrageous statement. After all, on this mainland, it was very normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Even the most loving husband and wife could have a third person in their midst. Besides, as a man, especially one so powerful, how could he possibly allow his own woman to act so possessively? Won't Gu Ruan be afraid of being cast aside by this man because of what she has said? At this moment, Chia Chuxu has completely forgotten about her current situation. Even the terror that she had felt initially has completely disappeared. It almost seems like she could already see Gu Ruan's fate of being cast aside, and she could not help but laugh maliciously in her heart. Chan Bei turned towards Gu Ruan with a solemn look on his peerlessly beautiful face. He then made a pledge to her, "Wife, don't you worry. If any woman dares to glance at me too many times, I will gouge their eyes out. If any woman dares to have any intentions towards me, I will make sure that 9 generations of her family will never have peace." He would want to destroy 9 generations of someone's family just for harboring intentions towards him. Chia Chuxu's face drained of color instantly. She covered her mouth in shock and stumbled back. She would never have believed that such an infatuated man could exist in this world. Even if there was such a man, he should not have fallen into the hands of a woman like Gu Ruan. She, Chia Chuxu, was more outstanding than Gu Ruan was in every aspect aside from talent. What does Gu Ruan have that Zixi would pass over Chia Chuxu, and that even such an outstanding man would devote himself to her and her alone? "I don't believe it," Lu Chen shrieked. "I know. You're saying all these things on purpose just to deceive her. You've simply taken a liking to the ancient divine pagoda, so you don't have any good intentions at all. Yunsa, don't believe his babbling nonsense. I'm the only one who loves you most of all in this world." Chan Bei laughed. It goes without saying that his smile was absolutely stunning. Even as a man, Lu Chen could not stop himself from feeling mesmerized. How could a man possibly have such beautiful features? If he was a woman, he would certainly be considered as the #1 beauty on the mainland, and no one would be able to surpass this beauty throughout the ages. Chan Bei did not say very much to him. His crimson figure then appeared in front of Lu Chen like a ghost. Hence, Lu Chen never saw him make his move, nor was he able to scream for mercy. All he could feel was an eerily cold sensation sliding down his throat and entering his vital organs. Chapter 871, The Chia Family's Destruction, 17. What did you just put into my mouth? Lu Chen hurriedly shoved his finger down his throat and tried to dig out whatever he had been forced to swallow. However, his body has already ingested it, so there was no way for him to spit it out. Chan Bei glanced at Lu Chen and turned his attention towards Chia Linyu. "I've just fed him a soul-gnawing fruit. I had found this soul-gnawing fruit by accident, but it's nothing good. It can make anyone who has consumed the fruit to be unable to die for 3 days. This also means that no matter what you do, he cannot die. Even if you were to cut off his head, he would still be alive. However, after 3 days, this soul-gnawing fruit will gradually consume his soul until he no longer exists in this world." The price of the soul-gnawing fruit was rather steep. Even if it grants one immortality for 3 days, it would turn one's soul to ashes in the end. No one would ever use it to lengthen their own lifespan. Chia Linyu's eyes sparkled and his delicate features lit up with a smile. "Thank you, brother-in-law." The words, brother-in-law, make Chan Bei's heart melt. His fearlessly beautiful features blossomed with a mesmerizing and seductive smile. His red eyes no longer held his initially gloomy air. "My little brother-in-law has been bullied, so as his brother-in-law, I should help him vent his anger. Wouldn't you agree, wife?" Gu Ruan rolled her eyes at him and retorted, feeling helpless, "Who are you calling, wife? You had mentioned it yourself that I'm your man." Chan Bei stared at Gu Ruan with distress and replied in a pitiful manner, "Doesn't this mean that you've agreed to marry me? Wife, since you've said these sort of things, you can't go back on your word. By the way, do you have any more of that fruit?" Gu Ruan raised an eyebrow. "Feed one to Chia Ming and Chia Chuxu while you're at it." Hearing this, Chia Chuxu and her father instantly turned pale. Chia Ming, who was engulfed in the purple flames, roared angrily. "Chia Ruan, you're worse than an animal. You want to murder your own father, you will definitely be hacked into 1,000 pieces." Gu Ruan smiled, then turned towards Xiao Zixi, who had remained silent. "Zixi, your flames aren't strong enough. Why is he still able to speak?" Chan Bei's appearance had already made Xiao Zixi very upset. Now, upon hearing Gu Ruan's words, he immediately charged furiously towards Chia Ming and put his flames away with a gloomy look on his little face. "Hacked into 1,000 pieces. You seem to enjoy this phrase a lot. Since that's the case, I'll let you experience the feeling of your body being hacked to pieces. Don't worry, I don't have any soul-gnawing fruit, but my every cut will be perfectly executed. I won't let you die so easily." As Xiao Zixi spoke, a wave of daggers appeared in his hands. His little face remained stoic as he mercilessly landed his blow, severing Chia Ming's skin along with his flesh. Fresh red blood began to pour over his entire arm. Aarrghhh. Chia Ming let out a heart-wrenching shriek as tears streamed down his cheeks. In this life, he has endured countless wounds, yet none had been quite as painful as this. This is only the first cut and you already find it unbearable. We still have 999 cuts to go. I won't let you die before the last cut falls. Xiao Zixi sneered and vented all his frustrations out on Chia Ming. At this moment, Chia Ming suddenly began to envy Chu Na, who had been able to die so easily without needing to endure such torture. Chapter 872, The Chia Family's Destruction, 18. He, instead, was truly suffering a fate worse than death. If he was really about to be cut 1,000 times, he would much rather die on the spot and be done with it. Chia Chuxu curled into a ball, her entire face was filled with terror and she could not stop her body from trembling. Even though the knife was only cutting through Chia Ming's body, she could feel his immense agony as well, and this fear drove Chia Chuxu to the brink of madness. "Please, I beg of you, spare me. I beg you, spare me." Thud. Chia Chuxu's legs gave way. She knelt on the ground as she exclaimed with tears in her eyes, "I don't want to eat the soul-gnawing fruit, nor do I want to be hacked into 1,000 pieces. I'll do anything as long as you spare me." Suddenly, she seems to remember something and quickly scurried towards Chan Bei. "Sir, I would willingly become your slave as long as you let me go. I will serve you and my sister for the rest of my life." Chan Bei understood very well the meaning behind her word, serve. Instantly, his blood-red eyes flashed with hatred as he roared icily, "Go away." Bang! A great wave of energy exploded from Chan Bei. Chia Chuxu's hand, which had been holding onto him, was immediately amputated. Blood began to spew out of the stump and her body was flung a distance away, landing heavily against a wall. Blood also began to splatter from her mouth. This man is completely heartless. She thought, I'm still the most beautiful woman in Drifting Wind Country, yet he has been able to withstand the seduction of such a beautiful woman like me. Could it be that he was unable to suppress his sexual urges and my words had provoked him? That's right, that must be it. She simply could not believe that any man could be so devoted to only one woman for the rest of his life. Before Chiachuksu could step out from her fantasies, the man in crimson robes was already right in front of her. She does not know why, but when she stared up at the man's tall figure, Chiachuksu felt a powerful weight upon her which nearly caused her to suffocate. Sir, I beg you, please spare me. Even now, she was still trying to appeal to him and persuade him to have tender, protective feelings for the fairer sex on account of her being a woman and to spare her life. Once she has entered this man's mansion, she would have other ways to deal with Guruan. How have you treated Yunsa in the past? Chanbei smiled. However, while his smile looked magnificent, it gave Chiachuksu a rather malicious feeling. As if the man before her would kill her mercilessly. Chiachuksu was about to explain herself until she saw the bloodthirsty look in the man's eyes. All her words became stuck in her throat, rendering her unable to make a sound. Then again, even if you don't say a thing, I could guess at it myself. Chanbei gently raised his eyes. His peerlessly beautiful features lit up with a bloodthirsty smile. However you've treated her in the past, I'm going to return it all to you 100 times more. Yunsa is the love of my life and is also the lover that I've been searching desperately for over 10,000 years. I will never let anyone hurt her. He has indeed been searching for her for many years. How could he ever bear the sight of her being bullied by anyone? No. Chiachuksu shook her head as her body shifted back. However, all that was behind her was an icy, cold wall. She had nowhere else to back into and could only look helplessly at the peerlessly handsome man before her with tears in her beautiful eyes. Yunyao and the other spiritual beasts all glared at Chiachuksu with revulsion. Chanbei has already made it very clear, yet she still wants to try and strike a deal. If that's not looking for death, then what is? Knowing Chanbei's methods, this woman's fate probably wouldn't be any better than Chia Ming's or Lu Chen's. Chapter 873, The First City's Messengers, 1. This strike is one that I shall unleash in Yunsa's place. Plop. Chanbei slowly raised his hand and a red light flashed from it. Instantly, Chiachuksu felt a smooth, moist sensation on her cheek. She lifted her lashes as her eyes filled with shock. I beg you, let me. Before she could utter the last syllable, another ray of red light shot towards her. At that moment, she felt a searing pain in her eyes and the light in front of her completely disappeared into a pitch-black darkness. Ah! Chiachuksu shrieked heart-wrenchingly. Her small hands clasped onto her bleeding eyes as her body slumped onto the ground and curled into an agonized ball. This strike is the price for looking at me in that manner. It would be a mistake to think that was the only thing in store for her. Chanbei raised his hand and countless bolts of red light shot out from the palm of his hand. The light slashed mercilessly at Chiachuksu's body and it did not take very long for the elegant and pure-looking woman to become completely covered with blood. She looked as if she had just crawled out from a pool of blood. However, not only was her outer appearance terrifying, the agony she was suffering was not something which any person could endure. Chia Ming was hacked into 1,000 pieces while she was stabbed in the heart by 10,000 swords. Her flesh and her organs were riddled with gaping wounds. Her entire body was filled with closely spaced cuts and there was not a single area which had escaped unhurt. Chiachuksu never expected that this man's heart could be so cruel and ruthless. He does not even have a single shred of tender, protective feeling towards the fairer sex. Even when faced with such a beautiful woman as herself, he had still dealt her with such a merciless hand. Just how barbaric was this man? Guruan, did you see that? Ha ha ha. Chiachuksu burst into a maniacal laugh under the unbearable pain. This man's methods are just the cruel. If you follow him, things will not end well for you. He's no different from Lu Chen. Today, this man had willingly treated a woman with such cruelty. This is how he will treat you in the days to come. Based on his actions, you can tell that this man is cruel and without love. Guruan stared at the bloody Chiachuksu and smiled serenely. You're comparing him with Lu Chen, but in reality, they're worlds apart. Lu Chen is selfish and only cares about himself. You would hurt anyone as long as it benefits him in some way. Xiao Yi, on the other hand, may be cruel to everyone else in the world, but as long as he is good to me, that is enough. So what if he were to kill everyone in the world one day? I will stand by his side and help him with whoever he wishes to fight against. When Chanbei heard Guruan's true feelings, his initially cruel red eyes softened and his peerlessly beautiful features lit up with a smile that could bring a nation to its knees. This was the woman that he has been searching for desperately for so many years. Even if he decides to kill the whole world one day, she would disregard all reason and stand by his side. However, if he ever decides to slaughter the entire mainland, it would only be for one reason alone, it would all be for her sake. Chiachuksu sneered, but her eyes now resembled two bloody eye sockets. The mocking smile on her bloody face looks absolutely eerie and sinister. It was a horrifying sight. Guruan, I confess that I, Chiachuksu, am to blame for my own calamity. However, all of you will have to pay the price as well, ha ha ha. There are so many powerful cultivators on this mainland. Based on your arrogant personalities, one day, someone will arrive to put you all in your place. Chapter 874, The First City's Messengers, 2. Once she had said her piece, Chiachuksu's body went berserk. An infinite amount of energy began to fill her body like a balloon filling up with air. Her body began to expand and she looked as if she would burst at any moment. Trying to explode yourself. Chanbei saw what Chiachuksu was doing and his red lips curled into a malicious yet eerie smile. Suddenly, the berserk energy within Chiachuksu's body stopped. Her entire body now looked like a largely expanded, round and plump balloon. What is this? What have you done to me? Fear took over Chiachuksu's heart, and because her face was completely covered in blood, one could not see her expression at all. Yunsa, what do you think of her appearance now? Chanbei stroked his chin and turned towards Gu Ruan. Her powers will completely disappear soon and her amputated arm won't grow back. Also, the scars on her body will never go away, if we let her go on like this for the rest of her life. I don't think that's a bad idea. No. Chia Chuxu shrieked. She had thought that Chanbei's cruel actions would stop now, but she never expected this man to be so vicious. If she was to live like this, she might as well die. Gu Ruan nodded and seemed quite satisfied with Chanbei's suggestion. This is a rather good idea. Right now, she has not only lost the ability to cultivate, she has also become a cripple. Most importantly, due to the powerful amount of energy she had pumped into her body to try to explode herself, her body has expanded. It won't be possible for her to return back to normal in this lifetime, and it would be very difficult for her to even move around. Add on the fact that no one is around to take care of her, she wouldn't be able to live for very much longer. Gu Ruan giggled softly as she looked at Chia Chuxu's body, which seems like it would explode with one poke. This, to her, was the best ending of all. Chia Chuxu finally despaired. She now knows what a true demon was. If she were to be reborn again, she would never want to be Chia Ming's daughter, nor would she wish to provoke these people again. Besides, when she compared Lu Chen and Chia Ming's endings to hers, they were far better off than what she has to endure. At least, after holding on for a few more days, they could leave this world and would no longer need to suffer such torture. However, she would linger and suffer until the day she died. Also, she did not even have the ability to kill herself now. Yunsa. Chanbei furrowed his brows as his crimson eyes shot towards the air, which was now riddled with unsteady fluctuations. His peerlessly beautiful features slowly grew cold. Someone's here and there are quite a lot of them. The opposition consists of martial supremes. Gu Ruan shuddered and followed Chanbei's line of sight. Not too long after, countless figures appeared from thin air, standing tall in the skies. At the Imperial Palace of Drifting Wind Country, Supreme Gao sensed something and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Why has so many martial supremes arrived in the Drifting Wind Country? Besides, on this mainland, only that organization would be able to muster this many martial supremes in one go. However, it looks like these people are headed for the Chia family home. Why, could it be that something else has happened at the Chia family home? No, I must investigate. Supreme Gao relaxed his furrowed brow and disappeared from the study in a flash. At the tavern, the man in red, who had been waiting for Gu Ruan, had sensed the change in aura at the same time. His handsome visage instantly grew cold and an icy chill appeared in his deep, dark eyes. It's those guys. What are they doing here? Could it be that they've found out about my whereabouts? No, that can't be right. They're not heading towards me, but... Suddenly, he was struck with a thought and his expression changed drastically. Not good. They must have found out about Yunsa's identity. Chapter 875. The First City's Messengers, 3. Whoosh. The man in red quickly burst out the door like an explosion of flames and rushed towards the Chia family home. At the Chia family home, countless figures have appeared in midair in front of Gu Ruan. The leader of the group was a man dressed in green robes. Even though he had rather average-looking features and was the type of person who would blend into the crowd, his aura was like the incomparably sharp blade of a sword. Are you Gu Ruan? The man in green robes observed the woman beneath him before he turned his gaze to the bodies scattered around the main foyer. He frowned as he asked, "Did you kill these people?" A somber look which Gu Ruan had never shown before appeared on her face. Her clear and cold eyes were completely calm as she replied icily, "That's right." HMPH. The man in green scoffed frostily, "You are a citizen from the West Spread mainland, yet you dare present yourself on the East Peak mainland and kill our citizens. How about this? I want you to come with us now." I was worried about finding an excuse to take this woman away, but who would have thought that she would give me such a good opportunity? Who are you? Gu Ruan's eyes sank. These people know that I am from the West Spread mainland. On this entire mainland, no one else but Master should be aware of this. The man in green sneered, "We are from the First City." The First City. These thunderous words shocked Supreme Gao and Supreme Jin, who had been rushing over from two different directions. It's really them. They're from the First City. Indeed, aside from the First City, who else would have the ability to mobilize so many martial supremes? The leader, the man in green's power should be at the rank of a high-level martial supreme and was only one step away from becoming a martial saint. Supreme Jin frowned and shot a complicated look at Gu Ruan. He simply could not understand how this girl had managed to provoke the people of the First City. Ahem. Supreme Gao cleared his throat and said, "Lords of the First City, Miss Gu is a guest of Drifting Wind Country. What sin has she committed to have caused such a powerful turbulence amongst you?" Sin. The man in green swept his eyes towards Gu Ruan and he replied arrogantly, "These people are far too cruel. If we don't get rid of people like this, it would certainly bring great calamity upon the mainland. The members of the First City have always prioritized justice for the mainland. We will not allow such demons to walk amongst us alive." Gu Ruan's eyes have grown increasingly dark. If I remember correctly, the First City is the enemy of my godfather. Could it be that they've come for me to use me against godfather? Otherwise, Gu Ruan would never believe why an organization like the First City would barge into the Chia family home and cry for justice. After all, on this mainland, only the powerful are kings. Anyone without power would simply become their stepping stone. Xiao Yi. Gu Ruan sensed the eerie, cold aura stirring next to her and caught Chanbei's hand in a tight grip. A murderous intent flashed in her clear, cold gaze. "Can you defeat them?" Chanbei took one look at the crowd in the sky and nodded, "I can." Good. Gu Ruan smiled. "I have mentioned that I would help Godfather to exact his revenge. Even though my powers are not strong enough at the moment, it is my goal to destroy the First City. They have hurt my godfather and caused my godmother to go missing. This is one debt that I must collect." Chapter 876. The First City's Messengers, 4. He. When the man in green heard Gu Ruan's words, his lips curled into a disdainful sneer. "Gu Ruan, based on what I know, you are only at the rank of a mid-level martial honor. However, the man next to you is indeed rather powerful. Still, he is only a Marshal Supreme. Do you think that simply by using your abilities, you could destroy the first city? You underestimate our power. I'll give you one last chance. Come back with me like a good girl or I will kill everyone by your side and force you to comply. Be it the Gu family or the Immortal Realm, he thought. They are all nothing but a bunch of idiots. They couldn't even defeat one little girl until I have to deal with her myself. However, this is what they mean by the phrase, refusing to take the road available in heaven yet insisting on walking through a gateless hell. Had this little girl remained on the West Street mainland, the first city would not have been able to control her no matter how powerful she becomes. Yet she had insisted to come to the East Peak mainland. Isn't that simply giving up out of stupidity? If it had not been for the fact that the search for her had taken up so much of my time, she would probably have become a dearly departed soul in the 9 prisons of hell. No, there's more than one Marshal Supreme by her side. Supreme Jin took one look at the man in green and descended from the sky in a flash to stand in front of Gu Ruoan. His cold eyes gleamed with determination. There are two. The man in green's expression sank. Supreme Jin, do you feel as though you've been alive for too long? Is that why you're planning to go against the first city? Ha ha ha. Suddenly, the sound of wild laughter echoed through the sky, accompanied by the slowly appearing figure of an elderly man. He stared disdainfully at the man in green's arrogant and cold features and said, First city, so what? No one shall ever be allowed to bully my disciple as long as I'm around. Earlier on, when the crowd had dispersed, Bai Jungshan also had some urgent matters to attend to, so he had left for the time being. When he returned to the Chiao family home, he overheard the man in green's words and became enraged. His disciple had died once and has returned with great difficulty, yet these people had the audacity to create grand schemes about her. This time, he would not allow anyone to come near his precious disciple even if he has to sacrifice his elderly life. Holy Doctor, Supreme Jin, let's not be hasty. Supreme Gao wiped the sweat from his face and hurriedly tried to persuade them. Let's all sit down and discuss this like civilized people. My lord, even if Miss Gu was responsible for hurting these people, it was they who had been in the wrong first of all. Miss Gu isn't really in the wrong at all. Go away. The man in green's face turned cold and he shot a ray of energy at Supreme Gao's chest. Supreme Gao was instantly pushed a few steps back and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face became extremely pale. My lord, Supreme Gao eased the tension on his face and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Based on my knowledge, the first city has its own laws as well. No powerful cultivator from the first city is allowed to raise their hand against anyone from a foreign land. I wonder if you've forgotten this rule, my lord. The man in green's expression turned increasingly cold. He glanced at Supreme Gao icily. You wish to defy me as well? Supreme Gao smiled. My lord, you're making this too serious. I am merely protecting the citizens of Drifting Wind Country. Besides, Miss Gu is my imperial son's savior. Actually, the reason why Supreme Gao had dared to butt heads with the man in green was also because of the rules of the first city. Especially since he was the emperor of a country. No matter how angry this fellow becomes, he cannot kill Supreme Gao. Otherwise, if this reaches the ears of the first city's administrator, the organization that this man belongs to would probably exile him from the first city. Ha ha ha. The man in green laughed maniacally and a malicious light flashed in his eyes. Do you think that just a few of you can help her? Today, I'm going to take this woman away no matter how many of you throw yourselves at me. Oh. Just then, a cold and grim voice sounded from above his head. When he heard that voice, the man in green's expression changed drastically. Then what if this Grand Lord comes at you? Chapter 877, The First City's Messengers, 5. A brilliant bloom of vibrant red robes floated quietly in the middle of the sky like a bright sun. There was a cold and grim smile on the man's handsome face. His dark, deep-set eyes were like a sharp sword, chilly and fierce. The man in green raised his head and stared straight into the man's cold eyes. His heart instantly trembled. This was probably the only man here who has the ability to fill him with dread. He never expected this fellow to make an appearance in Drifting Wind Country. Godfather. As she gazed upon the man in red who was standing in midair, Gu Ruoan's clear, cold gaze slowly displayed a sense of warmth. The corners of her lips curled into a small smile. You're here. Yunsa, don't worry. As I stand here today, I'd love to see who would have the audacity to lay a finger on you. His voice was noble yet domineering. The man gently raised his chin and stared down at the crowd beneath him like a ruler over his people. The man in green knit his brows. He had thought that this job would be completed easily, yet he never expected Gu Chan to find out about this and arrive so quickly. With him around, he might have to let this woman go for the time being. Gu Chan, don't think that the first city is afraid of you. I admit that your powers have grown rapidly over these past few years, but so what? The first city has yet to dispatch our truly powerful forces. If you still continue to make an enemy of us, you will know the consequences. We're leaving. As the proverb says, a wise man submits to circumstances. Even though he and this man were both high-level martial supremes, the difference in power was far more than a small measure. Even if each and every one of them were to attack, there was no guarantee that they would be able to defeat this madman. Otherwise, Gu Chan would never have caused such a huge headache to the first city. Boom. The man in green's words exploded like a stroke of lightning in their ears. Gu Ruoan's mind was instantly blown and a blank look appeared on her face as she stared in astonishment at the grim, red figure in the sky. You are Gu Chan. No wonder this man had given off such an intimate feeling of kinship, she thought. He's the loved one that I have been looking for all this time. The funniest thing was, I wasn't even aware that my father was standing right in front of me. The man lowered his gaze and looked at the woman's shocked face. His grim features softened and filled with remorse and affection. Yunsa, I'm sorry, I had not recognized you back then. If I had known who you were then, I would never have let you leave without saying goodbye. Just as he uttered the last syllable, Gu Ruoan suddenly rushed towards him and threw herself into his arms. She hugged the man in red with all her might and exclaimed in a trembling voice, Father, I knew it, I knew that you and Mother were still alive on this earth. I finally found you and my trip to the East Peak mainland was not a waste after all. The man in red lowered his eyelids and smiled gently. Under the light of the setting sun, his grim features were shrouded in a faint glow. His eyes were like gentle pools of water, as if he could drown her in all of his love. The years have been hard on you. From now on, you will stay by my side. I won't let anyone hurt you. I've finally found our daughter. Furthermore, she is such an outstanding woman. Where are you now? The man in green glanced at the father and daughter who were locked in their embrace before he signaled to leave. However, he failed to notice the look which the Grand Lord Hong Lian had shot at him as he turned to leave. Chapter 878, The First City's Messengers, 6. That look was unlike the warmth he had just shown Gu Ruoan. His gaze was grim like the sharp end of a knife, formless yet capable of murdering someone. The First City. Since you had the audacity to design grand schemes around my precious daughter, don't expect to be able to leave so easily. The cultivators of the First City stopped their tracks on a narrow and winding road in the forest. One of them exclaimed irritably, "My lord, are we really leaving just like this? If we don't bring that woman back, I'm afraid the master." HMPH. The man in green scoffed as a vicious light flashed in his eyes. "With that fellow Gu Chan around, we can't take her away. However, Gu Chan can't possibly be around her forever, so we'll have to wait for a moment when he has left to make our move." "That's not a bad plan at all. Unfortunately, you won't have that opportunity." A sinister and bloodthirsty voice echoed suddenly through the sky, causing the man in green's face to change drastically. "Who's out there?" The man in green gnashed his teeth and yelled in a stern voice, "Who's following us?" Just as he spoke, a powerful wave of aura charged directly at him and destroyed the trees around them, creating a devastated mess. A figure then slowly stepped into view from behind the trees. The man in green slowly relaxed when he lay his eyes upon the silver-haired man. "So, it's you," he sneered. "I thought it was Gu Chan." "That's right. While it's true that I cannot defeat Gu Chan, defeating you, on the other hand, will be very simple. All of you, attack. Kill this man." Upon receiving the order, the other cultivators rose to the sky and immediately began to direct their attacks at the man behind the trees. How great were the powers of a Marshal Supreme! A single Marshal Supreme would be enough to destroy an entire city, and now, there were 10 of them. They had more than enough power to trample an entire country. Hence, the man in green was confident that this man was no match for the First City's cultivators. However, despite the heavy coercion from the crowd, the silver-haired man showed no reaction. His crimson robes were like the licorice of hell, emitting a dangerous aura into the air. "I don't care what kind of people the First City's members are. Even if you were to soar to the common people of this mainland, it has nothing to do with me. However, you should never, ever harbor any intentions towards her." The man was calm as his red eyes flickered with a deeply eerie and murderous intent. He stared calmly at the First City cultivators who were charging towards him and declared frostily, "Any enemy of hers is my enemy as well. My enemies will only ever encounter one fate." Boom. Heaven and earth changed color while the sun and the moon lost their light. Countless red flames spiraled through the sky, blanketing the darkened horizon. There were so many flames that the entire forest turned into a sea of red. At this moment, the man in green felt as if he was not standing on the mainland but was instead in purgatory, surrounded by a sea of blood. "It burns." That boiling temperature felt as if it could burn anyone's soul to ashes. Instantly, the First City cultivators who had been charging at Chanbei were suddenly burned into ash and scattered into the air. The man in green was stunned. He lifted his head and stared at the silver-haired man in crimson robes in front of him as his eyes filled with a deep horror. Demon. This man is a true demon. One should know that these were all well-known Marshal Supremes on this mainland, and yet, when they had attacked him all at once, he had killed them all in one split second, without even lifting a finger. Chapter 879, The First City's Messengers, 7. Even he himself could not possibly kill so many people at once. When he realized that the silver-haired man's gaze was shifting to him, the man in green felt his heart freeze over and hurriedly tried to escape. Unfortunately, he was spotted and his legs felt as if they were nailed firmly to the ground. No matter how hard he tried, he could not move at all. Trying to escape, Chanbei's lips curled. That particular curl of his lips filled the man in green with even more fear. It scared him so much that he could not stop himself from urinating in his pants. The smell of urine soon filled the air in the forest. My lord, it was my fault for failing to see the Taishan mountain despite having eyes. Please, my lord, spare me just this once on account of my one mistake. How could the man in green possibly care about maintaining his dignity at a time like this? To him, ensuring his own survival was far more important than anything else. As long as he could remain alive, he still had a shot at revenge. If he were to die now, there would be no more hope for that. Spare you? If I spared you, wouldn't I be allowing you to hurt Yunsa in the future? An eerie light flashed in Chanbei's eyes. There was a cold smile on his peerlessly beautiful face. A stifling aura then exploded from his body. His blood-red eyes stared viciously down at the man in green who had collapsed onto the ground. Didn't we leave her unharmed? The man in green was still trying to plead his case. After all, he had not laid a finger on Gu Ruoan and has already lost so many cultivators. This silver-haired man should have let out all his frustration by now. Why can't he let him live? Boom. Instantly, the aura from Chanbei's body grew even stronger. The man in green was flung bodily to the ground. At this moment, he could almost hear the cracking sounds of his bones shattering all over his body. It seems that this man would crush his bones to dust in the very next second. A martial saint. Those words suddenly appeared in the man in green's mind. However, he quickly shook his head and his expression was an extremely ugly sight to behold. That's impossible. He was a Marshal Supreme not too long ago. How could he possibly have reached the rank of a Marshal Saint now? Yet, aside from a Marshal Saint, who else could make a high-level Marshal Supreme suffer such oppression? I'm not giving anyone any chance to hurt her. I'll rid her of the danger before anyone even thinks of it. Even if I end up killing 10,000 people by mistake, I would not spare a single one of them. This is my decision. Even if every single person on the mainland were to join together, they could not hold as much importance as her. So what if I have to slaughter the entire mainland for her sake? She is the only person that I wish to protect in this world. Boom. This time, under the strong coercion, the man in green no longer had the strength to even speak. He felt every break in every bone in his body and his heart filled with hatred. Had he known that this would happen, he would never have accepted this mission. Who would have guessed that Gu Qian has found Gu Ruan and she also had this demon by her side? Splatter. Blood began to well out from his mouth. Under Qian Beiyi's oppression, the man in green's entire body was soon completely drenched in blood. As he gradually felt his life ebb away, the man in green slowly closed his eyes. At that very moment, countless flames rained down from the sky and turned the forest into a sea of fire, burning fiercely. You can come out now. Qian Beiyi had his back turned against the sea of fire in the forest the entire time and a light flashed across his eyes. Behind an old tree not too far away behind him, a grim figure in red slowly stepped out. Chapter 880, The First City's Messengers, 8. Initially, I had intended to deal with these people myself, but you beat me to it. Grand Lord Hong Lian gently raised his sharp brows. His grim eyes held a smile. I've only just met my daughter, so I did not wish to make a move against the First City at a time like that. Yet I did not expect to arrive slightly after you. Grand Lord Hong Lian felt a little annoyed that he had been beaten to the punch by the beastard who intends to snatch his daughter away, rendering him unable to kill those people. However, I won't be too calculated with you over this matter on account of your devotion to my daughter. Despite those words, each time Grand Lord Hong Lian recalls the intimate way this young man and his daughter had interacted with each other, he would feel a surge of acid from the pit of his stomach. He has not seen his daughter for many years, but in the end, after finally meeting her with great difficulty, that little girl only has her eyes glued to this kid. Qian Beiyi slowly turned around. His gaze fell upon Grand Lord Hong Lian's handsome yet grim features and a smile flashed in his crimson eyes. Honored father-in-law, there's no need for you to take action. Your son-in-law can help you to take care of it. Honored father-in-law. Grand Lord Hong Lian glared at Qian Beiyi and replied irritably, I might not be calculative with you over the incident regarding my daughter's portrait, but, as my son-in-law, aside from being powerful, you must be extremely devoted to my daughter. Furthermore, she must be the only person you will be with for the rest of your life. Can you do this? Honestly speaking, Grand Lord Hong Lian was quite satisfied with Qian Beiyi's level of power. At least, if he was not around, this man could surely ensure her safety. In this lifetime, I only need her alone. Aside from her, I will not have any other woman. We will be together for an entire lifetime. This was a promise he had once made to her. Besides, with her in his life, which other woman could possibly stand a chance to behold his gaze? Grand Lord Hong Lian nodded in satisfaction. He only felt rather unhappy when he thought of how difficult it has been for him to finally meet his daughter, and now, she was about to snatched away by another man. I know that my daughter has already accepted you. As long as it makes her happy, as a father, I have no objections. However, if you want me to accept you completely, I'll still need to observe you. Besides, he had already decided that he would get his daughter to stay by his side for a few years first to observe how this fellow behaves. He would not let him have his precious daughter so easily. Qian Beiyi smiled jovially and a glint flashed across his eyes. Honored father-in-law, Yunsa and I have already shared a bed. Could it be that you want Yunsa to shirk her responsibility towards me? They had indeed shared a bed, but nothing else had happened. What? Grand Lord Hong Lian was greatly incensed. You damned brat, you have the audacity to bully my precious daughter. Let me tell you this, if you wish to marry my daughter, I won't say no, but you'll need to defeat me first. Boom. Just as he spoke, Grand Lord Hong Lian's figure appeared in front of Qian Beiyi and a large amount of angry fire transformed into energy as it aimed straight towards Qian Beiyi's chest in one blow. Qian Beiyi reached out and caught Grand Lord Hong Lian's attack. The two men's auras exploded up into the sky and the sea of fire in the forest continued to crackle and burn. They were like two intense rays of light as they clashed against one another in the sky. At the tavern, Gu Ruan was seated on a chair. She poured herself a cup of tea and gently raised an eyebrow. Xiao Zixi, both Xiao Yi and father mentioned that they have some matters to attend to and had to leave for a moment. Do you know what they were talking about? Xiao Zixi shrugged as a peculiar light flashed in his purple eyes. If my guess was right, they should be on their way to kill those people from the First City. Hearing this, Gu Ruan's expression slowly sank. She then sighed after a long pause and her face filled with an agonized smile. I might have been having breakthroughs at a consistent pace, but my enemies are growing stronger as well. Unless I manage to reach the apex of the world, I'll never be able to protect my family's safety. In the end, I'll still have to rely on them to protect me. Power. Right now, the power that I possess is not enough. Now that the matter surrounding the Chia family has been settled, it's time for me to leave Drifting Wind Country. Chapter 881, The First City's Power, 1. Grand Lord Hong Lian and Qian Beiyi returned to the tavern at the same time. However, Gu Ruan could not help but feel shock when she saw the state they were in. These two men looked as if they had just fought a huge battle. Their bodies were completely covered by the smell of smoke. Both men also seemed to be wounded from the battle, making it very easy for Gu Ruan to figure out what had happened. From the looks of it, these two have just come out from a fight. Grand Lord Hong Lian glanced at Qian Beiyi and scoffed coldly. I have something to say to my precious daughter. The meaning behind that sentence was very clear and he hoped that Qian Beiyi would automatically leave. Actually, Grand Lord Hong Lian was rather satisfied with Qian Beiyi as his son-in-law. Besides, during their earlier fight, he could see that Qian Beiyi had given way a little to him. Otherwise, he probably would not have been able to hurt that fellow. However, satisfaction was only just satisfaction. That did not mean that he has decided to simply give his precious daughter away to him. Qian Beiyi gently nodded and his warm, red eyes turned towards Gu Ruan. His red lips curled into a smile as he said, Yunsa, I'll come by and find you in a while. All right. Gu Ruan smiled gently. Her eyes followed Qian Beiyi's incomparably beautiful figure as he left. She then turned her gaze towards the handsome man standing before her. Her mouth started to move as if she wished to say something, but in the end, she could not bring herself to speak. In the tens of thousands of words she could have chosen, in the end, she simply called out to him. Father. Yunsa, I've always thought that the heavens were completely against me by forcing me and your mother apart. However, it now seems that the hand I was dealt was not entirely poor after all, at least they've sent you to me. Grand Lord Honglian smiled. His smile was filled with immeasurable magnificence until even his grim and cold dark eyes were filled with joy. His eyes only beheld the figure of the woman before him. Now, with you by my side, I'm filled with even greater motivation. One day, I will find your mother and then our entire family will be reunited. Our entire family will be reunited. This was something which had been absolutely out of reach to Gu Ruan in the past. However, she now has great confidence in that as well. Father, don't worry, I'll search for mother's whereabouts with you. I believe that no matter where she is, she must be yearning for us just as much as we're yearning for her. Gu Ruan's gaze darkened and a cold light flashed in the corner of her eye. However, can you now tell me what had happened in the past? Including the first city as well. What is the grudge between you and the first city? Grand Lord Honglian smiled and his fingers gently caressed Gu Ruan's hair as he sighed. Yunsa, do you know what lies above the rank of a marshal supreme? Gu Ruan paused before she answered, a semi-saint. During her past life, she had been unable to reach this rank. Hence, she does not have a very clear understanding of the ranks above a marshal supreme. No, Grand Lord Honglian shook his head. After marshal supreme lies an intersection. One can break through to become a semi-saint or immediately reach the rank of a marshal saint. Of course, if one was to break through to become a semi-saint, then one would only remain as a semi-saint for the rest of their life, never to reach the rank of a marshal saint. The reason why I had searched for a favorable circumstance in the snowfields was so that I could avoid breaking through to the semi-saint rank. His meaning was obvious. If one reaches the rank of a semi-saint upon their breakthrough, they would probably remain at that rank for the rest of their life. However, on this mainland, even a semi-saint was a certified powerful cultivator that no one would dare to provoke. As for martial saints, their existence could be likened to that of the feathers of a phoenix and the horns of a unicorn, extremely rare. What is your current rank then, father? Gu Ruan gently raised an eyebrow and fixed her gaze on Grand Lord Honglian. Chapter 882, The First City's Power, 2. She had been able to sense this man's power in the past, but this time, after reuniting with him, she discovered that her father's level of power was now unfathomable. He was no longer at the same level as he was in the past. Grand Lord Honglian chuckled softly and replied with a soft look in his eyes, I've been very fortunate. Before I came here to look for you, I have managed to break through to the rank of a martial saint. A martial saint. One should not underestimate his breakthrough just because a martial saint was only one rank above a high-level martial supreme. In reality, the difference between these two ranks was more than 30,000 kilometers. Once someone attains this rank, they could be considered to have truly set foot in the peak of existence on this mainland. Of course, this was Gu Ruan's understanding of the situation. Grand Lord Honglian's dark eyes sparkled like stars in the night. He had obviously seen through Gu Ruan's thoughts and was unable to contain himself from laughing. Yunsa, are you thinking that a martial saint is the apex of power? However, what I'm trying to tell you is that once you have reached the rank of a martial saint, that's where it all really begins. Once you have reached the rank of a martial saint, that's where it all really begins. Gu Ruan gasped when she heard this. Xiao Zixi and Chanbei have never mentioned this to her, and based on her views from her past life, a martial saint was already an unmatched power. Yet now, Grand Lord Honglian had just said that this was only the true beginning of it all. You saw those people who had tried to take you away. However, I can tell you with utmost certainty that those were not the most powerful cultivators of the first city. Grand Lord Honglian laughed bitterly and sighed in exasperation. To the first city, they were the lowest in rank. Yunsa, the world is vast, everything you've seen is only the tip of an iceberg. That is also the reason why I haven't been able to take my revenge all these years. Grand Lord Honglian's words have truly widened Gu Ruan's worldview this time. She had been set on achieving the goal of becoming a martial saint in the past, but it now looks like this goal was far from enough. Father, those people from earlier today, where had they come from? They are the members of the Lin family from the first city. They are also my enemies. Grand Lord Honglian took a deep breath and his eyes gleamed with a cold light. This matter is connected to the year your brother was born. Big brother. Gu Ruan raised her eyebrows and her eyes filled with astonishment. Honestly speaking, she was complete in the dark over the grudge between the first city and her father. Now, it seems that this matter was somehow connected to Gu Shangshao. That's right. Grand Lord Honglian nodded. Actually, I'm not too clear on the specifics myself. I only know that the members of the Lin family have always wanted to take your brother away. However, due to certain restrictions, they had been unable to set foot on the West Spread mainland and could only use my easily influenced second brother to deal with me. They then wanted to have your brother delivered to them. When he mentioned the second master of the Gu family, a cold smile appeared on Grand Lord Honglian's face. In beginning, he had not thought that a member of the Gu family would do such a thing. It was only when he was faced with certain death that he managed to see through the scheme. Unfortunately, it was already too late by then. While he had survived the murder attempt, Yue had gone missing. Since the first city have failed in their attempts, could it be that they've given up on getting Big Brother? Also, what were the restrictions that you've mentioned? The first city has its own rules. It's clearly stated that cultivators above the rank of a martial supreme are not allowed to leave the East Peak mainland, so they had only been able to send a few martial honors. At that time, I was still on the West Sprit mainland, so I knew that your great uncle from the Sprit sect had secretly saved Shangshao several times. I was then able to set my worries aside and journey to the East Peak mainland to search for your mother. It has been so many years since I've left, I've never been able to return at all. Chapter 883, The First City's Power, 3. However, he has never forgotten about his son and daughter back on the West Sprit mainland all these years, but he had been unable to return to see them. Yunsa, during these years, I've also offended many other cultivators as well. To prevent them from discovering you, I've always kept my true identity a secret. Hence, no one on the East Peak mainland is aware of my real name. Back then, when Gu Ruoan had asked for his name, he told her that he had long forgotten it. He had kept his real name and identity a secret all for the sake of his children back on the Westspred mainland. Otherwise, after provoking so many cultivators, he feared that they would travel to the Westspred mainland and capture Gu Ruoan and Gu Shangshao to use them as a means to threaten him. Since that's the case, why didn't the members of the first city mention your name and ask others to help capture Big Brother on the Westspred mainland? Gu Ruoan raised an eyebrow and asked suspiciously. Grand Lord Hong Lian chuckled softly. This matter is not that simple and the first city isn't that stupid. Even though the Westspred mainland does not have a large number of powerful cultivators like the East Peak mainland, it was still under the protection of the three great authorities. With the three great authorities around, they would not allow any martial honors from the East Peak mainland to set foot on the Westspred mainland. This was why I am not too worried that the first city would expose my name or my family. Besides, they want your brother, so why should they let him fall into the hands of another? Gu Ruoan nodded. Father is right. Anyone at the rank of a martial honor would be very sensitive to cultivators of the same rank. The East Peak mainland's exit is situated near to the three great authorities' base. If a martial honor enters the mainland, they would sense their presence immediately. Yunsa, since you've arrived in this realm, you should know about the three authorities of the East Peak mainland. Grand Lord Hong Lian stroked Gu Ruoan's hair while his handsome features were enveloped in a soft, gentle glow. His eyes were full of love and affection. I wonder if you've met the elder of the Spred sect, your maternal grandmother's older brother. Also, the lord of the Amethyst Underworld Palace isn't too bad either. We've met a few times. However, as for the Immortal Realm, I have nothing good to say about them. They're far too hypocritical and pay too much attention to fame and profit. The Immortal Realm that you're talking about no longer exists. Gu Ruoan rubbed her nose and shrugged her shoulders as she spoke. Grand Lord Hong Lian was shocked. He then smiled exasperatedly. The Immortal Realm has been destroyed. The Amethyst Underworld Palace and the Immortal Realm have never really seen eye to eye. Only the Spred sect has always maintained a neutral standpoint. However, the Amethyst Underworld Palace wouldn't be able to destroy the Immortal Realm on its own. Could it be that the Amethyst Underworld Palace and the Spred sect had formed an alliance? It seems that a lot has happened in the years of my absence. This, Gu Ruoan glanced at Grand Lord Hong Lian and meekly replied. The Amethyst Underworld Palace and the Spred sect were not responsible for the Immortal Realm's annihilation. Oh, are you saying that another great power has emerged on the Westspred mainland and replaced the Immortal Realm? Grand Lord Hong Lian was shocked. It seems that I have truly missed out on a lot of things in my absence during these past few years. That person was me. However, not only has she toppled the Immortal Realm, she has also outmatched the three great authorities as well. Grand Lord Hong Lian's expression froze in place. He began to suspect that something had happened to his ears. Am I hearing this right? Is my precious daughter saying that she was the one responsible for the annihilation of the Immortal Realm? Yunsa, what did you just say? I didn't hear you very clearly. Can you say it again? Gu Ruoan blinked and responded meekly. I said, I had destroyed the Immortal Realm by accident. Chapter 884, The First City's Power, 4. At this moment, Grand Lord Hong Lian's expression has completely frozen in place. Is she saying that she had single-handedly destroyed the Immortal Realm? And it was an accident? Grand Lord Hong Lian took a deep breath to avoid being shocked into foolishness by Gu Ruoan's statement. He then burst into laughter after a long pause. His laughter filled the tavern and caused the guests in the other rooms to jump with fright and immediately run out from their rooms. I never thought that the domineering and insufferably arrogant Immortal Realm would ever be met with a day like this, ha ha ha. Grand Lord Hong Lian was in a very good mood, or, one should say, an exceptionally good mood. This little girl was indeed his precious little daughter, even her style of execution was identical to his own. Yunsa, this is too good. I've never liked the Immortal Realm and I never imagined that they would end up being destroyed by my own daughter. Grand Lord Hong Lian's face was filled with happiness. His joyful gaze fell upon Gu Ruoan as he said, if your mother knew about this, she would be so proud. Gu Ruoan stared at the man's gloating expression and felt speechless. He's actually proud of the fact that his daughter had single-handedly destroyed countless lives. Perhaps only a madman like Grand Lord Hong Lian could say such a thing. Oh, right, Yunsa, this time, you'll come back with me to the Red Lotus territory. Grand Lord Hong Lian certainly did not care about what Gu Ruoan was thinking. Besides, he was very satisfied with her actions. No, Gu Ruoan shook her head as a deep crease appeared in the space between her brows. If I go back with you to the Red Lotus territory, my growth in power will probably slow down. I've decided to leave Drifting Wind Country and learn through my experiences in my journey. Grand Lord Hong Lian was stunned and knitted his brows. You have now attracted the first city's attention. I simply can't relax with you gallivanting around the world. Father, all these years, have the enemies I've provoked been any fewer? First it was the weapon refining sect, then it was the Immortal Realm. Each great power was extremely powerful to me at the time, so powerful that they could have crushed me to death at any time. However, in the end, I have always prevailed. Gu Ruoan smiled. She was speaking the truth. Back then, she had been very weak, so the weapon refining sect and the Immortal Realm had been like formidable juggernauts to her, completely out of her reach. However, in the end, she was not the one who ended up dead. It was them, the formidable juggernauts. Without danger, how could she have grown? With the increasing rise in her power, the enemies that she will meet would continue to grow stronger as well. Otherwise, her level of power would only remain stagnant. She was not afraid of danger. Her only fear was the lack of it. Grand Lord Hong Lian laughed bitterly and sighed in exasperation. Yunsa, I really want you to come home with me. However, if you've truly made your decision, I won't stop you. You're all grown up now and you have your own opinions. I'm so proud of you. Father. Gu Ruoan stepped forward and hugged Grand Lord Hong Lian tightly. She buried her head in his chest as her lips curled into a smile. I know that you really want to find Mother. However, I cannot work hard solely for your sake. I must also grow as fast as I can so that we can reunite our family sooner. Don't worry, I have a very strong lifeline. There are indeed many who wish to kill me, but in the end, those people have ended up dead instead. Alright. Grand Lord Hong Lian sighed. Hold on to this token. Facing this token is equivalent to facing me. You can command anyone from the Red Lotus territory. Furthermore, this token can also be used for one more thing. It can protect you from your enemy's attack 3 times no matter what type of attack it is. Gu Ruan held Grand Lord Hong Lian's token in a tight grip as she felt a wave of warmth wash over her heart. Is this what it feels like to have a father's love? In her past life, she had never experienced her father's love, and she now understands what having a father truly feels like. Chapter 885, High-Level Martial Honor 1. Yun Sir. Grand Lord Hong Lian smiled with a never-before-seen warmth in his grim eyes as he stroked Gu Ruan's hair affectionately. The gates of the Red Lotus territory will always be open to you. As long you wish to come home, you can visit me anytime. Understood. Gu Ruan nodded. She then took 2 steps forward and embraced Grand Lord Hong Lian once again. She lowered her eyelids, concealing her resolution. Father, please forgive me for not being able to stay by your side. Since I don't want to remain under anyone's wings, I have no choice but to grow stronger. Once I'm strong enough, only then can our family be reunited. She understood that the enemy's power was currently beyond her reach. All she could do now was to quickly increase her own level of power. By the way, could you explain the power division of the first city to me in the world beyond the rank of a martial saint? Back then, it was the Lin family of the first city who had caused our family to become separated. However, the Lin family doesn't really count for much in the first city. Grand Lord Hong Lian laughed bitterly and spoke in exasperation. The citizens of the first city are isolated from the world. Only those who have broken through to the rank of a martial saint will be absorbed into the first city. You probably have an idea of how powerful the first city truly is now. Gu Ruan's gaze darkened. No wonder that there had only been martial supremes on the mainland and no record regarding any martial saints at all. Anyone who has broken through to the rank of a martial saint would be absorbed into the first city. It looks like the first city is indeed very powerful. Gu Ruan knit her brows gently as a light flashed in the corner of her eyes. The glow of the setting sun cast a cold light upon her delicate features, making her appear as if she could take one's soul away. That's right. Grand Lord Hong Lian nodded. The first city exists on a whole other plane on the East Peak mainland. Only those who have reached my level of power can come into contact with this place. However, the first city has its own rules as well and clearly states that no power in the first city can attack at will. Otherwise, any great power in the first city like the Lin family, for example, could choose to destroy a whole country whenever they wished. Gu Ruan had seen the powerful cultivators of the Lin family with her own eyes. They could definitely destroy a whole country with such a great number of martial supremes in their ranks. However, the Lin family certainly has more than just martial supremes in their midst, they must have martial saints as well. Based on your explanation, why would the Lin family members try to take me away? Gu Ruan raised her eyebrows. Could it be that they no longer care about the first city's rules? Grand Lord Hong Lian fell silent when he heard this. He then spoke again after a long pause. I'm not too sure myself, perhaps I've been on the move too much of late and have forced those old farts' hand. However, Yun Sir, don't worry. I won't give them any opportunities to find you in the future. He could tolerate anything the Lin family throws at him, but he never expected that they would make a move against his precious daughter. A raging flame appeared in Grand Lord Hong Lian's chest at the thought of this, and he nearly spat out the anger he was feeling in his heart. Father, I've sensed recently that I'm about to experience a breakthrough, so I'd like to go into closed-door cultivation for a while. Once I've had my breakthrough, I'll leave the Drifting Wind country. Gu Ruan smiled. Over the past few days, she had sensed her bottleneck loosening up. She reckons that it would not be too long before she would reach the rank of a high-level martial honor. By then, she would be only one step away from becoming a martial supreme. All right. Grand Lord Hong Lian gently surveyed the woman's delicate and pretty features. He then curled his lips. No matter what you wish to do, I will support you. However, if you ever feel tired, don't forget to visit me at the Red Lotus territory. Chapter 886, High-Level Martial Honor 2. Gu Ruan nodded and said nothing more. After that, Grand Lord Hong Lian gave her a few more pieces of advice and urged her to get a good rest before he left the room. Not long after he had left, an elderly figure pushed the door open and walked in resentfully. Master, it's so late. Why have you come to see me? Gu Ruan saw the upset look in Bai Jungshan's gaze and raised an eyebrow as she asked with a smile which did not reach her eyes. Bai Jungshan stared at Gu Ruan quietly. Little girl, why didn't you tell me that the Grand Lord Hong Lian was your biological father in your present life? You didn't ask. Gu Ruan's mouth twitched as she replied and shrugged her shoulders. Fine, I'll stop being so calculated with you over this matter. By the way, what's your next plan? Bai Jungshan's pupils darted back and forth as a sinister smile formed on his lips. Gu Ruan took one look at the sinister smile on the old man's face and asked, if you have something to say, just say it. It's like this. Bai Jungshan rubbed his hands together and grinned at Gu Ruan. A few days ago, the sect master of the medicine sect had discovered an ancient pill formula and he has invited all the great doctors to study it. I've decided to ask you to come along with me. According to the sect master, if anyone can successfully refine the pill from that pill formula, the medicine sect will reward them with one of their territories. Gu Ruan shook her head and replied, I'm not interested. What? Bai Jungshan nearly jumped. His mischievous smile turned into a glare directed towards Gu Ruan. Do you know which territory he's offering? It's the Northern Block territory. This territory contains countless treasured medicinal herbs. Even famous medicinal herbs which are sold at sky-high prices at auctions have been procured from the Northern Block territory. However, this Northern Block territory is interlaced between all sorts of powerful forces. Hence, the medicine sect had not been able to take care of it very well. This was why they've decided to present it as a reward this time. Bai Jungshan took a deep breath before he continued. Little girl, I believe in your power and with your abilities, we would certainly be able to unify the Northern Block territory. Besides, even if you don't wish to become the lord of the Northern Bloc territory, you could at least have the freedom to collect those precious medicinal herbs from the Northern Bloc territory whenever you wish. Since the Northern Bloc territory belongs to the medicine sect, one would need the medicine sect's approval before one could enter the Northern Bloc territory. Therefore, if one manages to obtain the Northern Bloc territory, they would no longer need the medicine sect's approval to enter it. However, there were far too many powerful forces in the Northern Bloc territory. This was the reason why the medicine sect had not been able to fully utilize its resources despite the fact that the land belongs to them. The Northern Bloc territory. A glint appeared in Gu Ruoan's eye. When do we leave, Master? The Northern Bloc territory contains the most abundant amount of medicinal herbs on the East Peak mainland. She still requires many rare medicinal herbs to help heal Yu's arm. This is why I'm determined to win the Northern Bloc territory. Bai Zhongshan's eyes sparkled when he heard that Gu Ruoan had finally agreed to his request. A grin bloomed on his elderly features like a blossoming chrysanthemum as he said, "We shall leave tomorrow." Tomorrow. Gu Ruoan gently stroked her chin, deep in thought. Initially, she had intended to break through to the rank of a high-level martial honor before departing from the Drifting Wind country. However, it looks like she will have to change her plan. No matter what, the medicine sect's assembly was far more important. Besides, she was just as intrigued by the ancient pill formula. Chapter 887, High-Level Martial Honor 3. Alright, let me take care of a few things first. We can leave after I'm done. Bai Zhongshan chuckled, "I'll see you tomorrow morning." He then turned and left without another word. The setting sun casts an afterglow through the shutters and onto the woman's green robes. Gu Ruoan was deep in thought when an arm suddenly reached out from behind her and pulled her firmly into a warm embrace. Gu Ruoan's heart slowly softened as she felt the sensation of that familiar embrace. "Xiao Yi, how did you get in?" Chanbei Yi pointed to an open window behind her. He then realized that Gu Ruoan had her back to the window and explained, "I came in through the window." The window. The corners of Gu Ruoan's mouth twitched. Why was I not aware that Xiao Yi has taken a liking to entering through windows? Wait, do you mean that you've been outside the window all this while? You never left? Chanbei Yi nodded. He lowered his red pupils and surveyed the woman in green robes who was nestled in his arms. His lips moved. "Yunsa, your enemy is far too powerful. I couldn't stop worrying about you, which was why I had stayed outside the window. I had been unable to protect you once before and I had to watch you leave. I'll never let any tragedy befall you in this lifetime." Gu Ruoan was shocked. She turned to face the man's peerless features and detected a twinge of guilt and sorrow on his face. She raised her brows in distress. "Xiao Yi, what do you mean by this? How had your inability to protect me caused me to leave you? Besides, you should understand that I'm not the kind of woman who enjoys hiding behind others, especially if that person is you." Chanbei Yi was shaken. How could I have forgotten? Even though my memories have returned, she is still unable to remember everything which had happened in the past and I don't dare to let her find out. "Xiao Yi," Gu Ruoan raised her head as her eyes bore into Chanbei Yi. At this moment, her delicate features displayed a determined light. "I'll only say this once. I don't wish to hide behind you. I only want to fight alongside you. I also hope that you'll be able to trust me." Trust her. Chanbei Yi grabbed Gu Ruoan's wrist in a tight grip and gently lowered his eyelids. After a long pause, he lifted his eyelids again and stared at Gu Ruoan. His silver hair set off his features in such an incomparably beautiful manner that one would find it difficult to breathe. Even after they had known each other for so many years, this man still has the ability to sway Gu Ruoan and her heart would soften automatically. "Xiao Yi, I." Suddenly, a pair of warm lips landed on hers, causing her to lose all sense of her words. "Yunsa, I trust you. You are not the kind of person who requires the protection of others. In fact, it's quite the opposite. You've been protecting your loved ones all this while, but as your man, I hope that I can be someone you can rely on and provide you with enough sense of security." The man's confession caused Gu Ruoan's body to tremble. She slowly closed her eyes and kissed him on his lips. His kiss was warm and tender. He moved with such care as if he was afraid of hurting her. "Yunsa, may I?" Chanbei Yi gently loosened his embrace. His warm breath, followed by his soft and gentle words, caressed Gu Ruoan's face. As a result, her heart clenched and she gently closed her eyes. "I've already accepted this man long ago. What difference will it make if I give myself to him?" Chapter 888, High-Level Martial Honor 4. During all these years, his companionship with her had been enough to prove his feelings. "All right." Gu Ruoan opened her eyes again at that thought and gazed at the man's peerless features as she replied with a determined look in her eye. Chanbei Yi smiled. This smile was far more beautiful than any other smile he had shown in the past. It made Gu Ruoan's heart jolt in a strange manner. She unconsciously recalled their first meeting. She could never forget the peerlessly beautiful man who had lain motionless in that cold, icy coffin. Nor could she forget the unexpected glimpse she had of his lithe body. Perhaps, at that time, Gu Ruoan would never have expected that this man, who had lost his memories, would forever hold a genuine concern for her years later. Chanbei Yi scooped Gu Ruoan up into his arms and gently lay her down on the bed. His fingers stroked the woman's face and the typically gloomy, bloodthirsty look on his face has completely disappeared, replaced with a sense of tenderness. "Dearest daughter, I've forgotten to mention one more thing." Thud. At that moment, a hand had pushed the bedroom door open. Instantly, Chanbei Yi felt as if a pail of ice-cold water had just been dumped on his head, causing his peerlessly beautiful face to turn as black as the bottom of a cauldron. His now very dark face glared at the doorway. Grand Lord Hong Lian was completely shocked when he entered the room. He instinctively took 2 steps back and mumbled awkwardly, "You two, continue." However, once he had stepped out from the room, he immediately sensed that something was not right. After a short pause, he quickly returned to his senses, kicked the door open in one swift move and roared angrily, "Damned brat, what were you going to do to my precious daughter?" Chan Bei-yi curled the corners of his lips and stared at Grand Lord Hong Lian indifferently. I'm doing whatever you've just seen. You. Grand Lord Hong Lian nearly went mad with rage. This damned brat has the audacity to fool around with my precious daughter. He's even had the audacity to press my dearest daughter's body beneath him. Xiao Yi, Gu Ruan's face was as red as a beetroot. She shot a glare at Chan Bei-yi. What are you waiting for? Get off. As you command, wife. Chan Bei-yi curled his lips into a smile and obediently got down from the bed. However, his mesmerizing features still remained as black as the bottom of a cauldron. It has not been easy for him to convince Gu Ruan to agree to this matter, yet he never expected for his plan to be foiled by his future father-in-law in the end. Of course, if this had been anyone else, he would probably ensure that they would never leave this room again. Father, what are you doing here? Gu Ruan felt slightly awkward. She had not expected her father to come and look for her again at this hour either. Actually, Xiao Yi isn't to blame for this, it was me. She was terrified that Grand Lord Hong Lian would blame Chan Bei-yi, so she attempted to explain in his stead. However, it only served to bring a higher surge of acid in Grand Lord Hong Lian's heart. My daughter has indeed grown up and now belongs with another. I haven't even done anything to that damned brat, yet she's already backing him up. HMPH, Grand Lord Hong Lian scoffed irritably. Nevertheless, when he turned to face Gu Ruan, his grim gaze softened once again. It's really nothing much. I have the organizational chart that details the division of power in the first city. I had forgotten to pass it to you, so I have come back to hand it over. This is the result of my many years of investigation. As he spoke, Grand Lord Hong Lian placed a sheet of paper in front of Gu Ruan as he glared at Chan Bei-yi. He then turned his gaze towards Gu Ruan again. Yunsa, early on, this damned brat had mentioned to me that you've already committed the intimacies of the flesh. Is this true? Intimacies of the flesh. Gu Ruan stared at Chan Bei-yi in shock. When she saw the cunning smile on his face, she rubbed her nose and was rendered completely speechless. Chapter 889, High-Level Martial Honor 5. This, Gu Ruan turned and glanced at Grand Lord Hong Lian before she replied hesitantly, I think so. In the end, Gu Ruan had chosen to cover up Chan Bei-yi's lie. However, after she had sided with Chan Bei-yi on this, she then sent him a very sharp glare. Grand Lord Hong Lian, who was currently in extreme shock, had not noticed the look on her face at all. Instead, he lamented resentfully, a grown girl can't be kept at home. I had thought that I could have you to myself for a few more years, but since you've already made such a decision, I have no choice but to hand you over to him. Grand Lord Hong Lian sighed before he turned to look at Chan Bei-yi. This time, his expression was not a very pretty sight. He glared at him icily and spoke to him in an authoritative manner. Kid, I only have one precious daughter. In the past, she had endured a lot of suffering, so if you ever have the audacity to bully her, I will never let you get away with it. Don't worry, father-in-law, I won't let any harm come to Yunsa. Chan Bei-yi's mouth curled into a beautiful smile. However, his blooded eyes were filled with resolve. He would give his life to protect this woman. Hence, he could never bear for her to come to any harm. Father, Gu Ruan stepped forward and reached out to Grand Lord Hong Lian, giving him a hug. She then smiled gently and said, right now, the most important thing to me is for our family to be reunited. If I wish to marry Xiao Yi, we'll need to get mother back. Grand Lord Hong Lian felt a little better after he heard this. His handsome features lit up with a beautiful smile as he gazed tenderly at the woman in green. Dearest daughter, I shan't disturb your rest any further. If anyone ever bullies you, look for me at the Red Lotus territory. I'd love to see the person who dares to bully my precious daughter. He spoke with a sharp and domineering manner. His sharp brows were raised ever so slightly and his handsome features emitted a cold light. Gu Ruan's heart softened and she gently nodded. Father, I'll be attending the medicine sect's general meeting in a few days. Once I'm done with that, I'll go to the Red Lotus territory and pay you a visit. All right, I'll wait for you at the Red Lotus territory. After he had said his piece, Grand Lord Hong Lian shot Chan Bei-yi another look before he turned around and left the bedroom. Once the grim figure in red had left, Gu Ruan faced Chan Bei-yi and raised an eyebrow. We've already experienced the intimacies of the flesh. Wouldn't we be experiencing it a little later? Chan Bei-yi smiled magnificently as if there was nothing to be embarrassed about in his words. His red eyes were filled with delight as he moved closer towards Gu Ruan. Wife, shall we continue? As Chan Bei-yi moved closer towards Gu Ruan, he was suddenly met by a swift kick which landed on the defenseless Chan Bei-yi. In that moment, Chan Bei-yi's expression changed drastically. He broke out into a cold sweat from the pain and looked absolutely pitiful as he stared aggrievedly at the woman. Wife, do you want your husband to die without descendants? The phrase, die without descendants, had been spoken through gritted teeth. The first carnal visit had been rudely interrupted by my honored father-in-law. It's a good thing that I have good endurance, so it had not caused any serious consequences. However, Gu Ruan had instantly thrown me a kick during my second attempt. While the force from the kick wasn't that strong, that area was actually a man's weakest point. 1. Chapter 890, High-Level Martial Honor 6. Besides, Chan Bei-yi has never kept his defenses up around Gu Ruan. Therefore, even though he had reached the rank of a martial saint long ago, the damage was evident as he did not have any protection in place. Don't worry, if you're unable to have sexual intercourse, I can still heal you. Gu Ruan shrugged as she shot Chan Bei-yi a look. This is the price you pay for your self-proclamation about our intimacies of the flesh to my father. Gu Ruan had covered for Chan Bei-yi while Gu Chan was in the room, but that does not mean that she would let him off so easily. Chan Bei-yi was like a bullied puppy as he stared at Gu Ruan with puppy dog eyes and lamented, Wife, your husband will be going away tomorrow, so you're leaving. Gu Ruan was shocked. Suddenly, a sense of reluctance appeared in the recesses of her heart. I have some business to take care of. Once I'm done with that, I'll come to meet you. Chan Bei-yi's pitiful look vanished as he mentioned this and a red light flashed in his blooded eyes. He narrowed his gaze, displaying a hint of malice. The city, the Lin family. Since they had the audacity to touch my woman, they must pay the price. All right. Gu Ruan nodded. I'll wait for you at the medicine sect's general meeting. If you aren't able to come during the medicine sect's general meeting, come find me at the Northern Block territory. However, I believe that when the time comes, you won't need to look for me specifically, you'll know where I am. Her tone was resolute and she spoke with absolute confidence. That's right, when the time comes, she would become well known across the mainland. Chan Bei would not need to look very hard in order to find her. Wife, Chan Bei pulled her into an embrace. He lowered his eyelids and surveyed the delicate and pretty face before him before planting a fierce kiss on her lips. You're not allowed to flirt with anyone else in my absence. Actually, out of all the men around her, Chan Bei have always felt that Zixi was the most dangerous of all. Even though Zixi was still a child at the moment, the wisdom he holds was in no way at the same level as his age. Hence, he would take complete advantage of his naive and innocent face to exploit Gu Ruan's heart. It looks like it was time for him to sort out all his matters and return to her side. Nightfall. Under the quiet moonlit sky. Gu Ruan was still awake. She was seated cross-legged on her bed with her eyes closed. Faint spiritual energy began to circulate around her. She absorbed this through her 5 senses into her body, slowly filling her spiritual ocean. Suddenly, with a loud bang, a wave of powerful energy suddenly exploded from within her mind and shot up towards the sky. A large amount of spiritual energy had gathered into clouds which were hovering above her head. It gave off a very deep suffocating feeling. A high-level martial honor. Gu Ruan slowly exhaled and lifted her lips into a smile. I didn't think that I would break through to the rank of a high-level martial honor tonight. I had expected that I would need a few more days' time. This means that I'm now only one step away from becoming a Martial Supreme. Once I break through to the rank of a Martial Supreme, I can then heal Yu's severed arm. She closed her eyes again at that thought and began to gather the energy she had received from her breakthrough. To a cultivator, time can pass very quickly fast during cultivation. To Gu Ruan, it felt like only an hour had passed before it was suddenly daytime. Initially, she and Bai Junction had agreed to head for the medicine sect today, but Bai Junction had some last-minute business to attend to. He had asked Gu Ruan to start the journey first and he would meet up with her later on. Chapter 891, High-Level Martial Honor, 7.